happen. This is Fnatic trying to bridge it with the black hole onto the Morphling. They've caught him out, and Crystallis is down. Huge kill for Fnatic. On to Leshrac we go, but he's got himself an Aghanim Scepter. Turning on the Nihilism, trying to get away, but Raven with his BKB is the answer to that play. Team Secret lose 2 cores. Puppy's Eyes both on the run. And Fnatic, what a beautiful setup. Going even deeper for more. DJ with the opening. He'll get a lot of damage on the jabs, but it's not enough to kill off the Enigma. Zayat slowed down to a crawl by Raven Scardy Slow, and Nisha Heavenly Jump not going to work. Closed in on by Fnatic. 4 down on Secret. And the Southeast Asian squad striking back incredibly hard.
Adorable elbow. They're going with a duel here. They're trying to pop Pure to there for damage, and they do okay. Thunder finds something, and now they look for more. Katomi doing so much damage on Pakas here. Takes down 2, now running away. BKB is gone. So must heal, though. He's going to try and turn around and take down the Tempest double, because if he doesn't, it's just going to kill him. So they'll deal with that as well. Meanwhile, the sidelines of the fight. Spear out on Stormstormer and Fishman. They actually need to get out here, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to do so. They're stuck inside the arena. Dart Go getting off the damage. They're touching down Fishman. They want to bring down that Jakiro. Toby in around the sidelines trying to bring down Pakas. Pakas with the extra armor. They're just kind of trying to turn around and fight up into this one, but cannot do so.
Oh no, he's a Chiefs. They're going to get rid of Maposhka instantly. It's going to be the buyback. Now Makoto pinned over to the wall with the black hole set up from KP. It's beautiful. It's going to be able to put a decent amount of damage, but it's just not going to be quite enough. Like you said, they have the Satanic. They've got the BKB. They kill Makoto, kill high, KP and Q to fall to Yatro. 23 Savage. He's trying to stay alive. The swap comes out from Mira, perhaps trying to close the gap, maybe trying to cancel out a TP or something, but still alive, but it doesn't look like he's going to be alive for much longer. It's a triple kill now for Yatro.
Still have 30 seconds, no pudge. XXX has ultimate available. How on earth can they defend this? Drow, they're going in. Dubu is about to lose his life. No buyback for him. Right clicks onto Moon Meander, almost gets that kill, but instead they're going to be focusing on the cores. Saberlight and Braille. One is dead. Braille is corralled inside the fountain, and GG is called. TSM. They know they cannot do it. They know they cannot beat Team Aster.
Oh, Terrorblade. Terrorblade gets jumped. Yeah, they have a save for him. They're going to try the false promises up, so Terrorblade pop in the Sunder as well. Going to stay alive for the time being. K1, though, he's feeling confident. He's feeling pretty good. The Satanic, the God straight the BKB. Now the beatdown up to Terrorblade. They kill Enigma already. The Global Science now comes out, and Terrorblade's just going to be too much damage to handle. He's out for 70 seconds. K1 getting low, but he's got a Mages. So at this point, he doesn't care. He's coming right back up, full life, full mana. So yes, a kill for Tundra, but can they kill him a second time without the Terrorblade and the Enigma? That seems like a near impossible task.
LGD, they want to charge in here.
Man, nothing to say. Breaks up the high ground, spots out Misha. Does get the toss back, and a blink grab from Mamar, not connecting on anything. Faith Biana's aggressively blinked in on towards Tiger, getting the fear on Miracle. Pango trying to slow down Uragi's retreat. Needs the BKB Requiem to fear them up, but he's been caught out, stunned up by the Rolling Thunder, and finished off. GG call. A tremendous victory, 2-0 in fact for LGD over OG. I thought this series would be a close one.
Look at this wrap though from EG. They want to try and break this up. They've smoked up all the way behind. They really want to find the Enigma or any other bigger target first. RTZ still has access to the bubble. Who's he going to commit it on? He hasn't used it just yet. They've already blown up the Enchantress, and now the Chrono comes out. But in the freezing field, RTZ can't put in the damage. They eventually do end up creating Crystal Maiden. Now Matu trying to get himself out of dodge here. He's in danger, losing his life slowly but surely. Does still have an Aegis though. The fear preventing RTZ from getting the final kill. As Boxy somehow still alive, will eventually end up going down. But RTZ getting turned around upon by Mickey and Matu. And they're able to get the kill. They don't even burn the first life of the Lone Druid.
You don't want to be on the low ground.
Ooh, Mira. Smoke's gonna pop. They're all grouped up. Mira gets a jump with the follow-up. Pronto Tokyo. He's in, crashing them left, right, and center. But Yatoru, he's hesitant to be able to follow up as well. They've got control with the Ravage coming out, clipping onto 3, but collapse in with the black hole. What an ultimate
of it is they don't have a response. The damage is racking up too fast. As Thunder, some buybacks coming out for them, but can they be able to revive the team fight? Because he's been able to veer his attention over towards the Enigma, but they do not have an answer. Yatoro just freely right-clicking throughout the team fights, and Toronto Tokyo as well, looking for the rampage, looking for the final kill to give him the fight, man. He might be able to find it onto Picard's, the finishing blow, and they'll give it to him. Rampage for the Pangolier, and now they can go for Sacred as well. That Hidehunter just brought back prior, and he'll be sent to the grave for another time. Nothing will stop them. No tier 3 tower will hold them back as Toronto Tokyo gets a double rampage.
Ward is set up though just in time to scout this one from happening, but it's going to be Fata caught by the Scythe of Vice. BZM is all in with the Pulverize, but Amar's falling low, and Yawar taking the BKB. Oh, the false promise at the last second for Amar. He's got 2 HP. Taiga got that false promise out on, and he's going to come out full HP. Taiga looks like he's going to die as a result, as Yuragi sinks the bear here onto MSS. Down he will go.
He's going to jump in. He's got the black hole as well to play around with. Let's see if they can get the kill with the fall, but the Orchid prevents Nisha's spell casting. They'll be able to deal with the Aegis, but that is an incredibly heavy commitment just to get rid of the advantage that Tundra were playing with. A song's going to hold them in their tracks. No retreat will come out. Aurora as well to hold Chrysalis into place. What's looking like an insurmountable lead as Secret lose all 5 in the high ground, soon to be besieged.
Welcome one and all back again here at TI11, where we continue the group stages here on day number 3 to continue to witness who gets to the top of the table, who finds themselves in those upper bracket positions, and who has to deal with the all-difficult gauntlet of these lower bracket best of ones to begin their main stage journey. Of course, other squads will be eliminated, but there's no chance here of elimination because the series we start the day with is PSG.LGD versus the side of Royal Never Give Up. My name is Snare. I'm joined by Fluke yet again for day 3. Fam, this could not have been a better matchup to start our day with. In fact, I would be willing to go as far as to say this might end up being one of the best games of the group stages in its entirety.
Yeah, I mean, we've really been spoilt for choice when it gets to these group stage games. We had EG versus Liquid yesterday. Now we get RNG versus PSG.LGD. Day number 1 for PSG.LGD was a little bit rough, right? We saw these guys come into it. They went down in a few of their series. They got 2-0'd by EG. They weren't really able to kind of accumulate any more of those scores. And now coming into day number 2, it seems like PSG.LGD, they went for a completely perfect day yesterday. They went 4-0. And now coming in towards a team like RNG, who have been kind of setting the tempo in this group as well. These guys have been at the top. These guys have been able to show us a lot of these death ball strats, a lot of these different strats around things like Morphling, Lone Druid, all that kind of stuff. And now seeing these 2 great Chinese teams go head-to-head here in a group stage game, Snare, like, I don't know. I'm so excited to get into this. I know you're the big Chinese Dota fan over there, so I know you're super excited about this one. But, I mean, I just cannot be, more thankful for the fact that we're getting both these 2 teams in such great form as well going head-to-head.
Absolutely. They're pretty much both at maximum strength as it stands right now.
Yeah.
But of course, they aren't the only squads that are in good contention for trying to lift that Aegis, trying to get into those upper bracket slots. So they start the day, but we still have a lot more Dota to come. So here on stream number E, let us quickly take a look at the matches that we have on the card for the evening. We start, of course, with PSG.LGD versus RNG. We move over to see Team Talon. Talon Esports, struggling right now, very much at the bottom of the group, not enjoying their experience thus far in the group stages. But today could be a renaissance for them. They could start to turn things around. And then afterwards, Hokori will be in action against RNG, who'll be playing their doubleheader here on stream number E. Afterwards, Thunder versus Aster. That matchup, I think, is going to be particularly interesting because both of those squads are in the upper echelon of what these teams look like. Aster is clear at the very top of group number B. However, Thunder is mid-table. There's a couple of squads that are vying for that third, fourth position, and Thunder certainly will be trying to make sure that they can get these wins so they can get into that upper bracket slot. And then we end the day with a matchup very important for Group A between Hokori and Sonics. Either of these squads could find themselves at the very bottom, could find themselves being the first team eliminated here from the International. So that last matchup, you certainly do not want to miss it. But the important one, you know what I love about this opening game here, Fluke? The fact that I'm looking at this lobby. Firstly, we are blessed to just be in this lobby, but seven people who are here who have yet to lift in ages, but who have been in the grand finals. 2 of the people in our lobby have been there, right? I'm looking at Group A, and I'm seeing the fact that between RNG and PSG.LGD, only one person has never been in a position to actually lift the ages through being in the grand finals of TI. So this is going to be very important to their journeys going forward. And of course, PSG.LGD kind of need the wins a little bit more because I'm looking at this Group A and PSG.LGD, OG, Team Liquid, all of them sort of vying for the same position. And given how good Team Liquid has looked, given that OG certainly will want revenge from yesterday's performances, it's not safe until you're in the top 2 positions. And getting a 2-0 would help them getting closer to that mark.
Yeah, exactly. And I think all these 2-0s throughout the entirety of today are going to be so important for every single team, right? We talked about the fact that this is day number 3. There's only one more day after this, and there's not as many games on that final day as well. So these teams today, they really need to try and get these 2s and 0s, even over on Group B, right? Any 2-0 for any of those series could determine whether or not you're going home, going into the lower bracket, or going into the upper bracket. That's how close that Group B has really been throughout the entirety of it. You know, obviously TSM, Beast Coast, and Talon, they're a little bit more lacking in those game wins, but still 2s and 0s for them can mean that they won't have to go home here from TI and they can actually play on some main stages. So I think any of the results across all the 5 streams that we have today, if you get a 2-0 today, that puts you in a really, really good stead and almost solidifies you in the position that you're at, especially for these upper teams that are at the top of their group so far. 2s and 0s for them can almost lock them into an upper bracket, and for these teams that are at the bottom of their groups, might be able to get them away from elimination. So Snare, every single 2-0 today is oh so important.
Speaking of 2-0s, in the history between these two sides here, RNG and LGD, RNG, since forming this particular roster, has played PSG.LGD 3 times, and they've gone down 2-0 every single time. So this is an opportunity for the side of RNG to try and find revenge here. I was mentioning earlier that RNG have a lot of players who have been in this TI milieu before. Kaka was in the TI finals with Newbie all those years ago. We have Somnus, we have Chalice, we have X-Nova, who were in finals in the form of PSG.LGD. And people forget how good that LGD squad was. Yes, the current PSG.LGD is probably one of the best teams to have ever played this game, but RNG certainly reminding us exactly why they were vaunted by many as a potential contender for TI-11. So let's take a look at them. RNG, Royal Never Give Up, one of the squads that has been looking incredible coming into TI-11 in these group stages. They've helped define the meta. They've been playing this death ball. They've also made believers out of so many doubters. And at this point in time, I think that there's nobody who doesn't have their eyes on the squad right here. And especially the eyes on this man, Ghost. This is his 2nd ever LAN, his first TI. And honestly, Fluke, he looks like a natural. He looks like he belongs here. And in fact, it looks like he's not going to be satisfied until he can get to touch the Aegis by himself.
Yeah, it really feels like that RNG have spent these last couple of days of the group stages just kind of evening out their drafting and the way that they want to play their game. They've really been able to show us what Somnus and Ghost have been able to do in those kind of carry roles that we've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament. And everyone has really been stepping up. I don't think there's been anybody that's really been lacking on RNG. And I mean, they're going to need to be able to continue that form if they want to try and take down a juggernaut team that is PSG.LGD. As we said at the top of the show, PSG.LGD, they have been really kind of lacking in their first day of group stages, but they've decided to turn it back on now going into day number 2. And day number 3 is where it all matters, right? Because you're actually able to see how the groups are starting to form out and understand which one of these series you actually need to start getting these 2s and 0s, and maybe some of these results might not be going your way and you have to try and force yourself to get to 2-0, and that's where we see these teams experiment a little bit less and really just try and determine what meta they're going to use for the entirety of TI as well.
Absolutely. And PSG.LGD, this is a squad who has the way they've been performing over the last few years has really elevated Dota as a whole. Faith Beyond has already won his own TI back at TI6 with Wings Gaming. Of course, nothing to say. Wants a little bit of revenge here. They came so close last TI up against the side of Team Spirit. Anything less than being able to get at least to the grand finals, but honestly, it has to be lifting the Aegis once more. This is not just redemption for them. This is the final road for Faith Beyond. He has announced to the entire world that he wants to retire after this TI. There have been rumors floating about that Arme wants to do the same. So I'm hoping that they get this anime power-up of one last road, boys. We've seen what it can do for Team Liquid. They've looked amazing, phenomenal, since it is Matu's last run as well. So PSG.LGD, all smiles right now. They know that they have the historical win over the side of RNG. They know that their ceiling is absolutely sky high. I cannot wait to see how this game is going to be panning out between these two juggernauts. I need some predictions though, Fluke. Where is this going? Before we get to the predictions, I have to just remind everybody that for the duration of day 3 of today's group stages, PSG.LGD will be experiencing some penalties. We're going to be having in their second and third series some draft penalties in terms of their reserve time. And in this first game, they have no option regarding priority. So if they are going to be winning today, this could be an additional power up for them, Fluke. The world is against us. We messed up, sure. We made a big mistake. We shouldn't have done what we did. But now we're going to try and show that we don't even need these advantages. We can still win no matter what the handicap is.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy for PSG.LGD to be able to play their series today. As we saw when we looked at the groups, they're sitting at 6-4 right now, and they're fighting OG and Team Liquid for an upper bracket slot right now. EG as well as RNG I don't want to say comfortably at the top, especially with this series being able to be played in front of us. So I think the way this is going to be going between RNG and LGD, I think this is probably going to be a 1-1. Obviously, historically, LGD have been able to get the better of RNG, but this is a little bit different, right? Like this is these guys playing on land. These guys are here at TI. These guys know that they've been kind of in front of the meta. I think RNG have been and really been able to show how strong these guys have been, whereas PSG have kind of had to reset after day 1 and now come back into day 2 and really try and get themselves to that kind of TI form that we've seen PSG.LGD be in the past. Surprisingly enough, though, we talk about this, this LGD roster and the LGD rosters of the past. This organization hasn't lifted an Aegis yet, which is the crazy thing to me when you look across the amount of god-tier rosters these guys have had. And even in the past 2 years, PSG.LGD themselves have been in the grand finals, and they still haven't been able to lift the Aegis. So there's ever going to be an anime power-up, it's going to have to be here. I really like the opening drafts from both these two teams, by the way, here, Snare, as we actually start to talk about the Dota. Finally, we're seeing teams utilize this Nyx Assassin more. I think it is a really good response to the Primal Beast. You can always stop the Pulverize, you can always stop the Trample, you can always stop the Onslaught as well. So it means that this Primal Beast is going to have to pre-BKB to come in towards these fights, whereas when we see these Primal Beasts take over the map, they really try and hold on to that BKB for as long as possible so they can get like a full duration Pulverize off, or maybe they can continue to just trample on top of people. So I like this Nyx response, but I also like the Chen response coming in from PSG.LGD. Getting this ball together, we see what these snowballs have been able to do, or these death balls have been able to do over these last couple of days. And I think if PSG.LGD get a few more of these heroes that can kind of buff up one carry for Arme, then they can kind of just roll through the map and off they go.
PSG.LGD, I'm really loving the fact that they have opted to come back for this Chen as well. They've been trying to diversify their drafts as time has been going on. And we've seen that as well with Arme in particular. If anybody that doesn't know, Arme has played 10 different heroes in 10 different games. So well on track to try and be the person that really plays the most unique heroes here at TI. Of course, last year it was Yotoro that did it, and he lifted the Aegis, so there might be some correlation between these two things. Going into this game, I am very excited to see as well exactly how they're going to be answering the Shadow Fiend. We've seen several different methods of people answering this hero. The main one seems to be getting a hero that can go right up into his face, beat him down even when he's in an advantageous position, or just ending the game so quickly that he just never gets online to begin with. And if you're playing Chen Primal Beast, you are able to kind of do that. Yesterday, we also saw that you can just dominate him in lane, right? Pure playing on the Shadow Fiend at like 13 minutes was like level 5 or something. It was pretty impossible to play. And we have seen that Primal Beast in the off lane can also be quite a force to reckon with. So LGD have versatility with this hero. We're still not clear exactly where he's going to be playing. I like the Broodmother ban, just to make sure that they don't have the Swarm hero that comes in from Chalice in the off lane.
Yeah.
Who do you think it's
I think
protecting,
that's
though, right, for themselves?
Usually we see the Broodmother banned in response to things like the Drow Ranger and the Terrorblade, just because they have a harder time dealing with the Broodmother. I feel like teams have started to slowly cotton on to this Pudge hero being able to be the response to the Broodmother. I wouldn't hate to see a Pudge come out for like this LGD kind of snowball, right? Or even on the other side for RNG, because you come into these games where usually we see this Shadow Fiend be the kind of end-all be-all, but I've really been enjoying what these teams are doing with this kind of second core idea. Wouldn't hate to see RNG, you know, go for something along the lines of like maybe a sniper pick here, maybe the sniper in the 18th pick rather than coming here in this first phase of the second picks, because then LGD will have 2 responses to it, so I would like to see RNG try and give them a second kind of hero to be able to play around, because, you know, Primal Beast has been one of those heroes that can really isolate one of these cores, go in, try and catch the Shadow Fiend pre-BKB, trample on top of him, pulverize him up, and then LGD can kind of run over the rest of the fight. So they're going to respond with a Snapfire. RNG have been playing a whole boatload of Snapfire so far. We were talking about it before we came here onto the broadcast. Xnova is still probably a little bit mad about yesterday missing out on his Rampage from the Snapfire, so if the... I mean, when they played this Nyx Assassin and the Snapfire combination yesterday, RNG, they look so good with it. Like, the way that these two supports are able to roam around the map and the amount of damage they can do just gives RNG that extra bit of aggression around the map, right? It just allows them to kind of walk around it and do whatever they want. And now it's on to PSG.LGD to try and figure out what their response is going to be. I want to see them have an active support as well here. Obviously, we've seen what the Chen's been able to do himself, but I think they just need something else that can go in with the Primal Beast and try and set up some of these fights. So, Monkey King? Okay, all right.
This could actually be the offlane Monkey King, given the success we saw from him yesterday. So it's either the offlane Monkey King or it's the Shin-Q Monkey King, which is honestly as good as an offlane Monkey King to begin with. RNG already have the Kaka Nyx Assassin. I'm thinking about the Snapfire. They actually might have also picked this up as a deny pick, because as good as Xnova is on the hero, we have seen throughout the TI group stages that Snapfire has been a response to the early phase Shadow Fiend, being able to throw in damage from outside of the range of his Requiem, outside of the range of his Razors, so you always have some degree of threat, especially if you find some early lockdown. And I would not want to play into a draft that has access to Pulverize into the Morty's Kisses. So it makes sense to me why they would pick this up when they did on the side of RNG. For LGD, we're going to be seeing with this next pick, I think, where this Monkey King is going. This could also be the Army Monkey King on the side of PSG.LGD, so there's a lot of flexibility with that hero. And with Beastmaster coming out for Faith Beyond, does mean that Monkey King is probably going to be the Shin-Q hero. I would prefer to see this on him rather than on Ame, but it's also Ame. I'm never going to judge him. I'm never going to question what Ame God decides to do, so... But I do like this Beastmaster. It does feel like they have the makings of a buff-up lineup here on the side of LGD. Beastmaster, Chen already. You have access to some auras. Whoever it is that's going to be the beneficiary of these auras is going to become extremely strong in this game for LGD.
Yeah, and I think that's where I was kind of leaning towards when I was talking about I want a hero that can kind of enable them a little bit more. I think the Monkey King can definitely do that. Oh, the Pangolier had been left completely through. Okay, that's a little bit of a rough time now for PSG.LGD. They've got the Roar that's able to deal with the Rolling Thunder, but I just think that the amount of teamfight that RNG have right now, it's going to be very hard for LGD to try and get these teamfights going. We've seen what Pango's been able to do in the past. Rolling Thunder's really good. Swashbuckle's really good at dealing with this kind of zoo that's coming forward. So they've got at least 2 heroes right now that can kind of wave clear. You've got the Scatterblast as well as the Fire Snap Cookie, and the Pangolier is able to kind of burn through a lot of these creeps right now. Wouldn't hate to see if PSG.LGD, if they get rid of, what do they really kind of need now? They need their Chalice hero, right? So unless Chalice wants to play the Pangolier, and then we're going to give something different for Somnus. There's still the Leshrac that's floating around here for RNG. They've played a decent amount of Leshrac recently, gives them that second kind of core idea for the Shadow Fiend. You do have to be scared though of Primal Beast plus the Beastmaster. It's just a lot of lockdown to try and deal with the Leshrac, and the only real save they have is the Fire Snap Cookie. So maybe LGD might be a little bit too scared to try and go for something along those lines. Going to get rid of the Viper here, so that leans me more towards a carry Monkey King. If I'm being honest here, it just means that the MK doesn't have to deal with these green spitty heroes that can kind of slow him down and can give him a pretty bad lane as well. So it seems like to me that LGD are just keeping themselves all set up and then looking for a nothing to say here at the end.
5 seconds remaining.
Fluke, Morphling is still in this game right now, and PSG.LGD have the pick out of this phase of the ban. So since they have the 23, I wonder, there is potential to try and shift this Primal Beast into the mid lane, keep the Beastmaster off. You have Monkey King 4, Chen as a 5, and then you just pick up the Arme Morphling right now. We have seen these Morphlings being able to challenge Shadow Fiends as well, and you do get to this point in the game where Shadow Fiend, once you get BKB, can't really do anything to you. And looking at this game, it just feels like a very good game for any kind of BKB carry. Once you get BKB, you just feel completely invincible in tandem with some of the aura buff-ups from the rest of PSG.LGD. So that could be a potential option for them. I'm sure right now PSG.LGD are glad that this is not the game they have to suffer the reserve time penalty, because they really want to consider and think about what this last pick could be. But what do you make of that if they do decide to go for the Morphling here? And if they don't, could RNG decide to snag it up? Is there even space for this hero with how the draft is operating at the moment?
Yeah, I think you might be lacking a little bit of something for RNG. I think the Morphling probably might not fit all too well with them going into the Primal Beast and the Beastmaster. Like, it's very, very hard for you to play this kind of squishier hero early on. They have good ways to try and lock you down. The Monkey King can be very, very annoying by just spamming Primal Spring at you and trying to deal with this massive amount of zoo that's going to come in. So they're going to go for the Dark Willow here. So that seems like that's going to be the Xingqiu hero for PSG.LGD. So that gives them a little bit more lockdown. They were lacking a little bit of this good ways of trying to initiate a fight. They did have Primal Roar and the Onslaught, which was a good way for them to start some of these fights, but this just gives them that little bit of extra team fight, right? Terrorize has been a really good ability that we've seen most recently. It's very, very hard for the Pangolier to try and play around a lot of these, a lot of the Bramble Mazes and stuff like that outside of the role. And I think this also gives them a little bit of an answer to a Morphling if he ever does appear. So if Ghost picks Morphling here, it's going to be a very, very hard lane up against the Beastmaster and the Dark Willow, because Dark Willow can do a lot of work against Morphling early on with how much damage that she does. So does RNG need... Is this a good Lone Druid game?
They kind of could play. I mean, we do have this Primal Beast available, so they can close down very quickly onto the Lone Druid. We saw it a couple of times over the last couple of days. I wonder, though, they do need some push potential, but if they do go with Lone Druid, it does feel like they're overcommitting to physical damage, and they won't have that much. They'll have the Shadow Fiend who will have to commit for the full magical damage route in that particular instance, but they do need push potential, so I could see it. And it's going to be Jakiro. Well, there's the push potential that they needed. It's going to come from Liquid Fire, and this is also a way to be able to de-push if needed, right, for this Chen waves coming in. And it's a Jakiro in the off lane for Chalice. So the off laner here for the side of Royal Never Give Up. He's the one picking up the Jakiro. I am... Okay, I like this. I like what I'm seeing. It's going to be a very obnoxious lane, right? Chalice on the Jakiro in tandem with the Kaka and Nyx Assassin. That is a lot of harass, but I suppose this is the option. They can't play the Venomounts or can't play Viper. They needed some kind of way to continue to put harass out onto Arme. So Arme's Monkey King, I don't think is going to be having a phenomenal time in the laning phase versus a Jakiro in the off lane. How do you feel about this, the last pick Jakiro? And also, do you like the Manesca on the side of LGD? Which draft do you favor at the end here, Fluke?
I like the idea of the Jakiro in lane and in principle. I think this kind of sets them up for a single core lineup, though, which is what I've seen most recently. It kind of, a lot of the times when we see these single core lineups and you have these drafts from PSG.LGD where they've got these single target lockdowns, they've got the Pulverize, they've got the Primal Roar, and they've got Monkey King who can kind of single out one of these heroes. The thing is, like, Monkey King really doesn't have to worry about any of these other heroes once he gets BKB, right? Like, if he gets BKB inside of his Wukong's command, the only hero he has to worry about is Ghost and the Shadow Fiend. So if he gets pushed out of these team fights, if he gets pulverized, if he gets killed, it's going to be hard for RNG to deal damage in these fights. Chalice playing the Jakiro, though, he can have a very, very good lane. I think that's the big thing for me is these support that we play as offlaners. He's got Kaka as well that's going to be floating around on the Nyx Assassin, so they've got a lot of kill threat early on. So I think if RNG can set Chalice up to have a really good lane, he can go in towards something along the lines where he can just go for like this early Veil of Discord. He can get his Aghanim Shard early on like a Yule Scepter, and they can just play extremely fast with their heroes. Then RNG should have a pretty good game, but I feel like PSG.LGD are going to have this first game in the bag here.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. This PSG lineup just looks a little bit too cohesive, especially once this Monkey King gets BKB. At that point, you just feel like you bound across the map, completely unconcerned about anything that they can do to you on the side of RNG. RNG kind of need to roll this game if they're going to end up winning it. So we're going to be finding out if they're capable of doing so up against a resurgent PSG.LGD, or if it's going to be LGD finally taking a loss against the side of RNG here. Remember, everyone, RNG has not won a single game against this iteration of LGD with their roster. So this is their chance to do it. And what a place to do it, Fluke, on the TI group stages. So let's get into it. Let's see if they've got what it takes to bring down the juggernauts of China for the first time ever with this particular roster. The one thing that I am scouting out in this game that is going to be quite interesting for me is going to be the item build that Ame goes for. Also, by the way, this is he's 11 and 11 now. 11th unique hero in his 11th game. Shout out to Ame.
Yeah. Yeah, so it seems like Ame is the value prediction. We were having a chat before we even came on for the LCQs about our predictions, and I said you could probably just put Ame in all of those categories, and it's probably a pretty safe bet. So I think Ame is definitely helping out everybody here with the battle passes. So appreciate that, Mr. Ame. I do like the lanes they have here. See, you got baited. You can't go away from the Ame god. Yatoro is definitely getting close, but we're having a look at it this morning, and Yatoro unfortunately has played 2 Drow games, so he's not 100% diverse this time around. You can see the issue that Ame is going to have in this lane. There's going to be a lot of magic spam that he's going to have to try and deal with. He does have a Chen in his lane, though, so it's going to be pretty okay for Ame to just kind of deal with this, especially if he's able to ever get any of these Jingu stacks up. We've seen what happens with Jingu Mastery in combination with the Boundless Strike. You get it through an entire crit wave, and then you're back to full HP. So I think Ame should have a relatively okay time here. I think the biggest thing for me for LGD is they just have to be wary about the rotations that this Jakira as well as the Nyx can make. If they start getting these early levels early on, they can move towards the mid lane. They can try and get Somnus in towards a good spot where they can take down Nothing to Say a few times. Then they can transition to these side lanes and really kind of ball up in about 10-15 minutes. So that's one concern that I have here for PSG.LGD, but I think their lane should be relatively okay most of the time.
I'm kind of wondering if Chalice is going to end up buying Wraith Pack this game or any kind of aura item. We've seen most of the success that Shadow Fiends have is when their offlaner can buy those kind of items and provide that additional buff up. Obviously, that's not normally in the item route of this more core Jakiro. We normally expect things like Rod of Atos, but could be an option. Erstwhile, speaking of options, top lane, Shin Q and Faith Beyond. Woo! X-Nova, good luck, my friend. This is going to be not an enjoyable time. This is a lane that's just going to suck to play into, and Beastmaster's going to get pretty much everything that he wants out of it. Ghost, on the bright side, shouldn't feel too threatened here. He should just be able to sustain himself, survive with the raises, but not really much they can do to stop Faith Beyond either from just getting a perfect game early on in this Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is, Ghost is not going to be all too sad about this lane, and Faith Beyond's not going to be all too sad about this lane. I think it's more so about, what Jinkyu as well as X-Nova are able to do once they get these levels up, because the laning phase is going to be pretty static until the mid laners start to move around. Shadow Fiend doesn't want to move all too much. Monkey King doesn't want to move all too much out of his lane. And when you have this Jakiro hero as well here for Chalice, it's either you start to dominate the lane and you just want to stick in that lane, take that tower early, or you start to make rotations if you haven't really been able to have that success. So I think it's really going to be on these mid laners, Nothing to Say, as well as Somnus, to see who makes that first rotation with the first power rune, be able to set the tempo for their team. Pangli as well as Primal Beast in the mid lane have been these massive tempo setters, so I think that's where a lot of the aggression is going to come out for is both these two mid laners.
Have we actually seen this lane yet here at TI? This mid lane matchup, Pang goes straight into the Primal Beast?
I think we would have had to have seen it. We haven't seen it specifically, but I feel like that we've seen a lot of Pangliers, we've seen a lot of Primal Beasts, that it probably has been one of these matchups that we would have seen at least once or twice in TI. And I think Primal Beast definitely comes out on top of this lane. You obviously have the Swashbuckle to get away from the trample, but you can just see what Nothing to Say is doing, right? Every time that he comes into these fights, he knows that the Swashbuckle's on cooldown. He just gets the uproar going and he punches down on Somnus. And this is the reason why Primal Beast has been such a strong laner in that mid lane, because he can just do this to so many different heroes. And if you have no way of getting away from the trample, he's going to kill you. And if you have to get away from the trample, then you're misusing, your movement ability, because you have to use it to survive rather than getting CS. So
yeah.
It's a little bit unfortunate there for Somnus.
He's actually going to try and exert more of his influence in this mid lane NTS top. They're doing the same with the rest of the crew here. Very, very nice and slow early game. Yesterday we had some bombastic beginnings some of these series, but today it's the realization of what's on the line. You were mentioning it earlier at the top of the show that today is a day where you can actually go top of the group and more or less confirm your place into the upper bracket. So this is not the time for mistakes anymore. Both of these squads have a lot of experience. A lot of these players have a lot of experience with championship level games and know how to pace themselves, not burn out too early. Down bottom, you do see that Ame has finished off the full orbital corrosion. So just going to keep farming, keep doing his thing. Completely unconcerned with putting any harass onto Chalice. He's like, Innocence, that's on you, fam. I'll just throw in a boundless strike every now and then for a token effort, but anything else, you got to decide to do it.
Yeah, that's why I think this lane is starting to get a little bit hard here for Chalice. Oh, no. Speaking of... Do they get the body blocks?
Chalice.
Oh, no.
The body blocks don't connect, and Ame had already committed the boundless strike, has no points into the Primal Spring, so it cannot keep the chase going onto Chalice. Chalice is like, all right, cool. I'll have to ferry in some regen, bringing in a mango herself. But he'll be okay. He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Yep.
Well, I say that, but boundless strike is up again in 6 seconds. Innocence is a bit too far away, but Ame could still try potentially threaten Chalice here. It's only the level 1 though, so kind of difficult to do. Yeah, he's already expended it, so Chalice is fine.
Yeah, he knows that if he even tries to aggress just a little bit here, that Kaka's going to have the Spike Carapace as well as the Impale. And you can see now they're just putting the pressure back here onto Ame. This is where it starts getting a little bit funky for both these two laners, is the fact that Ame also has kill threat on Chalice, but Chalice also has kill threat back onto Ame. So if there ever is a misstep in this lane, that's when it's going to start to explode. You know, sitting right now 25-7 on Ame, 17-6 for Chalice, so he's not having the greatest of times in this off lane, but you're relatively okay with how this is going. Like, you pick this Jakiro, you wanted it to be a bit of a lane dominator. He's got level 4 now and hasn't really been the worst of laning stages for Chalice, but it definitely hasn't been a shining star. So they're going to be able to at least get that transition. I think once he hits like level 5, level 6, you can get a few more of the levels in the dual breath, and that's when he can really start to abuse the Monkey King who wants to stay in his lane. And that's when it's going to start getting scary. Ooh.
Get the first blood as X-Nova and Ghost are able to find themselves a quick kill onto the Stormbreaker. She tried to survive with the Shadow Realm, but here comes Nothing to Say, making the first rotation from the mid lane. All slowed into the trample, brings down Ghost. Nothing to Say finds himself a very nice rotation coming in from the mid lane. And oh, look at this as well, the cheese. He has access to a bottle, and as soon as Shinkyu respawns, comes back for the refill. So you don't even have to lose out on any of the bottle magic. Bottom lane, Chalice forced a TP, but cancels the TP after he realizes that he's not actually in danger. He's like, wait. They actually can't do anything. I'm fine.
What a chat.
Well, he has to be careful though. Primal Spring. Right? Yeah. Missteps, but Kaka will return. And they're also bringing in Somnus on the Pangolier. They have access to the Rolling Thunder. I'm not sure if they've caught the vision on him. It looks like Ame had an idea that something awry was happening. Got himself into the trees. Somnus finds himself unable to connect with this rotation. This is always the best here, Fluke. When you move from middle to a lane, as Nothing to Say did, you get a kill. Your lane partner tries the same and fails to make any kind of impact. They do end up losing the life of this Faith Beyond Beastmaster in the top lane, but you know, the way that this game is going, I think LGD overall will still take it.
Yeah. Obviously, their rotation from Nothing to Say was much nicer than what Somnus's was. They weren't able to connect to try and get the kill onto the Monkey King. They got Ghost a response kill there onto Faith Beyond. That was just a combination of the Scatterfire Blast and the Fire Snap Cookie, so not really much that Faith Beyond can do, especially when Zinq was, I believe he was stacking, right? Okay, he doesn't have any stacks. I think Zinq was just trying to secure some runes, so... Right now, it is looking pretty good for both these teams. It's relatively even. I think the biggest thing for me is just wanting to see what Chalice and Kaka do. They haven't really made any rotations yet. They haven't been able to link up with Somnus either to try and take down Ame. And it's all about, you know, what they're able to do and when they start to group up. They've still have to wait a little bit for Ghost to get a few more of his items. He's getting towards that Mask of Madness. And they need to make sure they have good responses to Nothing to Say as well. Oh, Ame in the bottom side.
He's putting some pressure onto Kaka. Yeah, there's Carapace, but even better is the Ice Path coming in from Chalice. Literally mid-animation for the Boundless Strike.
Yeah.
Stops him in his tracks. Ame can do nothing about this. And Chalice is like, I got you, buddy. We can keep bailing each other out of trouble. If they position correctly between the Nyx and the Jakiro, there's pretty much no kill options at this moment for the side of PSG.LGD unless they bring in a rotation from the mid lane. Speaking of the mid lane, how is Somnus doing? He is a little bit behind the pace of their net worth of the Primal Beast, to be expected since Primal Beast connected with his rotation and Somnus didn't, but still doing okay enough. How do you feel about this early diffusal play that he's going for? It is normally the mainstay of these mid Pangoliers, but in this game, feels okay. But I would have liked maybe an option for a Maelstrom, considering it will be playing into the armies of the Chen and the Beastmaster. How do you feel about this?
I think it's a good decision nonetheless. They also have other ways of dealing with the creeps. They've got the dual breath. They're gonna have the Macropire. They're gonna have things like the Impale and the Mortimer's Kisses at the end of the day to try and deal with a lot of these creeps. So I like the fact that he's decided to go for something that's a little bit more team fight centric. Obviously, a lot of the heroes for PSG.LGD really need their mana. Faith Beyond, nothing to say, as well as Arme. All heroes that need to have some of their mana. And if it gets burnt by the Diffusal Blade, then it's a little bit too hard for them to play these team fights. So I like that he's made the decision. I wouldn't have hated either way, though. I think Maelstrom or Diffusal Blade would have been good. Is that a solo kill?
He dies solo. Yeah, it's a solo kill.
No.
He got pulverized. Nothing to say as level 8. Finds Somnus in the jungle and just straight up kills him. Oh my god, that is just horrible. Top lane, though. Primal Roar committed back onto this X-Nova Snapfire, and they should be able to bring him down. That is first usage of the Primal Roar top, just as Ghost gets bounced away from this lane. And not a moment too soon, because nothing to say. Was trying to connect with the rotation onto that side of the map as well after killing Somnus. So things are really starting to pick up for the side of PSG.LGD. They're going to push out on this top lane. Somnus, though, going to use Rolling Thunder for the first time in this game to look for a kill onto Innocence. Nothing you can do about that one. And this is so unfortunate. He picks up an Arcane Rune after that kill. Would have been nice before the Rolling Thunder so he could quickly try and connect down bottom, but he's still going to make that rotation. Faith Beyond has brought down the tower in the top lane. Chalice in bottom is in danger. It's brought down by Ame, who just solo kills him. And Ame took a lot of damage from the Morty's Kisses, so he needs to be careful here. Somnus shows up with the Swashbuckle. Shield Crash will be out. And X-Nova able to burst him down with the Scatter Blast. So Ame brings down Chalice, but Chalice has done his job by softening him up so that they can bring him down with the rotation from the rest of these heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he gets a kill in a 1 versus 3 is a fairly good shout there for Arme. Obviously, a big rotation that comes in from Somnus. They get the kill there onto Innocence, and then they transition that into a kill onto Arme. I think PSG.LGD are perfectly happy with how this is going. Oh, no, Chalice.
Late, Pulverize onto Chalice. They'll be happy if they can get this kill, but unfortunately, Jakiro a little bit too tanky. He's still alive for now. Faith Beyond is here, but with nothing to say, had a little bit more mana. I think Chalice might be feeling more threatened. But as they bring in reinforcements, Ghost wants to show up as well. They just want to clear out these waves, prevent the tower from going down so early. But even with the Macropire, regrettably, they had a Siege Dragon here, so it's still going to go down early. But look at this, the huge War Stomp coming in from the Centaur Conqueror. Enables nothing to say to just go in for the fight. They bring down both Ghost and Chalice and the Tier 1 tower in a short span of time. How did they not see that Centaur, but it connected at the same time as the Terrorize? Great plays coming in from the side of PSG.LGD. And now they are looking a lot stronger than they were like 90 seconds ago. They're just starting to pick up the pace here, Fluke. And RNG is struggling to deal with it at this point.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a brain fart, I think, coming in from RNG. They looked at the Centaur. It had about 50 HP as well, so they were like, no, this is perfectly okay. But you see the combination that comes in from PSG.LGD, the War Stomping combination with the Terrorize. 2 heroes get caught by the Onslaught. They get trampled on top of, and bam. You've got 2 of these core kills going down early on here. And PSG.LGD, they're starting to tighten the screws here on RNG. The map is starting to get smaller, and I'm really looking towards RNG. I think they should try and group up as 5 heroes. I want to see them come together. I want to see them be able to try and get some of these team fights. They've got a lot of magic damage. They've got a lot of really good spells. Yes, they're behind on the network, but they're able to combine their spells, things into Ice Path, into Requiem of Souls. Ghost doesn't even have access to that just yet, but, Ice Path into things like another Fire Snap Cookie, Mortimer's Kisses, and then the Rolling Thunder on top. They can definitely kill some of these heroes, because once this starts getting later and later, the BKB is going to come online for nothing to say, as well as Arme. They can just stand in these fights, don't really have to worry about Chalice, don't really have to worry about what X-Over's doing. And that's when they can start to win these team fights. So RNG, they're just trying to hold on to their map right now. They've only lost 2 of their Tier 1 towers. They still have their offlane tower as well. So it's not the end of the world for them just yet, but they need to try and hold on until Ghost can start becoming scary in these team fights.
It's also becoming a bit of a problem that Chalice is starting to really fall behind all the other cores in this game. Nothing to say, having a phenomenal performance, about to pick up the BKB already, and we've seen the strength that this hero can have with the early BKB. They're going to congregate together around this Tier 1, might decide to smoke up, and indeed they do. Going on an adventure, boys. Where is the target? Will we try to connect into the jungle, or are we looking for an early Roshan snipe? Looks like the option is to go up the hill. They have some vision here, thanks to this Beastmaster Hawk. It scouts out Kaka, but they also don't really want Kaka. They want the bigger target, and they're gonna find him. Somnus is here. He's been run into. The Bramble Maze is there. There's gonna be the Pulverize, and the damage is out with the Bedlam. Shinkyu finishes him off, and Somnus dead again in his own jungle. That's the second time that he dies, and the second time that he dies in an area he thought he was safe in.
Yeah, what a sick combo. Shinkyu being able to predict where Somnus is going to go. Bramble Maze walks in, Terrorize on top to secure the kill, and then nothing to say, just walks in and does Primal Beast things. PSG.LGD are really showing the prowess of these heroes that they've got. I like the combination they have as well, the Terrorizing combination with things like the Pulverize. It's just able to give this Primal Beast a little bit of this extra safety. We've seen it a few times from a few of these teams, just utilizing these extra support heroes that are able to mean that the Primal Beast can get a free Pulverize off. And you know, the Primal Beast, looking towards nothing to say here.
Yeah, they really wanted him, but now I'm going to go to Shinkyu instead for the somewhat easier kill. They'll allow this to happen. The Chen all heal will come out. It goes into the Shadow Realm to buy time. Rolling Thunder is the in from Somnus. They haven't been able to bring down Shinkyu just yet. The final kiss from Morty will do so, but here comes nothing to say. Looking for revenge. Onslaught all across into this lane, tramples him down, and with the Pulverize, they should kill the Snapfire. At the same time, Primal Roar did come out onto Kaka. Not enough to kill him just yet. North of the fight, Ame actually brings down Chalice all alone. Now he wants to engage into these heroes that are starting to fall lower and lower. Onslaught connects onto Kaka, and then Ame is enabled to get himself a double kill. Somnus is scouted, but he does have access to the Swashbuckle, so it's a bit of a difficult kill. Nonetheless, PSG.LGD yet again. This was supposed to be a move that came in from RNG. They started that fight, Fluke, but LGD is certainly happy to finish it, and now they'll be rewarded with an Aegis for their efforts as well.
Yeah, PSG.LGD are just playing these team fights like really, really well. They're understanding what spells they need to be careful of, what spells they need to be playing around, and their spacing is insane. Whether they're playing around this Spike Carapace, whether they're playing around this Jakiro, they're just kind of like going in onto RNG, not fully committing, waiting until these big spells like the Spike Carapace, Rolling Thunder, Ice Path have been utilized, and then that means that nothing to say as well as Ame kind of have free reign in these fights. And they're getting towards a point now where RNG, they're trying to team fight their way back into this, but you can just see that the net worth really isn't there. And this is where you're having a Jakiro in your offlane really starts to feel bad for RNG. If they had something along the lines that had a little bit more of a team fight, you know, obviously the Enigma was banned, but some of these offlane heroes like a Mars or a Centaur Wall Runner or maybe even Axe or something like that, that it just allows you to have that instant initiation and try and catch one of these heroes and blow them up, feels a lot better than what they've got right now. Do you understand why they picked the Jakiro? Does really, really well in these team fights to just get rid of all of these summons, but yeah, RNG right now, they're definitely behind the 8 ball, and I think it's going to have to be some big heroics coming in from Ghost, and Somnus can definitely carry, because he's got his Diffusal Blade up now. They're looking for nothing to say.
Yeah, heroics might come from Kaka here, who finds the scouting, but ATS unfortunately has BKB turning around, trapping down Somnus. The Pulverize is going to be out as well, and Somnus dead to rights. He's already gone. Chalice dropping an Ice Path, hoping to try and buy space to escape, but he's being chased right now. There's nothing to say. Gets a double kill onto X-Nova as well. Boundless Strike holds Kaka in position, and here comes Ame. There is no quarter here as he picks up the BKB, throws it in. Kaka is gone as well. Each of these fights and these skirmishes seems to lead to 3 RNG heroes dying, and unfortunately this one will be no different as they lose more. This time around, yet again, they were making the forward movement. They were going for the jump onto NTS, but they bite off way more than they can chew, and they get eaten alive by the Primal Beast.
Yeah, LGD just instant response, right? As soon as they saw that nothing to say was there, he said, all right, boys, we've got a BKB. Pops his BKB, they turn back around, and they just get 2 extra kills out of the back of that. Somnus, it's a little bit unfortunate for him. He probably didn't want a Rolling Thunder there as well, hoping that he can try and get out. His Swashbuckle was just off cooldown as he gets pulverized as well. You can see they come in straight away. They do about half damage to him. Oh, it's another fight already.
Oh, wow. Another fight already. This time around, Somnus will commit the full Rolling Thunder. Primal Roar will hold him in position. Requiem. There's the fear with the Requiem. The combo finally coming good. But NTS, he's still not dead. He gets to the far edge of the fight. Uproar keeping him up as Ame drops down the Wukong's command, and they're able to completely decimate RNG. They've already lost Chalice and X-Nova. Somnus might be next. Swashbuckle to the high ground, but Ame read the movement, was ready with the Primal Spring. Prepared for the Swashbuckle, prepared to kill him, and the Pango goes down. Yet again, 3 heroes fall as LGD They are just everywhere right now, and everywhere they're winning at the moment, Fluke.
Yeah, LGD are just winning every team fight, no matter if they get, you know, 3-man Requiem, no matter if they're just constantly getting rolled through as well. There just isn't that much damage that RNG have. You can see this is kind of the first rotation that Ghost has made here for RNG, and it was a nice Requiem, a nice use of the Shadow Razors as well, but just PSG.LGD, they're just a little bit too far ahead. These heroes are oh so tanky. You can see how hard it is for them to kill Nothing to Say. Like, this is the reason why this Primal Beast is in the position he is, right? Because this hero is so tanky, does so much damage early, wins his lane, and just takes over the game. Gets a BKB, now he's going to be heading towards the Kyra and Sanj, pardon me. And then it's going to be even harder to try and kill Nothing to Say right now. So RNG, they just need to try and wait until the next couple of item timings. They're getting close to a few now, but until then, it's going to be hard to win these fights.
The fight is starting again, though. This time around, they are able to kill Nothing to Say by bursting him down with all their magic damage. Chalice, though, will suffer for this almost immediately, as so will X-Nova, who dies almost solo to the Beastmaster. But now Arme is out of his BKB. He's going to end up losing his first life. They have access to the Chen nearby, but no all heal, no mech. So if they can catch him out and kill him, Arme will be in danger. But RNG not feeling their strength anymore. They want to back off. Somnus misses the swashbuckle.
Oh my God.
Huge boundless strike into the Terrorize coming in from LGD. They burst down Somnus as LGD literally every single time, 3 kills. That's the bare minimum. They always get it. And they really tried their best on RNG to try and stop that fight, but Ghost, unfortunately, not strong enough, and he doesn't have a BKB himself, so he couldn't charge headlong into the fight on the second life of Arme. It looked a lot better, Fluke, than it has been for the last several minutes, but it's still not good enough from the side of RNG.
The worst thing about that as well, Snare, it was 4 seconds until Requiem of Souls came off when Arme was respawning from the Aegis. So if they had the Requiem of Souls there for that second life, you would just see Ghost channeling it out. He's going to blow up Arme. They kill him twice, and that would have been a good fight here for RNG. You can just see in the backline, X-Nova gets roared. He's just going to cop a whole lot of that damage from the summons, and losing 2 of these heroes straight away is never good for RNG, but in this combination of the Shadow Fiend as well as the Rolling Thunder means that these team fights can really start to work out here for RNG. You can just see that Ghost had to back out there and wasn't able to connect with Somnus to try and get that second kill into Arme. But they've proven the concept. They can kill Nothing to Say. So they can kill the Primal Beast, but it's about how many times can they kill that Primal Beast without losing literally everyone on RNG. Hunting for Arme.
So what did it take to kill him? They took what? Macropile? Arme? Okay. I don't think he scouted that Kaka's there. But Kaka will let Ghost know that, hey man, this is probably not a safe place to be right now. He's jumping in these trees. Get the hell out. Wise decision to be made. But PSG.LGD just going to be looking for this tower. They take it so fast. Beastmaster Aura with Arme. They got the drums as well on Faith Beyond. Well, they're not going to stop this train, even without having access to the Aegis. They can feel their strength right now. There's no reason whatsoever to back off. RNG, they will go for the smoke themselves with the Snapfire, hoping to maybe try and catch up, but they realize, we have to come for the straight-up defense proper down this bottom lane. They're just going for it. On this high ground, I'm not sure they're that strong. They're pretty strong, but that might be a bridge too far, and indeed they do back off.
Yeah, you can just see that Nothing to Say is just kind of playing around the triangle. They've got the gem now on the Primal Beast. Desolator is up now on Arme. They finally have the BKB on Goso. So this is go time here for RNG. They're just going to try and clear out this creep wave. They've got 4 people smoked up here. Maybe trying to bait Somnus a little bit. Chalice in the backlines. If this Jakiro is not getting gaunt on directly by the Monkey King, especially during BKB, I think Chalice should be okay to be able to get just multiple rounds of these spells out, and the rest of RNG can try and get that combination going. If they hit a nice Elias path, they hit a little Macropyre as well, so Kaka.
He's got scouted. They saw him under the sentry. They know where he's at, and they have a gem like you mentioned on NTS, so very easy to be able to scout this Mixed Assassin. And they also have this Beastmaster Hawk that they send close to the triangle. They'll see that Ghost is that side of the map, and if Ghost is there, they have a little bit less to worry about. He is going to be the big damage dealer for the side of RNG. The one thing I'm still worried about though, Fluke, this SF, compare and contrast Arme. When you look at Arme half the time, his tooltip is just maxed out. A bajillion auras, buffing him up and making him way stronger than he would be otherwise. Erstwhile, Ghost is pretty much just playing this game by himself. It's him against the world, effectively at this point. The Silver Edge will certainly help when it does arrive. But all that RNG is doing right now, the rest of the squad besides him is buying time. They drop that Macropyre top to clear out the creep wave. And just time and space is all they care about.
Dyer's
On LGD to try and push the tempo, though, to deny RNG that particular time and space. And as we keep saying, we've seen the Shadow Fiend come back from disastrous situations to still carry a game.
is under attack.
As they smoke up now, yet again looking for a target. But they lack vision on this map. It's very difficult to know where to go. X-Nova comes across some of these creeps from the Beastmaster. Kaka gets scouted. Oh, Kaka's gonna get brought down. He's still alive, actually. Gets forced off after the fire snap cookie. But unfortunately, the jump in from the Primal Spring will be able to bring him down eventually. They've already committed the Terrorize in the Bedlam. Here comes Ame inside the Wukong's command. Somnus goes in with the Rolling Thunder, gets himself out of the Wukong's. Requiem was pretty good from Ghost, but unfortunately now, BKB popped by Ame. They've chased down and killed Chalice already. Ghost BKB will eventually expire, and when it does, he's in danger. Somnus doesn't have a BKB of his own, so he's in danger right now. As Ame gets the kill, yet again it's a 3 for Fluke. And RNG just cannot catch a break in this game, number 1 versus PSG.LGD.
You can just see that Ghost understands that it's very, very hard for him to walk into these team fights. Even with BKB, he didn't feel confident about walking forward and trying to get a bit of this damage going in. And got stuck inside the Wukong's command. He threw out a nice Requiem, so they at least caught Ame for a little bit. But as soon as Ame pops BKB, they really don't have any damage to try and kill him. And you can just see now that PSG.LGD, they understand they are so strong right now. 15k net worth lead ahead. They've got this Chen army. They're going to walk in with the Beastmaster auras as well. They just sent out Ame on the front side. And oh, okay.
Ooh, they caught him down. Tree Cut is going to be there, but do they have the damage to follow up on this? Hurricane coming in from Irrisons to get Ame out of danger here, but it's not going to be enough. Somnus finally able to finish him off. A godlike, beyond godlike streak ended there, and that's a lot of gold given away to this young Pangolier. The question is, can they get more? Somnus trying to go in with the Rolling Thunder. He's held in place with the Primal Roar, though. Nova jumps in with the Fire Snap Cookie. Nothing to say. Charging up. He wants Ghost to also try and bring him down first. But he's forced to TP out because he's taking too much damage. His BKB will protect him and allow him to escape. As Somnus cleans up on the end of the fight, bringing down Shin Q. Buyback was in from X-Nova because they recognize that now Roshan is up. They need the little shredder to minus the armor with the Ghost Aura as well. They should be able to claim this one. And they know for a fact that they do not have to worry about this Dark Willow or the Monkey King. However, MK does have buyback, but at this point it feels like it's going to be a little bit too late. And RNG might finally catch their break, but you know, we don't know. A lot can still happen. Kaka baiting out some spells here. NTS onslaughting through. The Requiem will be there to protect the Aegis Snatch. They will give up the life of Kaka, but hashtag worth at this point. BKB TP out from Ghost. Chalice will have forced off soon-ish, but gets it caught with the onslaught. He's going to end up getting brought down, unfortunately, granting a double kill towards Innocence. And Somnus is being body blocked in. He's stranded in the middle of nowhere. The Pulverize will be there to bring him down. X-Nova almost died to the Bedlam. Gets held in position by the Cursed Crown. Ame will have Primal Spring coming very shortly. He sees him. He knows what's up. He's going to get this kill. And this time, it's not going to be 3. It is 4. They get the Aegis for the side of RNG, but in retrospect, probably not worth it to lose 4 heroes. But if you give away the Aegis, you just lose the game instantly anyway. Yeah. This is the worst choice ever. Sophie's choice for the side of RNG. And unfortunately, LGD is like, well, we're still coming up the hill, boys, no matter what you decide.
Are they actually going to lose the game with an Aegis the Immortal? That's probably going to have to be a first for me watching the game. I don't think the game's going to be over just yet. They're still going to have one more fight in them, but getting that Aegis and, oh man, Somnus getting body blocked by those creeps, that feels really bad. He was 1 second away from getting the Swashbuckle off again, and then nothing to say, just came into the pole line. This is the last fight.
Ooh. Small little Ravage coming in from Kaka here as he catches the 2 most important heroes with the Impale. Unfortunately, they can't keep the lockdown going. Kaka already gone, and they hold Somnus in position, right-click him down. He is able to roll to safety for a second, but Faith Beyond throws in access to deny him the escape. Ghost now is the one that's in danger. Kaka goes again with a pretty great Impale, but Ghost loses his first life, so there will be no Aegis available for him. Terrorize goes in, catches X-Nova, sends him back, but he can still throw in the Morty's Kisses. Oh my god, the damage inside the Wukong's command onto Ghost. Way too much from Ame. And although they rain down the kisses, the game is already over. RNG have called GG, granting the victory to the best team in China. PSG.LGD take the initial dub here, Fluke. It looks like RNG's hopes of getting one over LGD, getting one over their regional rival, it's not going to be a 2-0. If they get any win, it's going to have to be an eked out victory in game number 2 because this version of LGD looking like they're back to their best.
Yeah, I definitely feel like the way that LGD played this draft was really, really good. I think they just came in with a perfect idea about how they wanted to play this game for the first couple of minutes. They put a lot of pressure onto Ghost. Yeah, he didn't have like the worst landing phase that we saw Pure have yesterday on the Shadow Fiend, but it still wasn't like a standout Shadow Fiend game. They didn't really have anything that could kind of stand in the front and allow the Shadow Fiend to deal the damage. There was a couple of times there where you saw Somnus was definitely doing a lot of work for RNG, but I really feel like this Jakiro, it had a good idea behind it. They had a good lane. They were able to clear out a lot of these creeps and stuff. But as soon as BKBs came out for the Primal Beast as well as the Monkey King, Chalice just didn't really feel like that he had a game here. You could see on the scoreboard that he went 1, 8, and 5. The combinations just weren't able to really come out for them, and RNG, it was a bit of a rough way to lose. But I think PSG.LGD are showing us the reason why that probably about 60% of the community has picked these guys to win TI. They come in with a nice little different strategy, and they're able to get some really good lanes going forward and just make it look clean. I think that's the biggest thing for me, is they looked really, really clean in this victory.
They looked incredible. And I mean, you were talking about how these BKBs denied the Jakiro being active on this game. Both Arme and Nothing to Say ensured that they had pre-20-minute BKBs, literally rushed them, because they say, well, if we have these items, what does half of their lineup actually do? We discussed it in the draft that any BKB type of carry just dominates this game, and that's exactly what happened. MVP, of course, going to be going the way of Arme, who walked away with 14 kills this game and 2 assists and a boatload of damage being dealt out by him. I will admit, though, I'm not sure that I would have given it to Arme as well as he played. Nothing to Say in this game just changed everything. I think that first initial rotation was like 5 or 6 minutes super early on. He goes to the top lane, gets off the big kill onto both Ghost as well as Xnova, and the entire game changes. You can just feel that, oh crap. They're like, well, now what? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from this point? It just became so much more difficult for them to play the game on the side of RNG. And we were in this particular trap for Ghost. You know, sometimes you play, not necessarily Shadow Fiend, because Shadow Fiend has been excellent in this regard, but sometimes you play heroes like Clinks, and you just like, one more item, man. Just one more item. Just this one thing will help me out. And they try to make so many moves when they had that +1 item. It just didn't work out for them at the very end. So LGD, 1 game ahead right now. Fluke, from the game plan that you saw from the side of RNG, draft aside, right? Execution-wise, do they have what it takes in game number 2 to make this a 1-1 series?
Yeah, they definitely made some of those team fights look a lot closer than what the net worth would depict as well. So I think that, you know, stylistically, both these two teams can go toe-to-toe. I think maybe just make a few changes here. Try not to get caught out by this Primal Beast being able to have such a good lane, and just try and make sure that you're able to connect on a few more of these side lanes. And Jakiro, it was a nice idea, but try and give Chalice something that you can actually have a little bit of purchase in that game, and maybe they might be able to get the dub.
We might see like some Chalice Dogs here, some Chalice Doom going into game number 2. I'm very excited to see what ideas that RNG have in their back pocket, but we're going to be finding out what those ideas are together after a very short break. This is PSG.LGD versus the side here of Royal Never Give Up, and game number 2 will be with us very shortly, so don't go anywhere.
our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, one and all, to TI11. We continue the group stages here on day number 3, and we continue to witness which squads deserve to be in the upper bracket, which squads are going to go down to the lower bracket, and who has to go home. The very unfortunate elimination portion of our group stages. Of course, right now, we're in the first matchup of the day, which is PSG.LGD versus Royal Never Give Up. The Chinese derby is underway, and LGD showing themselves to legitimately be one of the best teams in the world. A dominating Game 1 victory, not just over any team. But Fluke, we had this conversation last night, right? RNG legitimately looked like the best team at the tournament yesterday. Until this morning where LGD is like, nah guys, remember us, remember us.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why this matchup was so enticing to me when we were looking at it in the first place. Not only is it two of the best Chinese teams that we've got here at TI, even Team Ass has been able to perform extremely well over in the other group as well, but just being able to see what happens inside of a region, right? Usually when we have these inter-regional competitions, it is very, very different than what they look like up against international competition, right? So coming in towards this series, I was super excited to see how RNG and both PSG.LGD look in this series. And I mean, PSG.LGD, man, they're deciding to step up. And I think the fact that they had their bad day on day number 1 bodes well for them going in towards, day number 3 and day number 4 here, because they're just slowly getting better and better and getting back to that form that everyone was expecting these guys to be at. They're picking some relatively straightforward stuff. They're not picking anything all too wacky. I think RNG, this game number 1 was a little bit of an experiment from them, picking up this Jakira as the last pick for Chalice, just trying to figure out whether or not this was going to be a good enough lane dominator for them to take down the Monkey King and deal with the summons that they had. So I think this time around, RNG are definitely going to be trying to find something that's a little bit more straightforward for Chalice. They're still sitting at 9-2 in the group, by the way, Snare. So it's not like these guys are, all too far out of it. So they're just like kind of okay with how this series is going to go. So whether or not it's a 2-0 here for PSG.LGD or they get a game back, I think RNG are going to be happy with how this series goes either way. But I want to see some more straightforward stuff from Chalice. I don't want to see him picking Jakira. Just wasn't it that time around.
To be a little bit fair to the Jakira pick, right? I was thinking about this a little bit, and we've seen for most of the games of RNG that they've been the team that has been very much using this Death Ball type of lineups, right? We've seen them play these Lone Druids, these Leshrac, these Visages. They've played these Beastmaster Chen lineups themselves before. So I think they've gotten on to the fact that the strongest strategy right now seems to be this hyper-aggressive pushing style of lineup. So maybe they themselves are trying to find answers to it. Normally, they're the ones utilizing that strat, but they will at least come a game deeper into the tournament, especially on the main stage, where they have to deal with that kind of strat. They still have to play against like Team Liquids and stuff like that, going deeper into the tournament. So it might be them also trying to figure out, how do we counteract the strategy right now? Because I'm pretty sure in their minds, they feel like a nailed-on start for the upper bracket. So it's all about making sure that when they get there, they have some kind of advantage. Like you said, it's an experiment. You have to be able to figure out what works. Experiments fail all the time, right? But you have to do said experimentation to figure out what actually works. So from a draw perspective, we obviously want to see them be in a more team fight style. Would you not want to see them go back to that more death ball idea on the side of RNG potentially?
I think that's a pretty straightforward way for them to get a victory here, but I think it's all about how they feel about the rest of the group, because they've still got a few matches today. Obviously, this one's going to be their harder matchup for them here, going into one of their fellow Chinese teams and going up against a team like PSG.LGD. So maybe this might be their experimentation period. They say, okay, this is probably going to be a 2-0 going the way of LGD. We're happy for them to get a 2-0 because that means that maybe they're going to be in the upper bracket. We get more Chinese teams deeper in towards TI, and they're already at 9-1. So they're okay with how they're sitting in the group stage. They feel like they can take the other 2 series that they've got for the remainder of today. They can get themselves in a good position in this group stage here, and they're just trying, as you said, just trying to figure out some of these harder meta styles for them to try and deal with. This Death Ball has been one that a lot of teams have been practicing quite a lot. These kind of solo Giga kind of carries as well is another one that I would like to see them try and experiment against. So I think this time around, I really want to see them see what else they're going to give up, see whether or not they're going to give up like the Marcy this time around, try and get like Enigma Tiny for themselves or something along those lines, and try and go in towards this series with an idea about trying to figure out some of these extra teams, because PSG.LGD, they're showing once again why they're really, really good. So I think game number 2 might be a little bit more experimental as well, coming in from maybe from both these teams. But yeah, I think this is a good spot for RNG to definitely try and figure out some of these hard strategies to deal with.
For LGD, though, at the same time, one thing that has been very good to see, like you mentioned, they had their bad day on day number 1. Most of the time, and especially last year, they come into these TIs looking extremely hot, right? You mentioned that LGD has looked one of the best teams at TI for so many years. This goes all the way back to TI 2, where they were undefeated until, like, what, upper bracket finals or something like that, where they went extremely deep into the tournament. So Jawait was in that team, I think, if I remember correctly. So he knows exactly what it's like to be in this position where things look amazing on day number 1 and crumble at the very end of the tournament. So maybe they're trying something different, you know, peak a little bit later. If you start low, the only way is up. If you start at the top, the only way is down. So trying something different themselves. I also like the fact that they are also not necessarily experimenting with their drafts, but being confident at picking several different strategies. As we mentioned in the game itself, 11 games for Ame, 11 different heroes. Most of the squad has been extremely versatile as well. I think that was one of the first or second games of the NTS Primal Beast. It's a hero that he wasn't playing at all coming into the tournament, but now he's like, well, I guess we have to. We need the hero. Sweet. I'm gonna pick it up, practice it, get good. And the nature of being able to win these big tournaments isn't just about being good at the beginning, but learning, adapting, and growing as a squad throughout the proceedings themselves. So this game 1, we learned a lot, but I think game 2 is going to be really telling us exactly where these two teams stack up. Relative to the rest of the field here, where other two teams are getting ready, are there any other teams that we've seen so far on the group stages here, Fluke, that you think could hold a candle to either PSG.LGD or RNG at their maximum level right now?
I think from what we've seen from Team Liquid and Evil Geniuses, I think if both EG as well as Team Liquid are playing at their 100%, we saw yesterday, I think Evil Geniuses, they kind of got lone druided yesterday, and that might have been a little bit of a hit to the confidence for EG. But obviously day number 1, luckily enough for EG, it wasn't, I don't feel like it was 100% PSG.LGD. I think they were still trying to find their footing, and EG took perfect advantage of that, right? Because they came out very, very hot on day number 1 for EG. So they were able to take down PSG.LGD, get themselves a 2-0, take down OG as well. So I feel like this Group A, as everybody said, is kind of the group of death, right? Like we've got, I would say, 5 teams vying for 4 spots in towards the upper bracket. RNG, EG, OG, as well as PSG.LGD and Team Liquid. So the way that this is working out for Group A in these standings has been very, very interesting for me to look at, because I was thinking that RNG was going to be a good team. I didn't think they were going to be this good. I didn't realize that they were going to be so tight and so consistent with how they've been playing Dota these last couple of days. And I feel like that this upper bracket, you know, is going to be very, very important for one of these 5 teams. If they fall out of the upper bracket, one, I'm very, very scared for the other teams in the lower bracket. You know, if you have OG, PSG, EG, RNG, or Team Liquid in a best-of-1 lower bracket elimination game at TI, I would be shaking in my boots. Like, that is not going to be fun. So this Group A is going to be very, very scary and very, very cool to see how it ends up as well, because it is going to be the tale of the upper bracket for them. And so I think those 5 teams are going to consistently be playing up against each other and consistently be fighting for each other. So yeah, probably those 5 teams to try and take down the gods that are LGD.
It makes it even scarier because 3 of those 5 teams, EG, OG, and Team Liquid, at various points throughout their career have been known as lower bracket kings, right? They're the team that you not only do not want to face them in the lower bracket, but the lower bracket gives them power. It feeds them strength. For a long time, what Team Liquid used to say, upper bracket is for punks, is for fools. You gotta come down to the lower bracket, grind in the trench before you get your way all the way to the top. So very scary indeed to be in that lower bracket situation with any of those squads. I mean, Group B, like, it's a lot closer, obviously, in Group number A for those, there's 3 slots pretty much up for grabs, technically 4 as well, but in Group B, it's also not that simple. I don't want to play against Team Spirit in the lower bracket, best-of-1 situation. I don't want to go up against the madness that Thunder Awaken is going to present to us. Imagine Pakar's Morphling in a best-of-1 elimination game, right? Not a good place to be. And then, obviously, Team Secret, imagine you're in the lower bracket, best-of-1 game, and you have to say, all right, boys, we're going to go and outdraft Puppy in this particular situation. We're going to go ahead and outplay Nisha. We got this. It'll be fine. So all across the board, it is really, really scary. But I want to quickly talk about some of these teams that are somewhat in the lower bracket milieu, right? This Entity, Fnatic, your GGs. These are 3 squads, even Boom Esports. These are some squads that came into this as potential dark horses for a lot of people, especially Boom and Entity. What's going on, fam? Why have they not been able to perform at the levels expected out of them before the tournament started?
I think the thing for Boom as well is I think the only most recent good result they had was coming out of Riyadh. Was one of the good results they've had throughout the entirety of the year. They've been looking consistently well in Southeast Asia. Obviously, being able to get themselves a direct qualification towards TI is always good, but I don't know, just haven't really been able to reach the heights of a lot of the members. I think it's like exactly what we talked about with Team Liquid, right? You look at these guys on paper and you say, yeah, these guys are champions. These guys are very, very good. I think it's the same thing for me with Boom Esports. You look across those guys throughout the entirety of their Southeast Asian careers, they've all been gods in their own rights. And now they're just coming in towards TI and they haven't really been able to find their footing. And it's a little bit disappointing considering that this is a Southeast Asian TI. And I'm sure those guys obviously coming into this would love to be able to have some of their friends and family coming over and being able to watch TI in person. So I think they should be able to get this done. I think they should just be able to eke out in towards that lower bracket. And I think the best of ones is probably going to be the best place for these guys to be able to try and make it further in TI because they can pull out some weird and wacky stuff. I've seen Januel play literally everything, you know, throughout the entirety of it in you know, from Fnatic as well. So I think these guys over at Boom, they can definitely look towards some of this weird stuff that's floating around. So I don't know, man. I feel like Boom can definitely try and eke out a lower bracket and try and make a little bit of a run. On the other side of things for Entity, maybe just people kind of gave them a little bit of extra respect, right? Because last time the Entity came in towards the major, not many people expected them to do all too much. They came in, they did really, really well. So I think that might be a scenario of maybe they were suffering from success just a little bit too much coming into TI, and a lot of these teams are starting to figure out how Entity want to play the game. And some of their heroes as well are just really weird. Like them playing Arc Warden, them playing a lot of this other weird and wacky stuff. Like obviously, yeah, like they enjoy playing their support Sven as well, but I think a lot of people have figured out how to play against a support Sven now. So a lot of their like niche picks and stuff like that really just haven't been working out. So Entity, I feel like they're another team that might be able to squeak in here as well, but I also wouldn't be too surprised if they got eliminated as well. So sorry to the Entity fans out there, but from what we saw yesterday, I'm not all too shocked whether or not these guys are going to be coming in or out of tier.
I mean, Fluke dropping the bars on us. I suppose as well with Entity, one of the things is something Puppy said after winning the last chance qualifiers. We were talking about them being 3-0'd in the regional qualifier. They had to respect the ideas of Entity, admit that Entity had a much better read on the game than they did. But because of that, everybody starts to focus more on Entity, get more tape on them, understand exactly why they're doing what they do. Maybe they've been figured out a little bit, but coming back to the series that we have on our hands here between PSG.LGD and RNG, we're just having a little bit of a issue that we're sorting out in the background, but we will be underway with game number 2 quite soon. But still speaking about the matchup, these players have played against each other so many times in the past, right? But the thing that I find very intriguing is statistically, some of the stats between these players are somewhat similar across the board, but the play style is so different with these. But the one I really want to focus on is this one in the mid lane. NTS versus Nothing to Say. Both of them can play hyper aggressively on the map. Both of them try to make as many things happen as humanly possible. This is stats coming in from game number 1. This is not across the entire tournament. Relax, everybody. It's cool. Which would be 3 kills or something. This would be nothing. But both of these guys are so important for their lineups. On the side of Somnus, if he is capable of putting out a top shelf performance, it feels like RNG always win, regardless of what's happening elsewhere in the map. Erstwhile, Nothing to Say, he's the one that sort of like, not necessarily the focal point of how PSG.LGD tend to play, but whenever he's given that responsibility, the way he's able to take control of games is honestly phenomenal to watch. It feels like he understands how to play the mid lane in a way that nobody else in the world, let alone even in China, is capable of doing right now.
Yeah, and I think looking across both these two players, I think they are going to be big standouts for both their teams as well as the tournament. We saw in previous TIs what Nothing to Say has been able to do when we have some of these special different heroes and be able to get to a point where they are able to just kind of utilize their weird kind of hero pools and move forward here. So I mean, it's always nice when you see these mid laners really kind of match up against each other. I think Nothing to Say definitely had one over Insomnus in that previous game, and even their offlaners as well. It's kind of crazy when we look to see these offlaners and see how important they are towards these games, and see how important they are towards the drafts and all that kind of stuff as well. And I mean, it's kind of crazy, and it's kind of crazy to see what these guys can do for the rest of the tournament as well.
I would love to see what they're going to be doing in this game number 2. I would love to see more of RNG versus PSG.LGD. But Fluke, I have some very bad news for you and the rest of the community. Unfortunately, the issue that we were mentioning earlier, RNG will not be able to resolve it. It's a medical issue at this point, and as a result, they can't resolve it in time for this matchup, so they will be forfeiting the second game here up against PSG.LGD. They won't be playing the game. It's going to be a forfeit. LGD get the def win. It's heartbreaking because if LGD was going to walk away with a 2-0, this is not how they wanted to get it. They wanted to play up against RNG. They know RNG is one of the best squads. You have to be able to beat the best to be the best. And regrettably, LGD, if they want to be able to do that, they'll have to meet deeper in the tournament here, Fluke. This group stage interaction between them is officially over. It's a definite win for LGD. Heartbreaking right now for RNG because I can imagine that this squad really wanted to try and come back and show what they have against LGD, who's been a monkey on their back for so long.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit unfortunate that, as we said, that they had to forfeit this match here. I mean, it's TI group stages, and you know sometimes rules are rules, and we got to a point here where we don't get to see the second game. But hey, I mean that's where the cookie crumbles. Sometimes would have loved to have seen these two guys go head to head, but LGD, they get themselves a 2-0 here, and RNG, hopefully they get to recoup. I think that's the biggest thing for me. Hopefully they get to recoup now and actually are able to play the remaining games here for the group stages, because that would be very unfortunate if they can't.
Whatever the medical issue is, we are hoping that it can be resolved very quickly. Of course, we have staff on hand to try and deal with this. But as a result, this particular series is over, so we'll be going to a break before we move on in the day. We still have a lot of Dota to come today here on Stream E, so you certainly do not want to go anywhere. Myself and Fluke will be moving over to stream number D later in the day, so we will not be joining you anymore, but we'll be leaving you in the warm embrace of some of our colleagues. So please stick around for the next series of the day. Unfortunately, LGD take it 2-0, but there's still more Dota to come, so we'll see you then to continue the action.
victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Day 3 rather, is still also young and still so much to be decided. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Stream E. We are almost ready to get underway with the second series of the day. I'm Killer Pigeon. Joining me, of course, is Breaky. And Breaky, like I said, day 3, we're at the beginning, but by the end, it's crazy to think that we could already possibly know who's going to be eliminated in this group stage.
Yeah, this is the final, you could say, full day here of the group stages. Tomorrow there is one more day, but yeah, it's not necessarily full, depending on tiebreakers and stuff that need to be played out. That's what the rest of the day for tomorrow will be left for. So yeah, to that point even further, the matchup that we're going to be covering here coming up of Tundra versus Thunder Awaken, the same thing sits for them. Whether or not they're going to be maybe a top 4 team in the group or a bottom 4, or there is still potential if things don't go really well that they could even be possibly eliminated still if they're not careful. But yeah, any team is still technically eligible for really a lot of these portions of the group stages and where they play out in the playoffs. But to your point, by the end of today, we'll certainly have much more information.
Yeah, in fact, when you look at some of the outcomes, like it's quite possible we can see 1 or 2 teams eliminated, almost guaranteed by the end of the day, right? Especially when you consider some of the outliers, the people who haven't been able to perform, like Talon and Boom especially, who are struggling. Another surprising one that we'll see later on this stream today, of course, being Sonics. I think like one upside for them, by the way, they are playing all the bottom teams as the day goes on, so maybe their best opportunity to recover. But let's focus in on Tundra, because I think Tundra is an interesting one to talk about here. You mentioned they're going to be up against Thunder Awaken, and in the early phases, Tundra, you mentioned it's like draws are great, but you need to turn it into wins, and remarkably so, they were able to convert some beautiful victories yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, overall, they're coming in with that 7-3 record, but to that point, I mean, that's impressive, right? This is a team that certainly is looking like they have a good shot at a top 4 as we're looking through the roster right here, and one that we've gotten the chance to cover over here on StreamE quite a bit, but yeah, some big wins, especially that 2-0 over Talon, of course, pretty significant for them, but yeah, again, the point is that overall record of 7-3, that's what really matters. You're playing every single team in the group stage once, of course, in those 2-game series, and they still have several more to go. But feeling good and playing well, and again, we've had the chance to cover them quite a bit, and certainly been pretty impressed with what they brought to the table. A 3-3, in my opinion, though, he's not necessarily their carry player, of course, but he's their off-lane carry in a lot of ways.
He's a star. And, you know, you mentioned that Talon victory. How about the fact they followed that up with a 2-0 victory over Team Secret? These guys looked like a different beast in day number 2.
I mean, that's obviously, that's impressive. That is definitely an impressive victory, no doubt, that they certainly are proud of. So, and that's what's allowing them to be to this point. But hey, it's another day, so, you know, I'm sure they got some good sleep after some great results yesterday, but another day here on day number 3. And their opponents on the other side of Thunder Awakened, certainly not ones you could overlook in terms of they're coming in with a 6-4 record, and this is a team for South America. You know, let's be honest, the South American region in general over the years, for TIs and just really in general, you know, hasn't necessarily had the highest expectations in these international events. But as the years have gone on, clearly that catch-up has begun, and Thunder Awakened is definitely one of the top competitors from the South American region, and they are representing very well right now for that.
Yeah, it used to be the Predators, and now it seems appropriate that they have awoken. These guys are turning up in force. 2 series wins, 2 draws, and only 1 loss so far. Even managing to draw out a 1-1 score against both Secret and Team Spirit. Impressive showing, and also a team that are not afraid to fight. I checked the stats on these guys. Highest kills and assists of any team going into this event. Also highest average damage per minute. But as is kind of par for the course, also one of the highest average deaths per team as well.
I mean, yeah, it's with the South American region in general. That's something that's become much more clear if it wasn't already. These players, they just love to brawl, and yes, you get into kills and assists. Of course, those deaths naturally going to happen as well. But as commentators, certainly they bring the very entertaining matches. So I really was pumped to see Thunder Awaken up against Tundra as our first series of the day to kick off day number 3 for our coverage at least. So, and we are flying with this draft, by the way. These teams apparently they were ready.
Yeah, and look at the switch up. This is very different coming out from Tundra. It feels like whenever SA is involved in a match, whether it's their bans or targeted at them, it's different than what we're seeing as the meta bans. But quite rightly so. Someone to kind of highlight here is especially that Nyx as well as the Tiny ban. They are appropriately banned here. Tiny, I believe, is the 5th most picked hero so far in this event, and Nyx is doing a resounding job of flexing hard right now. Has a 73% win rate after 19 picks.
Yeah, I mean, both those here, exactly. Tiny, to that point, is the 4th most, from what I see right here, basically 4th, 3rd, pretty much with Undying, very similar, about a 70% win percentage. I mean, that's insane. For a hero, whenever a hero in the top 10, let alone the top 5, has a 70% win percentage, something feels off with that. So, you know, there's been a lot of talk about Shadow Fiend, Marcy, Primal Beast, but Tiny, we haven't necessarily really been talking too much about him, I feel like, in terms of that success rate. But yeah, by here we are at day number 3, and the stats are certainly reflecting that. You got to deal with the Tiny, and Tundra is just going to take him away. So,
yeah, he's definitely looking appropriately Tiny on people's radars, at least at the beginning. And that 70% win rate you mentioned, that's the best out of all the top 5 picks. The next closest is Shadow Fiend at 60.5%. And the top of the picks is, of course, the Marcy that does slip through. This hero looks pretty busted considering it's being picked or banned every game, but it's got to be said, win rate is looking somewhat mediocre. 48.78% win rate for a hero that everyone has been harping on as being completely and utterly broken.
Yeah, maybe a little bit underwhelming with the results right there. Now, again, it's one of those cases, especially going into the event. No surprise, as you mentioned, the most ban-picked hero. When a hero is that most ban-picked, the win percentage is going to get a little bit closer to that 50%, right? Because, you know, the teams that maybe are lesser experienced, you know, not as high quality in terms of the expectations of them, you get what I'm saying. I mean, they're going to be picking up that hero as well, and just, there's a lot more to it. You're not necessarily going to be able to just pick up a hero and just absolutely win the game. in most cases at least because of that. So, but Marcy is still a very powerful hero. Like, it's one of those you're not going to really look too much into the win percentage and just go about picking her. So.
And yeah, bringing the Thunder, what a way to open up here. Not just getting the Marcy, but the Dawnbreaker. A lot of presence globally. Kind of fits with the scheme for Thunder Awaken. It's just this team that is looking to get involved in the fights quickly. You know, we already mentioned the stats of how high on the kill and assist ratios they are. But the cool thing as well about this team is they tend to leverage a lot of utility and map control. And you can definitely see how they're going to get that off of Marcy as well as the global presence of a Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, there's plenty of that already, and I wouldn't be surprised if that trend continues. You go back to the idea of what was perhaps that Nyx assassin, but obviously banned out by Tundra. Again, in Thunder Awaken, they're a team that loves to play fast, and loves to play in your face, and already a great start with these two heroes. But I mean, Tundra's got a little bit of that themselves, of course, with the Beastmaster, Undying, certainly not afraid to take fights early on with that Tombstone presence. But yeah, 3-3 on that Beastmaster, certainly high expectations already there on the side of Tundra.
Yeah, it's kind of funny actually. Yesterday we saw Tundra shift away from some of the ideologies that they've been most related to, right? The idea of zoo and push constantly. They had a little bit more tempo about them. They had a little bit more patience about their drafts. Things like the Nagasaran come to mind. But yeah, here we are, first phase for Tundra, and it looks like it's back to normal business. The Zoo strat plus the push potential, you know, Undying and Beastmaster give you a lot of early presence and ability to take lanes. And I was about to say I want to see this pick. This is a great pick. The CM is looking phenomenal at this event so far. 70% win rate after 20 games of it being picked. And here's another cool detail for you. With the Dawnbreaker, this is one of the most successful hero pairings. They've had 7 matches together and an 85% win rate.
Wow, yeah, I'm seeing that right there. A 6-1 record with the Dawnbreaker specifically. You know, what does Crystal Maiden bring to the table when you think about it, right? I mean, obviously she brings a lot. She brings the AoE slow, she brings the stuns, or more so of a root in a sense, but you get the point there. Of course, her ultimate is that solid teamfight ability, and that aura. I think the aura is arguably the biggest thing, and the idea if you're going to be picking in a very active lineup, and right now, it does feel like the meta where it's at, there's a lot of activity in terms of hero fighting, right? So Crystal Maiden with the aura regenerating all that mana, very powerful tool to have in really any game. And Dawnbreaker and Marcy are certainly heroes that are going to be using a bit of that mana from the very beginning of the game. So yeah, love the Crystal Maiden pick.
There's a nice synergy between the ultimates as well. Crystal Maiden, if she can get in deep enough, she activates the ultimate. Dawnbreaker follows up with her own. It's very hard to turn around. You just have to run away as fast as possible. You're going to be slowed. What I'm curious to see from Tundra now is whether they go for the popular Undying Pango mixture. It's still potential on the table here, by the way, because they're saving Nine's hero until the final phase. Would say, though, if they do want to go for the Undying Pango, it hasn't been that successful. Very low win rate after several games combo together. But I do love this follow-up from Tundra. Snapfire, just a really solid hero to put on the lane with the Beastmaster. And we've seen what Skidder can do on this Chaos Knight. He is an absolute beast with this hero in his hands.
Yeah, Chaos Knight, the brings mobility, and is also a core hero that can fight, often and early too. And I think that's one of the biggest things to take note of with that pick for Tundra's side, on top of the fact that it is a very comfortable hero for Skidder, as you're getting at, because again, they understand what Thunder Awaken is in terms of the aggressive playstyle already with that lineup. Let's get a core that wants to fight early, not one that wants to sit back and farm up the jungle. And to that point about Snapfire as well, you know, she does obviously have that good utility in terms of very defensive ability with the cookie save. The long range of the ultimate, and is certainly another hero that happens to have a beefy presence similar to the Undying in that support role, but can also, you know, be willing to fight more earlier than later. So, yeah, love the reaction coming out from Tundra. Curious to see where Thunder Awaken goes now with this 4th pick, though. They still need really probably both their mid and safe lane. I assume that Dawnbreaker is going to be... I mean, it could be a safe lane Dawnbreaker, so actually not sure yet.
We're at TI again. It's most likely going to be the off lane. Sacred plays a lot this hero. Actually has 6 games in competitive since July. 83% win rate. So 5 wins, 1 loss. Not bad, not too shabby. They could still flex it though. There's still something like there was the Weaver until it got banned out. That was what I was going to say. So instead they'll go for the Gyrocopter. Okay, this is an interesting one actually, because I was talking a little bit with Wagger about this. He saw a decent amount of gyro on one of the other channels, and there are situations where he likes it, which is interesting, because when you kind of mirror that with the thoughts of Fear from the Last Chance qualifiers, I remember he tweeted out saying he's not a fan of gyrocopter carry, and it was more or less a full stop statement.
Well, He must have cast both the games that this hero was played at this event so far, because from what I'm seeing, it's only been played twice. Now, one of them was by Tundra Awaken, and it is a 2-0 record overall. So, to that point, not only there's that, dare I say, that comfort for Thunder Awaken, may not be the most popular core amongst many of these teams, as that stat suggests, but what do we keep going back to? This is a team that loves to play fast, loves to play aggressive, and naturally they're going to get a position 1 that certainly fills that role as well. And I think that flat cannon is going to be solid against the likes of that Chaos Knight, of course, too. So, yeah, it makes sense here to me.
Definitely. I think the thing that I like about the Gyrocopter is something that the WAG kind of leaned into. I think we were talking about the Brood specifically, but I love it against any hero that kind of relies on this overwhelm in the offlane. Things like Beastmaster and Broodmother can also both suffer just as much as each other when it comes up against a Gyrocopter pick, not just because the flat cannon, but the overwhelming firepower that comes out of the rocket barrage early. And one thing I love to your point around getting this hero involved, Gyrocopter is in theory amazing for that. Like, if you think about carries, natural carries that scale really well, he's probably the best example of a hero who starts off magic damage base and scales hard into physical damage and does so naturally.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he could definitely bring plenty of magic early on, the ultimate and his W there with the rocket, but certainly scales, especially if he goes that Ag style. We've seen like the Deso, the Divine Rapiers later on. If it calls for it, he can be quite the damage dealer when it comes to that right click. So yeah, excited to see the potential there on the side of Thunder Awaken. Their final ban coming out as both teams likely to finish with a mid hero now when it's all said and done. So I'm looking what's banned. I mean, Lina comes to mind as one that could fit potentially both lineups even, and has not been addressed yet.
Yeah, Lina can get jumped by both lineups fairly well, though, right? So I feel like there's been a few select bans, but most teams have kind of been avoiding the Lina from what we've seen. Someone that does come to mind that's still available for 9 is the Pangolier, and I know that they like to combo that with the Undying or something like an illusion-based hero in their drafts. It does fit that role of 9 creating space, and they do have the brawling lineup to enable it. And they already have decent push. But instead, it's going to be the 9 Invoker. What a treat coming out from Tundra.
Always a fan of seeing Invoker. Never going to argue against that. Another hero that, yet again, just kind of throws more spells at you. And as always, whenever I see the Invoker, it's kind of sitting there thinking, what are we going to see as far as the build goes? Okay, wow, though. That's an Alchemist final pick in response. And here we go. I mean, okay. I know there was one game yesterday. I saw, that must have been the only game, because, yeah, Fnatic played it yesterday, and they lost with it. So this is the second time now we're seeing Alchemist, and it's going to be on the side of Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, it feels fairly greedy from my perspective. I mean, this is kind of reminiscent to a certain extent of what I saw happen between Beast Coast and Asta yesterday at the end of the day, where in that case, Beast Coast went for a Sven plus a Magnus. They had these multiple heroes that were kind of farming. This is maybe slightly less greedy. The Alchemist definitely offers up a lot of mini gold before we would do things, but the Gyrocopter, I think, is maybe able to do things better than these more obvious carry choices the SA region loves, like the Wraith King and like the Sven. But I think what's important in my mind is they need to find ways of making rotations. Their global presence isn't too bad with the Dawnbreaker, but it's not overwhelming. And it has to be mentioned that Tundra have good save reaction type supports in the Snapfire and Undying that may make these rotations difficult for Thunder Awaken to pull off. But looking forward from that, they have got an Alchemist who's likely to build into Radiance up against an Illusion hero. This might mitigate some of the impact of Skidder in those mid-game fights. It's all going to come down to his lane, though.
Yeah, that's definitely a fair point. Perhaps that Radiance presence was one of the selling points for Thunder Awaken, but I mean, they picked it pretty fast, so maybe a little bit more to that too. That mid player is certainly just comfortable playing it on their side of Thunder Awaken as well. And this is their first series of the day, so again, what I said about back to day 1 even, where it's like that first series, you extra prepare for going into it. I feel like, and something tells me maybe the talk of the Alchemist was something that they had in mind going in. But yeah, no, fair point though about that. I like the Radiance idea, and I am curious how he builds. Is it going to be that typical greedy style of Alchemist with maxing out his acid spray and the Grievel's Greed, or are we going to see a concoction style build? Because it goes back to the point of a lot of fighting is certainly expected to happen this game. I would lean more towards the greedy, but I suppose it's possible at least.
it's an Alchemist. You're either a +2 or +1, and so you're definitely going to be going for the farm. So I don't expect many points in Concoction early on, especially in the lane. I think it just becomes an annoying situation where EMP gets even more value removing any sort of extractive value by stunning out the Invoker because you just won't have mana to work with. So we'll see how it plays out as we hop into the first game between Thunder and Tundra. Say that 20 times and get back to me. How many times did you mess it up?
Thunder, Tundra, Thunder,
Tundra, Thunder, Tundra.
It
sounds like they should be a team together, right? It actually sounds like a new super team to be formed.
It almost sounds like an AC/DC song, like Thunder, Tundra, Thunder, Tundra.
This is where Brady go into music career next. You know, he's just there on the basic drums. He's like got a beat goes like Thunder, Tundra, Thunder, Tundra.
At least it's not boom, bet, boom, boom, bet.
You know, it does roll a little bit more naturally, doesn't it?
Yeah. All right. But yeah, no. Back to the Invoker. He is going to go the Exort, and I had a feeling that's what we were going to see. If anything, there is some great there's some great Sunstrike setups, specifically that Beastmaster. With the Prime Aurora, of course, and in general the stun from Chaos Knight. There's a lot of potential to get some Sunstrike kills here for 9. So.
Yeah, and I wondered if he was going to consider a Crosswex build, but I like that he's going for the Exalt build. I don't think you've got this natural, I'll carry the game all my lonesome in the late game on Skidder this time, like when we've seen the Naga before. Someone like a Chaos Knight is definitely going to be more present, but you need to make sure you've got your late game padded, should we say, because we've seen what happens when teams leave their ceiling a little bit too low.
Now, I'm kind of going back and forth a little bit because, yeah, they're not lacking on crowd control. So again, Crosswex not necessarily needed in that sense, but they could use a Spirit Vessel.
Yes.
Potentially really good against the Alchemist, of course. Now, being Exort build, you usually don't build a Spirit Vessel. In fact, you already see he's got the Midas queued up and going to go from there. And they don't necessarily have another hero that's ideal for the Spirit Vessel. So that's the one other thing that I would keep in mind, certainly. And not saying it's right or wrong, but I wouldn't be so.
It's a fair point. Like you're spot on. Like I love that you brought that up because I wanted to hop into that because it's not just the Alchemist. There's another very important healing element in this lineup. 2, in fact. You've got the Sidekick, and then you've also got the Dawnbreaker toolkit. So definitely a high-value Spirit Vessel game. I agree with that thought.
He could still go it. It's not the typical for Exort, but he actually could still go it after the. I'm going to be interested to see if he does or not because yeah, there is a lot of value there. That's true. All right.
It's one of those things where you want it, then you're like, how quickly will the Alchemist get in a Dispel or a BKB, right? And then what do I do with this Spirit Vessel? I think that's maybe his concern. If this was a game with something like a Morphling or another hero that doesn't farm as fast as an Alch, I 100% I'm like, this has to be a Crosswex build, but I can kind of see 9's perspective too there. Bot lane.
Bottom. Rockets up, 3-3, running in the trees, cutting through, a Matthew on top of him, and he ain't getting away. Matthew with the first blood. That just started with a rebound. He saw the rocket being channeled up, the homing missile, and 3-3, he was just dead before he knew it.
Yeah, interesting start to this lane, actually. I wasn't necessarily expecting the kill to happen that quickly. Sax, I thought, would be able to aggress them away, but seems like he was in a situation where he wasn't getting too quick enough, and then even if he did drop the tombstone, it was too little too late. But Skidder in the top lane. Good choice to start with the wand on this lane.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these wands, and I think that kind of just goes to the meta in general. Back to like, a lot of spells being thrown out, especially for the laning phase. And speaking of that, once again, Matthew now the one that's getting low, but he'll be fine. Not afraid to brawl down here at the bottom, though. You see the Ring of Basilisk on Saksa, so again, a lot of these items that warrant wanting to fight early and often.
Yeah, I think like the pain of decay is just a lot less than it used to be, right? Because at the end, you're just going to get the health back, whereas it used to be a lot more frustrating, especially for the Undying. I think he's just got better at sustaining because you're essentially just getting healed once you start losing strength. You need to not be low health already like this. Saxa looking like he is going to go down, and that key detail there, level 3 first on Pakaz. Gyrocopter is zooming forward. I think actually if you look at this lane where it's all going wrong, is a slight XP advantage for Thunder has now led to this snowball effect. And Tundra are going to be playing from behind. Had 33 got level 3 first and level 2 on the Undying, we could be looking at this going the other way.
Now, I was almost expecting a Sunstrike to come out on a Matthews. He was also very low right there, but I noticed Invoker, he was dealing with his own issue with the Alchemist diving on top of him, and it didn't seem like he had even enough mana anyway. So, again, it's one of those instances where you're kind of sitting here as a spectator like, just Sunstrike, dude, but obviously he's prioritizing other things as well when it comes down to it. But that will be something to continue to look out for, as these fights are clearly happening in the laning phase. But yeah, the slight level advantage is certainly benefiting Thunder Awaken early on. I mean, you still see Undying at level 2, trying to get that level 3 at least.
Yeah, it's a bit different for Beastmaster these days because he doesn't do the wild boar build that much anymore, at least from the games we've been seeing. But it always used to be that Beastmaster's counter on the lane was level 2 impact combos. So it used to be Faceless Void Snapfire was the go-to counter to, for example, Rubik Beastmaster. And I think it's similar in this kind of lane, except for Saxa getting too slower, it really hurt him. And speaking of Saxa, he's going in deep because Matthew tries to save him, but that's way too many zombies. I thought we were an action game, not a thriller. Matthew is learning the hard way that this is a horror show.
I really wonder what percentage of the audience is going to understand what you really just said right there, but either way, it was clever. I definitely give you props for that one. But yeah, no, great fight for the side of Tundra, clearly, and they get a couple of kills on the board. That's got to feel good for them. But yeah, those Wild Axes actually doing some decent damage, now level 2. Out of Beastmaster and underestimating the dive potential, I suppose you could say. As top lane, apparently the clashing back and forth Crystal Maiden goes down. And Sacred can't do much more about that.
Yeah, it's interesting that the delay on this happening in this top lane, right? Because it spun the other way originally. So what surprised me about that is I expected a CK and a Snapfire to make a kill happen, especially on a Crystal Maiden at level 2. Interestingly enough, it took them until level 3. So at least some credit to Panda on his positioning. I think this is the type of lane where you are expected to die a few times. It's way too much movement, it's way too much stuns, and Sacred can't really do much to protect you either.
Kind of a side note here, but was just hitting me. It's not often nowadays, especially when we have a mid matchup where neither hero is really interested in getting a bottle earlier on, but neither Invoker or Alchemist are heroes you'd expect to see that on, and neither one has one. So just kind of a slight thing there as far as the rune control not as high priority in the end.
If I had to play Alchemist in these metas, I'd get a bowl. Not in game, in real life. I mean, it's a hard life right now. It feels like drafts come at you really fast, and I'm curious to see what Dark Maga can do that will stop him from needing to pull one out. Because while you can farm fast, there's no denying, especially the games we've seen, even though they've been going long, the pressure in the mid game is overwhelming. And there's an argument that these games going longer hurts Alchemist because every other hero naturally scales.
Top lane, Dawnbreaker, trying to survive, doesn't have help nearby, but as we know, she is a little tankier, infused raindrop on her as well, so she will manage to just keep running away and going to be fine. Speaking of Dark Mago, he's in the jungle, and let the jungle alchemist begin. Taking over a stack right there, but Invoker's going to accept the free farm.
Here's the impressive detail for you, though. Look who's in second place in the net worth. 33. He's doing phenomenal considering how this lane began for them, and it's just credit the space Saxa made. Space is now going to be denied as they do rotate a third hero down here, and they even get the tombstone as a bonus.
I feel like we're seeing that a lot from Undying players, KP, where it's like, oh, here, let's set up a turnaround. They throw the tombstone right before they die. It's like there was never a chance of a turnaround there. I don't know what the logic was, honestly. It's just almost in the moment, you're just so panicked and trying to make a play, and that's just plus 150 the other way. So a little unfortunate, but.
You know what it is? It's that pub game mentality. They're going to flame me if anything I have is off cooldown. So if I just press all the buttons, they can't say I didn't try.
Perhaps that's where he was at, but either way, not the end of the world, just one of those kind of minor things that you never really just want to give that free goal to the other team, of course, but when it's done, it's done. But yeah, to your point about Beastmaster, he did die early on. Obviously, they got those couple of kills themselves, though, and his CS is managing to look very impressive. Helm of the Dominator already online, as you'd expect. But really all the cores outside of, I guess Chaos Knight is one that's a little bit more noticeable. Skitter not doing as well as he would hope for, but he's also not that far behind.
Nah, he had that death. That definitely set him back. CS is okay, but net worth, he's the lowest out of all the cores. You know, the interesting thing to think about in this game is that rotation on bot coming from the CM. As it pulls that forward, it looks like it's going to be a Hellbear going down with a lot of cash in the hands because that's 33's Helm of Dom. But like, just to quickly highlight this point, like usually around the 5-6 minute mark, you see this Marcy just rotating and guarantee a kill. Usually she's the one rotating somewhere. But it's kind of funny how they're just seeing this as the pressure point because naturally the Beastmaster can't protect you. If you go to top lane, in comparison, these two guys cover each other. Skitter can throw out stun to save, the cookie can be used by snaking. They can cover fire to get each other out of a jam.
Yeah. You already see the level 2 aura from Crystal Maiden as well, that arcane aura, so Once again, certainly assisting. Bottom lane, they are going in. They want the Beastmaster, but Undying will be what they settle for. But yeah, TP in from Snake King, so they kill the Tombstone pretty quickly. This time, very good placement, but Saksa not able to withstand the barrage damage. And not much more Snapfire could do right there. She had a cookie, but it wasn't able to be used appropriately. So they do get the kill on Undying, and another Tombstone kill on top of that.
That was actually good reluctance from Tundra in the end. The thing I was worried about there is watching for Sacred at all times. He has level 6, he has Solar Guardian. He was regenning in the fountain, so he's ready to arrive. And he's going to arrive this time. Beastmaster confidently walked out, but no good reason to feel that confident. Finally, the rotation comes in from the Dawnbreaker.
They were aware of it, sure, KP, but you always have to be aware of that as long as that's off cooldown. And yeah, I mean, it's you can't necessarily fault 3-3 at that point. I mean, you have to play the lane in the end, but yeah, that's just good communication on the side of Thunder Awaken. And it's basically been a tri lane here for the last 2-3 minutes even with Crystal Maiden. She's just been down here because she doesn't need to protect the Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker is just fine at the top lane by herself at this point. And you see right there, that's why too, because she can also come in and assist and force that fight further. So yeah, Thunder Awaken living up to their reputation that they're playing aggressive, and they already got the 6 hero kills.
Kill. And, you know, the interesting thing is there's always this discussion about Marcy and how broken her ultimate makes her look, but I think sometimes you have to look earlier in the game. Between the great movement speed she starts with, and once she reaches level 4 and has her full toolkit with 2 points in 1, she can rotate, she can make kills happen. That's why Matthew isn't panicking the lack of XP he's getting. He also knows that a CM doesn't really care if she gets slow XP towards 6, right? That's not a big impactful ult often. So if they get the opportunity to just find kill after kill, which this combo can, they're going to seek and destroy. And I love this move by Thunder as a result. It does, of course, give free farm over to Skidder, but he's not going to farm fast, especially if you further enable the gyrocopter.
Yeah, it gets to a point where he's not that carry that you just really want to make sure you're constantly locking down and prioritize that over everything else. You've done your job in the early laning phase. Now kind of play your game and let yourself breathe as far as your strategy goes. And the natural progression of playing aggressive is going to force Chaos Knight, if anything, to try to get himself involved, which won't be as fun as you like. So it's just that kind of next level thinking, right, that I feel like it's certainly to be appreciated from Thunder Awaken right there. But speaking of farm, I mean, Alchemist, shocker statement about to come, I know, but he's not lacking it. He's getting plenty of farm. 6,600 net worth. Yeah, he's looking healthy, and he has enough for a Sacred Relic. Well on his way to that. We're going to see about, what, like a 13-minute Radiance at the most?
Yeah, it feels like that. It's going to be really good timing for it. It's just then a case of what can you do with it. Looking at Thunder's draft, they don't necessarily push towers quickly in this game, right? Like, not early on. Once they escalate on this out, he'll naturally take them, but their goal is to take a fight into a tower. They can never just show up and push. That's kind of the difference with Tundra's lineup. Whether it's your Invoker, your Beastmaster, or even eventually your Chaos Knight, they can just walk up to a lane and club a tower down very confidently.
Yeah. This Gyrocopter, we haven't seen a call, or we did see the call then, I guess, when that Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian, but again, that's one of those abilities. It goes back to just Gyrocopter, how he's able to fight earlier on, and certainly shorter. I guess it's 90 seconds right now, but it gets shorter. But yeah, this smoke play coming in the middle lane, wrapping around.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about the Venn diagrams still. We just need to talk about the stunts. Plenty of them for Marcy.
Oh, 9 gets the kill thanks to that Sunstrike. So looks like Tundra's strategy now is meet together. The Phantasm was committed, and let's just push the mid tower, they say. So with all 5 heroes here, I don't think Thunder Awaken's going to defend this one.
No, that's the detail I was talking about, right? Is like Thunder, they don't want it to get to this point. They don't want to try and defend a tower at this stage. What they want to have happen is they see that Tundra is split, they get a kill, and then they're like, okay, now that we're here, we can take an objective. But even then, it's not going to be fast. And that's the threat for them, I think. Like, yes, you can talk about how amazing this Alchemist is, but he takes up a lot of space. He farms a lot. He wants a lot of the map. So you need to find a way of unlocking more of that. And if these tier 1s stand for too long, I think that's where Thunder might end up crippled.
Well, I noticed right there, the Alchemist got his Radiance, he turned it off, and then the smoke came out. So you'll see this. Obviously, he doesn't want to give away extra information while they're in this smoke, but he's got the Radiance. Do not be fooled by being deactivated currently. They're heading to the top lane, snaking. He's just going to hide in the trees. They're pretty aware that this is happening. The scan hit, and they're just going to play very defensively postured, but will it be defensive enough? Darkma goes in. Concoction. He's trying to get a range. I don't think he's going to. Yeah.
No, that's a rough one. 33 min-maxed that perfectly. Cleaned up the wave, the creep counts rather just in time and backed out, which is even more infuriating, actually, because Thunder, they rotate an Alchemist. He wastes all this time. He's not farming. And there's no creeps to hang around and farm in that area either because they're taken out. So you see he goes back to the side of the map. They do manage to now push on the tier 1 tower, but you see how much they have to rotate to even threaten these objectives.
Yeah, that's certainly to the credit of Tundra there as far as picking up on the read of what was actually happening, and that's what causes Alchemist to miss out on a bit of farm because, hey, if they get a hero kill or 2 out of that, it's certainly worth it as far as the smoke game goes, but essentially wasting a good minute or so when he just gets the Radiance. I mean, you know that he's feeling bad about that, but hey, he's got the Radiance now, he's back into the jungle, back where he belongs in a sense, and he's going to continue to improve that farm, of course, already with the BKB queued up. But Chaos Knight, he's trying to progress, continuing, going for that Echo Saber, has the armlet. Invoker choosing to go the drums, knowing that this is going to be a very active game. Obviously, an item that can assist with that.
It's incredibly valuable in this game. Just a minor death on Saxa. It's just an undying whoop-de-doo. But the bigger detail to those drums you're talking about, look at the lineup around him. Beastmaster and Chaos Knight. There's a lot of attack speed to be juiced out to all these different units, from the illusions to all the summoned armies. So definitely a good pickup from 9. I love the way that he's gone for this exhort build with the Midas that's usually seen as more greedy, but he's found a way to still complement his team lineup so he's able to fight and be useful earlier on.
And he's going to have the boots of travel now delivered. So yeah, 9 is really ramping up that farm, and again, he's behind the Alchemist naturally, but he's keeping up with the Gyrocopter. And he's, of course, with the top lane and going to push that one out, but the rotations. No, he's going to get away.
They didn't know. They don't know necessarily exactly where they are. I think that maybe... Okay, no, they did. My mistake. They actually broke the smoke. Yep. Look at the vision in the dire jungle. It was right on the edge as Seika was running down the ramp. It just about broke. It's actually crippling, like, how close that was to being successful. Those would have been big kills as well.
Yep, so avoids the gank. And oh yeah, I'm sorry if you mentioned this too, but Snapfire even picking up the drums. We talked about the Invoker getting it, but Snapfire also. So really just more to the point that they really understand where this game is going to be, if not already at, in terms of a lot of fighting to be had, and it is good synergy with the lineup.
It's like, oh man, drums only last 6 seconds, 30-second cooldown. Guys, can we just all build drums? You know, just constant uptime, and then just follow up with the drums of Slom? Just so that we're the full drummer band.
Wonder if that's going to be a thought, actually, for the Beastmaster. If anything, just for the theme, you know, the cosmetic theme is what's going on right here now.
We've seen a few teams build it, right? I think, was it Bet Boom that were frequently doing it?
I forget who did, but yeah,
bad. Yeah, it didn't look bad. It's just the team kept losing, which is why I'm tempted to say Bet Boom. As they weren't obviously able to convert many. I think it was Bet Boom. But, like, overall, the damage isn't that terrible, right? 110 damage per hit, then you heal all of your army around you. Someone who needs more heals than this little Seed of Serenity on the floor, though, will be Snake here.
I mean, they really wanted that kill. The call down wasn't necessarily going to do a whole lot right there, so I was wondering what the point of that was, but with the homing missile being channeled up, he was confident to chase and even Panda Moo pop in the freezing field as they got in range. And yeah, they do kill the Snapfire when it's all said and done. So pursuit is successful. As you see, Alchemist, he's a couple of creeps away from that full BKB.
Sacred in trouble. We'll get him away though. Cold Snap did spook him. And now they're TPing in here. This is very dangerous to try and defend. Look at the positioning right now at Tundra. As soon as Snapfire's in range, Kisses are going to party. Phantasm on the backside, moves in to drive back on the Sacred. Stun is going to come out. Matthew trying to save the day by getting rid of the Tombstone. Sacred able to walk off out of the Sunstrike. Matthew in a bit deep though, so Marcy should go down. Panda Moo as well. And you got to hesitate to defend this. I mean, Thunder, they're coming in with Dark Mago, but I'm not sure what you can do other than die here. Mistakes have been made. Primal War was committed, and now they might end up losing Sacred as well. He tries to save a hero. Save a hero syndrome will be his downfall. And just like that, a tier 2 push turns into a tier 3.
Well, you mentioned it from before the game even started, KP, talking about Thunder Awaken, and yes, they are an aggressive team. But what comes with the aggression, it's live by the sword, die by the sword. And thus all those deaths that also come as a result. And yeah, that right there, the Alchemist specifically, he had no place being there at that point. I mean, it was a lost cause. He just got tempted enough to see what he could do. And Tundra certainly made him pay. So the team being attempted to defend certainly can appreciate. Now, they didn't have their gyrocopter either from the beginning, so I think that was definitely an oversight too from Thunder Awakening. The only way that they were going to be able to contest, perhaps they just didn't know that all of Tundra was there, as some of the heroes, specifically that Chaos Knight, was hiding initially, to be fair. So, but well played by Tundra. They obviously capitalized big time. They get the bottom tier 2 all those hero kills, and another kind of reset and get their next tier of items. But Thunder Awaken, not going to waste much time in terms of resetting themselves and pushing mid 1.
Who's thinking doing that?
Okay. Well.
I mean, I guess he was warming up the bot lane for another push. They're actually going to try to get vengeance, though. Dark Mago, it's not a kill at this point. He's got BKB. Prime Rule's on cooldown for 20 seconds. But to your point, like, they're playing into an area where their opponents have vision. It's a very dangerous game. And Mago, like I said, he's got the BKB. He'll walk this off. Vision will spot the rotation from the rest of the team, but they're going to catch out Skidder, the best target. He'll go for the TP away. Good luck with that one, but there's a Mars in the neighborhood.
I mean, even with the Dawnbreaker, she had the Starbreak. I don't think he ever TPs out of there, actually. Talk about being desperate. You know, he thought that was his only play, I suppose, at that point. And he'll just be dead for 40 seconds instead.
That screams of hunger, though. This desire to kill the Alchemist is weird as well. I don't know if they realized they broke even on the net worth after what happened bot originally. Just feels like that double down to kill the Alch straight away again cost them so much in the end. A lot of wasted time having all these heroes down here, Skidder falling as well. And now as a result of that, it gives an opportunity for Thunder to move in and deward this entire area. A lot of the value is gone down here for Tundra, yes, but it's still a reclaim of territory for an Alchemist to now farm.
Yeah, look at this Invoker. I love how he's using the Forged Spirits as really just kind of vision and spotting the enemy team to make sure that he's playing safe enough. So he's going to be fine as he pushes out the bottom lane, but wanted to address the Roshan, and we're at 20 minutes now, and both of these teams do have, you know, decent Roshan killing teams. So you got to figure that that's maybe a factor here as far as the teams attempting to play around the Roshan pit. And as I say this, both teams happen to be in that area currently. Could be engaging.
Yeah, Thunder have to guard it. I don't think they go in. Tundra are just incredibly quick if they get in that pit for free. Dark Mago looking to hunt. Prime Rule's going to come out. Follow up now with the Solar Guardian to arrive, but 33 is going to be force-staffed out of danger here. Whipped onto. Tombstone is going to be dropped, and Sax is trying to create the space to get the rest of Tundra out, which he will do successfully.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Undying's job right there, but ooh, the dive. They might find a courier, but 33 would be the one that they want, of course, and he's going to end up stunning himself as he's unable to find the Beastmaster. So yeah, Undying doing a good job of kind of sacrificing himself right there, delaying them as long as possible, not allowing for the engagement to take place. But here's that Roshan. It's going to be Thunder, however the kiss is. Snake King says, mwah, you ain't doing that. Well, now it's
kiss farewell. But not for long, because now the Alchemist wants the subjective, and what Alchemist wants, Alchemist gets. Now Tundra, they do have the Tombstone Bearer alive again. Without it for 30 seconds, unlikely they're going to fight. So big advantage now to Thunder, getting their hands on the first Roche.
Get this to Jaro? Yeah.
Definitely.
Pick it up.
Yeah, like your Alch shouldn't be dying, is what I'll say in these fights. Like, if he dies, you are in dire consequences of this game. That's why it's good that he didn't die again bot. And by the way, just back to that point, because I mentioned that Tundra being overly greedy, but there's good reason. If they killed the Alchemist back-to-back, Thunder's game completely falls apart. Because Alch can't be played from behind. It's not the way the hero's designed. So that plus what just happened at Roche, very clutch moments, because now they have a way of participating and showing up with all 5 heroes, and also finally starting to take more objectives, something that we said Thunder struggled with early on.
Yeah, and obviously Roshan a big part of that. So they have the 2 tower kills so far. Gonna continue to progress to take out more as I talk about that. Skidder, he's just farming away in the bottom jungle. He's almost got his BKB finish. He needs that Overrex. The complete bottom lane. 9 is going to combo, but not necessarily going to go for a follow-up. Sunstrike gets, a little close there.
Yeah, I think if that connects, he has... It's not quite enough damage, right? Because I think it caps out at 540. So Gyro would have survived on like 200 health, but if the Forged Spirits got ignored, if he panicked, then, you know, Aegis gone.
Yeah, does not connect. So, but Invoker does have a blink, and his own BKB is coming along too. He's just going for the full activatable build. I always respect this, honestly. Invoker's already tough enough, just all those spells and using them appropriately in these fights, and then you throw like every single item slot having an activatable ability as well. An activatable item is just like, God, it's impressive.
Does feel good. Yeah, no, they're feeling good about going hunting here on the side of Thunder. They move down the mid lane. Mago's going to show. They know that 33 is nearby, but they're going to go deeper looking for targets. However, Skidder has moved south side. Looks like they might not connect with the prime target, so they'll have to settle for 33 instead. They will hop straight on top, and Prime War's going to come out. Looks like the team's going to commit to a fight, dodge it out on the Starbreaker. They're in pretty deep. Thunder need to think about retreating here. Reinforcements for Thunder are arriving. They are going to commit the Solar Guardian, going deeper. Offered up an opportunity. 33 gets taken out. Saxa is down, and that might actually end up being not just a tier 2 tower, but a tier 3 as well.
To be fair, KP, they did not only think about retreating, they did retreat, but the dive from Thunder Wicked, they went all the way to the tier 3 tower, even with the tier 2 up to kill that Beastmaster, and then the Undying was just a nice dessert for them to take advantage of as well. So the 2 kills, and they still have this Aegis. They get the tier 2 and Factor Protection initially, but eventually wears off. Now this isn't Invoker, so not the easiest to continue to push into, but he's already thrown out his Tornado, just gonna Ice Wall behind if they want to dive. This is probably tier 3.
Yeah, he probably want to get a little bit closer if he could off the Ice Wall, because if you can slow 1 or 2 of these heroes, the kisses can come out, but unable to get the opportunity. Snaking is now going to be forced to commit it just to get them away before the tier 3 tower goes down. Heavy damage being done. The chop on the Gyrocopter and Cold Snap as well. That's going to be the Aegis gone right outside the base. This is a dangerous position for Thunder. BKB. He's going to be able to move away. Tombstone won't frame enough, but he did have to use the BKB, and now this is where Tundra will hop out and look for a kill.
9 goes in. Tornado, the Ice Wall put down. Matthew, he's going to feel that slow. Nice force staff away to his teammate, though. Gyrocopter in better positioning, but not good enough. He's forced to fight. The Flat Cannon is not going to be doing enough. Hitting the move with the freezing field, though. It's some good damage, but he will eventually fall as well. It's Alchemist, the sole survivor. TP's back to base, going to push out this bottom lane push that's happening, but Tundra, what a fight. I mean, what seemed like a lost cause. They saved the tower, by the way. It was down to 40 life, and Thunder Awakened could not finish it. And then they capitalized in terms of them attempting to run. Well played.
Yeah, the patience shown was key there. You got to a point where that tower's almost done, and Thunder like, well, this is an easy finish. Kisses come out of nowhere, and you're panicking at that stage. It's too late to dive onto Snaking. You know that the rest of the heroes are going to be in position on Tundra, so you have to try and retreat. And one detail I loved here is 33 that Primal Roar. He went for the Ultra Green Core build, which means he has the additional range to catch a Gyrocopter that far away. If it isn't for the Primal Roar, that Gyro potentially turns that fight on the high ground with the freezing field. But lacking that follow-up from the Gyro just means that Thunder fold in the Dire Jungle.
There. A little bit of a stretch after the fact. It's like, okay, it happened. You're dead. Use that time to stretch, but it's now that 2,000 overall net worth lead for Tundra, but we fooled by that because, again, Alchemist, he's still very comfortably ahead. 5,000 plus really over anyone else, and trying to finish that Assault Cuirass. He did not have that in that previous fight, so that's going to be crucial. But yeah, of course, it's Alchemist. He has to have this lead. So yeah, he's definitely doing what he needs to, but still.
It still doesn't feel good because, like, you understand that if Tundra have decent net worth and all the 3 heroes, they complement each other really well. It's not necessarily the same for Thunder. You know, the Alchemist doesn't necessarily enable the Gyrocopter further. He's kind of his own independent course of action in this game. And something like Gyrocopter, BKB gets forced out for free hit. They can just walk away. They did insta-cancel the kisses, and that was noticed. So Snaking without his ultimate for 110 seconds.
Yeah, not the end of the world, but as you pointed out, especially if Thunder Awakened noticed that, then could feel a bit more confident in engaging into that fight. Granted, the BKB use changes that mentality a little bit, perhaps. Gyrocopter is trying to finish that Satanic. Still needs the Reaver, though, that expensive item, so it's not going to be happening very shortly. And Thunder's not going away. They're still hanging out as far as outside of the base, and Thunder's starting to push out now to defend the tier 2, but it's going to be too much damage. The Ancient Black Dragon is there, and now Tundra starting to fall back slightly, but this could be the case where Thunder Awakened is going to try to capitalize now with Tundra running away, but they're not going to.
It's so difficult to do it without a smoke. Like, you notice that detail there, the Hawk just flies into mid and spots them, and now they know someone's alone in the bot lane because of that detail. They'll hop straight in. Sacred is gone. Vision is power, and power is everything.
That's a huge pick. Now, she has a buyback, so that's one of those things if you're Tundra, you certainly want to keep in mind, especially being the Dawnbreaker. Of course, she could just Solar Guardian in after the buyback. So it kind of is still a 5 versus 5 is the point. If you're Tundra here in that mentality, that would be the case. But yeah, I mean, they're controlling outside of the base of Thunder Awakened, and Thunder Awakened clearly is feeling it in terms of, in fact, speaking of feeling it, yeah, Gyrocopter. Kaz might be in trouble.
Trying to get in range. 33. He loses vision. He was about to scream, but he couldn't quite keep his eyes on it. Saxa, look how far he's going. They drag him out. Primal Roar now comes out of Dark Mago. Solar Guardian can't save him. The buyback feels like a waste unless Pakaz can clean up. One down, but plenty to go. Saxa stands his ground with the tombstone there, but will be cleaned up in the end. But Tundra will take that fight every day of the week.
They will. Now, we do see the presence of Gyrocopter right there when he's able to enable himself with the call down and the flat cannon use. Like, he was dishing out crazy damage. So, let's not overlook that fact. But yes, Tundra, they do get the kill on Alchemist. I gotta say, another case of a little bit of overextension there on the part of Alchemist in terms of going in when he really shouldn't have. Or maybe there was some sort of miscommunication there, I don't know. But point is, Tundra, they do win the fight because of that. But there is that little bit of intimidation factor, I feel like. That, yes, the Alchemist is certainly the farm tier on the end, but this Gyrocopter, they need to be sure to lock him down like they did in that previous fight when they won chasing them out of their base.
Well, it's because there's been a passing of the baton, literally, in this situation. If you check the Gyro, you notice he's suddenly got an axe, courtesy of Dark Mago. So Dark Mago is finally handing over his heritage, right? The lead to his Gyrocopter to take control of the game, which is why you see them essentially switch spots in the network. But now they're going to Gyrocopter. Primal Roar comes out. He's gone. Thunder's hopes are now being crushed. Sacred is going to be found on the side. That will be a dieback. No way he's getting out of this one. Gone for 70 seconds. Gyrocopter dead for 40. We could be looking at lane here.
Tundra deserves so much credit here. Yes, the vision is another big factor right there. You see the ward in the lane. They're jumping appropriately, but I'm honestly at a loss as to what Thunder Awaken's doing now several times. From the Alchemist bottom lane to right. Why is Gyrocopter pushing as if he has an Aegis in his inventory? It just seems a little ambitious. In fact, I'm going to say it seems way too ambitious. If you're Thunder Awakening, it feels like they gotta kind of pull back a little bit. As a team, they are strong, but their cores, Alchemist and the Gyrocopter, unfortunately just keep getting caught a little too far ahead. But I go back to Tundra, certainly deserving the credit for capitalizing on those slight mistakes, and now they're gonna capitalize with a rope shot.
Definitely. It feels like with Awaken in the name, they need to wake up, because I don't think they're giving respect to the combo for Tundra. You just saw how visceral this is. We mentioned the fact that there's a complementary element to these three cores. They all enable each other. It's not the same on the other side. Everything for the Gyro, anything for the Gyro, but there's just not enough save. If you think about Thunder's draft, it's not about how do we keep the Gyro alive like an IO lineup would be. It's how do we make the Gyro kill even more people. That only works if he's not stun-locked perma at the start of the fight. And, you know, I did like the idea of this Marcy as a pseudo-IO with the healing and the movement speed that she can give, but she doesn't offer up that same layer of protection that you would otherwise have with a Gyro IO.
I mean, the BKBs and the inventories have essentially been useless for both the Gyrocopter and the Alchemist in these several fights. So, the point I want to continue... Well, yeah, the point I continue to want to get at, though, is I imagine if they use those BKBs and if they are maybe playing a little more appropriately with the positioning, relying on the supports to help them, then the damage that can happen. But
got it. That's like when people in my game like, imagine if we won a fight. It's like, well, that'd be great. Right. The problem is, like, genuinely, it's this build from 33. Look at the range on Primal Roar. The Octarine, like, it feels like you're always just out of vision, especially at nighttime. Tundra have been pouncing at nighttime frequently on purpose. They smoke, they get just in range. Primal Roar comes out, and even if you're the quickest fingers in the world, if you're the quickest drawer in the West, you are probably still going to be gunned down by Tundra.
Five-player smoke. Tundra looking for another jump. Then they found one. They find the Marcy, a prime target, but they'll pick her up. She does have buyback, but now they catch Gyrocopter. Yep, the hot to the side. There's the Primal Roar. Dawnbreaker coming in, trying to save the day. BKB gets it off just in time. And now here's the potential. Pops the Satanic. Alchemist jumps in as well. Skinner trying to hold his ground the best that he can. He's going to take out one, but now he's in trouble. They do kill Beastmaster. Does Thunder Awaken, and Pakaz is doing some damage as expected. There's the kill on Skinner. Over here, the sheep up on Alchemist, but he's already done his job. In fact, Snaking's dead as well, and they are going to catch 9 once again. And 9 will fall. They only lose the Dawnbreaker in the big picture beyond the Marcy buyback. Triple kill for the Alchemist. That is more like it if you're Thunder Awaken.
Oh, yeah. So the big detail there is Skidder, they juke him out on the side. They just drew with him long enough with the gyrocopter. Meanwhile, the rest of the team chased on the east side of the fight to get rid of the Invoker, because that's the reset. Aegis gets out of the way. All of a sudden, an Invoker and a choke point like that can turn things around with the Tornado, with the EMP, and BKB's running out. So Thunder made the correct read in that situation. If Invoker is still alive when Skidder comes back up, this Chaos Knight probably goes beast mode and is able to turn on the gyrocopter. But just a great read in that fight from Thunder. Shaky start as well. The way it got split, the gyrocopter got found out to the north, the Hex opened up to cause the panic, but I love the way that Thunder were calm and contemplative in the way they reset, and now as a result they're able to plow across the field. They find the first lane despite Tundra's control through most of this game. Now Tundra have to reassess the way they take these fights, because next time they're not even going to have an Aegis on their side.
And I love the item progression of Gyrocopter too. The Satanic was the beginning of that, as we're going to see right here once again. Marcy, like I said, not the ideal hero, but they found the pick off there. Was that catch on Gyrocopter? But well, I mean, Chaos Knight again in hindsight. Imagine if he just went for the jump on Gyrocopter instead, and waited with a little more patience there. Then obviously he's probably blowing up. But I mean, that's easy for us to say. It was understandable they went for the Marcy there initially. But yeah, how close it was is my point. But if they don't finish it off, then there's that turn that comes out. So
the thing you have to think about here, Breaky, is like if they don't go off the Marcy first, then Sidekick comes out because she'll arrive. You know how Marcy's are. It doesn't matter where they are on the map. The fight starts and they're just there. She'll get the Sidekick out onto the Gyrocopter and he'll lifesteal through the engagement. So their only choice is to remove the support elements of this Gyrocopter lineup. So I don't necessarily hold grudge against them for going after the Marcy first. I think the tough issue there is that the Solar Guardian done a lot more than they expected. That heal at level 3, the pulse heal, I think was the difference between Gyro living or dying at the end of that initial engagement.
And you look at Dawnbreaker, she's going for the Ags as well. Another 1,000 gold. Gonna have a buffed up Solar Guardian. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is save the Gyrocopter, let him win the game. So you're gonna do everything. And that even goes back to the earlier Forest Staff for Marcy. I know she's had it for a long time, but to stress that point, yeah, the Forest Staff is clearly a tool that's been useful. With the Crystal Maiden, I guess, too, has one. So
it's funny because usually when you look at Alchemist lineups, like, how does the Alchemist win the game? But the more you look at this, you realize it was just always about the Gyrocopter. From the Axe pickup by Dawnbreaker to the way that Mago is itemized, like, just naturally, he's able to kind of save the day. He gave the Axe to enable the Gyro further. He's got Shivas, he's got Assault Cuirass, he's got Radiance. They're doing everything they can to make Skidder's attempt at fighting irrelevant. Like, these Phantasm illusions feel almost like they're just going to tickle, not kill.
The smoke got exposed. You saw the chemical rage coming out immediately, but it's no jump that takes place. I want to point out Chaos Knight going the Bloodthorn. Already has that answer for the Butterfly of Gyrocopter over there, so that's of course a great item to have. We mentioned the Scythe already on Valkyrie's had it for a bit.
Wait, so that's 35% evasion on him. Then there's a 60% evasion that's going to come out from Axe Dawnbreaker. Then, of course, there's going to be the 15% evasion that comes out from the Radiance. How do you actually hit him? I actually don't know how Skidder's meant to do his job in these fights anymore.
You pray to the Dota gods.
Oh, okay. I just noticed he completed a Bloodthorn, so there is a way, but if there's BKBs, you're not doing anything.
Yeah, no, so that's the item progression right there with Bloodthorn, and Refresher being worked on Evoker too to go with that Scythe. That's a great pickup if he eventually is able to get that here before the next fight breaks out. The Halberd on Beastmaster too. I know he's had that for a little bit, but again, these tools to deactivate. So just like they're doing everything to save the Gyrocopter inside of Thunder Awaken, Tundra's doing everything and building everything to just deactivate the Gyrocopter and obviously kill him as soon as possible. So it's going to be fun to see this next fight in terms of just the focus on Gyro, who's going to win that battle.
Yeah, the name of the game is don't let him BKB. Like, everything that you just listed off is like, don't let him BKB. Sheepstick, obviously you can't use on him if BKB'd. Can't put Heaven's Halberd on him if BKB, but it'll be there if he then does afterwards. Every single element is Bloodthorn as well, so you don't have to worry about the evasion. It requires that he's not BKB'd. So make no mistake about it, like Tundra, if they get a pick like they did earlier on the mid, where the Gyrocopter just obliviously gets Primal Roared at the start, he'll still die. I don't actually think Thunder have enough to save him in a 5-on-5 engagement without his magic immunity. So while Thunder, I would give them the edge here because of how strong this Gyro is and how they've counted out their opponents, it still comes down to the execution of the fights.
Yeah, nope, absolutely. And that's what we certainly appreciate in these games is if having it come down to a point of initiation ultimately. That's when you know the game's close. And I think that's certainly where we're at as your suggestion there. So. Alchemist working on a overwhelming blink. Still a little bit away before he's going to have that, but he's Gonna go that direction, which makes sense, especially with the inventory being pretty full. Lincoln's for Gyrocopter. So he's got the gold, but it's one of those cases. Courier's actually dead. And of course, there's the buyback situation, but Lincoln's a fantastic item to have, of course.
I mean, I mentioned the Prime Roar as well as the Hex now, right? So once again, it's like, how do I deal with this threat? There's still a way that they can kill him. One Lincoln's isn't going to be good enough, but considering Alchemist's item progression, I wouldn't be surprised if he eventually tries to make room for a Lincoln's himself. You know, go for the classic double, triple Lincolns type build that we used to see in the days of the good old Necro spam.
Some Lotus Orbs even. I mean, Dawnbreaker, yeah, going for the Lincolns too. So, what's up? Oh, that's...
Yeah, they'll find CM. That was almost a whoopsie, though, because they cookied and 33 Pathfinder to the south, so they weren't there as quickly as possible. Luckily, they had the sheep stick to catch CM mid-TP.
Interesting how CM doing a bit of counterweight out there. Now she has a buyback, so that's why she's comfortable to do that, but attempting to try to reclaim some vision on the map, and that's something that Tundra has continued to capitalize on, even with that last fight going in favor of Thunder Awaken. They really control the map still. As we control the map, top lane, Alchemist.
He has to be BKB.
Fine, but no.
Okay, oh, well, Marcy might want to. She's been brought low. She's staying alive. She's able to get away. Skidder almost goes down in the end. BKB will save him, though.
Wow. I was surprised to see Chaos Knight actually jump in there. And I think he was surprised himself that he did. He's immediately regretted it. Try to finish off that Marcy. That is not worth it at all, but at least he survives.
You get tempted as well, because like usually Marcy has a BKB in these type of games, right? If you look at her items, she's poorer than CM. She only has a 4-star, so Marcy, although she saves the day, it's very dangerous. And the interesting difference is it goes back to the idea that it's all about enabling gyro. Usually Marcy's about how do I stop a carry, but not this time around. Speaking of carry though, Dawnbreaker has been found out. Once again, have to retreat, and Skidder needs to be careful because this time he doesn't have magic immunity. Meatball's being dropped onto the salad, but I don't know if Skidder could turn this. Stun's going to come out, tries to go for the kill on the CM, but he gives his life over in the end. 3 are dead on the side of Thunder, though. Invoker just picking and poking at the side here. Allows him to take the lead.
Alchemist going in. The concoction, though, going to be lifted up by the tornado. Comes back down. The ice wall put down. Gyrocopter's in trouble. Crystal Maiden buys back, trying to get here to help save his teammate. Gyrocopter, flat cannons. He's got Satanicans 10 seconds. If he can hold this out, Tundra wants to kill it, but it's such a difficult ask when they've already used so much. Initially, Saxa's going to get beat down, and the rest will retreat. So this is one of these fights, KP, where you analyze it now after the fact. It's like initially your thought is, oh my god, that was so good for Tundra, but not so much, especially with Chaos Knight dying. I will say the thing that I noticed from the very beginning of that was that 3-3 wasn't there initially, and if he was, I think it's a completely different story. And then also Invoker, he had to TP to the bottom lane, and then he took a little bit of time to get there when that fight first broke out. So Tundra didn't have everyone there, and considering that, I think that actually went a little bit better than it could have, or it could have been better, I should say.
Yeah, it's the classic, what is my carry doing? Oh, God. You saw them just panic rush. Like, I give a lot of credit across to 9 there, kind of clutching that up in the end, at least getting some return kills with his backstab. But, man, the delayed arrival of reinforcements, I'm surprised Skidder went in. That's the type of fight that you maybe get away with if you have BKB available, but he'd already used it, and they knew about that top. So it strikes me as maybe a little bit impatient from Skidder. Maybe they were concerned about the Roche objective, but now they have this awkward situation where Sax has had to buy back. He's going to be a point of vulnerability for them, and well, fun to have everything in their arsenal ready to party.
Pakaz, Lincoln's online. Yeah, there's mention that he did over 7,000 damage that last fight. It's, again, he is the raid boss here. And
even the Penta Edge to just click hard at this stage.
Why not? Tier 4 item, sure.
Try to finish this. Eagles. BKB's activated. I guess it's going to be picked up. Kisses has been used. Primal Roar will just allow them to retreat. Saxa drops the tombstone on the high ground to ensure that. They're hesitant, though. They feel like they need to get some for good reason. They're going to hop in now. Skidder does get the stun out the Gyrocopter. There's going to be a save coming out from the Solar Guardian. On the backside, though, CM has been found out by 9. Small kill. They need bigger ones. Saxa is going to go down. That's the dieback. Dead for 100 seconds. Snaking now being forced to try and commit, but there's nothing left for them to commit on here. Thunder still clearly come out ahead.
Yeah, Invoker's in these fights is really trying to be that pain in the ass in the back lines, and you know, he gets the Crystal Maiden, but it's just, he's not able to do enough, unfortunately. He's in fact has to use another BKB and his Refresher Orb charge to get away right there, so that is pretty critical. The Refresher Orb being the big one, 160 plus seconds now. That's going to be deactivated for for the Invoker. But yeah, I mean, it's already so insanely difficult to kill this gyrocopter. Now you have to do it twice. By the way, he also has the cheese as well, so this just got,
good Lord.
It almost feels like 5-10 times more difficult for Tundra. I'm not saying it's a win now for Thunder Awaken necessarily, but it's got to feel like that this one is in a very comfortable spot now for your TA.
Yeah, it's actually even more spooky than it appears. I just noticed this because you don't see it often. Marcy has the Ag Shard, so they have another way of getting Gyrocopter in or out. Like, it's just getting harder and harder to kill him. You can see they're just going to try and poke and prod him, but so confident for good reason. Skid's going for the backstab on a Marcy. Solar Guardian saved the day. Not good enough for the Marcy, but maybe the Gyro is going to be disarmed on the spot. Is alive for the time being, and now the counterattack's going to come in. Mago hops onto Beastmaster, forced off to try and get him out. There's going to be an Ice Wall drop, which will slow down Pakaz, but Snaking is stuck a little bit too close to the sun. Almost gets burned.
That Ice Wall's annoying. It actually prevents the death on the Snapfire happening, but because he did use a Satanic right there, but again, Lincoln's up in a couple seconds. He still has BKB. He has the Satanic in 10, and there's that whole Aegis thing once again that's in play. And by the way, Dawnbreaker has yet another ultimate. So Tundra just has to play so perfectly and do so much in these fights to truly win it. Where, I mean, Thunder Awaken, they certainly have to have their own effort with the supports and everything, but it feels like a much easier game to win now for Thunder Awaken.
Guys, this is popped. The Partin, Solar Guardian's going to come out. Skid is going to be pursued, forced to use the BKB, even after full stuff. Nice disarm to push back, but Snaking is done in this realm of existence.
Just the one. It's the same thing. Tundra goes in, they initiate, the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian comes out, they retreat, and you know, they just hope to all survive. So it's the rinse and repeat, but the repeat's not necessarily working for Tundra in terms of gaining some ground. In fact, they're losing a lot of it, and they're gonna buy back on Snapfire. There is no Solar Guardian currently, but the engagement, the big concoction set on 2, the blow up on Invoker. He buys back immediately. Got to be careful not to go too far if you're the Alchemist. Focus on the tier 4s. That's what Pakaz wants to do. Primal Roar is still on cooldown for 30 more seconds, by the way. So
he's got Divine Rapier.
Down the meatballs, but no, he gets saved from his teammates. They're going all in on him, but he's getting pushed away. Pops the Satanic and turning right back in. So once again, Tundra has to retreat. These ice walls, they're doing some work.
It's not enough though. He's got Divine Rapier. This Gyrocopter has to be addressed directly right now. Twice over at that. Stun's going to come out. Control him seems good, but the Solar Guardian save. All that evasion. There's no way through it. This is done. Thunder are easily going to take out the throne before he can be taken out twice. Gyrocopter down to half HP. They're attempting it. Hex is at least going to sail for the moment. First life is gone. It's only him and Marcy versus the world. The double tombstone, maybe they have a way of recovering this. Primal Roar comes out. BKB was used by Pakaz. He still has the cheese to work with. And Skidder is already dead. It's Gyrocopter versus the world, and he has dominion overall. Thunder Awaken rather, become the Predators here and take game 1.
What a way to finish this one. Beastmaster just going in, says, you know what, you deserve it. The godlike ultra kill. For a second there, I thought KP, I'm like, wait, is Tundra actually going to potentially stall this at least and give themselves hope? I mean, they picked off everyone around him at that point. Thunder Awaken clearly was just going full YOLO, trying to actually finish the game, which is understandable. And that it almost felt like that kind of backfired, but it didn't. I mean, in the end, that Gyrocopter, the story repeats itself. He was just too difficult to deal with. At that point, with the Aegis, the cheese, Satanic, the evasion, etc., being able to defeat that raid boss just seemed like basically an impossible task.
It did. You know, it's the fact that like the first life they have the Hex and they have the True Strike, like it makes sense. But as soon as he comes up, like I could not see a world. I could not fathom a world in which they kill him, because the only way that works is if you see him BKB and you walk away until BKB runs out. But this is a Gyrocopter with a Rapier. He will delete your throne in 6 seconds, which is why they get forced to commit and why it is a brutal destruction in that final fight by Pakaz. Great plays by him. I wouldn't be surprised if he's given MVP, but to me, like it feels like a team effort here. Everything about Thunder's draft was designed to enable him, from the CM in an early point with the auras on the lane to the the way that they itemized on their cores, everything possible was done to make this gyrocopter pick justified. And I really just want to double down this and point this out to people. Everyone thinks gyro plus IO. I'm not convinced. Gyro plus Marcy is the new way to go. You get the movement speed element, you get the lifesteal in there as well. This is a great support hero, and what I love was finally seeing Agshard look good on Marcy, just able to stick the gyro deeper or get him out of a jam. Not that he ever needed to get out of jam when he was this godly at the end.
I just love that pickup of the Divine Rapier, as you pointed out, going into that fight, that it's not often we see a Divine Rapier purchase in terms of to finish a game when you really have a decent lead. But this was an instance where I was comfortable enough that he did that, right? Because, again, they just could not kill him the multiple times over and over that they needed to. And I can appreciate that decision being made. Now, obviously, there's the idea, it's like, you know, what if he dies there and gives it up? But the chances of that happening were very minimal. And I can, like I said, respect the Divine Rapier to just actually finish the game right there.
It's also a case of, like, I mean, you're not giving a Divine Rapier over to like a top 10 hero using Rapier, right? CK doesn't mind it, but it's not going to help his Illusion army, so not the end of the world. But also, like, if I'm a Jar in that game and I was like, well, I've got Aegis, they gave me the cheese, I've got a Linken's, my lineup is designed to heal me and give me evasion. I'm not dying in this game. Like, if I die, we deserve to lose anyway. I just love that they played to win. Great plays out of Thunder Awaken to take the first game. But important detail there. This is only the first one. Very dominant coming out from them when they got online. But Tundra are no joke, folks. You know, they are second as it stands in Group B. So beware, SA fans. There could still be a strike back, but I'm feeling good about Thunder Awaken. We'll just have to see if the beast has awoken fully when we hop back in a few minutes for game number 2.
victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
SA Dallas, slap yourself around the face because I am disappointed in your lack of faith. Looks like South America came to play, and Thunder are one of the teams doing it. That's right, Beast Coast may be breaking the hearts of the fans, but the other SA teams are representing, and they are starting to look fierce as Thunder Awaken just took a game off of Tundra.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely not in decisive fashion. It was a good game as we expected in terms of just the brawling back and forth. That's what you love to see ultimately. It kind of speaks to the parity once again as far as in this event in general. But the gyrocopter, what else is there to say about that? I feel like that kind of just sums it up, right? Gyrocopter, and especially if you witness what happened in that game number 1, you certainly understand what I'm saying. But very, very fun strategy to watch. But on the side of Tundra, though, again, they played it well. I mean, coming out of the laning phase, they actually looked very solid, especially Invoker. Not an Invoker mid. He was getting his farm. 3-3's Beastmaster was looking pretty good. You stressed that Octarine core pickup at a great time. But they just didn't have enough. They didn't have enough in terms of being able to deal with that gyrocopter. And the Alchemist assistance with that early crazy farm that he had too is certainly a big part of that. So
yeah, and we'll see if we get something similar because Thunder Awaken, they open up the Marcy again. It once again does go through. Tundra just prioritizing those support bans on both the Tiny and the Nyx, and instead they now open up the CM, a very comfortable hero for Snaking, actually. One of his most played heroes in competitive, in fact. I think he's played it 6 times, 5 wins, 1 loss.
Imagine if they go gyrocopter here. You love the Marcy gyrocopter. I mean, they just ran a game 1. Obviously, it was fantastic. Do they second pick a gyro here? I could see a world where they do. I really could. I mean, it was clearly the factor last game. So
there's a threat they could get banned if you don't pick it now. But look, it does feel very early to pick the gyrocopter. I think last time was it 4th pick on their team. I think it was a lot deeper. Yeah. Which makes more sense, especially with the way that they kind of draft. Like, a lot of teams do have that same pattern that they draft around the carry. They're trying to find a way of getting him into the game. But first, you have to structure a foundation. Remember what we said in the last game. The reason why the gyro worked so well is everything on the team was designed to enable him to work well. From the Dawnbreaker to the Marcy, even the Alchemist just feeding him an Ags later on in the game. And there it is again. So this is going to force that. I mean, honestly, if Tundra don't ban the gyrocopter, I'll be surprised. I would say the Alchemist was the bigger problem because he's what got the gyrocopter online.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're going to be the gyrocopter. It's just a matter of, like, even if it's not the gyrocopter, though, there are certainly other heroes that kind of have a similar concept, I suppose, where having this Dawnbreaker Marcy opening that it could still potentially work around. Now, to be fair, I'm kind of just saying that off the top of my head because I feel like there should be, but
yeah, as I was about to say, like, it doesn't feel like anyone hits just as well as Gyrocopter. Like, a lot of the other kind of heroes in your mind, they have some way of saving themselves anyway. Like heroes like Void, where they can time walk damage off, and they usually build a Mask Matter, something like that anyway, so they get lifesteal. You know, well, not Mask Matters usually at the moment, but you get my idea, right? They have some self-fulfilled element of sustain. Heroes like lifesteal as well, where they literally do that.
I guess like Terrorblade is one that comes to mind. Just that Metamorphosis activation, just go.
I mean, he's got Sunder as well, right? So, like, he has his own kind of save. I think Gyrocopter is this kind of all-in. Like, if you help me, I will carry the game for you. And there are other carries that come to mind where they just reach this point of, like, I don't need a team, right? Your job was to make space for me for 20 minutes. I can now do the rest. It's a little bit oversimplified, but the ideology of it makes sense, which is why I like the Gyrocopter ban. But looking at these opening phases, I mean, Tundra getting the Undying plus the CM, there's a lot of vicious lane presence this time around. I want to see how Thunder Awake can address that, because I feel like Tundra, with this type of opening, are looking to be even more aggressive than the last game.
Yeah. Yeah, having the Crystal Maiden for themselves, I know you mentioned that as well, but again, to reiterate, the win record for this hero is really good. The 21 games, 15-6 record. Very, very successful. One of the more picked heroes as well, so Yeah, great with Undying too. That aura is very useful for him, obviously as it is for many, but he likes to spam that decay, so he'll gladly take more mana.
I really would love to see a Pudge pick to address what Thunder Awaken are going to do, because they've used 2 picks and both of them offer heals right now. So while we might not see the Gyrocopter, we might see the same philosophy where you don't do this BKB build on the Marcy, you're more about saves and the lifesteal enabling. So Pudge definitely comes to mind at the front of the queue. We have seen some Drow picks as well to address that lifesteal. Drow's a little bit dangerous with these 2 heroes on Thunder's side because they both can get on you. But I definitely like the idea of like Pudge for what we were talking about of Tundra being more aggressive than last game.
Yeah, and Pudge, it's funny you mentioned that because that was another one that I was eyeing, kind of looking through the more popular pickups in the event, and yeah, he's up there too, 12-6 record with the 18 game
And
seed,
that's always +1. I don't think we've had any flexibility. No, all support players are Pepe hands right now. They can't pick it in their pub games because their carries always want it.
You know, another one here as I'm going down, kind of getting caught up in this, but Naga Siren, 13 games, 11-2.
And a decent portion of those are Tundras, because Skidder, I think, has played maybe 3 games so far.
Let's see. Tundra, yeah, 3-0.
Yeah.
Yep. Entity's 1-2. Entity has both those losses with the unfortunately, so.
Entity have had a bit of a rough start. I think people had high hopes for them as the dark horse, but as the group stage has gone on, they've at least somewhat stabilized. A lot of draws in there. So any Entity fans in the chat, don't worry. They are 6th, 7th in the group right now, so not looking like they're going to face elimination. Whoops, might jinx that. But Visage coming up. Tundra, it's kind of funny, actually. I think it was available up to this phase possibly in the last game, or they could have picked in the first phase anyway, because Thunder didn't get rid of it. But we get to see 33 signature hero.
Yeah, and again, sticking with the stat direction, 7-10 overall, really not the most successful, but individually, Tundra is 2-1 with the 3 games played. With the Visage, and yeah, to your point, 3-3, of course, naturally one of the better Visage players out there, as we are very aware. So certainly happy to see it for them. And another hero that not afraid to fight early, certainly a fan of that aura as well of Crystal Maiden. Yeah, it makes sense here.
I'd say that like the losses of Visage have been diluted by Talon's performances, because I think KP's played a few games, and of course, you know, not to be mean to Talon, they haven't been doing great, right? They are 2 wins, 8 losses overall on the group stage. So those type of things, like to your point when we were talking earlier, like Marcy's win rate doesn't look great because everyone's using it, and you know, if everyone's using it, the team's losing, probably losing it as well. You can start to see how that disparity occurs, but Thunder Awaken, love this pick. Luna, we've seen this a lot out of Asta here on Streamy, and it's possibly my favorite here in the carry role right now. I think it's heavily underrated coming into this event, but you see how useful it is, the fruits it bears. It gives you a lot of pressure on all the lanes due to the Luna Blessing, as a hero that's happy to then quickly participate in earlier fights with an Eclipse here or there.
Well, and honestly, this is one of those, if they're not going to be able to go Gyrocopter, Luna feels like one that potentially is you know, up there on the list as well as far, and you see who they pair it with then the Dazzle. So they, all 3 of these heroes around the Luna, they're going that very similar idea, basically build around here. And I will say as well, it is a potentially a bit of a takeaway pick too from Tundra, because certainly very good pairing with the Visage. So there might be that mixed mentality thrown in there as well.
Yeah, it's absurd. Like, Luna Blessing maxed out essentially doubles the damage of familiars at level 1, which is just bonkers to think about. They're 25 by default. You can get them an extra 20 damage. It's bonkers to think. It just reminds me of the old Drow. And speaking of Drow, something akin to that could still make sense. Like, you know, these 2 follow-up picks for Thunder Awaken don't get on top of a Drow, or that Pudge again. I just think right now, Tundra have this issue that they haven't addressed the healing element of Thunder's draft. So they have 2 ways they go. You either get anti-heal, or you get Overwhelming Burst. The problem with Overwhelming Burst, though, is that with the Dazzle in the picture now, there's actually a clutch save. Shallow Grave can ruin your ability to insta-kill a hero, and if the sustain is still there, long-term Thunder Awaken can come out ahead.
An Ancient Aberration does not feel that good here in the laning phase, unless you want to go like a mid-AA, because you really don't have a place for the AA.
Please don't. Yeah, please don't. Because, like, even if you try to flex the Undying as a free, where does the Visage then go, right? Are you doing Post 2 Visage?
That's my point. Like, a mid-AA is the only thing I can think of with Visage still 3, and then the supporting Undying and Crystal Maiden, so it's just not worth it, so... Yeah.
So they are going to save it until last. If I'm Thunder Awaken, I'm still thinking Pudge. I think it makes a lot of sense to just get rid of that. Like, Tundra have ticked a decent amount of boxes. They have... some decent sustain between the Slark and Undying. They have this in and out element in their 2 cores right now, but a flimsy back line. The only issue with the Pudge to that whole idea then is that you have a hero that goes in but can't get out the same way the other two cores can. You could do Drow, but like then you're going to do what, like a mid-Drow? Again, similar, like it's not as bad as the AA idea, but it still feels maybe a bit vulnerable, a bit greedy.
So Slark, like that. Seems like maybe still lacking on the burst, though.
So
that's where I would lean towards for Tundra.
Yeah, because we mentioned this idea going burst, but you need to lean into heavier. The upside of Slark, especially if you can keep in and outing, is if these heroes keep healing, you keep getting more stats, right? So, like,
True.
There is a cool idea in the Tundra. So, as I said, that they originally it was the burst or the anti-heal. They could just go for a full in and out type strategy. You could think things like, I don't want to say Zeus specifically, but heroes that do that. Spirits are great as a ban as well, by the way. Ember Spirit, and I don't know if you want to get rid of the Storm Spirit as well, but just heroes that don't fully commit and get stuck there are really good picks for Tundra. So if Thunder Awaken can remove them, there's another one Puck, then all of a sudden Tundra's options become heavily limited. For Thunder Awaken specifically, they have decent push as the game goes on, but maybe a little bit weak earlier on. So the Leshrac ban especially is a great ban out from Tundra. Could you imagine Leshrac with what we've seen this hero do if it's then supported by a Dazzle, a Dawnbreaker, and a Marcy?
Don't want to imagine. It's a good thing they banned it on the side of Tundra. So yeah, they're figuring out who they want to ban as well. The Kunkka ban comes out. Yeah, Void Spirit, actually. I know you mentioned the Storm Spirit. I think Void Spirit is potentially a good pickup here for Tundra as well. Just that back line, get in there, get the Dazzle, and also the Ags Void Spirit with the Silence can be great against him too. So
that's as I mentioned. So it comes out on the side of Thunder instead. Not the worst pick. Like it's somewhat exposed to the idea of Tundra diving now, but you have all these saves. What it now also gives you, by the way, is a quick way of spotting out the backlines and getting rid of them. Because one big weakness in Tundra's draft still is that the backline is immobile. If the Crystal Maiden or Undying get spotted, they're dead.
5 seconds remaining.
is it?
Okay, so how did we forget about this?
It's one of those, like the Marcy, yeah.
Yeah, he got ignored for the first game. He didn't even get banned. And this actually hits that idea of the in-out as well, if you think about it. Like, you mentioned the idea of the Spirits, but the difference between Spirits and Primal Beast is Primal Beast can actually make a kill happen himself. And also, in the meantime, he can beat the crap out of the lane. Like, you know, Zeus is a ranged hero, but it's the similar logic that if you're slightly out of position, you get pummeled down. You get forced to use that Heavenly Grace, and Heavenly Jump has a much longer cooldown than the Onslaught, so you have to just sit back.
It's also a... Oh, well, no, it's not. Never mind. So it's going to go... Speaking of that, they don't really have a BKB Piercer. I'm sitting here thinking, like, Pulverize. Yeah, it could be... No, it's, that would make it extra
at 25.
Way more. So
at 25.
At 25, yeah, but yeah, it's not something you're not thinking about that necessarily. Yeah.
You're like, if it goes that deep.
Because I'm thinking with the Luna, when she gets a BKB, yeah, she's going to have a lot of freedom. But exactly. I think that the mentality of Tundra is the reset in these fights. Slark, of course, is great for that. And in general, they have a lot of mobility to kind of go in and out, similar to as they were doing in the last game. It really is. I mean, when you saw that, how they were playing it and everything. But I think it's more efficient this time around. Last game, there was more the expected upfront burst on the gyro specifically. But this time, they have a lot of ways to, like I said, go back in and out. So, yeah, love the Primal V's final pick. It's hard to go wrong with that. I think that Zeus, you know, solid as well. But... we'll see if they're able to burst down the Slark specifically. That's going to be the game plan for Thunder Awaken, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think the thing I like the most about this final pick, Primal Beast, is it gives them a way of not just in and out, but going in and actually killing something. And the reason that's important is if you look at Thunder Awaken's draft around this Luna, this in and out strategy starts to fall off later on because you reach a point where going in and out isn't good enough because a Luna will still keep pushing and she'll delete your base. So you need to find a way of killing them. Primal Beast can offer that up, and although it's a long way off, you know, past the mid game into the late, once you come around to 25 again, which is feasible as a mid Primal Beast, you will be able to pulverize people through Magic Immunity. But let's waste no additional time, folks. You know, we saw a dominant display out of Thunder in that first game. Tundra, definitely a clear strategy in mind. Thunder replicating something similar to last game. I'm curious to see who's going to come out ahead.
Yeah, another case of I don't think either team necessarily has the absolute obvious stronger draft. It's certainly coming down to a play and starting with that laning phase as we're developing into here right now. Both teams smoking up. I will say Tundra delayed their smoke a little bit longer compared to Thunder Awaken.
you do this when you want to kill. So you come out on the bot lane, you wrap around. Aster have been doing this a lot in the group stage. I think they've been doing it more than any team. And they have a good kill line up at level 1. Luna is quite fast though, and one of the tough parts is you're trying to gank into a Luna who has nighttime vision. So you'll see you straight away, and yeah, there you go. That's the worst possible hero you could have found. Any other hero on the side of Thunder here dies.
Because is just gonna sit on the low ground and says, yeah, you're not ganking me. Just hug that tier 2 tower, and not much that Tundra can do about that now. So yeah, smoked into the gank attempt, unsuccessful. Oh yeah, as you pointed out, good job by Luna being there as a just in case.
I actually think that the Luna is probably the best hero in the game for these level 1 smoke gank attempts. It's not just the bonus damage of 6 per hero, which does add up, it's the night vision. Because remember, the game starts at night, and you get an extra 250 vision, so you see your opponents before they see you. Oh, good lord, Skid did not see this one coming.
Nope. And the pounce didn't really work as planned, but he is going to get out. Close call there, but yeah, that was, in the end, Skidder survives.
He'll limp away. I think he might consider just walking back to heal. Like, probably, I mean, you could probably TP back from your tier 3 tower because the regen that will kick in, you'll be more or less full health. But you're not going to miss too many creeps with the full walk back.
Yeah, he's even going to use the pounce to make sure to get back to the fountain as soon as possible, and then he'll TP in right away. So
I think he min-maxed that in a cool way as well, where he pounced earlier onto the Ancient, so it pushed him the other side. Small detail, but it's kind of cool to think about that when you're trying to min-max your timings.
Look at these supports, though. Matthew doing typical Marcy things of bullying the other supporter, at least attempting to. With the creep wave, going to go for the pull now as well.
Well, speaking of bullying, and this bot lane, the more I think about it, the more annoying it is. Decay into Soul Assumption spam. That's the beautiful thing about the Visage, by the way. Why it's so popular right now is when you think about how much brawling happens on the lane and the brawler type heroes get picked, no hero utilizes that better than Visage. You just casually sit there. You don't care whether your support is taking the damage or the enemy is taking the damage. Either way, you get a nuke.
Yeah, it sucks. Of course, Mango in hand. We saw the Basilisk last game as well. Plenty of mana regen, and now you throw the Crystal Maiden on their side to top it all off. So keep it on those levels, start adding up with the Arcane Aura. More mana, more efficiency to work with there, and keeps on running. And it throws a Decay constantly on that Luna, who's under the tower. So yeah, it's going to be a little difficult for Kaz on that Luna when it comes to efficient farm.
I mean, once he gets 2 points in Luna Blessing, it's going to be better, right? The plus 14 damage should allow him to CS under any pressure, but the problem is the pressure is going to rise. I love that you brought up the CM. I think that's something really elegant about the way Tundra drafted this. They complete a lineup that has the ability to go in, as Nine's going to barely make his way out, but then in the meantime on the lanes, they have this beneficial setup with the aura of the Ring of Bassi on the double spammers, as well as the CM coming in. You can see how they've set up for 33 to potentially just take over this game himself.
Yeah. And that's a good game plan to have if you're Tundra. We've seen it many times before, even throughout this event. As we talked about, arguably the MVP of the team, really. It's all said and done. By the way, the onslaught from Man watching this middle lane. He's going to trample on top of him, but
God, that's so annoying. I didn't expect it to be that frustrating, actually. So I expected Heavenly Jump to be a good way of getting away, but if you misuse it, you'd be punished. But remember, it slows you down for 80% for 1.6 seconds. That's enough to get out of range of trample.
Just fine right there. So yeah, I mean, this mid lane, it's 18-1 Zeus, the 10-0 Primal Beast. That's the first blood.
Welcome to this lane. Like, this is actually, the more I think about it, this is probably one of the most annoying lane combos you can come up with. Visage plus Undying. It's just, you're always going to be low HP, and he can easily finish you off with Soul Assumptions. And I don't know, Pakaz has got his work cut out for him on this lane.
Top lane, Matthew getting really low there, but just enough to survive. Sacred throwing out the Celestial Hammer and making it so Tundra would have been a bit too much for the commitment, so having to back off, and now they're going to go back in onto Skidder, but is that going to cost Matthew his life? Starbreaker not going to connect. Meanwhile, 3 goes down, but Skidder will fall at the top lane. So a couple of kills going the way of Thunder Wake. And Pakaz?
He gets out. Saxa doesn't have Soul Rip, only level 2 Decay. Man, that was close. Kills on both sides of the map, like good pick on the Skidder top, but meanwhile on bot lane, a brawl was underway, and they just in time killed off 33 before he used another Soul Assumption that would have finished Luna.
God, this Zeus, though, looking really good in the mid lane.
Vibing. Yeah, so it's not the end of the world for 9, right? This hero, if he just gets XP alone, he feels good, especially around level 5. And he can always do this on the runes, which he done earlier. So yoinking will be in his repertoire.
3-3. He's in trouble. He's just dead. The heal wave bomb coming out. You just see that damage happen to be in the midst of the creep, so no chance to get away at that point. A rotation from Matthew, successful for that. Dispose not up in time to also get the kill on Undying, but they got the target they wanted for in the Visage.
Meanwhile, top, Mago with a casual rotation. As a level 5 Zeus, as you do, just gets a pick off on the snaking. And yeah, this is a typical rotation. We saw it last game around this time. 4 minutes, just come to the bot lane. Thunder do this very differently. I feel like a lot of the other teams we've seen running Marcy either bring another hero towards the off lane and turn it into a free there, or they go to mid. But instead, they're just crushing 33. It's part of their game plan because, as we've been highlighting, like Tundra, if 33 gets a great start, he can easily dictate the flow of the game for the next 15 minutes.
So shutting him down, and the fact that Luna has slightly better net worth, that feels good, man, if you're Thunder Awaken over here. So you feel the green drop on Luna now as well, but they're sticking to this trial lane. They want to keep committed to dealing with 3-3, and you can tell 3-3 is very aware that they're looking to keep pressuring him. So he's going to play very defensively postured into the trees. And Soxy doing what he can to bully them away, but...
It's a smart idea on how to counter out Visage, actually. Because the issue is, like, prolonged engagements favor him because he just keeps poking you with soul assumptions. But if you just overwhelm, like, he'll get maybe 1 or 2 soul assumptions out, and either he or his support are dead. In this case, it's going to be Saxa dead, and even drops that tombstone to try and save the day. He's going to stand his ground. Pakaz able to fight back, though, and Saxa will fall. Pakaz walks it off. He can get the tombstone as well.
Yeah, I love the focus. Oh, it's not a kill.
He still gets it. Yeah, he gets it still. He had the vision from the soul assumption, so good follow-up there. Gets the final tap, but does go down. Overall, still an exchange, I'd say, that favors Thunder. You know, having a Luna die does feel bad, but I think it's more important that the Visage is not having a game.
Yeah. I was going to say, I love the focus on the tombstone immediately, specifically from Matthew. Both the supports basically making sure to take out the tombstone ASAP, and I thought that was what was going to really win him that exchange at the end. I mean, as you pointed out, still overall not too bad. Even with the Luna dying right there, she's back in. Good to go, but speaking of rotations, 9 is here now as well. The onslaught, they find Matthew. There's a pulverize, he's level 6, shallow grave, and the rebound away. No, what is he actually going to live? He is, isn't he? That's Dazzle for you. That's frustrating. But because this would be bad now for Thunder Awaken, but no, he's fine.
You can't do anything there. Like, you used the full kit on 9. If you think about what happens in this bot lane, if 9's rotation, if his stuns aren't good enough, you're not killing anyone. Like, point to me where the other stun is on this lane. Until 6, nobody else provides CC. You know, you've got Grave Chill, which is nice, but you already have to be close to a target like Luna. She's just too fast.
They're hunting this Dazzle. They are pissed off at Dazzle like, you saved your teammate. How dare you? He's got another Grave, by the way.
Yeah, and he just wasted a lot of time. They're coming back in. Stun on the 2.
No way.
So Assumption follow up. We'll get the kill on Dazzle and bring Marcy low. Luna is going to be controlled by the Pulverize, but Zeus has now arrived and is ignored. Pakaz will at least try to take out the Tombstone before going down. It is going to be a double kill for 33. Tundra can't even think about the tower. They have to run away because of Mago.
Yeah, I think, though, Thunder Awaken, the timing of that, they just got to start a couple more seconds than they would have liked because Zeus was rotating over. Now they're still going, though. Matthew, the dispose back on 3-3, and with Dark Mago here, the burst is enough. Matthew does end up sacrificing herself to get the kill, but at least Zeus able to partake. But yeah, back to that point again, Zeus just wasn't there in time when the fight was initiated. So.
Okay, Saxa was lucky to live there, but they did just get confirmation. If you look bot, what enabled that kill was the vision they have. They got this really sneaky ward right next to the Dire ward, and Tundra tried to de-ward in this bot lane, but they just missed it. Likely they come back with a second sentry now, considering the Dazzle was attacking them through the fog.
And Dark Mago just used his Thunder God's Wrath, hoping to kill the Undying, and it didn't. So.
Whoops.
That's unfortunate because that's actually back. Both of his Thunder God's Wrath this game have not been a kill, unfortunately, from the beginning. So mistiming slightly or misjudging, I guess.
It feels like it's a lot harder to kill people with Thunder God's Wraths when they're running away back to base these days. Ever since they added in tower protection, where you get that regen kick in of 1 into 3 and etc. as you go deeper in, you just get a lot of extra health back on the Walk of Shame. So yeah, just unfortunate for him to miss out like that.
The hammer went out. It's like, oh, he's good. Nope, never mind. Pulverized. It's locked him in place.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful with that combo, by the way. There's this weird interaction with Pulverize and Pounce, if I recall correctly, where if you Pounce and then Pulverize, when Pounce ends, it ends the Pulverize.
Dire's middle tower is
So
under
cuts
attack.
it short, basically.
Radiant's
Yeah,
top
so
tower is
it's
under
like,
attack.
especially at the earliest level, it's annoying because you Pulverize for 2.3 seconds and a Pounce lasts for 2.5. So that's where you get the biggest overlap. Past that, it's not too bad because a Pounce scales to last a lot longer.
Well, no surprise, but 7 to 6 hero kills. Favoring Thunder Awaken, but plenty of action, and we're going to continue. Dawnbreaker, she just got back up here, and she's dead once again. So no TP for the Dawnbreaker for a good 50+ seconds. Sacred going to have to do the walk of shame back to the
Radiant's
lane.
bottom tower is under attack.
Unless they can set up a kill. Yeah, but they've got to set up a kill is the key. And I don't think Tundra is going to dangle themselves to that risk. Also, another issue for Thunder is, like, how do you commit for a kill with Dawnbreaker? Like, who's your go-in hero? Right, for now, we'll see it's Pandamu. Bye. What a hero. He's even going to get the rune first because of it.
Double damage rune. Thank you very much. He's going to go to the bounty rune as well, actually. So yeah, Dawnbreaker instead just going to run back up to that point. They don't really have the ability to engage in a fight right now, so not much to be done with that. We haven't really mentioned much of Slark, and he's got a Falcon Blade. He is top farm in the game. Going Diffusal as his option. Now, whenever a Slark's in the game, you know, the idea of that Ags pickup becomes certainly a possibility. The advanced Pounce, very powerful tool.
Yeah, definitely. It's another way of quickly being in and out. And while he's farming well, I think the Primal Beast is going to be farming better. They've been making stacks, likely for him. Actually, courtesy of 33. Slark. A little bit deep, not too deep, but they can change that. 9. Whoa, big boy, whoa.
Speaking of deep,
where do you think you're going?
Primal Beast just doing his Primal Beast things, and in that case, a little too far. Yeah, it's that was extra deep for the Primal Beast, and with the TP rotations coming in, no way he's getting out of that one. So the mid Primal Beast goes down. EDC rotation to the bottom lane, trying to capitalize with all those TPs, maybe kill the Luna, but it's just undying, and Visage actually isn't close enough. He's heading over, but they're not going to find him in time.
Like, if I'm 33, I'm watching that top and going, why am I making stacks for this guy? Like, he's just going to feed more gold to them. It's hard, man. That's the second time he tried for that heavenly jump kill. It just doesn't work. Saxa, in the meantime, is just going to feed over a freebie. Oh, look. Another tombstone to farm.
Yeah. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, he missed.
Yeah,
yeah, but you're not going to defend this for 15 seconds. There's no way. Luna's got to be smiling right now. Like, look at the net worth. Recovering quick. But here you go. This is what I was talking about. This is why you stack. Because Slark can't take this. It's all about just inflating 9. And there's a very big ancient stack for him after this as well.
he wants that BKB as soon as possible. Gonna head back to the mid lane for the time being.
Makes sense. Like, they don't have a way of stopping him when he pulverizes with BKB.
Yeah. Top lane there, they're pushing in this tower. The Diffusal Blade is going to be close. Skitter gets credit for the tower kill right there. He should have it soon. And once he gets the Diffusal Blade, that with the Falcon Blade, I gotta think that Tundra is gonna really look to start using the Slark now for some of these games. Because again, you have a Luna on the other side. You do not want to try to compete in terms of farming and sitting back. So get the Diffusal and start making plays. Seems like a good strategy here.
Yeah, it's actually a really good draft to be playing this in and out style against, because of the, like, while the Zeus does in some ways benefit from that, things like the Luna struggle because of course she's short range, and if she commits the Eclipse, you've got all these cores that can go, okay, I'm just gonna leave. At which point you don't do anything. And well, that BKB is gonna be coming very soon, by the way. I just saw another stack happen. If 9 comes over and clears this one, it should be complete. At that stage, I don't think Zeus gets away with Heavenly Jump anymore. The reason he keeps escaping death is because of the slow effect after. But that's not going to be there with Magic Community.
Top lane, got the Diffusal Blade. They want the kill on Dawnbreaker yet again. She's dead a couple of times. It looks like a third one is in the works. Good job with the Dark Pack timing. I believe it actually dispelled a stun immediately from the Starbreaker and easily secures that kill. So, as expected, immediate use by the Slark to make the kill happen.
Yeah, and Tundra are showing appropriate respect, by the way. They know where they're strong and they know where they're not. They're still not pushing on this mid lane fully. That's still barely, but still up before the side of Thunder Predators, so it gives them somewhere to flex. they also are fully aware that even when they kill this Dawnbreaker, Hero can always turn up, and it's finally happened. Just look at this. This is insane. Just look at Nine's gold all of a sudden. Like, thank you very much, sir. That BKB is incredibly close.
Sharing the farm a little bit, but yeah, he just needs basically about 400 gold, and he is going to have that BKB finished. Visage taking some of those last hits, understandably. He's got a Wraith Pack, though.
Oh, good job, though, by Thunder, by the way. They knew about this the whole time. They had a very deep ward. That's why they were in the area. And now Tundra are probably going to waste more time looking for the ward that doesn't even exist.
Matherland's finished on Zeus to go with this Kaya. Has that nice reach now, and he's wants to get the shard when he can. Of course, going to be available in the next 20 seconds, but needs a gold for it. But yeah, static field, always really a good tool, and no different this game for him to have.
Most definitely. It's surprisingly effective against a hero like Visage that is kind of pseudo-tanky, decent amount of raw HP, but then also has the Gravekeepers, and you just kind of subvert that, right, between the magical damage and the percentage base. But I'm just taking a quick look at the comparison between these two. I mean, you can see 33, despite the fact they tried to shut him down, he's doing a lot better than Sacred in this game. And it's kind of crazy, because I feel like Sacred got mostly left alone in more than one way, right? Like, he was abandoned by his Marcy, but he still looked like he was farming reasonably well at the beginning.
Yeah, Slark just got enough farm to start being able to play a bit more aggressive, and that's been the bane of his existence, at least. Skitter, speaking of him, looking for another chance right there, unable to do so, but this mid-tier 1, it's being contested.
Sacred. He already used the Celestial Hammer. He has no way out. Eclipse. Skitter, he gets the ult off just in time. Saves him from imminent death there. Pakaz did commit the Eclipse. Now the charge through comes in with the BKB. Luna's gone. Not just Luna. Sacred went back in. Save a hero syndrome strikes again for Thunder.
Yeah, that's understandable what he was thinking, absolutely. I mean, that is his role this game, keep the Luna alive, but at that point, it was clearly too late. And by the time he lands, there was no chance of getting away. And it goes back to, as well, before that, a shallow grave used on the Dawnbreaker to try to keep her alive in the first place, which it did, but then wasn't available for the Luna. So it's definitely now a thing to learn, I think, from that fight if you're Thunder Awaken. And this is going to be easy to say in hindsight now, I know, but you have to save that shallow grave for the Luna. If you're going to commit to a fight, that's got to be used on her. If it's used on somebody else prior, you disengage. You do not look to take the fight beyond that. Now, speaking of taking a fight, this is a much better a chance, as Saksa is dead at the top lane, and they find the free kill, the Undying at least. But yeah, the big picture there, Tundra feeling really good about the way that went. 5,000 overall net revenue now.
It's very small pickets in comparison. Finally, they're at least getting towards attack, because it's been a big issue. You know, Tundra, they built a big lead off of this map control. They've taken all the tier 1s already. Thunder have barely tickled any of these so far. And, you know, just looking back at the way these fights are playing out, you can see what the core issue is for Thunder Predator. They tried to replicate the ideology of the last draft, but the problem is you have this window of opportunity on the side of Tundra, right? Where you are ready to go, you're ready to kill. Like, the best way to think of Tundra's draft right now is overwhelming firepower. And while Thunder have all these saving elements, they don't have enough to then kill and return yet. The Luna is probably 2 to 3 items away from being able to carry these fights. And the very big difference in this game compared to last is last time Dark Mago was on a hero that could frontline and lead the charge. He could look for fights. Zeus doesn't want to look for fights. He wants to be on the edge, just poking and prodding.
Yeah, and that's where Dawnbreaker is also potentially playing a little bit different as well in comparison to the previous game, because she is that frontline, speaking of it. She's the one that maybe is going to be engaging first. And speaking of that, Slark finds her, and she's just dead. The Celestial Hammer ain't going to work when you're frozen in place like that, thanks to the Frostbite. And they find the Zeus. That's the bigger kill. The Polarize coming out. Luna's like, I got to go. What do you want me to do? Sorry, buddy. TP's out correctly, but Zeus is dead for 40 seconds, and I think Roshan might be on the menu now.
This game could end up being very quick now. I think between the Roche, which is kind of obvious detail, but even before that, like, losing so much map control, they still haven't taken a tier 1 tower. Luna doesn't have additional farm. They can't even dream of stacking. You saw what happens to stacks on the Dire side. And considering how much of the map you keep forfeiting over, if you come out and make 2 or 3 stacks, all you're doing is inflating the problem. 9 is uncounted in this game right now. They have 0 solutions ever since this BKB, and it's going to remain that way until the Luna is big enough and strong enough to carry the game on her own. Slark has found a freebie.
Yeah, this Slark has potentially a
pounce.
Yeah, he's got it.
She's gone.
The Axe is coming out. I mean, this is even without the Axe, but once he gets that, Dark Pack's not going to connect. Has another pounce. Figure out where he's going. And there you go. Maybe not. Dispose. Are you kidding me? He's still alive. Okay. Let's go.
It's always dumb to watch, but I can't deny there is something so fun as well about watching Marcy like this.
Oh, for us, it's hilarious. Yes, for the Slark, you're like, just die, please. Come on. I have other things to do.
Yeah, it's just like, it reminds me when the Spirits first came out, and people were like, this is stupid, I can't hit him. Why does he keep going different places? What's going on? And Storm Spirit's just over here now, and over here from 9. Mago dodges death.
Slark has that Axe now, though. That's again the point that I was really stressing there. Is he's also the Aegis, of course, for another under 4 minutes now, but this just feels like an item, especially where even with the BKB on Luna, she is not ready to fight still. She doesn't do nearly enough damage in the game. This is a lineup that completely relies on the Luna, and it goes back to that mentality, right? And that's what we're talking about with. For the first game, they were able to do that with the Gyrocopter, the Alchemist kind of helping to enable that as well. Exactly. It feels like they got stuck in that mentality, and to be fair, I certainly did as well with the draft of wanting this Luna to kind of replace that. It just isn't the same, though.
Yeah, you don't have any here. Like, between that and the Primal Beast that blocks you from stacking, you have nothing to accelerate the Luna, really, outside of Psychic. I think that's a very big difference in this game. Like that. Remember, the clutch turnaround point for Fun in the last game was when the Alchemist gave the Gyrocopter and Aghanims. So you just can't do that for you. It's impossible. It's not allowed by game mechanics. They will always find a little bit of a freebie here on the CM, but they're not finding the big kills. They'll try on a 33. Nice, use the Tumbler Toy. But he's just so tanky. And Primal Beast is here to play, so you need to run away.
And he will.
Oh, not quick enough resummon. As someone like 33, usually even in those type of moments, he's so quick-fingered, you don't even get a single one, but they did at least get paid 100 gold for that.
Minor victories, you'll take it. But yeah, Visage with that pipe now, as we see, so a lot of mitigation to take advantage of, and even great against the Luna. Obviously, it goes back to her Eclipse use potentially in these upcoming fights. That's going to negate so much of that damage potentially. Look at this bounce. God, the Axe is so good on this hero. Now, Skitter, though, he's got to be careful. Gonna pop the Shadow Dance. He does have the Shard, so he has a Depth Shroud as well. Worst case, and that still is online.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I mean, this Eclipse isn't going to do anything. He can just Depth Shroud to save them. It's like, yeah, guys, walk closer. Why are you running away? Be safe here. Let's go find them on the side. Dazzle again in trouble. I mean, this is even worse than dying. This is actually so much worse than just dying. You're just stat padding the Slark further.
He loves these long fights. Talked about with the draft. And what's one of the best heroes for them is absolutely the Slark, and he's plus 29 now.
Yeah, honestly, this Luna, I don't see her being able to do anything out of that 6-slot situation. Like, that's the only way she wins this game. But, I mean, it almost feels like I'm just saying the game is over. It probably is very high on the percentage right now. Yeah, it's a 90% win probability for Tundra, and that's not an overestimation. They are truly that far ahead. And the draft just makes more sense. Like, you know, the Zeus can't do anything anymore because of the Slark always going deep. It almost feels like your supports are going to overheat from trying to save everyone, because they have to save everyone. That's the crazy part. Like, Tundra have 3 individual cores that can all chase different targets and beat them.
Well, Luna doing everything she can, because again, it goes back to that. That is the obvious statement, but that is their win condition. They need Luna to get her farm some way, somehow. Zeus, sure you like it on him as well, but
oh, fishy boy.
Should be a priority for the Luna. And yeah, again, Pandamu, we've seen this a couple of times. It's kind of out here. We saw the last game on the Crystal Maiden. Is, yeah, honestly, shallow graving himself right there almost feels like a little worse than just accepting the death. Because, yeah, you gave him another 2 or 3 hits on it. So, I don't know.
Yeah. It reminds me of the classic, like, when you're behind as an Axe against a Slark. Like, you're his best friend. He's like, you've used Call. Great, I get loads of stats. But it's, like, even worse as a Dazzle. Whether you're ahead or behind, great, I get loads of stats. At least with an Axe, he's going to spin occasionally and hurt me. Oy, oy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, the Aegis is going to be reclaimed at least.
Yeah, so this is something I was checking back in on, because I think I checked it like 3 minutes ago. I was looking for Matthew to get towards the Ag Shard. He's still just as far away from it. That was one thing I was thinking about, is like Ag Shard to save the day, but also to get the Luna deep enough for a good ult. But ever since that Depth Shroud came out, I mean, as long as Tundra listened to Skidder when he yells, get in the Depth Shroud, I don't see a way in which Eclipse does anything in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, go back to, they have the pipe in a sense to, there's a lot of response to that with the Zeus, of course, too, but against the Eclipse pretty good. It's just they have ways to, they already have the tools, so they're just ahead in all 3 of their cores in comparison. It's just that one core as it goes back to, but you see right there, bottom lane, 9-speed of distraction as he'll onslaught away. He has the Shivas though, they took over the outpost, but they're moving in quickly, them being Tundra. They want Luna, they get Luna, the pounce. Okay, Picaz, the Hurricane Pike keeps him alive for now, but the birds, there's another 4-staff. He won't make it back to base, but Dazzle, Shallow Grave this time might actually save him, so pretty good right there, but they're just running all over the place.
Matthew is a very brave soul there. He body blocked to save Pandaman. Even though he was going to expose himself, he's like, no, I think I'm tanky enough. I'm good enough. I haven't lost any stats yet to Slark. So good job, cover and move there to just save each other and get out of a dicey situation. But at the end of the day, you are still stuck in your base on your high ground. You need to find a way of getting out soon. You can't just sit here and wait for Luna to be ready, because by that point, the game will be over.
God, the Mage Slayer finished on Slark. That's a great item against the likes of Zeus, especially.
I mean, it's great against the Luna still. Like, she's all magical damage. There we go, force the BKB. Picaz will try to run away. Rebound will give him the move speed to get out of there fast. BKB now used. If you couldn't come out of your base before, you probably can't come out your fountain now. It's that spooky now for the Luna.
He did use his Shadow Dance there, but again has Depth Shroud, thanks to that shard effect. And the 25 plus the 8 permanent. They're controlling the zone right now, as they should be as Tundra to set up for the eventual Roshan, which still has about 45 seconds on the red timer at least, but yeah, the next minute and a half to 2 minutes ideally. It'll be up. You even see Undying is managing to get some decent farm to the point where he could have a Heaven's Halberd in the near future. So to go with the 4-staff that he already has. So it isn't even just the cores. Undying's managing some pretty good farm.
And then also staking, he's close to 4-staff as well. So it's just, there's going to be so much mobility on this side. And something I love about Skitter's build here is how he's prioritized this ability to just ruin the opponent's game and still kill them. Okay, scrap that. He is going for what I expect. I was about to say, because he was queuing up Basher. This is what I want to see originally as a Skadi. I thought his logic is like, we kill them so fast, I don't have to counter out what their draft does. But Skadi makes more sense. What I wanted was Skadi originally because you're playing against all this heal. So if you reduce it by 40%, it doesn't even matter if you get to a stage where you're able to fight as Thunder Predators. I keep going Predators, man. Awaken, you don't maintain your strength anymore, right? You don't maintain that strength that we saw in the last game where this Gyrocopter could just lifesteal up the wazoo for the consistently through the entire fight, basically.
This is going to be a smoke play. They're all grouped up in the base as if they're setting up for it. On the side of Thunder Awaken, and sure is. Dazzle pops it, says go. Wrap through their trio. And of course, Roshan is up. It was a very fast Roshan spawn, so that's what they're contesting for.
It could be a fast game if this fails as well. Like, if they get committed too deep and they don't win the fight, it's going to be Roche plus probably base going to Tundra. So, got to be very methodical about your approach here.
Scan it out, they know. There's Thunder God's Wrath. It also gives away the fact that Thunder Awaken does know.
Yeah, but it's annoying because all these heroes just pretty much are at full health again, so you don't even have that little poke damage to exploit. You've used Thunder God's Wrath already, which means now Tundra are going to hunt. 33 moves in with the birds. Matthew able to get out quickly. 9 is hunting though. Take anything you can find at this stage. They've found the Luna. Stuns are going to connect. She's got the BKB but hasn't used it yet. Pounce comes in from Skitter. He's going to commit the Shadow Dance early. Sacred with the stun control, but there's the Primal Beast on the side. They'll hop across onto the Dazzle. It cancels out. You see the Pounce interaction right there. Eclipse on the side, but Picaz is just leaving. Everything has been used. They have achieved nothing, and Tundra originally were looking towards Roche. Now they might just look towards the base.
I mean, the kite-ability of this Radiant team is actually fairly impressive, I'm not going to lie, but it's just going to be all for naught. 2 more dead. There's a buyback on a Marcy right there. I'll say Luna understandably spent all that time trying to kill the Tombstone, wasn't even able to do so successfully, and she's in trouble again. She's going to need another 4-staff to survive. They killed Marcy, who went too far, and now it's Dawnbreaker's turn to go too far, and that's a dieback on her as well as the Marcy, and now the Roshan is just very easy for Tundra at this point. But yeah, Luna literally was just trying to kill the Tombstone that was over here on the high ground that whole fight after getting 4-staffed away a couple times initially, and then she had to TP out, realizing that wasn't even going to happen. So the fight recap, yeah, no surprise. Her damage was basically nothing. 2,000, that's not close where it needs to be in these fights.
And you notice they don't even go directly for her. They go for the supporting cast that would keep her alive long term, because they know once Eclipse is gone, once BKB is gone, if you don't have that supporting cast, you're never standing to fight as Luna. Another crazy detail about that, in that mid, Luna was incredibly close to death. That initiation from 9 was brilliant. The only saving grace is Sacred basically rolling his eyes and saying, I'll fix you. He goes in with a very deep Solar Guardian to break up the reinforcements. Tundra have to peel back at that stage. If it wasn't for that crucial detail, this Luna dies. And this Luna does not have buyback. So that would have likely led to 1, possibly 2 lanes going the way of Tundra.
Yeah, Zeus with the Ethereal Blade now, so even another save right there if needed, let alone some potential blow-up, I suppose. But this Eye of Scotty that you're stressing,
it's going to ruin it.
Be a great pickup. He's going to have it soon. I mean, yeah, but by the time another fight takes place, he should ideally have it. And there's the Aegis on top of that. But yeah, there's a lot of focus on Slark for good reason, but it's just the other cores too. We can't forget about what they're doing as well. I mean, the Undying, by the way, has an Orchid. Like, there's that too.
Yeah, I just noticed that. It's not your. It seems kind of unorthodox to see on an Undying, but it's once again, it's how do I destroy the supporting cast? Like, Tundra, from hero picks to itemization, have done a phenomenal job of figuring out how to dismantle Thunder's draft. You know, some teams would just build typical kind of, carry items. They're like, we just right-click them down, we'll slowly win the fights. We do have a Slark after all. But they complemented the hero choice with great itemizations here. Yeah, like, looking forward with that Skadi, the Skadi, the issue is compounded. I mentioned the healing factor. Let's also remember that multiple heroes on the side of Thunder, 2 of which are in fact cores, are ranged, which means they are going to be slowed more heavily when trying to run away. So good luck escaping a Slark that's already unleashed at max movement speed.
He's has actually overtaken the top farm in the game, even from his teammate there, and he's working on that overwhelming blink.
Yeah, he can get stacks. Like, that was always the difference, right? That helped him a lot earlier on. And I do love that he went for an Ags. I mean, it's just extra CC. I mentioned this in a series the other day. Like, I think Rock Throw has been kind of slept on at first, because even if you don't hit the stun, because sometimes it can be a bit flimsy to hit, it's the threat that there's this rock overhead that could always connect. So you have to act like it's a Mirana arrow coming towards you and run to the side.
They showed a stat there on the screen of the building damage done by heroes, and I kind of glanced at it, I was like, that's not a lot of damage by Thunder Awaken, and sure enough, I'm just really validating that fact of, yeah, all tier 1 towers are still up even on the on the Dire side. So yeah, Thunder Awaken just hasn't got any map presence at all this game.
Yeah, and that's just free TP points for any attempted push. Like, once you're this far behind, it becomes difficult to just march up and take them. And something we did mention earlier on is, like, Thunder Predator don't, like, have a hero that goes and takes towers comfortably. You haven't got, like, a Nature's Prophet, you haven't got a Park, you haven't actually really got a hero that can even shove lanes far out safely. Like, Zeus can do it close to his base, but he can't come out to mid-map.
It's gonna poke some damage into 3-3, but definitely poke. There's the jump. Skitter, get a little deep, but yeah, again, he's not too worried. He's got Mage's worst case. He's got a Shadow Dance as well. And the kite begins from Thunder Awaken, or at least that was the intention. Dazzle left behind. He has buyback. Tower gets killed though, and now the Rax is exposed.
There's like finally farm.
Oh no!
But gets full stuffed in because has to use the BKB. Holding on to that Eclipse for the time being though. Skidder doesn't have the Shadow Dance, but does have the Aegis, and finally Eclipse is going to come out. Thunder God's Wrath as well, but 33 protected by the Stone Form. Depth Shroud makes sure that Skidder's going to be able to heal up and come back in, and now 9 is ready to party. Moves in deep with the trample, onslaught through to break the formation. He'll finish off the Master, they'll chase even deeper, and this game is looking fried right now. Buyback comes out from Zeus. Bakaz is still ready to fight, but doesn't have anything left to contribute. Solar Guardian is going to be committed, not able to connect on any heroes, and they are just falling apart. Snake King still stays alive. They turn around, Dawnbreaker is going to be brought down. They're back in with a Pulverize onto the Luna, and that should be game, because Thunder have no way of holding on here.
And again, what to reiterate, the long fight, GG's just called, but I was going to say, Slark, you look at the stacks that he has throughout that very, very long fight that took place, and I mean, Thunder Awaken, they did do everything. They honestly played that pretty well, considering the circumstances. They, similar to the first game, the supporting cast especially, they were keeping their raid boss carry alive, in this case, the Luna, and she was able to survive for long periods of time. But it was just too much different of a draft. Luna's damage was not nearly enough noticeable, unfortunately. She wasn't able to get the farm that she needed, and all the credit to Tundra in terms of obviously restricting that. I mean, we literally no tower kills in a 33-minute game. That's not going to win you 2-minute games, and frankly none. So.
It's a big issue with their draft. Is like, I think it's the Zeus pick. I was kind of on board with a lot of what they were doing until the Zeus pick came out, and then I just thought, okay, they don't solve any of the remaining issues. They don't have ways of taking towers. They don't have ways of getting map control. They have decent nuke, and on the lane we saw it's actually a decent solution to Primal Beast. It almost feels like that was their goal. Is like, what doesn't die to Primal Beast? And within that fort, they lost the wider picture, how we complete our draft. The rest of it is cool in theory, and I gotta say, like, Tundra didn't directly counter out. We talked about the idea of anti-heal, but instead they went for the in and out effect, and Tundra just played this almost flawlessly. It was a brilliant game coming out. Even when they're up against the high pressure of the tri-lane from Thunder early on, 33 still has remarkable impact in this game, and really big highlight for me was 9. But enabled by 33 further, right? The fact that 33 just keeps stacking, 9 is able to accelerate his farm, and he becomes the solution to everything that Thunder is cooking. At that stage, you just saw from about, I think, 15 to 20 minutes in, Primal Beast was unassailable. Outside an early death, he was now unkillable and really did dictate the pace of this entire game.
Last pick, Primal Beast, by the way. I think we
pretty
need
good,
to
huh?
kind of stress that fact that that's what happened right there. And Skitter's going to get the MVP, certainly deserving as well. This is another one of those games where I feel like, 3, 4, even any hero, frankly, would have been fine to get the MVP. But yeah, Skitter, it was an absolutely great Slark pick going into it. We certainly saw that, and so did Tundra. And he got the great farm that he needed. And as soon as that Axe pickup happened, that was the online point, it felt like, of let's go. Let's make plays, let's get kills, and let's really start to restrict this map for Thunder Awaken, and they certainly accomplished that. So yeah, Tundra, again, a split series. So one of those cases where both teams, maybe not the happiest, but hey, it's still a point for each team. And they both get a victory, and so they stay in a similar spot, which was already pretty good. Again, these teams are very possible contention for a top 4 finish here over in Group B with the way things are playing out. And this kind of continues that, the fact that they split against one another. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I think like the MVP detail there, by the way, I would give it to Skitter based on his itemization. I don't think he made an incorrect choice at all. This was actually the perfect itemization, and he played the game almost as well as anyone on the side of Tundra. Like, there was just great teamwork, great camaraderie. Means that they get another draw, but don't worry, folks. Maybe if you missed day 2, you didn't know Tundra have been getting wins. It just seems like we're going to go draw, win, draw in terms of the day format. We just have to see if they can turn that around as they move on, but we're not going to be watching them in the next series. Up next, we're switching one of the regions. We're still going to be representing some SAs. We've got Hokori up next here, but they're going to be facing off against the beasts that are RNG. After a short break.
pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We got our next series upon us. It is going to be Hokori taking on RNG in this 2-game series. Now, a couple things to talk about. The first being really the obvious here, RNG, they did have to forfeit their game 2 earlier against LGD, a series that understandably there was a lot of hype around, and RNG going into today with that 9-1 record. But the health issues, they've been sorted out. And we're good to go. That's what matters in the end. It's been taken care of, and they are good to go here for game 1 and ready to play up against Hokori in this 2-game series. I'm BrickCBK, joined by KP once again. So this should be a fun one, man.
Yep, I'm excited to say that Somnus will play, Ghost will play, Charles will play, Calc will play, X will play. They will all play. We do get the full RNG roster. Thank goodness for that. That would have been painful to see happen, especially in the TI group stage, especially for a team that has been performing phenomenally well, actually. You know, outside of that LGD series, which, of course, the first game was a loss, they'd only dropped 1 game before that. They had 9 wins, and now they have 3 losses overall. But they are still at the top of the group stage right now, surpassing EG, who have yet to play an additional series, but we'll see. So curious to see what they can do, but I'm also curious to see what's going to come out of SA. If they got the fire in their belly, because Hokori broke their streak of draws, Breaky. They lost to EG yesterday. They are not just cruising through with 1-1s consistently anymore. They finally experienced a brutal loss.
But they went back on track with their first match today, and they split the series against OG. A pretty respectable result, right? So now I will say this to that point. They're teetering in that 4th, 5th, 6th place spot right now, so, you know, perhaps going to the lower bracket. If they want a chance to go to the upper bracket from the beginning, they need to win out, really, to give themselves a pretty good shot. And it starts here against RNG. Now, again, easier said than done. But I keep going back to it, as we've seen and as we've said, South America in general really has lived up to the hype in a lot of ways, and Hokori is certainly on that list as well as a team that's been very, very impressive to watch. So absolutely excited to see what they're going to bring to the table. Again, for me, it's Analog, their mid player, that is an absolute standout. Lumi, their carry, has been fun to watch as well, especially with this pudge play and hitting those hooks. But this is a good team, though.
Yeah, most definitely. I think you can't underrate what Vitaly brings to the team as well. Just those kind of utility type heroes. Very good at bridging the gap in the teams a lot of the time. And I just love how Hokori come together to fight as 5 constantly early on, but their opponents are no strangers to battling and brawling either. RNG on the other side, topping the group stage right now in their respective group, and this is a fierce lineup. High pedigree, plenty of familiar names coming in, plenty of them that have a lot of experience at TI, and definitely a new experience to have to go through this time around, but one that they can still be comfortable with the group stage results. They won't want to stop there, though. I mean, this is the thing, right? You want to find a way of plowing forward. You know, Somnus is just a magical chair at this point, but the beautiful thing about these guys that I love to watch is the way that they flex who's more important between Somnus and Charles equally. You know, at the end of the day, they try to enable Ghost's game, but I love the fact that they don't necessarily need this one star that is the be-all, end-all that leads to success or failure for the roster.
Now, the one, again, kind of really thinking about it, the one thing to look out for in the case of RNG is, you know, how are they going to be affected, right? There was that hiccup earlier, the unfortunate situation of the health issue coming up. Again, great to report that we've been told that everything ultimately is okay, and thus their full roster is going to be good to go to play here in this series. But there is still that shakeup, right, of what happened getting that forfeit earlier against a team in LGD that they were certainly looking forward to playing against, I'm sure, and hoping to even at the very least maybe split the series after that first game and what happened there. But what are they going to be like going into this one? Because Hokori, on the other hand, like I said, yes, they lost 0-2 yesterday to EG, but hey, to start today, 1-1 split against OG. They keep that trend going now. They're feeling pretty good. So this isn't the, you know, maybe the normal matchup in terms of if they were to play 100 times with outside circumstances not really affecting, I would probably favor RNG in a heavy majority of that. Dare I say, 80 out of those 100, even more. But I think Hokori, may have a little bit more of an opening now, at least potentially. Yeah,
I think you just need to mentally reset. I think RNG definitely have the veterancy on their squad with Somnus, with Kaka, with Nova, Charles. I mean, most of them, like Ghost is really the rookie for the squad. To kind of realize that, in your journey to TI, in your journey in esports, there's going to be bumps in the road, but you need to learn how to shake them off and adapt. And I love to see that they're adapting. There was some fears on whether they'd have to forfeit additional series. I'm glad to say that they're able to play the additional ones, and I'm glad to see it as well. I mean, this is a group that, despite the hiccups, could very still easily be upper bracket. In fact, if they win this series, I'm pretty sure it's impossible to put them in the lower bracket at that stage.
Well, yeah, because that would put again, I was starting to get into theory, as we are still waiting to start the game, so we promise for it to not like, oh, commentators, start the game. Hey, we're still waiting. So
no, it's about me, Breaky, okay?
We want to stay on screen. We want to look at our beautiful faces here. No, but if they go 2-0 in this series, that would put them at, 11-3 record with only 4 more to be played. So worst case, they could finish then maybe 11-7. And yeah, kind of looking at the overall record breakdown. Again, I don't have the calculator and whatever else to truly say this for certain. But it's fair to say, yes, if they go 2-0 in this series, the chances of them not getting top 4 is very, very, very small. So this is kind of that getting over the hump series, you could say. For RNG to at least feel a little bit more smoother going into the next stage. But again, to the point of that, Hokori is kind of the similar situation, as I was saying. If they go 2-0, then the realistic possibility of getting a top 4 finish for them and going to the winner bracket is certainly there. And wouldn't that be something? I mean, with the way they're looking, with the way Thunder Awaken's looking especially, I mean, dare I say 2 South American teams in the winner bracket from the start? Like, that would be awesome.
Yeah, and I think, like, for RNG, it's kind of a tough one to measure them. Like, I think Asta, to me, has looked a little bit more impressive in the games I've seen. It's not that RNG aren't dominating. I think the best way I can summarize it is the word the meme and Wagger used for it yesterday was harmonious. There was something harmonious about Asta and the way that they were playing in comparison. But RNG, definitely no pushover. One detail I would highlight, though, is they've had fairly easy games so far, right? They've had the Bet Boom series, they've had the Boom series, they've had the Gaiman Gladiators series, and they've had the Sonic series. No offense to those teams, but of course they're sitting at the lower ends where RNG are able to dump them. You could argue that it's because RNG took them out, but when you look ahead and you realize they still need to face off against EG as well as OG, there's still some threats here. So RNG still playing to prove, and after the loss against LGD, they've definitely got to kind of shake off that feeling like, no, it's not that we had the maybe less threatening teams earlier on. It's just this is another speed bump on the way to success.
Yeah, that's a really good point to make. Yeah, EG and OG are absolutely no pushovers, and RNG. This is the series where they definitely need to feel, or they frankly should be getting at least one victory, if not the 2-0. And before they run into those other matches, and knowing, feeling a little more comfortable going into those series, I'm sure would be, pretty good for them. So, again, this whole event, and I know in the previous broadcast over the first couple of days, I kept using the phrase of, hey, it's still early on. We can't really say that anymore, KP. It's not early on anymore. I mean, we definitely are, as we're stressing here for both of these teams. We're just getting a clear picture. I know you were bringing up in the beginning of the broadcast for us that at the end of today, we will have a very good idea as far as where players or teams even are standing. And speaking of the standings, as we've been referencing here, I can take a closer look on the screen as far as what we got going on. And hey, how about Bet Boom getting another win? That's good to see there. But again, every team is still eligible and has chances.
Bet Boom, they got the breaky. That don't be baited. That was the tied series. They got 2 more losses.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, so it's getting pretty rough. I mean, Boom and Boom both looking like they could face elimination. There's tears in SEA's eyes as well. Maybe to some people unexpected. Fnatic are the ones leading the charge. A lot of people had high hopes for Boom coming into this event, but what a break of a heart it would be to have an event in your region and then 2 of your representatives just being eliminated in the group stage. Quite likely that could come to fruition. I think the real big battle now is between Boom and Sonics, more so than anyone else, especially if Hokori manages to snatch a game off RNG here. If they do that, Sonics and Boom are just fighting each other for their life. Now, that's not to write out Bet Boom. They still have a few games left, but what we're kind of seeing here is a continuation of the pattern. BetBoom seem to struggle to find a way to close out their games. And looking at the remaining series, I mean, I believe they still have to face off against EG, unless that was the series that they lost 2-0 in. And after that, they've still got to face LGD tomorrow, so it's not going to get easier for them.
No, yeah, BetBoom, as we said, especially over the first couple of days, they were already in a very, very difficult place. But again, there are still a couple more series, and that's not a lot of difference in terms of the amount of wins needed. Obviously, if you're at the bottom, you do put yourself in that place of not only do you have to show results with victories, but you are relying on other teams to also lose, of course, the appropriate teams at least. And like we talked about, by the end of today, I don't know if we're necessarily going to have any guarantees. Obviously, that'll be determined over these next couple of series that are to be played in terms of absolutely locking up for the eliminated teams, but it is possible. It definitely is possible, depending on how everything else plays out here. But yeah, no, I'm with you there. That as cool as it would be to see South American teams, a couple, especially in the winter bracket, which is still certainly possible. Not seeing a couple of the Southeast Asian teams in the playoffs at all being eliminated. That would be pretty tragic, and there is that factor that comes into play, that the mindset of, you know, there is pressure, especially for those home teams, being TI the first time in Southeast Asia region. I'm sure that potentially is part of it as well. So.
Yeah, and you know, you're looking at a situation where, just to bring it back to the BetBoom, they did play the EG series. That's why EG are now top of the groups, but like it's still LGD afterwards. You know, I hate to kind of like you know, really stick my finger in the wound, but it's looking like CIS might only have one flag bearer for them. At least it's a hopeful one in Team Spirit. But you know, just looking at those other results that we saw, I think Asta still look well poised to take the top spot in their group. I haven't seen a team stand out in a way that I feel like they're going to take that top spot yet. Team Secret have been doing reasonably well. Of course, we saw Team Spirit making a great recovery. I think Tundra, like going into this day, they're the ones I was like, maybe they can do this. But seeing as Thunder was able to put kind of a little bit of a jolt in their step, I'm not so convinced that Tundra can snatch that spot away, because Asta, to me, almost looked flawless in the way they've executed this group stage.
Yeah, no, Astra's been great, and China in general has been fantastic. There was that stat yesterday. What was it, like 12 games played or something like that, and they went 11-1 or something ridiculous. Or maybe it's 14 and 13-1, I think is what it was for the Chinese region. So yeah, that's crazy. But again, that's we know what the Chinese region can do, obviously, when it comes to.
I think LGD ended up with a 100% win rate yesterday. Like they didn't lose at all. Yeah. But you know, let's not talk about that Chinese team. Let's talk about this one that did, of course, go up against LGD earlier today, making the comparison between Ghost and Lumiere. And yeah, I mean, most of this makes sense to me. I'm maybe a little bit surprised to not see Terrorblade in the mix in place of Anti-Mage, but we did get one or two kind of weird-looking Anti-Mage games that somehow came about off of the power of mid laners being able to make space for them in the games they've appeared in.
Yeah, I expect Shadow Fiend to be banned here, specifically by the team that doesn't get first pick, because not only just in general, but in other cases, especially in this series, I mean, there's a lot of players. Both cores on both sides are certainly very capable of performing well on that Shadow Fiend. So that's the one takeaway I have from this, is that's probably going to be the case, and you see even a further deep dive. And I will say about Lumi, again, we talked a couple times, you know, he plays some more times of these position 1 carries that aren't necessarily looking to get farmed throughout the whole game. You know, the Pudge is the obvious one that comes to mind. I've seen at least a couple of games. I'm sure he's even played a couple more. So you factor that into these stats right here, where Ghost has the advantage. Perhaps Ghost playing more of those traditional carries himself.
Yeah, he hits into that late game timing. It's interesting to have Anti-Mage as a common, because I think he's only been played once in TI so far. He did win that game. That was the game I was referencing from yesterday, where he completely lost his lane. I believe it was up against a Primal Beast, and I can't remember if it was a Marcy as well, something like that, and they just ran him through. Like, it was not a very comfortable lane to be on. But yeah, like looking more likely carries to come out. It's interesting thing of Lumiere going for these more present and able carries. You mentioned the Pudge, possibly see something like Gyrocopter. I think some along the lines of, you know, like Sven comes to mind. I know the SA teams like running as well. On the other side, Ghost is a very big fan of Illusion Heroes. Like when he came in, he was infamous for his Terrorblade. He's led that up with, you know, good performances on the likes of Naga as well. Both of those heroes seem viable, especially Naga. I think so far has a pretty high win rate with 10+ games in the group stage so far.
Yep. Yeah, Nagasara, what was it? The 12 games, 10-2 record, I believe.
Yeah,
is when we saw last from the previous series. So yeah, very, very successful carry hero. Again, to reiterate, everyone, for people that may just be tuning in, what's going on, the plan is RNG is expected to play with their full lineup. There were those health issues earlier in the day, which caused that forfeit in Game 2 against LGD, but it's been figured out. Planning to play with the full lineup. We are running into some TeamSpeak issues now, being informed, so hopefully that gets sorted out, and we'll be good to go moving forward here. But yeah, again, not to, have people go watch other streams. I'm sure everyone has pretty much all the streams going up anyways. There's so much great Dota action, but personally, as I'm looking at the schedule right here, and other matches going on alongside this one, Liquid versus OG is obviously one of the bigger standout series of this whole group stages. And right now, both those teams are tied for 4th place. They're 7-5 record over there in Group A. So that's one of those very significant series. If one team can get 2-0 over the other, then it starts to really, pull apart a little bit, and the picture becomes a bit clearer.
I mean, if you want to see like a vicious kind of play out of what's happening, there's also a game right now going on between Beast Coast and Talon, right? They're both at the bottom, so whoever takes a win there is likely to just spell doom for the other. But yeah, looking at the results we've seen so far on some of the other streams, Bet, Boom, that 2-0 I talked about against EG, to be honest, to be expected. As is the follow-up. I think Team Spirit getting a draw, like that's kind of anticipated. A lot of people had high hopes of Team Spirit. I know there's a lot of stats going around about, like, for example, how Collapse was winning almost all of his pub games in the build-up to TI, but that hasn't really translated into more for them so far. And then, of course, looking across Hokori, man, this has got to be giving them confidence coming this series. Just keeping that draw dream going up, except for one series, of course, they lost. Other than that, every single series has been a 1-1 for them.
Yeah, and what's standing out to me on this stream coverage here later on in the day is that Boom versus LGD and then Boom versus Liquid. I know you're touching on that, where Boom's already at the bottom there of the group, and they need wins, and those are not going to be easy series to pick up wins for them. But that could be one of those cases where by the end of today, there could be a bit more certainty. But and you have kicked off with that 0-2 against Sonics, as we see there as well. So.
Talk about a mercy blow as well, because like looking back at that last group quickly, you had so Beast Coast are leading against Talon. If they win, at least Fnatic don't have to feel bad about killing their SEA bros, because they're more or less done already at that stage. So rough one for them. But yeah, look at this group. I mean, FTX leading Entity. Entity was someone that people had as their dark horse. They had a lot of high hopes, lots of new Stormstormer fans, not able to be delivering at the level that maybe people set for them. But I think people had high expectations. Really big upside for Sonics is this. Sonics have had hard starts to this group stage. They've had the hardest opponents. They could still recover and actually make it to the playoffs based off the fact that they've got the easier matchups like Boom and like Bet Boom next. But rounding out, of course, looking here, we have got Game and Gladiators next to be offered up as tribute to the NA boys in EG. Of course, they were able to get a game off Team Liquid, which is impressive. But to me, the big one to look forward to is the fact that Fnatic is leading against Asta.
Yeah, 1-0, and I don't know how that game 2 is going. Obviously, over there on PGL_Dota 2 and 4 stream, that's that stream schedule for that, and the results being shown. But if they manage to get a 2-0 over Astra, that is massive for them, and could potentially help boost Fnatic up to that top 4 spot, which is again that's the important place to be, to go right to the winner bracket. From the very beginning. So yeah, and TSM is another team that I want to reference too. We haven't had the chance to really do much coverage on them here on our stream E, but it's been a struggle for them too, and they potentially could be on the verge of getting eliminated if not careful. I saw that they had the result there of they were up 1-0 against Entity, trying to close out that series. So very, very important one for them to stay alive coming out of the group stages. And yeah, here's our schedule for today.
Yeah, especially in comparison to the Fnatic result there, because Fnatic is the one just above TSM, so they're going to start bumping themselves up. Entity is feeling confident, looking like they can still get a game or two. Like, TSM is on the edge of the abyss, but looking at our final stream here, I mean, you can see that we are the SA fan club, right? Like, we've got Thunder into Hokori, back into Thunder, back into Hokori. And I'm looking forward to that last series especially. That last series, I think, is going to be an incredibly important one for both sides. Hokori have been slipping by based off of draws so far, so they're not actually that stable in their standings on the group stage charts. And then when you look on the other side, as I mentioned a little bit earlier in that analysis, Sonics, while they've been getting pummeled, they've been getting pummeled by what are seen as the best teams, the ones at the top of the charts right now. So there's still a Cinderella story possible for the NA team, an NA team that it would be shocking to see them go out like this. I mean, it was a little bit of a clutch of the straws to make it through the last chance qualifiers for a roster that I think has been at every TI since its inception.
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad in terms of the elimination, especially knowing 2 teams. I mean, that's 4 teams in total that are going to be eliminated going into the playoffs, which is more than it's been in TI's past. So you hate to see them go, but the competition must go on, right? And as of right now, we obviously still don't know exactly who those teams are going to be. But knowing that even one of those teams is a potential, it's going to happen. But that's just the nature of the beast in a lot of ways. I'm not talking about Primal Beast here. I'm talking about just what TI is and so much being on the line here. But KP, it sounds like we might be going to a break here.
I don't like to think of it as a breaky. I like to think of it as just a pre-warm-up before we get into the high-intensity SA Chinese showdown that you do not want to miss. So go get yourself a snack, go get yourself a drink. In a few minutes, we should hopefully be back to kick off RNG versus Hokori.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are officially ready for game number 1. We are into the draft here. Hokori taking on RNG. And again, to reiterate, RNG does have their full lineup good to go. Situation has been figured out. Excited to be a part of this. This should be a good series. We spent so much time previewing it because a little bit of the delays we had right there. But we got a draft and we got a shadow feed first pick. I said somebody's going to ban it early on. I guess not.
Nah, it gets through because the bans have started to change compared to the early days. We're seeing a lot more respect being given over, especially that Nyx who's taken away again. This time, also the Lich added in. Interesting choice coming out of Hokori. I've seen a few teams start to utilize the Lich. It does look quite impactful, especially the damage mitigation. I actually think it's one of the best pairings to get with a Lishrak. And in fact, when you look at successful matchups, it's a 50% win rate, I think, with 6 matches. Don't ask me how that works. There's some deviation there. But with Lishrak plus the Lich, but I think you can actually flex this to other drafts as well. Like the damage mitigation element works well when you consider a lot of the carries being picked at the moment are pretty overwhelming from a physical damage perspective.
I'm noticing that Lich ban, coming out from Hokori. It's because part of me is like, I understand the respect ban in RNG specifically, but giving them this was one of those drafts where, and I think that's why RNG was fine to not ban the Shadow Fiend. It's like we're gonna give the other team, the Enigma, potentially the Tiny, which we talked about is also really good, or that Shadow Fiend, and we'll get the other 2, right? It's kind of those trio of heroes here that they're happy to have the other 2 of the 3. So yes, they give the Shadow Fiend, but an Enigma Tiny opening, especially with how this TI is looking currently, that is a very strong opening. Silencer does come out, maybe as you almost would expect, because of the Enigma.
Yeah. And by the way, Tiny is one of the most comfortable heroes for both of these teams. Kaka has 15 games in competitive play since July, 73% win rate. Violacore has 12 games played with a 75% win rate. So either team would have snatched this up. Just a good hero to enable, and has appeared that way across the group stage so far, being the 5th most picked hero so far here at TI 11.
Yeah, 25-13 record from what I'm seeing. That's pretty damn good, especially for a top 5 here, as we talk about 66% win percentage. Not too shabby. So, but yeah, Silencer, as we go back to kind of that natural counter to the Enigma. That's when we, in fact, let me pull up that stat real quickly. Against, of the 25
bad, right?
times he's been seen. What's up?
He was doing pretty bad on the win rate, right?
Well, I was going to say, overall the win rate's 10-15. So it's actually not the greatest. Against Enigma, though, specifically, it is 4-4.
Okay, yeah, but that's kind of like, that's what I'd expect. I think the issue usually becomes the idea that like the Enigma is going to be a core, so he farms enough that when you arrive in the late game, when you move past this idea that you're just about auras and building auras and not being about black hole, you come back around, you get refresher, and you have double BKB black hole. And Silencers usually being as poor as they are, if they haven't had a Philly Stone for the last 40 minutes, they're probably not going to have enough to get the refresher. So I think that's why you don't see it being the be-all, end-all counter. Something to keep in mind is that I do believe that this game is begging for a puck right now. I could see a puck coming out for either side, possibly Hokori, and they just shift the SF to a POS1. And it would make a lot of sense, because right now it feels like the comfort pick for both Somnus and Analog, the most played hero in competitive since before Arlington.
God, I'm sitting here looking, so Puck a possibility. Another hero that's a possibility is Crystal Maiden. If they don't ban Crystal Maiden on Hokori's side, I 100% expect RNG to pick up Crystal Maiden. And a couple of factors are why I'm saying this. One, just naturally good, right, with these 2 heroes already. But 2, looking at the win percentage, Tiny is 10-3 with an Enigma, but he's also 6-1 with a Crystal Maiden. I mean, it just
Wow.
makes sense on paper too. And these 3 heroes are all very, very strong heroes right now in the current meta. So it doesn't get banned. There's one more ban to go for RNG here, but I mean, I'm really thinking we're going to see a 3rd pick CM.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Primal Beast yet either. That's still available. I quite like the Primal Beast for Hokori. It just gives them an in very fast. Something else I would love to see coming out from Hokori is another element of physical damage amplification. Usually there's heroes that give you minus armor. We could see something akin to a Tide Hunter later on the draft. Probably not a Tide simply because the Enigma's in play, so you don't really get to debuff and then quickly, or dispel rather, and then quickly use your Ravage. But anything that offers that sort of amp, Slardar is another hero that comes to mind, but I don't think Slardar specifically has been played that much so far, maybe like 3 or 4 games. I know we saw him a few times in the last shots qualifier.
Vengeful Spirit,
yeah,
Vengeful in general.
Venge is really good, actually, because she can swap and stop the Enigma.
I was actually thinking about that, though, too. So let me actually... I don't think she's been played. Oh, well, yeah, 3 games,
Once
2
or twice.
So
yeah, okay, 3 times. Yeah, so she's in a few usages. The only problem then is you've got like Avenge, Sansa support. Neither of them are really good at shoving lanes. Neither of them provide like a big team ultimate or big CC. So at that stage, there's a lot of onus on your final picks, and it comes back to the idea of not just heroes that provide minus armor like the Tide, but also big Ravagers like the Tide.
Disruptor.
Okay. I mean, CM was certainly looking very, very appealing, but they're much more confident with the Disruptor pick right here. And obviously there are some differences as to what he brings compared to the CM. And one of the big ones is that catch in general with the glimpse. And just great wombo combo set up with the Enigma as well.
It's just a really nice hero against Sansa because either end of your kit is going to be used before global can be committed, right? So if I glimpse someone back, it doesn't matter that you global now. They've been glimpsed back. Like maybe they get out, but they're now already in a very bad position, probably with limited information and unwatered area. And then at the other end, if I drop the Static Storm, you can global, but I've already done my equivocal global, right? I've silenced whoever's inside that Static Storm, so I once again don't care.
Enchantress is another hero that comes to mind here for Hokori, potentially, especially for the laning phase against Enigma, but they already have the silencer support. That with an Enchantress feels maybe a little underwhelming, so from that perspective, not as likely. And yeah, they're going to go the Clockwork, actually.
The Clockwork was slipping hard on the win percentages. I think Saxa was one of the people working hard to recover that, though, so I think he's probably up at like a 40-45% win rate at this point. So at least on
14.
Yeah, so that sounds about right. So he's slowly crawling back up, and I can kind of see the value in this draft. You don't get that old cheesy value anymore. I'm pretty sure they fixed it so you can't cogs and give souls to SF, but people don't care about that anymore. It's more about what this hero offers with a combo like this. We've seen the Pangolier Clockwork coupled together multiple times here. It's a high-skilled combo because you have to time it right, and oh my god, RNG are doing it. Bloodseeker, we haven't got to see any of this so far, yet we've seen so many Pangoliers and so many games where the Bloodseeker doesn't even get banned.
Yeah, that's why I said ouch right off the bat. I think that's the obvious and perfect answer for RNG right there, even though we haven't been seeing a lot of it. And one other thing I want to touch on real quick with the Clockwork and kind of going through, looking at even more further stats. As far as played with for Clockwork, he has played Shadow Fiend and Pango are actually his most played with heroes. 2 and 4 with Shadow Fiend, 1 and 5 with Pango. It just hasn't really worked out as planned on paper is what that screams to me, despite what should make sense, right? It's one of those cases. So I'm not saying that means, auto loss here for Hokori, but perhaps they're thinking a little too much into this.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the stats, Fiorlacor he's not turned up with Clockwork. He's played it 7 times in competitive. He's got 1 win and 6 losses. So it doesn't seem to be working for him. We have seen some decent performances on the Clockwork. I think especially once they get the Ags, they are a phenomenal split pushing piece in the team lineup, right? They don't have to go to the lane to do it. They can essentially just ensure that lane pressure is always in favor of you, and that offers up more options for lineups that are about hunting and killing, which is why I'd love to see Hokori round out their draft with a hero that does exactly that. They're, funnily enough, going to be the ones to ban the puck in the end, but that's the type of hero I'm talking about. Someone who can go in, seek, and destroy. And just one more layer to that Bloodseeker, it's not just the Pangolier he counters, it's the Clockwork. You get ruptured, you can't hookshot. So you always have to be leading the way. Counterattack is going to be very difficult for Hokori.
I mean, you can see how quickly they picked it up as soon as the Pango happened. So yeah, even more to that, it's like not only good against the Pango, but the Clockwork. So that 3-4, and RNG was sitting there like, yeah, thank you very much. We'll gladly take Bloodseeker and make you feel really bad about those 2 picks that you went with right there. So Corey, a little bit of a hole perhaps when it comes to this draft, even though they do have that Shadow Fiend opener that we stressed is a very, very, very good one. Just overall right now in the meta, and it looks like it's going to end up in the hands of Lumi this game, where Analog will play that Pango. That means likely need their off lane as that final pick, and the Broodmother is already taken away as a cheese option there. So
Yeah, no, the homage today. This could still be a Pangolier free. Maybe you just accept that, like, you know, you want to relegate his priority because he's now hard counted. We'll see which way they want to play in that regard. You know, I think it's a lot harder to make the raw right-click Pango work compared to the older days where you used to have the slow with the disarm. And we remember how absurd it was seeing the mid-Pangos constantly in the American regions especially. But like rounding these drafts out, looking at what RNG don't have, the Enigma provides decent push. They have really great team fight with the Disruptor plus Enigma, not to mention good saturation between the Tiny and Bloodseeker. I wouldn't mind seeing just another kind of frontline brawler that can go in, that can kind of body these fights alongside the Bloodseeker. You could also see them go for an amped up type of carry out of the mid. Something akin to the Templar Assassin comes to mind. And I think considering a lot of the bans that Hokori have done already, they somewhat enable that TA pick.
10 seconds remaining.
That's definitely possible with what would be the final pick for RNG right there. But I also, again, love to analyze this, the player cams, and maybe overthinking it too much, but I saw that Brewmaster ban happen, and then the disappointment look almost came off like, dang, we were planning to play that. But they're not going to get the Brewmaster. They're going to get the Mars instead. So it still feels pretty strong. Yeah, I think that's a solid pick.
The only tough one about Mars is when you do this against Bloodseeker Disruptor, I think these are two of the best heroes in the game to counter Mars. Like, what you have is this issue where you commit with an arena, and if the Disruptor's quick with his fingers, he drops a Static Storm, that you probably don't get the Spear out. Bloodseeker can also get delayed silence on any follow-up coming into the arena. One plus side for Hokori is that Pangolier, he'll be magic immune when he does follow up. But the downside once again comes to the Bloodseeker with the Rupture. So RNG, like their draft looks more well-rounded, and yeah, nothing too cheesy, nothing too risky to round it out. They go for a tempo type mid that's able to get around the map, be present. It's not that juicer I was expecting where Bloodseeker will amp up this other person, but I think what the Ember Spirit offers you is a good lane against the Pangolier, and also a way of matching and actually exceeding his rotations across the map.
Yeah, I'm just fine with that. As you said, it's kind of just a not too out there finish. I think RNG definitely drafting very well. That Bloodseeker specifically was a great one. There is the silencer factor into the Enigma, but we've had a conversation over and over about that already, KP, throughout this event in terms of why that doesn't necessarily matter in the big picture. For Enigma, he's going to have a great landing phase still potentially, and he can still build those items, and there will still even be the black hole threat as a possibility. So I do like RNG's lineup. Hokori, it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for them, and I'm curious to see how much they are up for the challenge here.
Yeah, I think another thing to consider, like, although those things throw down when a Mars jumps in with an arena, there's a factor as well, right? If he just picks the pulse against these bulky heroes, that's going to hurt. The bright side I see to Hokori, before we get too much on the RNG wagon, is that they've finished the draft off with a way that enables the silencer aggressively. Because I mentioned all those counters to Mars going in, but when he goes in with an arena, you global silence, and then you're set up for a fight. The global silence will buy enough time for the Pangolier to hunt for more, and there's always going to be a clockwork looming. So I think while they were drafting from behind going into this final phase, they probably got one of the best ways to round this out. An initiation type hero that brings the silencer back into the picture. And to a positive note, it puts Hokori in a position to play the game aggressively instead of reactively, which I think is where we see Hokori look weaker.
Yeah, worth pointing out too, as far as who's playing what specifically to that silencer. Theolacor is going to be playing the silencer. He is technically their position 4, so a little bit more farm priority. I suppose you can look at that over the Clockwork, where it does feel like Clockwork himself certainly got, dare I say, maybe not hard. I mean, he got pretty countered. Between the Bloodseeker, even there's the Disruptor. It's going to be a difficult game for Clockwork to be as useful as he's used to being. So I like that change up here from Hokori.
There are hopes for his usefulness. There's something he can do as we hop into the first game between RNG and Hokori. He can always just blindly hook shot, close his eyes, go towards that Enigma, knowing he's going to die, but knowing that he stopped the black hole. I think that's what he's been relegated to for the most in this game. And smoke movements out by both sides. You can see, actually, Hokori should be more confident about finding a fight. So I think RNG are up to fire there. Like, if you think about the level 1s on these two sides, Hokori definitely have a lot more kill threat on the two sides.
Yeah, that is certain. So RNG having to respect that. Again,
Yeah, it was about the vision for RNG, actually. I think they only got one of their 2 wards down. That's why they were moving north so aggressively. Yeah, Kaka's still got his wards. So, unfortunate for them, you can see Hokori beat them to the punchline. They got a nice deep ward near the high ground of the Radiant area, and then they also have coverage around the mid.
I
say that.
For...
Did they get deep warded?
Oh.
No, they just dropped on the sentry. Okay, there we go.
Deep ward just placed, meanwhile, by Kaka. Gets it in there, and I don't think that was necessarily seen. They might be suspicious of it, but...
He came from the right side, right? Yeah, so he's fine. Because they warded, you can see they warded on the slope, so they would have seen him if he came along the river. Yeah, so nice little sneak in the end. Does get one down. And you'll notice that once again, they've done this ward that I think RNG do more often than any other team at the moment, where they drop an observer on the central ramp. Logic here is that they're able to move quicker to the runes than their opponent. So whenever they see, for example, Analog going north, they'll follow him and then route him and then pass him.
Well, off the bat, Analog jumping in with a shield crash, and of course, right off the bat for Somnus, he's got the Flame Guard and sitting on top of Analog, so not afraid to trade some damage early on in the game. Noticing the top lane there too, by the way, Lumi with the races, of course. It was a good job by Chalice of actually spreading out the Eidolons and not giving the free CS to the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah,
when it came to those races.
You need to be very careful. Like these Eidolons early on, you can just escalate the Shadow Fiend problem once he has level 2 of the Necro Mastery. Key thing to keep in mind with the mid lane, we've seen this matchup once or twice before. As long as you level Flame Guard as fast as possible, you can never be purged until level 6 of the Pango. So I do expect Somnus to get a more comfortable start to this lane than Analog.
So far, it's quite a bit of a start over him, yeah.
It's just so annoying. Like you can't walk in. So some heroes have this ability to get rid of that Flame Guard, right? But if you shield crash in, your damage reduce, but you won't purge the Flame Guard.
Seems like we've been seeing a fair amount of these Pangos mid that are in a bit of a not ideal matchup, or have a bit of a struggle in another case here, but still ultimately able to recover as it levels that up, and then eventually hit level 6, rotate, set up a kill.
Yeah,
be very useful throughout.
It's just kind of weird because usually what you'll see is level 1 will be Pango favored because Shield Crash will at least break Flame Guard, but now we're reaching this point I'm talking about where you level Flame Guard twice and then all of a sudden Shield Crash doesn't work anymore. Funny detail though is Somnus, because he's confident, because Analog keeps using Shield Crash first, he sticks to a level 1 Flame Guard. As I'm talking about that, looks like Fialacore might be hemorrhaging first blood in the bot lane to Ghost.
Yeah, and Ghost is able to get that last hit on him, the Thunder Strike, keeping the vision up if anything, as well as assisting with a bit more damage to make that kill happen. So yeah, Silencer having some trouble down here at the bottom lane. Bloodseeker Disruptor not afraid to fight. Top lane, there's just the cogs going out. Blocking into Eidolons, trying to help with some CS, yeah.
It's a cool way of actually playing the Clockwork on this lane. I mean, like I said before, in the old days, you would have just dropped cogs and said, Lumia, hit these, but you can't do that anymore. So, nice way of still using cogs to get souls. Indirectly, of course.
Of course. No more of the cog denies there to add up.
Yeah, I feel like I have to keep reminding people because it was such a central thing for so long in Dota 2.
Oh yeah, seeing that right from the beginning of the game, it's the cogs going up in the fountain and Shadow just sitting there. All right, let me add up my souls. Let's go.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, is that like meant to be a message on AI sentience or something? I mean, like, do cogs really have souls?
Let's not start that again.
Hey man, I'm just asking the philosophical questions.
Analog's actually,
he's catching up.
Doing not too bad. Yeah, 21-0 against 24-1 on the Ember, so not too shabby.
I think what I like is his choice to go Blightstone. So the Blightstone, instead of him trying to find a way to deal with this Flame Guard at all, he's like, how do I just do more raw damage? Enigma in a lot of trouble here. It's going to be brought down, and not the start you really want to have if you're RNG. Felt like this should have been a safe lane, but got to give a lot of credit to Gardic in his positioning so far in the early phases.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to, again, putting the Clockwork in position 5 to play with the Shadow Fiend. And he is being very useful at the top lane. And again, overall, the game has may be a struggle for him, but he's making the best of this laning phase and really securing the victory for Shadow Fiend, if anything. trying to, what do we talk about? You know, Enigma will get his farm no matter what. Well, he's still getting farm, but he's making it at least a bit more difficult than a lot of games.
And there is a problematic knock-on effect from this. Like, when you draft Bloodseekers, you're relying on your other lanes to brawl successfully. But if you just start hemorrhaging kills and always retreating against this type of heroes, your Bloodseeker doesn't get empowered. So it's much harder for him to win his lane, and it makes it much easier for Hokori to just cruise through this laning phase that should otherwise be uncomfortable.
Ghost is so fast down here at the bottom of that thirst.
Alright, Kaka's just gone. There's no way to get out of this. They ignore Chalice and walk past him. Hokori are styling on this top lane.
Bottom lane, they're going for the kill on the Core. Gonna pull him back with a glimpse, trap him in the dome. And the Core just gonna put the curse out before he dies actually. Maybe set up a turn for Vitaly, but it's not a, it is a, yeah, they get the kill on Disruptor as well, but while that was taking place, there was also the turn kill on the Clockwork as you referenced there.
Yeah, I think that was somewhat intentional. So Chalice could see the Clockwork, but he didn't kill him straight away. Partially because Clockwork backed away with the cogs, but afterwards he just kind of hung around but didn't insta-kill because Ghost was benefiting from that via the first in the bot lane. Just great coordination from RNG to get kills on both sides of the map. Oh, wrong thunder. Okay, yeah, Analog knows that's a bit too ambitious, but after all that, due to Kaka coming on the mid lane maybe a little bit too soon, it's a slower level 6 for Ember, which means that Theo rotates in and Analog is now able to pressure under the tower.
We also have rotation coming in from Gardic on that Clockwork. Tiny meanwhile gets a combo though on Silencer. Core going the wrong path right there, feeling extra safe for some reason. And Kaka says, you're in our side of the town now, and throws him in for the kill.
Just feel on Padme in that moment. You're on the wrong path, Anakin. It's the path to despair for poor little Sansa. It's not. It's kind of a weird feeling when you rotate like that. Like, you know you shouldn't be that deep, but you see that you have level 6 before the Ember. But Somnus was able to snatch 6 off one of the creeps just behind the tower. At that point, you shouldn't be in the area anymore. Just good rotation out of RNG to punish an overextension. Top. Well, Chalice is in trouble. A lot of trouble.
In fact, he's dead troubled. I saw Lumi there. He was the one that's got him initially, but with Pango showing up, there was no chance that RNG was going to win that fight. So the Haste Rune coming into big play for Analog. Not only helps save his Shadow Fiend team in. In fact, look at this, though. Pango's going to sit top, and Shadow Fiend will now TP to the mid lane. Yeah. So we got our rotation coming out.
And there was the counterattack on the other side. So RNG did pounce upon the Mars in the bot lane. They were able to run him down, so Ghost does get a kill to his name. 3 kills already for the Bloodseeker. This Brawl lane is going incredibly well for the safe lane of RNG.
And the glimpse back. Oh no, that's the... Yeah, you got to keep that in mind against Disruptor. Whenever you TP in, he gets sent right back to base.
I love that idea, actually, that one thing that makes this combo on the lane really good is not just the fact that I'd say Disruptor is one of the better POS 5s in the game, one of the best POS 5s in the game at trading out efficiently. It's that you are able to be deeper because Bloodseeker's always pushing in. And speaking of pushing in, 4 heroes bought for RNG, at least this kill. And the reason that pushing is important, by the way, is it means that X-Nova is parked in position to do those glimpse backs that you just saw from Mars. Like, it's such a fun way of playing this hero. I still remember one of the most infamous matches, I think it was one of the Chinese events several years ago where a sniper kept TPing back to lane and get glimpsed back to base. And the team eventually lost because of it. And I think that was the moment in Dota 2 history that really embedded in people's minds, be careful where you TP.
Yeah, when a Disruptor's in the game, absolutely. And I guarantee you, Vitaly is not... He won't do it as just, you know, willy-nilly moving forward. I mean, it still definitely could happen because it's hard to really ultimately play against sometimes, but know that that is the possibility. And when it happens at first, that kind of reminds you, oh yeah, I got to really look out for that as far as being sent back to the base. So.
Yeah, the heroes just have that impact. He's having a great start. I think, like, you know, you look at the CS as deceptive. You look at the net worth and you realize what's really happening here. Murder is the name of the game for RNG. And so far, Ghost has been ticking that box.
Top lane, Chalice being hunted. Gardic's trying to find him, but there is a TP already coming in. Kaka. Now Gardic, he's in a bad spot. Another TP. This one from... Never mind.
Not needed.
Not needed,
Mars,
exactly.
He interrupted it. He used the spear, but the price might be his own life. Rupture's going to be thrown out. He uses the arena. If Analog doesn't get this kill, it is totally not worth. Ghost is going to be slowed. I struggle to run away now because all the remaining heals in Hokori are full health.
Well, I mean, it was definitely an if, but on the other side of it, if they get the kill, absolutely worth it. And so it was sure kind of a high risk, high reward type play, but hey, they get the reward. They get the turn kill onto the Bloodseeker, as we're just constantly talking about that, how great of a game he's been having. That's his first death, at least.
Yeah, it's one of those games where like Analog rotates in and he yells in the VoIP, nobody get hit. You all must remain full HP. Otherwise, this guy's just going to run away from me and I'm going to look pretty dumb. So Analog gets a very casual kill leading into a tower push. And they need some damage done because something remarkable is RNG, with all that overwhelming pressure, already took the bot tier 1. That's not something you see frequently. Usually the offlane tower is the last one to fall.
It's just going to be walked at by Somnus. There's the glimpse as it'll bring him right back in. Once again, the trap of the kinetic field. Eventually wears off though. Mars, though, you're not getting away from this Bloodseeker. He's got the level 3 thirst. He is zooming around.
Yeah, the rules of circles dictate that RNG wins, right? Like, you've got Mars Arena, which is cool. You've got these small little baby cogs. But then look on the other side. You've got the Kinetic Field, Static Storm. You've got the Black Hole plus the Midnight Pulse. You've got the Blood Right. It's just actually so difficult for Hokori to approach these fights before BKB territory.
You see Shadow Fiend, though. Readdressing him. He's got his Mask of Madness. Now working on the Dragonlance. So Lumi understanding they're going to need that big game out of him. And so far, he is getting the farm with it. So that's good to see on the side of Hokori.
He got the best item in neutrals as well. For a Shadow Fiend like this, the Possessed Mask is so nice. Even more so since they nerfed healing off of creeps. Like, I think that was an indirect buff to Possessed Mask. It just means that you can farm more confidently in the jungle and not be one of these low HP Andes that would enable the Bloodseeker further.
Mid lane. Yeah, Mars showing up there with his Falcon Blade to pick up some farm. There's been a bit of rotations coming out from the Hokori cores, and there's a where to farm comfortably. As speaking of that, Shadow Fiend poked in a little bit by Ember Spirit, but he's going to go top lane. Thing is fine.
Yeah, he got the roll. He got the shield crash off really quick, and now I think he wants to go for a Roll and Thunder play. But X-Nova nearby has got the Static Storm. Roll and Thunder does come out in time. Wrap around from the Tiny. Toss back, and they'll at least be able to find the Disruptor. The Rupture is going to come out, and Analog, he's experienced the pain, he's experienced the counter. He'll go for the TP wave, the Blood Right, and the Avalanche will stop him in his tracks. To get the big kill, Lumiere at least secures the area with the Requiem. That's going to be a Requiem to walk away.
Yeah, very defensive. I mean, it had potential to go in for some more kills, but it just wasn't to be. But you already see again off the bat, or as we're expecting throughout this game more so, is that pain going, how it's going to be troublesome as soon as a Bloodseeker especially shows up and ends up being his death right there. So yeah, they killed Disruptor, but clearly RNG getting the better of that exchange, and RNG wants to keep fighting. Somnus, he's back up here. Their cooldowns, they're the longest, and thus they're in. Tiny, speaking of being in, he's in too deep though. He did not maybe expect the Shadow Fiend to still be around. I don't know, but
nice dodge.
She gets killed. Nice dodge, exactly, with that sleight of fist, avoiding the spear, and Gardic likely gonna fall because of that. Another slight to take him out. Somnus, he's taking some good physical damage though, and you gotta respect those right clicks.
Just imagine that feeling of confidence on you. Yeah, what do you want? You want to bring some loot? Oh, that's right. You hit for almost 200 damage a right click. I should probably leave at this stage. Yeah, it's just Somnus restraining from getting too aggressive there. The reason he was looking for more is they rotated the Bloodseeker to top lane. And at that stage, you know, you've got multiple cores farming the same area. Their goal was to push Lumiere out the lane and take the tower. But credit to Hokori, they hold their ground. Sure, they lose a hero or two there and here, but they don't lose the tower, which is more important.
The bottom lane, Kaka. He could be in a little bit of trouble. Gardic, hookshot of 1 second. Pango's nearby. The hookshot he needed. The Kaka pushing him out, actually. I don't think that was necessarily intended, but it doesn't matter.
You say that.
Does it?
It does. Kaka's going to live. Moves away. Rupture's going to come out. Punished with the Pangolier and Gardic. Rocket Flare, not enough. Kaka saves himself with the stick and Seeds of Serenity, and ends up 2 go in the way of RNG.
Okay, never mind. It definitely mattered. Kaka living, the Tranquil Boots. Just going to start walking away. The regen kicks in. Oh my gosh. I mean, what a supporting cast from RNG. And by supporting cast, certainly mean the Ember Spirit showing up at the right place, right time. Not only save his teammate to get those two turn kills, and he's now back to the mid lane. He's going to get this mid-tier 1. That's going to help finish his Maelstrom. to go with the Orb of Corrosion that he already has.
Nice double Maelstrom, so they're going to farm up a Storm on the side of RNG. And, you know, here's a fault for you if you're Analog. Like, you notice that he came out the Swashbuckle very early. A lot of Pangos would have probably continued the Rolling Thunder back towards the Cogs to get a rebound slot onto the Tiny where you can't be stunned. The reason he hops out of the Swashbuckle so quickly is he's panicking. He's rushing that kill because you see what happens when it takes too long. A Bloodseeker shows up, a Rupture comes out, and you end up just killing yourself.
Well, let's not forget, I don't know if we've had one yet, but a Global Silence is online from the Hokori. Arcane Curse, speaking of that, is going to be going out. Mars Arena. Yeah, the Glimpse made it difficult. X-Nova, though, still might be in trouble. Rolling Thunder forward, though, they catch the Enigma. And Enigma, really no chance of a good cast right here for a Black Hole. He's just dead as well. 3 dead on the side of RNG. Both their cores survive, but ends up being a great fight for Hokori, and they still have Global Silence.
Yeah, that's the important detail. They didn't even need it. And in RNG, they were trying to minimize casualties, actually. If you look at where all 3 of those heroes died, they were more or less a screen apart. So they were trying to split up the fight, and that's the more impressive part, is that Hokori just split up as well. Confident in how strong they were. They noticed that neither the Bloodseeker or the Ember were anywhere near the area, so they knew that they didn't need to dedicate all their resources to one kill.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Cheeky little denial of Vitaly there.
Take those. Is it going to come at a cost? No, he's fine. Just taking some more damage, though. Somnus. Somnus currently not the most mana, though.
You got to show some respect, though. This Ember hits hard. I mean, you saw how much damage you lost on Maelstrom proc, so he will await you. I think the goal for Hokori in these fights is just to go in off the back of the Mars time and time again. You can see how RNG benefit from poke. This is definitely no poke, though. Poor little Theo caught out in nowhere. No one to help him. All go down.
Yeah, up in about 30 seconds, but still, a kill you'll be happy to make if you're RNG. And also, Tiny being a part of that gets him one step closer to that blink. He's going to have it. In fact, there you go. He buys it, so the blink dagger will be delivered. Tiny now, certainly great effort.
Cool little detail that just happened in the Radiant Jungle. Gardic was dewarding, something for Clockworks to keep in mind when you feel a little bit helpless. You can use Power Cogs to check high grounds for dewards. Yeah, so nice little tip for the Clock players out there. Also, try not to get caught like this. It's almost impossible in this type of game, but you know.
Oh, we're getting caught. Global Silence. We are going to see it come out, or more so hear it come out, or maybe not. Anyways, you get the point, Tiny. He's just dead. The arena on top. So, yeah, a lot committed for that kill. They do kill Disruptor as well. That was a 4 versus 5, considering Clockwork was dead, as we just saw prior. But, yeah, quite a bit committed. That time, again, the Global Silence being the big one from Silencer.
Yeah, they do get the Disrupt on the back foot, which makes it somewhat worth it. And, you know, considering the Clockwork had his imminent death because he was busy dewarding, you know, this is the type of death that happens. And I think it's a good fight for Hokori, especially what it set up. Like, although Clock did die there, notice the wards he got down. He's got some deep vision now. This is because they want to try and find either the Bloodseeker or the Ember split and look for kills on them. And they definitely have the resources to kill, especially Ghost. If Ghost gets found first and he gets permastunned, you don't have to worry about your Pangolier being counted.
Well, permastunning Ghost is going to be extra difficult with that BKB finished. And he's going to join up in the mid lane. Speaking of BKB, Shadow Fiend also getting his. So he's got a BKB Master Plan in Dragonlance mid lane, though. That's a find on a Mars. They're going to collapse, and as a team, they will successfully make the kill happen. Somnus praying for it. Are they going to Roshan, Ghost?
Did someone say collapse? Mars? Pot? Oh, okay, no, it's Vitaly. Vitaly not having the collapse level of Mars performance so far. 2-4-5 has had a rough start to this game, it's got to be said. That's slowed him down a lot. Look at his item choice. Doesn't feel confident about initiation. He's going for a BKB first in this game. So Hokori, until he does get Blink, don't have a primary initiator still. You can even see that on Analog. Like, he's not providing that initiation. He's been forced to go into a Linken's first.
Yeah, it's not the most ideal. I mean, you do have Clockwork, but a very underfarmed Clockwork, and he's going to die quickly. He does engage, and speaking of that, he is going to engage. He finds Ghost. Ghost is low, and F1 forced to BKB, so is this it? Oh, but the toss on just Shadow Fiend. The Black Hole locked down, and there's no stopper currently. The Global Science not off cooldown, so they kill the Shadow Fiend, and RNG hunting for more. Italy, he's caught as well. Rooted in place. Out comes Bloodright, and that'll secure the kill for Ghost. A double kill. Just as we're talking about, I mean, Clockwork, he does have that initiation, but the follow-up not enough. And There's a blink on Tiny, which proved to be, once again, the big item.
Yeah, honestly, the patience there out of Ghost. No hesitation to stand his ground, low HP. Most people in that situation, they've got an Aegis, they won't commit the BKB, but he baits them in deep enough, and the setup is beautiful. The toss back to get the prime target, the Shadow Fiend, into the black hole, and they just throw every spell at it. They don't hesitate. Static Storm, black hole, every piece of damage to make sure there's no turnaround opportunity for Hokori, and there was no way they could intercept, stop the black hole from occurring, especially when you use the hook shot this early. You know, you mentioned it just before that fight went off, they still have hook shot, but that's the issue with it being your primary initiator, your quick initiation. If you use it straight away, Enigma's going to get at least half a black hole for the remainder of the fight.
Yeah, we're going to see that again right here. It felt pretty good off the bat, but as you said, I think it was certainly the bait play coming in. And yeah, Chalice confident he can get a full black hole off, and he was absolutely right too. The arena ain't stopping that, and knowing that the global silence was likely still on cooldown, and it was. It is off cooldown now, speaking of that. And now it's Hokori's turn to hunt for a kill, right? Because the similar idea. Well, black hole's on cooldown. Let's go for a big fight ourselves. Oh, the hook shot just missing on Disruptor.
That read was perfect from X-Nova. He took out a sentry and then felt like something wasn't right in the area. Immediately runs away with the haste, and Clockwork just whiffs it. Damn, there's something about the senses of these players that sometimes seems godlike. That was a brilliant read by the support of RNG. Keep in mind that he didn't get the D-Ward, by the way. Like, his sentries are not in the correct place to find the Observer. And I wonder, considering that hookshot did come in what should have been a theoretically blind situation, he might come back and find that ward still.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go back to that Pangos you were mentioning, the Lincoln Sphere pickup. It's one of those cases. It sucks that he has to, but I mean, he has to. The Bloodseeker specifically, right? That's just one of the reasons why you don't want to pick it into Bloodseeker, but at least he has the Lincolns now, but he needs more damage.
Well, that was weirdly comedial to me. Yeah, so I just noticed that. I heard double pig. Even though they couldn't see each other, Disruptor and Sansa used the pig pole at the exact same time. And it's something trivial, but it's just hilarious that they're just in sync with this item. But yeah. I don't feel like there's anything down here for you. The good news is you forced RNG to come back to this area, but you also force your team to bodyguard you. So it kind of feels like now, for Hokori, it's like Lumia gets gold and nobody else does.
Leading the way, you're going to realize it's just the Eidolons left behind. And there's that counter-warding attempt as you were talking about.
Smoke play.
Using those cogs.
Dire are scared.
Yeah, it's just a really efficient way to play Clockwork. Poor little piggy. Kosher me.
Well, he's got the mech, but that's not saving him there. And he's dead for 30 seconds, by the way. No global silence because of that. Gardeck's also in trouble now.
You can't even leave. There's no way you can get out. Like, if you hook shot, you get glimpsed. Yeah, there's potential for rupture as well. Yeah, he tanks the gank, but the problem is, like, what is Hokori doing with this? They've got two cores farming the same location. Only Analog is really doing anything on the map.
And an Arcane Rune just bottled up by Amber Spirit. He's gonna love using that. Another fight does break out eventually. 30 or 50 seconds even remaining on the day. Just 2 for Bloodseeker, so they're gonna get tier 2. And probably not long enough to be confident with tier 3, though.
You could try to probe for it, but I don't think there's a rush for them. I think they see just how far behind Hokori are, how much they're stagnating. I'm especially looking at this Mars. Like, every time I look back at him, this BKB feels a mile off. He finally has it, but how long ago did we talk about this item? His item progression has fallen off the side of a cliff.
It's if he had a blink and now this BKB, it'd be like, okay, yeah, he's farming pretty good, but no, with you there. It's the fact that he just finished the BKB and now he still needs that full-on blink. I think that one saving grace is they do have the Clockwork jump in at least, so as long as they get a good target there and then he can run in, but I mean, he still needs a blink. There is no question there before it's going to really be online for that true initiation that Hokori certainly needs. At least Lumi is getting his farm, though. There is no doubting that.
Definitely. You know, you could argue, oh, Chalice isn't that far ahead compared to the Mars. Like, this is unfair, like an unfair highlight of how Vitaly's doing. But I think the important difference here is how much more important Mars's initiation is than Enigma's. Free kill on a tiny bot, you know, just Kaka doing Kaka things, great space. But like, just think of what the initiation is. Like, RNG have this weird probe initiation that's very effective with the Ember. For Hokori, you just need everyone to be able to go in.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Got Ember Spirit pushing out the top lane now. Interesting stuff here. He's taking the Kaya into a full ethereal blade. So really that heavy burst to just blow somebody up, even that Shadow Fiend is going to be the concept there.
That's a pretty cool idea, especially if you get prolonged fights, which if you look at RNG's lineup, they're designed to do that. They kind of go in and out with this Ember and this Bloodseeker. So if Lumia misuses his BKB, after the fact, he can just be E-bladed up. He can't attack anymore. And sure, you still have some decent magical bursts, but as the game goes on, you're more and more reliant on that physical output.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And there's Bloodseeker. Is that the Scotty? Yeah, Scotty's
Yeah, Scotty's really good this game. He just sticks on top of Lumia, and I mean, it ruins the lifesteal element of this hero, but it's also your ranged hero up against Scotty, so you get slowed by a hell of a lot here. He's already completed it, so that's going to be a 40% movement speed slow on the SF.
Choke shot in, Somnus, popping the BKB off the bat, and you see the silence up Clockwork, not much more he can do. That's what we're talking about. I mean, they have that initiation, but he's just going to die shortly after. And now, speaking of initiation,
dodge.
I mean, yeah, Somnus dodges the slide and the black hole, but the global silence, they didn't have that to play. Enigma regretting that decision. He goes down. Ghost, he's in trouble. He needs to run. He can't fight this. He put the Rupture up on Illumi, but Illumi just stands his ground and puts the right clicks back in. Buyback from Clockwork, by the way. Doesn't have his hook shot, but they're chasing. They already killed Ghost, and they want more. They may get more. Especially Somnus would be the big one, but it's not going to happen. He TP's away in time, but Kaka will be left behind. So the fight very successful for Hokori. The initiation was a little bit awkward. Not necessarily in their favor, but RNG, they then overcommitted. They thought that they had the play. Hokori stood their ground.
Yeah, I think this is a classic case of overthinking how strong you are as a carry and underrating the power of your opponent +1. Lumia hits so damn hard. You've got this idea of Skadi, which is great if you're both on even health and you reach him. The problem with Bloodseeker is you Blood Rage and run towards him. Well, yeah, great. Now you're going to get the crap kicked out of you. You're not actually returning any damage until you reach your target. It feels like a little bit of a whoopsie daisy. It's a type of play that makes sense if you have, for example, a stun from the Tiny or the Black Hole's obviously still going on. But we're getting caught out so early, you can see how detrimental it is. And I almost feel like RNG got baited in by this arena. This arena being a fail led to everything else. Just watch what happens here. Lumia stands his ground, BKBs, and it's almost like Ghost is just not a hero. It's like he's a Ghost.
And that's a good one. Honestly, the biggest thing for me there, though, is it was the Enigma. Putting himself in that position, knowing that the global silence was up too, obviously his black hole was going to be stopped. And he put himself in a very awkward spot, you know, over the hill, right? Where his team then kind of had to follow it and go through the arena being finished. It was a little bit, you know, on different pages. It definitely seemed like. So I'm with you there from it was kind of that they got fooled into thinking they had certainly a much better chance there of winning that fight than they really did. And props still to Hokori, certainly, for standing their ground like they did and obviously turning that around in their favor.
I agree with you. I think you're like right on the point there. Like we've talked about this idea of black holes and insurance policy before, and you need to realize that sure they're going to hold you hostage with global silence, but you hold them hostage with black hole as well. It changes the dynamics of battles when you throw it out like that. Also, another little detail in that fight, I'm pretty sure Chalice didn't drop the Wraith Pact to him, so there wasn't even any damage reduction coming back the way of Ghost.
Well, either way, it's RNG trying to figure out how to continue now as the Haste Rune picked up by Analog, and he'll quickly swashbuckle out to make sure no catch happens. But Mars, he is going to be... Does he have the blink? No, he went Vlad's. Okay, so he's actually going Wraith Pack, so they're not even going the blink on Mars anymore. That's how confident they are that... Now, I suppose with how the last fight went, and if they're just going to run into us, then we don't need the arena jumps here.
I mean, if we can whiff the arena like that and still win the fight, who cares? This doesn't matter. I'm just going to be an aura. Much better.
Yeah. And I think a bit of that, too, has to do with the fact of Ember Spirit, obviously not the easiest target to catch in the arenas, that being one of their two big cores, so maybe there's some of that logic as well as, yeah, let's not go all in on that mentality, instead build the aura. Wraith Pack's certainly a very valuable item to have, so can appreciate it.
Yeah. I think it comes down to the confidence of the Mars player as well. That's not to say Vitali doesn't think he can pop off Mars, but there's just some players that we've already seen it here in the TI group stage have that overwhelming confidence to spear into arena. You know, not everyone is comfortable with doing that. It's a very high risk, high reward type play, because if you miss time slightly, then the arena just misses and you spear them out of the arena.
How about this? Hokori going for Roshan. It's not going to be easy, though. In fact, Somnus, Remnant, placed in. The Blood Right going out. Kaka jumps in as well, but the Rolling Thunder immediately getting popped the right way. Miss Lumi gets the kill, but the Aegis is snatched by Somnus. He's now going in. He's still alive. Meanwhile, Lumi, he's just stuck in the pit for the time being. Vitally gets the arena down. Bloodseeker locked out by the spears, and now Lumi's coming in for some auto attacks. Gonna get the kill on a Ghost, and they get the Aegis cut as well. Somnus doesn't get out of this. Bloodseeker staying there for 60 seconds, by the way. Kaka going for the toss kill onto Pango. Will make it happen. Dies himself, though, and Somnus is able to escape at least. But Aegis burnt, and I think you certainly got to get that to Hokori.
Most definitely. There's no denying that's a win for them. You're sure the Aegis gets taken away, but you force a lot out of your opponents. You still have your global, so you don't have to worry about Black Hole in the follow-up. Just a really good fight. I think what really mattered there is as soon as that Aegis was snatched, no hesitation, they commit onto Ghost. Ghost had to commit his BKB very early in that fight, which meant that Vitali, with the delayed arena, gets maximum impact, traps this poor Bloodseeker in. A Bloodseeker that otherwise would have been running rampant around the fight, picking off low HP heroes and sniping the supports. That detail was most important to me. Vitali getting maximum impact out of a spell that usually requires a lot of mobility to do so.
And he's level 20 on Shadow Fiend. Now, I keep stressing this every time we have the Shadow Fiend in the game because it is a big point. The +3 damage per soul. Those right clicks even hitting
oh my God.
Harder. With the shard, and you see right there, Disruptor nearly 3-shot basically was. Clockwork may end up dying for this. Somnus, what does he go back in? That would be risky. Yeah, he's not going to.
What a hero. What a fun hero. Oh, this poor Disruptor, man. He will die in 3 hits in these situations. BKB gets forced out, but Lumi baits Kaka in. Looks like it's going to be a TP out of the Black Hole. Global to interrupt, but Lumia now stuck. He has to fight, gets bashed up as well. No longer has the magic immunity, and Ghost will run him through. Good counterattack by RNG. Good bait with a Black Hole to force the recommitment. And Hokori will struggle to get anyone out of this rate. Sans is going to be found. Mars at least completes the TP, but the big, dangerous demon Shadow Fiend gets found.
I understand why Hokori felt so comfortable and pretty confident, but yeah, you're right. I mean, it's not often where a Black Hole stopped immediately by Global Silence, and we can still say how awesome it was for RNG, the fact that it happened, because, yeah, as you pointed out, it stopped the BKB teleport, it forced Shadow Fiend to have to fight, and we saw the end result from there. Yeah, you're going to see here, in fact, he goes for the TP play, and then Enigma's like, nope, got stopped immediately, but they stopped the TP, and there was no chance after that. Even with the arena coming down, Somnus jumps on top, Ghost doing the damage that he needed to do. And that's a dead Shadow Fiend now, even for another 20 more seconds. So that's got to feel good for RNG. A bit of a comeback in a sense as far as after what happened previously in the Roshan area. But this definitely is shaping up to be get another one of these games where initiation going to play a big factor, and certainly still anyone's.
I think the crazy part about that sequence of events is that Lumiere starts off baiting Kaka, and then they end up baiting themselves into a bad engagement. I mean, this one's at least more free. Kaka this time won't bait a big follow-up fight for RNG. He's just going to tank a death, but just incredible plays from both sides. You know, they're kind of big brain thinking. You see how these high-risk, high-rewards can pay off, and like you mentioned, you know, Black Hole getting cancelled instantly. Where is it valuable? Well, it's definitely valuable when the enemy carry is panic TPing out in front of you.
So, Shadow Fiend looking a bit of Satanic next. He did end up getting that Butterfly. He had that in the fight, of course, but understanding that could have used being bulked up a bit more after what happened there especially. Makes sense there, and even the Eye of Scotty to follow if he manages to continue that great farm, which obviously you expect that to be the case.
Yeah, you can see the Bloodseeker, he's on his way towards an MKB, still what feels like a mile away from it. I like that he went the Basher first, though. I think the Basher was the key detail there. If Lumiere wasn't being bashed at all, he maybe just stands his ground, right-clicks down a Bloodseeker that's going to take more damage.
This is going to be a smoke, yep, 5-player smoke from RNG. They group up, Rocket flies on over. Obviously not seen Somnus. He's seen somebody. He's going to go in immediately. As he does, the chains catching the Clockwork, but the Cog play is making this funky. I mean, Clockwork's dead. Pango rolling around, though. He's just going to roll out.
Yeah, I think someone made the call. Like not only is the Clockwork dead, but they've got Black Hole coming off cooldown. Just get out. You could see, actually, like, when that fight started, Enigma had Black Hole in 15 seconds, so that was by design for RNG. So good play there, gets rid of the clockwork, and we already mentioned this before, that if you want to initiate Hokori, it's clock. Sure, Pango's got a blink dagger now, but I still think clockwork has to be your primary initiator.
So KP, we talked about how Theolacore is playing this silencer over Gardic, kind of the position 4 player, so prioritizing farm on silencer. You look what he has. He's got an Octarine core to go with the mechanism, but obviously the Octarine core is the massive item right there. When we're looking, if he manages to get that level 3 silence, which is going to soon, that's just over a minute cooldown on global silence. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, I love the idea as well, because if you remember the draft, I said one of the big issues I take with Silencer as an answer to Enigma is that eventually he gets double Black Hole and you're still dreaming of a refresher in a like 50-minute game. But because that farm priority, Theo is getting there. You can see actually he's racing forward at a similar pace compared to the Enigma towards that refresher. Respectable showing considering this is a pos for Silencer in a game where he couldn't easily farm anywhere and everywhere he chooses.
Some miss. Yeah, the BKB there.
Going towards the Axe next. A lot more mobility in these fights. I like that idea. It's just about finding and hunting the back lines for him now. Like, his primary goal is to seek out the Silencer if he can. Because if you remove that from the equation, it's even higher value because of this build we just highlighted. You know, Theo offers so much more, and this Clockwork offers so much less compared to your typical game.
You can see now, though, the Satanic finished on Lumi, and immediately Hokori is hunting for more kills. They're going to smoke up around the Mars. Mars does have the Blink now. This is the first time he will have Blink initiation. They also scan the jungle over here, and they're going the jetpack and Clockwork flying in. The hook shot on the Somnus. They have enough follow-up. The stun off the bat, the auto attacks. Now the Ethereal Blade. That's going to save him. Never mind. It's just not enough of a save. He has buyback. The arena did not catch.
No. And that all happens because of bot. They forced the BKB and they instantly found the correct target. They hunted him purposefully. Gone for 80 seconds because BKB was still on cooldown for about 50. Just great strike by Hokori, the one target they could have went for like that. And now, as a result, you can see RNG just shrivel up and try and hide. Say that, Ghost and Kaka are making a play on Analog here. But they don't get the toss out in time. They didn't pop the Lincolns. Ghost, he gets back! Oh no. This could not get much worse. Tiny's gonna go down. Ghost now dead. RNG are crumbling.
Definitely one of the, potentially the worst target that showed up to try to jump right there for the Tiny Bloodseeker combo, and that's exactly why. He's just tanky enough. The fact he was able to get off Rolling Thunder in the first place too was of course massive, and they just so happen to have heroes nearby, specifically Mars, to set up the immediate turn. And then, yeah, you got the RNG in your favor, sure, but a Basher on Pango with a Swashbuckle, you're bound to proc it when using that. So that's big.
Yeah, the crazy part is that they got greedy. So they wanted to avalanche into Bloodright, but he's going to get the roll-up off in time, right? He's going to be protected. The way they could have done that is if they used the Force stuff, they would have popped the Lincoln straight away, then they can Rupture, and maybe they have a better opportunity, but it's still a high risk, I'd say medium to low end reward. And now you've just lost full map control when Roach is coming up against this godly Shadow Fiend that you still don't have a direct answer to in these engagements.
I mean, you're not. That doesn't. I don't think they're ever really going to have a true answer to the Shadow Fiend. It's gonna continue to come down to they need to get the jump first, whether it's on him or just a supporting cast, and eventually win the fight from there. But Illumi, he is the beast that we expected on the Shadow Fiend. He's got an Eye of Scotty well in the works. Roshan's up, and there's a double damage down here. I don't see it yet. If he gets that.
He has a tingling feeling. He's like, wait a second. It's the 38-minute mark. Something spawns every 2. Oh, look what I found, guys. Like, oh, Lumia, you always get the best roots. Don't need it.
Goes to Roshan. Yeah, it's already half dead by the time he shows up.
Oh, look at Gardic. Oh, he tanks the gang. He's going to waste too much of their time. They're even going to try to counterattack this. Analog now moves in. Buyback comes out from the Clockwork. Roche has been claimed by Lumiere. Kaka in way too deep. Is going to be pinned to the tree. So he's going to be brought down. Now the arena as well. Across onto Egg Nova. Has to commit the Static Storm. All it's going to do is delay the follow-up kills. But both supports on the side of RNG dead. Yes, it's a buyback out of the Clockwork, but definitely worthwhile to secure the Roche.
I mean, that was massive by Gardic. We mentioned this is going to be a very difficult game for him on the Clockwork, and Clockwork in general as a hero. This event has been fairly underwhelming, But that was a hell of a heads up, and tanking the gank, as you said, was perfect. The timing was right. It allowed the time needed for Lumi to secure the Roshan kill, get the Aegis, and by the time Clockwork dies, the team is fighting. Analog had to win in with a Rolling Thunder. Great execution from Hokori. That was some honestly impressive play as a team from them, and they have a massive lead now to work with, pushing into the base. How do you stop this? They have still 2 dead, 1 dead in a second, but they're going to try. Shallow stuns. It's going to heal right back up, though.
So just thinking back to that fight, I'm pretty sure Clockwork intentionally wiggled his buoy out of the side of the trees. Like, he has vision in the area, so he doesn't need to reveal beyond the trees. You can see they had the wards in the radiant area. So I think he done that intentionally to make it look like he'd accidentally revealed himself, that he's looking for a wraparound. And at that point, you know, RNG like, we got him! He's an idiot! What's he doing here? And Garnic's like, ah, ha, ha, yeah, you got me, guys. I totally didn't want you all to jump me. But just, man, just those type of plays, those are game-winning moments, right? Like, they're the small element that builds upon the foundation. I'm always reminded of like, Solo was one of the classic guys that done this with support cast heroes. I will walk in, I will make you deal with me. You will pay attention to me while something else is happening, like a magician performing a sleight of hand.
You know, I feel a little more comfortable saying this now, especially with the praise that we're giving to Gardic, very deservingly so. There was a stat posted by Knoxville in terms of like leaders for a lot of these individual stats, and Gardic was up there for the most deaths in games, the top 2, in fact. I think it was like 19 in one game, 18 in another, and that kind of stood out to me, like, oh, that's it, you know, passing them next. And didn't really want to necessarily bring that out for obvious reasons, but, you know, it's plays like that, though. The point being, he has 10 deaths this game, but a lot of them, especially that one, is a very, very worthy death on the Clockwork.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just like sometimes that's a role. It's very hard to kind of absorb. You know, I play a lot of, you know, when I play POS for a lot, and I play elusive type heroes like Hoodwink. So I don't want to die. But you have to accept that. If you ever want to be great at playing POS 4, you have to accept that part of your job is sometimes to just take it. You know, people think that's always the POS 5, but sometimes the POS 5 is more important. And we talked about how like, in this game, you know, he is playing the what looked like the POS 4 switched into POS 5 role. So it does kind of tick that box, but unorthodox to see it on a Clockwork, considering most of the time, you know, you'd expect to see it on a worthless CM or something.
Shadow Fiend with a refresher orb in the backpack. Massive farm. So yeah, going that over the eye of Scotty, by the way.
Lord.
As the arcane blink he's thinking about next. We've seen that a couple of times.
Yeah, just look at Ghost's item progression as well. How long ago did I mention that MKB? I feel like it was quite some time ago. He still hasn't got it. And he'll have to save for buyback as well, so unlikely he buys out on this item. Especially considering SF has 2 lives, and the MKB is specifically to counter out Lumiere.
There's a minute and a half remaining on the Aegis, so if Hokori is going to make a move into the base, it should be soon. There's the melee racks exposed top lane. Seems like the obvious spot to fight, but again, it's the way RNG is playing, especially, and we're seeing this a lot in these kind of games throughout this tournament. We've stressed this before, KP, that we're in that mode now of one team, in this case RNG, they're just turtling in their base, making it very difficult to high ground, where the other team is just cleaning up more and more objectives around the map, and basically just restricting the map and getting even further ahead in net worth. I mean, it's a 25,000 net worth lead right now for Hokori, and it's just going to continue to grow at this rate. And they're going to make a smoke play, though.
Yeah. For RNG to come out, Hokori have to offer something up as tribute. Like, if they don't see a target, they're not going to move out blindly. But moving in, not so blind. Guardian goes in deep. BKB gets forced out. Ghost hookshot on the backside. Enigma cannot participate in this fight. They'll hunt for more. X-Nova's going to be forced far deep. Analog is on top of him. Now, the Clockwork does go down. Static Storm is going to be dropped, and it is going to clip onto Analog. Linkers will be popped, able to move away, and X-Nova dodges death. Glimpse back is not going to be a success, though. Analog rolls up to save a life. Save his own, in fact, and Ghost in the end comes out for double kill, but the lane is gone.
Yeah, well, Shadow Fiend pretty much that whole time, like, he went in initially to maybe assist for a kill, but then realized quickly, like, okay, let's just get the melee racks and get out. And so, yes, the death of Clockwork is not a big deal at all. Did his job. The pit, it stings a little bit for Hokori, but I still feel like they got what they came for, and that was the melee racks. And Pango is level 25 now as well, and I want to bring that up as well. Shadow Fiend also 25 even prior to that fight, so the Shadow Rays applies that attack damage now. Still reason to be very confident about where you're at for Hokori is the point there.
Yeah, and just actually good value in the Aegis in the end, right? When they went in, it had 40 seconds left, so they needed to do something with it, and you know, you kind of get the best of the situation, just taking out the melee racks. Just so much space and such a nuisance, man. It just shows you what you can do with this clockwork with the jetpack. You know, it kind of looked like a meme when they first introduced it in the game, but you just see how powerful it can be.
Oh yeah, no, it's a great tool if you can manage to farm it as he has here. Again, even in the position 5 role, that with the Lotus Orb on top has been a valuable tool, of course. So certainly not bad for him. Obviously, we got a pause coming out here. Figure out in a second, hopefully not too long. But Bloodseeker, the MKB is now there, and he's now trying to build into the Abyssal Blade even, which of course would be great to have. What did Pango go, by the way, 25? The minus 22nd Relic Thunder cooldown, okay.
Yeah, it's all about his ultimate. Like, if you try to play this, I mean, it's tempting, right? You feel like a god when you get a good Swashbuckle build, but, like, this is not the game for it. It's weird, though, to see that it's come round to this, but because of the itemization, the Rolling Thunder build is the right way to go, because Bloodseeker doesn't have the answer. You know, he's not level 25 yet. When he has the 2 Ruptures, that changes, but he's still got half a level to go.
Yeah, both him and the Ember Spirit getting close. So, going to be crucial there, but again, with the top racks being destroyed, Hokori certainly in the better spot right now, and I keep going back to it's, do they have the answer to deal with the Shadow Fiend, especially if Clockwork going to be doing what he's been doing, of just constantly getting these positionings of being able to go in the back lines and, as the phrase used, create that chaos a lot of times. Silencer, the double silence is also online too. He's got the refresher.
The hilarity is that he didn't even have to use it in that fight just because of what Clockwork done. It's like, oh, look, there's the Enigma. I'm just going to stick on top of him. It doesn't matter if he BKBs now. That's the beautiful thing. Like, what do you do in that situation? You get hookshot. You can BKB, but you can't blink now because the Clockwork's just going to keep right-clicking you until he dies.
All right, coming out of the pause is RNG. They're getting pretty aggressive out of their base. They understand that Hokori is somewhat reset right now. Oh, they get scanned, though, as they're running at them with the smoke. So Hokori is very aware about this. Look at Gardic. He's going to take it.
Look at Lumiere. Yeah, it's going to be tanked by Clockwork. Lumiere's going to come on the tree line. Glimpse back. Initiation from Dally the Black Hole. No! Dallas! He whiffs! He almost gets 2 here. He has to refresh her just to blink away. And Vitaly is still hunting him. Spear is off cooldown. Chalice will try to save himself. Blink Dagger still on cooldown for 5 seconds. He'll get out, but mistakes made. Only 1 black hole to work with, and there's still a global silence to play around.
Yeah, he used it. To be fair, it would have been stopped anyways pretty quickly, so I don't think the whiff is necessarily that big of a deal by the Enigma. It still is just a somewhat embarrassing, sure. But the point is, both of those heroes use their abilities, right? They have another one, though, with the refresher on both the Enigma and the Silencer. And it is kind of interesting to see how that fight did play out when it's all said and done, where both teams losing that support of the Tiny and Clockwork, and both using that big ultimate and the refresher. But no one else dying, and ends up being a full reset from there for the time being. But yeah, that was I go back to, it started with that scan. Gardic is like, all right, here's my time to shine once again. He just stands out in front and just waits for the inevitable jump to happen with him tanking the gank and allow them to be successful at least enough for Hokori.
I think the more ludicrous part about all that to me is, like, it's not as much just the black hole whiffing, like that people don't say, what now? It's the fact that Lumiere took half of his health with a single attack. It's a Necromastery attack, sure, but a single attack. Like, that is scary. Like, what do you do against that? Because you need BKB, you can't have an E-Blade. So you've got this issue now. Like, if Lumiere isn't caught, everyone else is dead. And speaking of Lumiere, he's hunting. They're looking for kills. Clockwork once again, just going in deep to sacrifice himself. Bash comes out to Vitaly. He controls up with the Disruptor. Abyssal as well. Everything for the Mars, but everything lost elsewhere. Lumiere able to recover quickly here. BKB, but dodge out. It's going to be a Rupture usage here. Now, he will go for the refresher. Pump on the Requiem. BKB's running out soon, though, and he's just going to look to escape.
Yeah, he's just going to go for the TP play. He popped the BKB immediately after refresher, and he does get out. That was a close call, but Shadow Fiend escapes, and a lot of that comes down to RNG did a great job of capitalizing on the isolation of the Shadow Fiend. He was actually to the left in that fight, away from where the Mars Arena and everything, and I believe it was the Ember Spirit specifically that was on top of him, kind of keeping him at bay, and yeah, the Hex, exactly. So Shadow Fiend really wasn't able to do the most damage. He almost died, but the Satanic, of course, kept him alive. It was just without his damage, though. That's a Hokori. You know, they're not going to be able to really finish off these kills. That's just the obvious there, and RNG knew that. So yeah, well played by them.
And you can see the replay on this one. And he's ruptured from the get-go. The Hex comes in, it gets him so close to death. But good coverage coming in from the Pango, saving the day, making sure he can definitely get the BKB off him. I mean, this was incredibly well played by RNG now. It just leads up to a Roche, which they're definitely getting their hands on. And it all comes down to that vision. They had vision in that ancient area that meant that their opponents could do anything. But jump in, hook shot, he gets it! He snatches the play, and the black hole gets forced out. Globals are going to be there. But Aegis will not be in the hands of RNG. Gardic has been a thorn in RNG's side this entire game.
He's still flying around with a jetpack. I mean, he's definitely going to die here. It's just making it take forever at least. So he is out for 80 seconds now. So yes, he does deny the Aegis. Cheese was picked up though. Bloodseeker going to be the one to play with that now. And all 5 are still alive on RNG. So yeah, it's one of those cases that you like what happened, but at the same time, Hokori still needs to be worried about defending their base. They do have a top lane push going in though in their favor, thanks to that creep wave.
Dog, Gardic is blowing my mind right now. This is the standout Clockwork performance of this tournament so far. What an absolute god. The nuisance has been from start to finish in this game. The way he enabled SF on the lane and continues to enable his team through the game is a work of art.
Now, double Global Silence is ready. Black Hole, only one of them. Refresh Orb ready for Enigma. So that's a big factor coming up to the next fight, right? Because it continues to be the case of the classic Silencer versus Enigma. We could see there all the toss. No, not going to happen. Lumi able to get the BKB off. The Rupture was up as mentioned. The Yule's on up. Makaka, he's certainly dead. So he tries to get the jump they're looking for. Not going to happen. And now it's Analog's turn to go in. Glimpse back on Mars. But Analog is reaching. Who can he catch? Looks like he's going to be fine just rolling back to base.
Yeah, just things keep rolling, goes back in. They're going to be content with that. Analog, like, yeah, he gets forced to buy back. Not ideal given, but like overall, considering how that went, I think you got to be happy with the fact that you didn't lose more there. Like that was a very uncomfortable situation. And you see how the dynamics have changed. Rupture is never intended for the Pangolier anymore. It's always for Lumiere, and they only have 1 Lincolns.
To that point, I feel like Hokori could be a bit more aggressive with using that Global Silence early on in that fight, because again, he should know that he has the 2 compared to the 1, if anything, over the Enigma. We talked about earlier, it's also only a 75-second cooldown right now for his Global Silence on top of that. So obviously not the case there as far as he didn't use it, but I'm going to look out for that as far as these future fights. Now 19 seconds remaining on the Black Hole for Chalice, so he will have his doubles.
Well, they found X-Nova. That's actually a big kill to find. Not quite the Axe yet, but he's making his way towards it. There is a gem on the ground, but Analog didn't switcheroo the bottle quick enough, so won't be able to pick it up before leaving the base. But yeah, I get what you're saying around the silences, but I think for him, the pressure is like, he always wants to just mirror the black holes. He needs to see more being committed. I think we talked about this idea of being proactive with silences, but in these situations, it's more like, no, you need to show me more, because to them, the SF didn't seem that threatened. And it's interesting to think that they valued these global silences that highly, considering they were willing to commit Analog's buyback instead.
Those 25s we were talking about on the cores of RNG, just worth pointing out. To be certain, that it is the 2 Ruptures for Bloodseekers. You mentioned the 2 Sleight of Fist charges coming out for Ember Spirit. So those are the level 25s. Get the Clockwork up here. Gonna catch, not gonna happen though.
He's always hunting. He's like, where they are. I'm ready to go. Yeah, I'm overclocked. Because I think did he get the Axe when he hookshot it?
I was just thinking that. I think so. There's
we
no
were
way
so
he
focused on
that.
the Aegis that he got, yeah, so he because look at his net worth when I was bumped up, because I never saw him grab this. Yeah, so what a play, man. We thought it was godly before, but the fact that he got the Ags as well, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, the Aegis is certainly huge, of course, and a bit more noticeable, but yeah, the Ags pickup, that's pretty solid on him for sure, especially, like I say, playing this position 5, not as hard heavy farm priority. Well, suddenly he has the Ags now too, so overclocking online. And Hokori continuing to kind of restrict RNG from feeling comfortable in terms of moving throughout the map. The Shadow Fiend has an Arcane Blink. He's even queued up the Scythe now. to pick up eventually.
Oh, they found the aimbot.
Oh, Somnus.
They baited him.
Massive. The Abyssal Blade, the Ethereal is going to keep him alive. The Global Science was used, but the BKB immediately comes out, and he's able to Remnant away.
That was fortunate for him as well. They didn't quite have enough damage to insta give him down, but now a follow-up fight coming out. They do find the Clockwork again. Gardic is everywhere and anywhere, including in the afterlife.
Oh, I love this. Again, this is so classic in Dota. The Enigma versus Silencer, it's kind of being brought back for TI-11, and the mirroring of one another. The double ultimates, a refresher on both, and now the Octa Ring Core on both, as Chalice picks up his own right there.
So smoke movement from RNG. The global's used. Like this build, just look at the cooldown. It's off cooldown 10 seconds, so you don't even really have a window of opportunity. And you can see that Hokori are giving them the appropriate amount of respect. They're not getting too far out of their base. In fact, they're fully huddled inside it.
Jumped initially the black hole, and there's the first silence. It's double black hole. Chalice, he will use it. There's the second silence, so the mind games continue. Mars, meanwhile, he's bulwarking, protecting himself, but Shadowfiend's well alive. They killed the Enigma. He's not fighting back. The Rupture onto Mars, as well as Shadowfiend. No, Shadowfiend doesn't have one, actually. The Requiem going to be used in the backline zone. Ember Spirit going in, but Lumi is godlike right now, so Mars is dead. Somnus needs to run and survive his name of the game. But Clockwork, Gardic is in the hunt. The hook shot ready, as mentioned. Is he going to get a good one off? Yes, he is. He lands it. Is there enough lockdown here? No, there's not. He is going to be able to Remnant away. The flare's coming out, but he survives.
Damn. If you're Clockwork, you wish you had the old ags where you could just refresh your hook shot. And I know it is there. Nice get out by Somnus, but overall just a rough fight for RNG. And now you see how they've reached their peak, the apex of their draft. That Enigma committed both black holes, and he used them simply to keep SF away from the other side of the fight, and yet it didn't matter. Vitaly, despite the brutal start of this game that he's experienced, has turned into a god, as is appropriate for Mars himself. He stood there. He tanked everything. The Rupture comes in on him. Everyone's wailing at him, but the Bulwark allows him to stand and fight long enough that by the time RNG realize it's not going to work anymore, Lumiere is already on his way to the main battle.
That was impressive, but yeah, the bulwark from Mars was massive. That's allowing him to live as long as he did. Really just playing that true barrier, really representing the ability proudly for his Shadow Fiend, helping to keep him alive. But again, it's the Enigma Silencer interaction. That worked out, it played out even as you would expect. There is a part of me that's like, is that what Chalice should be doing? I mean, I understand the concept here of just trying to lock down Shadowfiend as long as possible, knowing you're going to get interrupted. And I guess you really just don't have a choice, but it certainly did feel bad seeing him jump back there, get stopped immediately, pop his refresher, and just go for it again out of desperation, and then get stopped immediately again. But that's just what you got to do, I suppose. You got to get those globals out.
It's just a really rough game for an Enigma. I'm glad to see like the Silencer having a solution. Just to quickly bring it back to Boss Fight, Silencer doesn't feel like the best solution to Enigma as the game goes this late because you just can't get the items. But the way that Hokori prioritized Violacor in this one has paid off in dividends. Now with Roche possibly coming up, looks like it's going to be a long spawn this time.
Yeah.
Hokori don't know yet. They haven't checked it. So they're going to be baited in. Clockwork in a bit too deep. We'll get the hook shot out. That's going to initiate the follow-up. Stun comes out to Tiny, and Somnus is going to be in. Requiem has been used. Lumiere is going to push forward, looking for the kill to Tiny. And the stun control to Somnus. He can't move. Ghost has to commit. Buyback's coming out from RNG. They need a good black hole. Global comes out, but too late. Lumiere is down and gone. Forced to commit the buyback. Because Hokori, I don't know if they realize still Roche isn't up yet.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, the fight breaking out. That's what you're saying. It's going to be a long road shot, and apparently the teams didn't care. They wanted to fight anyways. Clockwork, obviously, as we've always said, is the one that starts it. But what I saw there, I mean, I know we know this, but just how impressive. The raised damage of Shadow Fiend now with that level 25, it's insane. He's going to pop his own refresher, by the way. So another Requiem in play. Both the Black Hole and Global Silence will be ready in 20 seconds. He has refresher, but Silencer going to try to hold on to it if he can. We'll see if that's possible. But there we go. Kaka jumped in first. Got a bit awkward as Pango went in the back line. Somnus, he's trying to run. He kind of jets back in, but it's just going to be a free kill on a Tiny for Shadow Fiend. Yeah, it's a dieback. He's out for 100 seconds. And you can just see RNG just retreating back to the base.
Oh, this is really bad for them as well. Charles had to use the BKB just to get out, so he doesn't have that magic immunity to go for a black hole. He's still also up against the double global of Fielder. And they're once again confidently going to run over the pit like, yes, it's finally time. Boys, I got some bad news. It's almost the longest spawn it could possibly be. You're going to have to wait long enough that the Tiny's going to be back, and also Enigma will have double black hole again.
KP, we've said it several times. I'm going to say it again, not to curse it, but maybe, who knows? 60 minutes, it's coming up. Tier 5 items. It is very possible this game for both teams.
And think about the time of the Roche coming up as well, just before it. So it's likely that the Roche could decide it before you even get your dream of tier 5 items again, Breaky.
I don't even know who that is. I really don't. I guess, again, it probably always favors the team that's behind for the most part, and right now that is RNG, so if they can tank this out long enough to get to 60 minutes in tier 5 items, you know, perhaps that's their win condition, but Kardik is still going to keep going in the vision. But there's a jump? No, maybe. Blood Rage just put down.
It's ridiculous. Rolling for the command. Anal's going in, gets the stun out, follow up with the Mars Arena, connects onto the Bloodseeker here. Somnus will be able to use the BKB, as will Ghost, but that's bad. That's bad news for them. Because Lumiere was waiting to go in, and now they realize that this is as free as Roche is going to get.
But he's not up. They keep checking it. They're like, come on, just spawn, dude. Where are you?
Please?
3 seconds. Just be patient. It'll be there, I promise. The Remnant put in, but there. Oh, he ran out when he. Oh, he spawned. He ran out. Go back in.
I mean,
there you go.
Every second matters. The BKBs are ticking down. 60 seconds till they're available again. They got double black hole, but if they don't find that silencer, they can't take this.
Yeah, double silence in play.
Just look at Fear's
59
position.
minutes.
I love how he's close enough to be useful. Oh, hookshot in! They found the Enigma! Okay, well, he's going to be munched back towards safety for the moment, but they found the Enigma still. Nice force stuff to dodge out the spear, but it won't be enough. Chalice is down, does have buyback. We'll need to use it.
Yep, you got to use it. So still, double black hole ready, just as the double global silence is.
Radiant's bottom tower is
So
under
Roshan, it's not going to be committed to for Hokori. They don't feel like they need to stress for it. If anything, it's a place to fight around.
What's crazy about that fight is I'm pretty sure Gardic dies if he doesn't get glimpsed away, and he doesn't have buyback. So in a way, RNG just kept Hokori at full strength.
I mean, it's one of those, you can't blame X-Nova. So obviously, that's just kind of a natural reaction. But, oh yeah, that's worth pointing out. Speaking of X-Nova, he does have his Axe. And this is one of those items that in a game like this, that can absolutely turn the tide, right? In terms of the muting the items.
Yes, it's a game with multiple refreshers, right? That's what makes it feel even better. It's like, well, you know, if I find anyone here, they're screwed.
We made it, KP. Let's go.
We've done it. Oh, Arcanist armor on both sides. Hello. Okay.
That's a start.
I'm thinking, like, who gets more value out of that? Like, the damage reflect hurts a lot for RNG because they have so much AoE spread. So, like, maybe Hokori having that feels better, especially if you put it on the Mars. Actually, yeah, I really like it on the Mars.
Shadow Fiend gets the force boots, by the way, so get a spell.
Yeah, but this is a situation where, like, now you're even happy as the Disrupt. You're like, now I get additional value out of my Ag Static Storm because that's another item you can't use.
Yeah, that's true. It does buff up that even more slightly for the Disruptor. But yeah, both teams, we actually got to a point where you could tell they were just content on, okay, let's get these tier 5 items. Let's see what we're dealing with. Let's see what kind of chaos it's going to follow.
But, like, look at the paranoia. RNG aren't farming as much of the map, so they're getting the items slower. Hokori's so confident they've spread out to get every camp possible.
Seer Stone, that's a big one.
So Clockwork took the Arcanist armor in the end. Okay. I mean, I can get behind
he's
that.
in front. Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely using his whole HP pool, that's for sure. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, Vitaly's taking the Apex. Do I even want to know what his number? Oh my god, he's almost 5,000 HP now. Look at him!
I just love how absurd these items are. It's just so good.
Good god. It's like, oh yeah, here's just 70 stats out of nowhere. You've been trolling by on 6 items, let's just add this one in, which is like 2 items in one.
And look at this Pango. Good old Giant's Ring. He's just a massive Pango now. Oh that Rolling Thunder, man, it's gonna just be insane.
It's like his legacy, his story is one of how he ate all of his siblings. Right at this point, it's like I'm the only Pangolier left. Good god. And moving in though. Hook shot through, and they found Disruptor, the perfect target. He doesn't have an Aeon Disc. He has no way of reacting, but with death. They're still hunting.
Buyback is ready.
Analog. Well, there's Lincoln's gone. Rupture follow-up, but it's a giant Pangolier. I don't think he cares. Requiem. They're in. They found him. The Hex controls. Well, Somnus is gone.
No buyback.
No buyback for 2 minutes. And the follow-up on the Ghost. He's also going to be going down. Global interrupts the BKB Black Hole. Chalice with a secondary, but they just don't have the damage anymore. They can't win the fight. Lumiere is taking on everything that RNG can throw at him. Chalice also gone. Buyback's too slow from Ghost, and it looks like this game is going the way of South America.
Hokori just likely did it. The tier 5 items come out, and certainly they helped play a role right there, but really that catch initially, and especially to blow up Somnus without a buyback, that was the key, obviously, and the GGs are officially coming out. Hokori will take game 1 over RNG here in the group stages. Big win for them. That's a feels good, man. Coming out for Hokori.
Absolutely incredible shot out of Hokori. You know, RNG is seen as one of the biggest threats, right? The most likely series that they are going to end up with a loss in. But, whew, man, the way they played this was phenomenal. Wow. I think from a laning perspective and on, they've done a phenomenal job. And I don't want any arguments on this. When I get to the MVP segment, I know I'm jumping the gun here, Breaky. I better see Gardick's name, because I have never seen a clock been that impactful in a very long time.
It's fair. I mean, Lumi certainly was the beast as we expect, but I agree with you that Lumi would be kind of the boring pick, where Gardick would be the absolute awesome pick, and there is reason to be chosen, certainly. So we'll see what here in just a short bit what they do choose. But you look at the overall stats, I mean, Hokori managing to pull up an hour-plus game and defeat RNG. Certainly would not have expected that. I got to be frank on that first off, because again, what have we talked about South America in general? Hokori is no different, of course. These are teams that love to play faster. They love to play aggressive. They love to finish games even earlier because of that. As there you go. It is Gardick, and I love to see that coming out as the match MVP. So.
It's kind of weird as well, right? Like, he's so dirt poor in that game. It's like most valuable, poorest player. Yeah, I'll take that. Like, it needs an extra P in there. Like, just to think how much he done with so little. And a lot of that, he enabled himself, right? That clutch interruption on the Roche, especially where he yoinks the Ags, just gave him so much more flexibility in this game. From that point onwards, you didn't just see his impact in the fights, you saw his impact across the map. The overclocks into rocket flare spam made it much harder for RNG to even get out and try to get some semblance of map control back in this game. But either way, man, this game was incredibly close. You could see it going either way, even up to the bitter end.
Certainly, especially with the tier 5s coming out, you really never know, but it did feel like they had even a bit more of the tier 5 items, and certainly that was helpful to finish the game. But the Silencer versus Enigma, I mean, again, this is a tale as old as time. It goes back to the very beginning of Dota 2, especially, and hell, even the early Dota days. But this was the first game where we seen that kind of, you know, the verses where it felt like the Silencer just truly had Enigma's number, because we've seen this matchup many times before, even in this event. And yes, it's been an issue, but we've seen Enigma's kind of, you know, deal with it and being able to get around it. But Chalice just, he couldn't. He had trouble, but I think a lot of that goes back to the position for Silencer, prioritizing the farm from and getting the items he was able to, especially the refresher. That was the absolute key there, right? So hell of a victory for Hokori, and well, obviously we're going to have a break coming up here, KP, but man, I'm excited for game number 2.
Yeah, I think people just need to squirt some super glue on their chair and sit their ass down, because you don't want to miss anything. Judging by game 1, we are in for one hell of a series. This is only the first one. It's best of 2. One more to see. Let's see if South America can stand up tall, or if RNG are going to make a more expected result and be able to at least even this up. Well, that coming after a short break.
victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
You know, we talked about the idea of whoever doesn't have the first pick probably wants to think about banning that Shadow Fiend in the first game. They did not on RNG's side, and Hokori is like, thank you very much. And, well, we saw what happened with the Shadow Fiend in that game number 1. So I was going to reiterate that here for game number 2. But as you can see, KP, we are already into the draft, and there is the Shadow Fiend banned by RNG. But there is something else to point out here, though, too, as some may notice. RNG did receive a level 3 penalty. We're not exactly sure as to why, but we were informed of that, which means they only have 20 seconds of reserve time here in game number 2. And that's, I mean, that is a big deal.
Yeah, TikTok, don't waste any of it. It is a pretty rough one as well. Like, especially if Hokori optimized this correctly. Like, before the first picks come out, like, if you really wanted to exploit this, you could try to prep your first 3 fours with minimum deviation, so you just quick spam them. At that stage, RNG are going to struggle to correctly find the solution in just 20 seconds with so many heroes in the game. But, man, let's not ignore the important detail, Breaky. We finally done it. We finally got to cast a 60-minute plus game. And it was a close one. Such a close. Like, RNG, make no mistake, Hokori were ahead, right? They looked dominant, but you could always see the way RNG could find their way back, which is why I'm excited for what I expect to be another very close game. Especially when RNG do this. They open up with the Broodmother, Hokori with plenty of picks to try and counter this.
Even it is again talking about the fact that they only have 20 seconds reserve time. So I gotta say, I don't know if I expected the Broodmother opening to happen for RNG. Knowing that, you figured they would have gone maybe a little more traditional with an opening, but no, not the case. Especially with heroes like Primal Beast, for example, on the board. But they go the Broodmother, and immediately, not really immediately, a little bit of time, but Pango does eventually come out for Hokori. Already a decent answer to the Broodmother in the Pango pick.
Yeah, and they're like, please, come pick Bloodseeker again. Let's see how that works out for you this time. Because you already picked the Broodmother. That should be one of your cores gone. You're going to make him carry again? Like, they're kind of just forcing the choice out of RNG now. Oh, wait, they banned. So they banned it out. I'm kind of surprised. I felt like Hokori found a good solution to the Bloodseeker last game, but maybe they just want that opportunity to pop off, right? Like, if you think of how the early game went, I think that's what made it feel so tight, is that for Hokori, it was more or less, what does the SF do? Because everything else can't do anything.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm going to see as far as the bans to follow now. Yeah, Hokori taking away the Bloodseeker, of course, a factor last game for RNG. That was picked up, and not going to want to deal with it here. And naturally, they do have the Pango, as you're talking about. So, Queen of Pain, though, the follow-up to that. Yeah, as far as RNG, you know, who do they ban to help protect this Broodmother a little bit more? Like we talked about, though, you already got the Pango. Mentioned the Primal Beast still on the board, and so is Tiny. That's another hero that would certainly feel like has to be addressed here with these bans. And if not, definitely high pick value.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking what RNG want to do with this like Brood, like how you can get the most space out of it. Because usually when you draft this early, you're trying to force your opponent to react to it. Pangle is a start, but to really justify this, you want to see 1 or 2 more picks targeted at it. Part of me feels like RNG done this intentionally to try and make up for the lack of reserve time, because if you're able to set the tempo with the opening picks, your opponents rush to respond to those initial picks, and it gives you more freedom to quickly gel together the rest of your lineup.
Sort of looking at those stats as far as pairing with the Broodmother, and the top pairings are Undying, Shadow Fiend. Obviously, neither one of those are possible. Hoodwink would be the next list. Hoodwink and a Jakiro. There's a couple of heroes that have been ran with the Brood, and to decent success with the 2-1 record. In fact, Leshrac also on there, of course. Yeah, he's still available too. So
I was about to say, like, I was about to say, no Lesh there, because I think Lesh works really well. It's just naturally the way the 2 heroes start to pressure lanes, it's very difficult to stop, right? It just comes fluidly from the way these heroes scale. to the earlier idea of Hoodwink, I quite like that. I don't think I've seen RNG run much Hoodwink. But the cool thing about Hoodwink is when you pick these offlaners that become independent, the best people to pair with them are supports that can go do things elsewhere. Hoodwink is a gank and spanker, low cooldown across the board and a lot of burst damage. Compare it to things like Shaker, where they are actually happy when they're able to leave the lane to get more done elsewhere.
Well, the final ban to come for RNG before they go with what will be their third pick. So, Hoodwink, one of those options. Magnus ban. That's an interesting one. That is not a hero we're really seeing at this event.
I mean, it's not bad against the
Brood, though.
Yeah, but more importantly, I think it's an SA-specific ban. Like, we've seen Beast Coast run Magnus drafts before. I wouldn't be surprised if Hokori have done one or two. I think it's a hero that's still relatively popular in the region, not so much in other ones. So, opening up this phase, RNG likely to lock in their support and then come back with probably Somnus' hero. And I love this. The Bane, actually incredibly impactful. Great counter to the Pangolier. And we watched Asta run this yesterday. The final series up against Beast Coast. Siamese Sea had one of the standout performances of the group stage so far as a POS 5 Bane. This hero is slept on. I think he's only been played maybe less than 5 times in the group stage.
But
every time I see him, he looks dominant.
Yeah, well, it's even further to that point. Yeah, you were right on the nail with 5 games. 3 of those 5 games were against a Pango, and he's 3-0. All 3 of the wins up against the Pango. So, yeah, natural counter, similar to the Bloodseeker idea. Now, to be fair, we said that with Bloodseeker, and sure enough, Hokori was able to pull through the victory for obviously other reasons too, but it doesn't make it impossible, but you're addressing the Pango, certainly, with that pick there.
Yeah, so the issue, like, in comparison, right, is the Bloodseeker was them committing their carry to the counter. And thus they removed their ceiling. They basically stopped themselves from scaling as well. And you saw that as the game went on, where Hokori, it became more, what do we do to enable Lumiere? Well, RNG were like, I need all these heroes to do things. And looks like we are going to get to see the Hoodwink. It is, of course, now, as a result, going to come out on the side of Hokori instead, considering RNG already have their 2 supports. And I actually quite like this. I think Hoodwink is a good ambushing type hero, and you need to be able to catch Broodmother off from afar. Another cool thing about Hoodwink, she's the type of hero that can go to a dangerous area of the map and shove it out quite safely. The amount of times I watch teams chase a Hoodwink for a minute and still not get her, and everyone's just left face palming, I've lost count. It's ridiculous.
It is. So, yeah, Hoodwink definitely feels great. I love the Titan, though. Again, it's just kind of yet another tool for that Broodmother, as we we're talking about. Void Spirit, as they do start dipping into that 20 seconds of reserve time that they had finally. RNG, again, a reminder, they've had to pick very quick. But, yeah, only 6 seconds, but still. But, yeah, they're confident with the Void Spirit pickup, though, in that 4th spot.
I think the discussion was like, how do we catch these more frustrating heroes like the Pangolier, like the Hoodwink? And it's a decent answer to it. They don't necessarily have the cleanest way of killing the Tombstone if Snapfire's nearby, but Snapfire should always be able to get in range, which is why they've given no more notice to the Undying. Void Spirit isn't the worst idea if you're looking to just stop the Hoodwink altogether. Obviously, you know, you're not just going to invest the Void Spirit to stop a support. This is still going to be a decent lane against the Pangolier and one that can rotate just as much. But I like the fact that they found a way of finding something that can hunt Hoodwink without being one of these drafts that overcommits to finding the squirrel.
Primal Beast is still on the board, but neither team likely to pick him up at this point because of what both teams really need, that safe lane hero, you'd assume. And safe lane Primal Beast, although possible, is probably not the direction.
Is that the new direction for TI that we're looking for? Yes, just the Primal Beast boss one. Why not? We might as well go there. Yeah, unlikely that we see it. Even though it's a hero that can farm really fast and stack camps, you know, and clear them, it doesn't give you that high ceiling we talked about. I think most of the successful drafts we've seen at TI, even though they find ways of getting these high ceiling heroes involved early, they're still a hero that can scale incredibly into the late game. You've been seeing that with these SF drafts especially. Obviously we won't see them in this game, but you know, think more akin to things like Lifestealer comes to mind. Bloodseeker has kind of a weird pivot point, so maybe that could have worked for RNG last game. Obviously not this one because it's banned. I do like the Sven ban from RNG though. It's just a natural way of eventually dealing with the Brood, and it's another SA favorite.
I'm kind of starting to go through more and more of list of potential carry pickups. Lone Druid is still on the board. And
yeah, China likes that a lot.
Yeah. Well, I think Hokori could also use the lone druid themselves.
It fixes their push issue, right? So I don't mind the idea. I just don't know if you want to play lone druid against these heroes. Like, you can interrupt the Bane's Fiend's Grip more easily because you have another hero with a stun, right? Like, you've got the bear and then you've got the bear. Just thinking on the lane, like, I don't think you pressure the Broodmother much, and I think you kind of lack clear ways of denying the Brood. Do love the TA pick. I think, like, Hokori could have ran something like a safe lane TA or maybe flexed like the Pango's positioning, but I just want to see someone with scalability. And so far, these final bans on both sides make sense because, like, those 4 picks all go into the late game comfortably.
You want scalability? Decent against Broodmother as well. Let's go Legion Commander. Infinite scalability over for Hokori. Let's go. Let's pick it up. We're going game number 2. No.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Hokori have no more fans. They've all gone back to Beast Coast at that point. The Legion's a big oof, especially in a game with Bane. So instead, it's going to be the Snack Lady. Can do reasonably on the lane against Broodmother. It gives that scalability we talked about. And when you look at the heroes around it, like, this is a 4 protect 1 strike type strategy. It's all meant to be on the Medusa in the late game. I want to see RNG's response. You know, we've seen some anti-mage from the Chinese teams before. I think the Chinese teams are the only ones to actually pick anti-mage so far with 1 game, 1 win. It is one of the classic counters, but you would be picking it into Hoodwink. Yeah, and they pick it in the Hoodwink.
Yeah, well, it's Hoodwink, sure, but I was just thinking, I mean, overall, there isn't the most lockdown from Hokori's side. It's also evasive lockdown, right? The Rolling Thunder and even the Tidehunter Rampage, you can ideally predict it of it possibly happening. So I can see why the Anti-Mage is just so tempting here, especially with that Medusa final pick.
So the only thing that spooks me a little is something to keep in mind with Hoodwink. As a filthy Hoodwink spammer, I can guarantee you it works this way. Every time I see an anti-mage, I've got a smile on my face because the break applies before the damage, so you get maximum burst when you hit him with the sharpshooter. And then, of course, you're talking about an anti-mage that's broken against a lineup that has 4 heroes that dish out a decent amount of magical damage. So it could be a spooky start. I think if Royal Never Give Up can get past the initial phase of the game, anti-mage can come into his own. It's a great matchup against the Medusa later on. I'm just very fearful of how this game begins. I've got a big question mark on whether Somnus is going to be able to do enough in the first 20 to 25 minutes with a Void Spirit. I think what's going to come down to is what Chalice can do instead. If this Broodmother can soak up a lot of the map and draw attention, then Anti-Mage gets his game. But if Hokori play fast aggressive and everywhere at once, I struggle to see a world in which Ghost gets farm.
We'll say RNG, the only team to pick up the Anti-Mage so far in this event. I believe, yeah, the one that we did cast earlier. And it was, of course, a victory for them. On the other side, Medusa has only been seen twice so far this event and is 0-2. Take that as you will. Of course, again, this is the Anti-Mage versus the Medusa matchup here. And obviously, Anti-Mage in that individual matchup on paper does win it. So it's understandable why they win it. But so much more to factor in. And yeah, I like what you're saying about the Broodmother. Going to be the key, as it usually is, especially in that second pick spot. You need to have that Broodmother have a successful game, despite knowing that you're likely going to get a bit of counter. Because that was even a second pick Broodmother with it was a third pick Broodmother, right? In the sense that there was still a reaction to be had by Hokiro, but before they even went to the banning phase, and that's where the Pango came out. So it's not going to be easy for Chalice.
Yeah, we do get the El Clásico matchup of the Medusa versus the Anti-Mage as a result of that. And, you know, we said that the idea of this Brood was it was going to try to create space for something else. It was going to be this vacuum of distraction so that something else could exist in the game. And it makes sense, the Anti-Mage. I just think, like, something that's maybe slept on a lot is the impact a Hoodwink has in this matchup. Like, yeah, you know, the Anti-Mage can chase some tail. If he sees you, you're insta-dead. But the cool thing about playing Hoodwink is you have so much range for initiation, especially with a typical Aether Lens build. So I think this is a game of jump or get jumped. And I think what could really be the saving grace for RNG is X-Nova. This Bane, to me, has been a standout support pick so far. Not picked that much, but incredibly impactful when it appears.
Yeah, and it makes sense here, absolutely. So Bane going to be involved in a little bit of a clash at the bottom room. Both runes, in fact, having a bit of back and forth. X-Nova he's going to be fine, but getting low.
Yeah, it's one of those awkward ones where you can't harass the Pangolier because his shield crashed, and the other hero is ranged, and also the Acorn Shot just adds a lot of damage in while controlling you. 3 runes go in the way of Hokori to open up, so nice start for them. And a nice little bit of harassment back and forth. You can see on the bot lane, Vitaly has already started with double Mango, as you should. which means that after this initial harassment is experienced, the pain should be less coming from the anti-mage.
Support's not here yet, so Ghost is going to walk right up, burn the rest of that mana for the Tide Hunter. He's got a couple of mangoes, of course, but here comes Bushwhack, and so will Bane as he TPs in after regenerating. Got the 3 different lanes, though, you see on your screen. That mid matchup, Pango versus the Void Spirit. Void Spirit having that level 1 Resonant Pulse, of course. Going to use that against Pango, as that's a courier kill. Kaka's courier going out.
So the thing about this mid lane is it's interesting when you think of the dynamics of a Pangolier. Like, he has this way of reducing damage he's taking. He also has a composite damage of physical and magical. That's why I think both spirit types work reasonably well, because you're kind of offsetting half of what the Pangolier does. As an Ember Spirit, you offset the magical damage, and as a Void Spirit, you offset the physical damage with the pulse. So I think Somnus should have a comfortable lane, but the issue is how does he make Analog uncomfortable?
He's definitely keeping his distance. Gardic, of course, doing what he can. Up the top lane. Well, excuse me, you were talking about the mid lane. Apologize.
Oh, yeah, the mid lane, yeah.
Looking at the top lane, though, we do see Anti-Mage, or excuse me, more so Medusa. I'm all over the place. It's been a long event. A lot of webs, though. A lot of
there
webs
are lanes.
down. There are lanes. Yes, that's what we're talking about, lanes. No, but I've been noticing this up here at the top lane. And speaking of that, I've been watching it, and yeah, Medusa's 8-1 right now. It seems like he's been having a pretty free time, thanks to Gardic, is what I was going to get at. But they're kind of just lane pulling from one another. And Chalice is also getting its decent CS.
Yeah, Gardic isn't on that scalable hero in terms of annoyance like the Clockwork this game around. It is going to be Undying. Definitely going to be an annoying hero, but if we get into that late game, it's very difficult for an Undying to position correctly. At least from what we've been seeing the POS 5 ones so far this event. But we'll have a lot more pressure early on. And then this just goes to that idea, you know, the difference here is not meant to make kills happen, not meant to necessarily make these flashy plays. He's just meant to give Lumiere a free lane. If there's anything that people tell you about an Undying, when you pick it as a support, you tell your carry, I'm picking this so you have a game. Full stop.
Yeah. And again, so far, certainly having that Undying, a couple more mangoes even to use. Keep that decay spam going up, but mid lane matchup, as we kind of seen that trend of Pango a little bit behind in the CS against his opponent. So on this 15-0, Pango 10-4.
Yeah, I kind of like the Void Spirit slightly better than the Ember, just because you have a little bit more instant burst damage with the Resonant Pulse, the way it interacts compared to a Flame Guard, and also I think you're just a much easier hero to right-click walk with, even after the movement speed nerfs, so I'm not surprised he's coming out ahead slightly. Cool thing about this bot lane, by the way, like all the trees got cut down, so you see how much harder it is now for Field of Core to make any plays. Ghost is going to be less pressured, and especially with the assistance of X-Nova, I feel like this is a comparatively Undying idea. Like, I am picking this hero, so you have a free lane.
Yeah, Vitaly is running up every time Bane gets close and pop that Anchor Smash. Top lane, Tombstone committed. That quick scatter blast, and you're going to slow them down. Yeah, so I didn't think that was going to necessarily be a kill, but the lane was pushing up as well, so makes a little bit more sense. I mean, the Tombstone probably going to live long enough to not be killed by the opposition. We'll see.
Yeah, so the other part of that typical statement that the Undying makes is, I'm picking this hero so you can have a game, followed up by, why couldn't you have picked a hero that has a stun, though? Because we can kill a lot in this lane. It's always the feeling when you have a Medusa, like, you don't expect the other side to lose heroes. Your goal is simply to make sure that the Medusa gets farm, and so far he's ticking that box, third in the CS charts.
Yeah.
Did not catch you littering, bro.
Ghost down here at the bottom is actually managing very good CS. It feels like, especially with Tide Hunter, you're usually one of those heroes. You talked about removing a lot of the trees, though, so Hoodwink isn't necessarily able to do as much as you would hope for. X-Nova, I mean, just see how aggressive Bane is playing at this bottom lane. Of course, he's got Brain Sap, one of the best trading supports in the game. But speaking of trading, Chalice gets a kill, and it might not even be a trade. They might get both. Lumi, he's just dead.
Wow, that type of dive. Wow, very impactful from RNG. Just noticing that they're playing a little bit low HP on the Undying, and he's running out of mana. In fact, if you look at Undying's inventory, he dies empty. Had nothing left to contribute. He bled himself dry in that top lane. Great patience coming out from RNG, and we see the beginning of the snowball effect we were worried about. Chalice, if RNG want the space with his anti-mage, Brood needs to be off to a good start, and it doesn't get much better than that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Love to see that if you're an RNG fan. And Chalice I don't know about doing combat here. I mean, he's gonna throw the tombstone down, but Chalice, okay, it's gonna take a little bit too long, and he's realizing with the tombstone down, he's gonna have to retreat from that. That seems Gardic is not afraid to man up here, that's for sure.
There's still a wand on Chalice, so he should be fine. But you can see how confident he feels, like even up against a bully like Undying. And this is early on. This gets more spooky with Insatiable Hunger being leveled into. Like once you get 2 or 3 points in this, it feels like Gardic has to run every time.
Zombies made it a little bit threatening for Chalice, but he is fine. They ain't gonna get regen. He'll be good to go. Bane, people at the bottom rune spot. Double damage was top. He's trying to buy time for his teammate. Rolling Thunder knocks him over the edge though, and he is good to go. Great positioning. We've seen that before. You're gonna get Rolling Thunder on. Get next to that cliff. Get uphill.
Kaka. I mean, Kaka's done. There's no way he gets out of this. Lumia will get the kill, and Chalice is also gone as well. He hung around. They got greedy. They thought they could get the deuce, and they paid the price.
Huh. The Hokori also fallen though. Double damage sports, Void Spirit, so a lot of kills taking place.
Yeah, he gets the hoodwinkle.
Get 6.
Yeah, he did use both Astral Steps though, which is it's a bit annoying. Usually you want to keep one in reserve in case it's a gank. The nice thing for Somnus in this game is like you're not up against a ganking combo. The Hoodwink can come, but if Hokori bring all 3 heroes to the mid lane, right, both supports, the Undying hasn't got an extra stun to lock you down. So pretty safe game to just spam Astral Step in.
I'll say, speaking of mid lane, Void Spirit, she'll crash in.
He's fine.
Got that Resonant Pulse though, level 4, so yeah, he's good to go. Tanky enough.
It's also he has Astral Step again. Like if they made this play when he doesn't have Step, I'm concerned because if you look, he hasn't got a single point to simulate yet. So that's a very threatening situation to be in. But yeah, this is the type of gank that will always work once you have 6 and Feel the Core. That's why I like that he's parking till mid now. Just let Hoodwink get the XP and Analog go do some activities. You have got Rolling Thunder off cooldown.
So going back to the top lane though again, Medusa, she's looking very good. We mentioned how Chalice doing pretty good on the Broodmother, specifically after that double kill happened as they dove the tower, but then getting double killed against you, and Lumi's been having great CS, translates into this top net worth for the Medusa currently. So yeah, Lumi doing what he needs to be doing for Hokori.
Yeah, despite the death, like it's kind of wacky when you look at the net worth as well. You know, you expected Chalice to make space, he's struggling, Tide is ahead of him. And then there's still Ghosts, failing to really get ahead. You know, Anti-Mage hasn't died in this lane, but hasn't been made easy either. Anytime he lets Vitaly get an Anchor Smash out is a time that he's going to struggle to get his own creep score up.
Yeah, Medusa just in the jungle currently. There's levels to be had for Gardic, but Gardic is by himself as we mentioned this, and they're going to understand that that's the case. So that's the Dead Undying, Tombstone, and I don't know about that.
Somnus found Lumiere on low mana. He can die here. Good thing Pango came in. Like, genuinely, he could die there. Mana was running out. There was still a remnant to work with, so good quick rotation out of Analog to make sure they don't lose their core.
Yeah, he's still going to harass Analog quite a bit, but yeah, definitely no kill coming from this. So Medusa, she's good. Now on the low ground. Continuing her jungle, in fact, going to do a stack here. As Pango's going to make his way top, though, now and try to deal with Chalice on the Broodmother.
Yeah, someone
has
to.
Away.
If these towers start to fall, like there's a knock-on effect. So Medusa needs the jungle, but if this tower goes down, Chalice moves into the jungle as well, so you aren't safe anymore. Chalice is diving. Analog. Oh, the Remnant too late. So Rolling Thunder will come out. Bushwhack is going to connect as well, so Chalice stuck next to a wall, the worst place to be up against the Pango.
Oh, nice kills by Somnus there. Take a jungle stack, but still losing his teammate in Chalice nearby. Yeah, great rotation, and specifically the Pango able to get the Rolling Thunder off. Like you said, next to the wall, not where you want to be for the Broodmother, so he's going to have to wait to resurrect, come back in. I mean, this transition's been great. As you pointed out, they needed somebody to keep that Broodmother in check, especially with Lumi going into the jungle, as he's over here now. And Pango really is the perfect hero for it. That's why they drafted him after all. Vitaly, though, he's dead. Mana Void.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm actually impressed that was enough in the end. It looked like he was just going to walk it off, but they were relentless. Also, check this build on Ghost. Goes in for the Vanguard early, so not just naked rushing the Battle Fury. I like this choice. It allows you to actually be somewhat present. I think there's this overwhelming threat to Hokori's heroes like Ravage, Tombstone, Pangolier. Like you just want to be able to, in a very sticky situation, provide for your side, and in the meantime, ensure that they can't gank you.
Yeah. No, makes sense. Can be, of course, transitioned later on as well, but it's just a matter of wanting to bulk up earlier on, so makes a lot of sense there. Pango, Diffusal Blade in the works. That's this Broodmother. Gonna take that bushwhack from the Hoodwink once again. There is Pango. He comes in with a swashbuckle. The show crashes, and all the Spiderlings are gone. Broodmother not happy.
Yeah, I just love the tree instantly out for Fielico. It's like none of them leave. I hate spiders. He could end up being the bane of their existence soon. I mean, he's almost got level 6, at which stage, you know, if you look at the heroes on RNG, none of them are safe. I think Fielico alone with his burst would take over, well, over half your HP.
Fiend's Grip is ready. They're smoking in.
Oh, nice move
Gonna
away.
be exposed. But yeah, he's good.
Analog. Oh, no. No, don't walk back for the salve, sir. Okay, that is actually quite fortunate because they could have remnanted into a Fiend's Grip there.
They're going to hide in the trees, though. They say, if you're going to fight us, you're going to have to fight us back here. Where definitely we can expect some TPs to come in.
No, they seem hesitant for good reason. X-Nova's around the back. He has vision as well. They see Fielico.
Pango TP'd out. Fielico, he's still hanging around. As he mentioned, they see him. They know he's here. They're acting like they don't.
He's not in range. That's the problem. He's not in range for Nightmare or Fiend's Grip. Instead, he moves towards him and oh no. He just feeds over the kill in the end, trying to make his escape.
He had a TP, but again, it's easy for us to say that he didn't understand that. They were basically just waiting for him to move, yeah.
Yeah, you don't necessarily expect that high ground board, especially when you're side with things like Broodmama, but Hoodwink's a justifiable reason to get these wards in place.
But Medusa still has about 1,000 net worth lead over anyone else in this game right now. Just kind of been sitting over here in the jungle. We've seen her mid lane a couple of times. I mean, Manta style, it's going to come up very quickly. Another couple hundred gold, and she'll have it.
And another game where you get the perfect tier 1 neutral item. Possessed Mask, definitely the one you want as Medusa. More stats, not to mention a cheeky bit of lifesteal, which means you can farm the jungle without any risk whatsoever. You're more or less always going to be full regen. Uh-oh. Oh, no. It wouldn't have been enough. I think he would have got out on 100 HP still, but it's a confidence type thing, right? Like with Mirana arrows. If you start hitting them, you feel good. If you start missing them, you start doubting.
Dire scanned over here, and they are going to... Well, Dying's going to die. Void Spirit, the one that going in first, is Lumi. Stone Gaze Scream. Somnus, though, nice cookie. Keeps him alive on the ledge for the time being, at least. Bane, though, he'll be the victim. Gonna put the sleep on Medusa just before Cock is now running in. So is Ghost. Ghost is here. No mana on the Medusa. Keep that in mind. Mana Void is ready. He's gonna blow up right there. Is it enough, though? It's not. Yes, it is. Medusa goes down, but at what cost for Anti-Mage? Ghost in trouble. He is locked down for the kill. Ravage is ready, and out it comes. Void Spirit. He needs to get away now. Flesh Golem from Gardic, sitting on top of Somnus. Snapfire, though, he's the one that's low, and that's what Tidehunter wants, as well as the Hoodwink. They are going to get it. Dissimilate.
He's got
Somnus, he's still in trouble, though. He does have that Resonant Pulse. No steps, though, as mentioned, and he's dead. Killing spree for Analog, so they lose the Medusa, but Hokori is just fine with the Plague.
Actually, really good plays there in the end coming out from Hokori. I mean, that looked dicey on RNG's end, the way they opened up, but I felt confident about the midway through that fight. Like, nice, they get out despite the fact they commit all those astral steps. They shouldn't be getting out. But then they just recommit. They go in. You know, the Fiend's Grip baits them into thinking they're safe. They get overwhelmed in the second wave, and I just got to give a lot of credit to Hokori in the way they played that. Like, that was a dicey fight, all things considered, with a Mana Void. The Mana Void should have just ended it right there, but the relentlessness coming out from the SA boys means that they end up coming out ahead of that. When I think about a 1.5k net worth swing in their favor.
Yeah. Thus the net worth lead overall for them. Medusa, she's now bottom lane. They're just running down this Anti-Mage. Of course, he is going to blink away. It's more of a get out of this lane. This is our now. And they're going to get the tier 1 tower pretty easily. No way that the resistance will come out from RNG. Instead, they're going to push the mid lane and Pango's there, though, so it's not going to be a free tower kill. But maybe it will be.
Yeah, they don't want to defend it. It's just hit nighttime. If you look at their vision, they are limited in that area. It's way too risky to try and hold, especially when you're parking 3 heroes bot. You're going to be way too split no matter what you do. Look at this move out of RNG, straight up to top, analog. He actually rolling Thunder, so he's going to yoink all the Spiderlings. Look to move away. Now, if he hangs around for the kill, he's going to die here.
Oh!
What?
Awkward.
I mean, they just gave it away with the cookie.
Yeah. He's got a swashbuckle and his shield's crash. He's fine, right? Is he fine? There's no TPs just yet. He actually might be in trouble still, and he is going to go down. Okay.
Oh my. The crazy part about that is that he knew there were teammates nearby because Charles got cookied. I thought that that felt like a slip up because Kaka does that cookie, and then Pango should know to just leave because he was trying to time it for the end of Rolling Thunder, but he didn't know exactly when it was going to end. Instead, after he sees the cookie, he hangs around and continues to roll as if anything but his death is going to happen there. So a little bit gluttonous coming out from Pangolier, and does get appropriately punished by RNG.
Well, I'm with you. I honestly expected TPs to come in and out. I'm not exactly sure what the others are doing. Obviously occupied elsewhere. Maybe just TPs run off cooldown, etc. But yeah, both a mix of him, but also just the communication in general with the team. Not necessarily able to port in and save and perhaps set up a turn, but obviously good job for RNG. And that's definitely an important kill to make happen on that Pango. Keep going back to this Medusa, though, and with the Manta style, the Eye of Scotty well in the works as well. The Ultimate Orb, #1, has been picked up. How's Broodmother doing, by the way? She has her Vlad, so working on the Wraith Pact. Yeah, almost a Wraith Pact, just 600 gold away. But man, this Scotty is actually infuriating for the Broodmother in this game. You know, usually you can get to a point where you can kind of maybe just stand there and munch on someone on the side of the fight to lifesteal through. You won't be able to do that anymore, not with the Scotty in play. So it becomes a much more difficult state of affairs for this Brood pick. It just feels like you're more or less going to be split pushing for a lot of the game. And, oh, Invasion, Somnus will look for a kill into Gardic, and we'll be able to finish him off. Tombstone make sure that they won't hang around, though. Yeah, the gaze being committed. And they almost got Bane as well. 90 HP, sharpshooter not quite enough. The all-important Battle Fury just about online for Anti-Mage, basically has it. I also think the really important item, though, to keep an eye on is that Void Spirit and going the Ag, so that Resonant Pulse is going to be much stronger. Yeah, did you notice that little frame freeze moment? That's when you know Broodmother's losing all her babies. so like Analog just has enough damage to actually burst the entire creep wave there. Yeah, it just feels like there's never an army. Ravage is going to come out onto the big spider. Chalice stuck on the spot. Diffusal means he can't run away. Pick up the Wraith Pact totem, and now they'll move straight in for Roshan. Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, Roshan's here too. Let's just kill him in the process. I don't even know if that was the intention or not from Hokori from the beginning, but it's gonna be. I mean, Battle Fury just finished on Anti-Mage, but obviously, again, it's not like a tool of, oh, hey, we got our Battle Fury, let's fight on the Anti-Mage now. So this is a tough decision to make for RNG, it feels like, in terms of defending this. Yeah, it's weird because Anti-Mage TPs to the tier 1 top as if they were going to try and fight this, but that would be dangerous. You've already got Hokori set up with a Tombstone here, and you don't have the rest of vision, but Kisses is going to lead the way. That's a good way to open up this fight, but Analog instantly reacts with the Rolling Thunder. Somnus moving in to try and snatch the Roche, but he hasn't got enough damage. And he just used both his Astro Steps, cannot hang around. Instead, Lumiere will get his hands on the Aegis. RNG will count their lucky stripes. They didn't lose anyone in the process. Yeah, and also the Tombstone placement was clutch as well. It's going to wear off here in a second. But with the Tombstone being down, I know they didn't have Ravage, but you mentioned the Rolling Thunder too. They still had more than enough to make it a point of, if RNG was going to commit there, it was going to be very risky. And that's one of those, if you do commit, it doesn't go your way, all of a sudden you are a lot further behind than it feels like you should be. So I respect the safer play, certainly, from RNG of not overcommitting to that, but you do have an Aegis now in Medusa, and that Aya Scotty is going to be basically online in the next couple of minutes now. Yeah, and then we have to compare to the Anti-Mage. Sorry to do this to you, Ghost, but not exactly looking spooky in this game. He's on his way towards his Manta style. Even then, I don't think he's ready to now take on this Dusa, not with the Scotty factor. Sure, you can talk about the Manning and Burn, the Mana Void plays that can come out, but I think RNG lacked the ability to 5-man, whereas if you look at Hokori, not just the Medusa, but all the elements around it is designed to fight 5-on-5. Yeah, and it's not that all-in 5v5 like, oh, you need to wait for all these big ultimates. I mean, yes, Tidehunter's Ravage is, of course, the big one, but Rolling Thunder, Tombstone, a bit shorter of cooldowns that they can rely on for these fights. And speaking of Rolling Thunder, again, Broodmother in the awkward spot. The Bushwhack comes out, though, and there is the Sharpshooter.
Silly Spooter, what are you doing here? Roche's already been taken. He's just trying to get back to that top side, back where he felt he belonged. Someone will at least try to claim some vengeance for him, but unable to do so. Gardic will walk it off. Wraith Pact Aura is just proving frustrating for both sides, but more frustrating in the end for RNG is Lumineer is in place to take out that tier 1 top.
Yeah, so he has that Axe on a Void Spirit, but feel like it's as potent of a tool as he hopes for, as unfortunately unable to even kill the support and Undying there. And speaking of Undying again, Tombstone's ready. Ravage, excuse me, is also ready to go for Vitaly, so they have that tool and the Stone Gaze.
And just to your point around like they're not all in on teamfight, it's not as much an issue whether they are or aren't all in teamfight. It's just more to do with how not on teamfight RNG are. They have one hero that likes teamfights, the Snapfire. The rest of them are these pick-off type heroes. You know, the Void Spirit, the Anti-Mage, the Bane, the Brood. They don't want to encounter 5 heroes. They want to snowball one kill after another. Gotta give so much credit to Hokori in the way they don't enable that. There's always 2 to 3 heroes together at any given time.
I love this medallion pickup from Tidehunter, and he's going the Solar Crest on top of that. Of course, for the upgrade there. Hold that thought, though. Anti-Mage. Another stun. It hits. He's going to Ravage for this. No, the Bushwhack comes out. He's actually slept, though.
The Nightmare saved him.
Maybe? The Ravage reaches! Out comes the Stone Gaze and the Mystic Snake and the kill. You knew he wanted to Ravage. The Nightmare almost saving him. But he says, no, no, no. The maximum distance, it connects. And Anti-Mage is dead for 40.
And that Nightmare almost saved the day. Bane, he came in X-Nova, managed to get the Nightmare off onto the Tide, but you just see the impact I'm talking about, this Hoodwink. Once you fully charge that Sharpshooter, which you can easily do in that situation, that damage, it's essentially, it's close to pure. Like, you don't have that magic resistance anymore from the counterspell. That gets removed first. You get broke, and then you take the damage. Now, look what they've been forced to do to defend. Committing everything here. Gardic is going to be brought down, but Somnus in too deep. Dissimulate coming off cooldown soon. Instead, the Cookie will save him. The Medusa does still stand, though, so RNG need to be careful about hopping out of their base here.
Yeah, Hokori just going to go for the reset. Medusa, just a minute remaining about. Dying, of course, trying to resurrect. Chalice, he's still chasing. He's going to slow down the Hokori. Spider Sting on him, but Broodmother. Uh-oh, I don't know about this. Yeah, he's in trouble. Analog goes back in now with the Rolling Thunder. Another bounce, maybe going to be the kill. They will get Bane in the process. Anti-Mage is back in, though. The Mana Void, he still had about half mana left, so not the biggest explosion. It goes, is dead. No, the counter spell. Oh, it keeps him alive barely. But the shell crashes. Gets the kill. TP out at least for the Void Spirit. But Anti-Mage, that was a ballsy decision that did not pay off. And now Snapfire, also in trouble, is dead, in fact. A triple kill for Analog. RNG trying to take advantage of these cooldowns, not being ready necessarily, but it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, if that was a ballsy decision, they are now a unit. They've been neutered. They can't take fights at all. I mean, the RNG even thinking they can for a second is surprising. I think they get baited in by the fact there's no Ravage and they want to make a play, but there's so much that you can still utilize around this lineup. Not only have they still got that Aegis on Medusa, which ends up getting the best value possible as it now expires, you're still dealing with this Sharpshooter factor. In fact, the Bane would have been gone instantly if it wasn't for the beautiful Nightmare dodge at the start of this fight. One small detail, they were doing a good job of stopping Hoodwink from hunting. Chalice kept cutting down the trees before the follow-up Bushwhack could connect. But it's still just cute plays in an overall bad fight to take. I mean, you just see Ghost comes in, and it doesn't matter that you have this Mana Void at all. Lumiere is so tanky now with the Skadi that won't be enough to kill him on its own.
Well, and like I said, he used it when he still had a good half mana bar left anyway, so yeah, it really just didn't do nearly enough damage that it needed to, that he certainly hoped for with how confident he was kind of jumping in right there.
Yeah, it's a case of he can't stand there long enough to take all the mana away. Just look at his items. I mean, he's irrelevant. If he had a Manta, sure, but he's not there yet. Oi, oi, oi. Speaking of not there anymore, X-Nova just gets deleted in the mid lane.
This is all Hokori. We mentioned game one, fairly even, and yes, Hokori started to take a decent lead, and Eventually, we saw what happened in the 60-plus minute game. This is a game where right now, I mean, on paper, Medusa versus Anti-Mage, a 60-plus minutes wouldn't be out of the question. But with the way we're looking right now, Hokori, they could finish this sooner than later if they are looking to do so at least.
Yeah, they're setting themselves up for a situation where the next Roche could end the game. This is the last outer tower for RNG, and they are lacking map control. It's crazy as well, because they have heroes that can split push, but the problem is still they can't directly fight. I do like that they have started to do this, by the way. Like, RNG have to just spread out and push the lanes out. Your job is to delay the game until AM exists as a hero.
He is here, but he needs to farm. BKB is what he's looking for next. 2,000 gold saved up. So Ghost is doing what he can to get there, but Hokori smartly has been restricting the map quite a bit. As I say that they're on their side currently, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them move out, or perhaps they're going to position around Roshan as, yeah, it's about 45 seconds for the red timer. And look to secure that when he does eventually come up. But Medusa, does she already have? Yes, she does. She already has the butterfly coming out.
Oh, God.
As that gets delivered. That is a massive item as well now.
Yeah, so the other interesting thing I was looking at is RNG, like, Chalice is going towards this Axe. I do like it. I think the idea of it is you're meant to just detect early ganks and get out. Problem is, like, Hokori rather, are playing so quickly that that's not going to matter. Like, you know, you could split push what you want, but I'm more concerned the damage they'll do in one lane compared to you in two. Chalice. Okay. Yeah, he thinks he's running towards safety. He's running into the waiting arms of the rest of Hokori here. But they go left.
Yep, they thought he went left. So he is in safety. He manages to get out, and the Axe, he needs 15 more golds.
Yes, there's no doubt in my mind that gets deawarded. Like, I'd be very surprised if Hokori don't sniff out this vision now, because that was just, like, it's weird that you see these heroes up here and they just naturally get out like that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Look at Gardic just being the Roshan spawn guy. Unfortunately, he's gonna have to wait a long time if he's gonna notify his team of Roshan, because we see 2.5 minutes. And I mean, that's to the favor of RNG. That's a little bit of that RNG, well, go figure, going in their favor. In terms of the Roshan respawn, because the longer that takes, the more time is being bought for this Anti-Mage and the Void Spirit, of course, but specifically the Anti-Mage, who he now has the BKB being delivered.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to get RNG like that in their favor, they should probably just start picking crit-based heroes in the future games. Maybe a little PA comes out. But in this game, they don't really have that big crit. They don't have that big hitter. Instead, the big hitter's on the other side. Lumiere moving in, starting to poke and prod his way through the tower. And you can see they have no intention to come back. Anti-Mage is going to turn it into a trade, but it is going to be slower.
Yeah, and how much slower is the question? This is a range Rax kill, and they don't even get tier 3 because of the glyph on both sides. I mean, it's going to be a melee Rax kill by the time the tier 3 tower is dead at this point.
I mean, so take a second lane. Like, I actually don't think that RNG, like, I don't think that Hokori have to leave. They could probably just go mid as well. Because you can't do the same. Like, look at the difference. Yeah. Like, RNG, even if they get the lane, which is taking a long time, the tier 2s are up. Analog, he's up to no good in the mid lane. Somnus has been found out. Now, for him, no reinforcements are coming, but looks like that distraction might enable someone elsewhere. BKB comes out from Ghost. He'll look to make his escape, but the Stone Gaze is carousing him. He can't get out. Bushwhack is coming off cooldown, and they did clip with the slow. Yep. So close!
Missed. Oh, he's gonna escape, isn't he? Or is he? Analog? Defusal? Oh, they're trying, but they just don't have enough to stop him. Okay. I mean...
Frankie, that was like, I think that was less than 50 units away from that Bushwhack connecting.
Well, so to that point, though, I feel like RNG is actually very happy with what happened right there. Because, yes, they lost their top racks, but I mean, they got a tier 3 and a melee racks in return. And when they're down as much as they are right now and trying to play the recovery game with an Anti-Mage, you certainly take that.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go for a second set. They're now going to go looking for heads. Pings are coming out around the Roche. No one knows if it's up just yet. See, they're just dodging Lumiere the best they can. The spit comes out. Cardic almost going down to the Spooters. But Chalice not able to convert that kill, and Roche is now up. RNG yet to gain that information. They do have the level 2 kisses to play with.
God, that damage. Solar Crest.
Suicide. Yeah, Solar Crest plus Gush. Nice armor. Ron Fun has been pumped. A Ghost, he wants to go in here. He's going to blink in pretty early. Ron Fun now coming in with the counter attack. Ravage form, and nice snatch by Lumiere. They don't get the kill on Roche, but they get the key objective. Aegis now gone, but RNG need to run because Hokori are on the hunt. Chalice is going to be slowed down. 4-star through. Broodmother is gone. Kaka is being hunted for as well. They do at least eliminate the Aegis straight away, but they still don't get their hands on it themselves, and Ghost is going to have to buy some space here.
There is a double damage rune in the bottom. If there's any way that they can see that, which it doesn't look like it's going to be the case, picked it up and then go just push into the base would be massive. But yeah, it's just going to sit there. In fact, over here, Bane is going to be the one that ends up picking it up for his side. So a bit of a takeaway there. But yeah, this decision certainly makes sense for Hokori with Void Spirit especially being dead for another 25 seconds. But yeah, I mean, it was the play of trying to snatch the Aegis. Lumi just a little bit too quick to pick it up. And even though it was burnt right away, it's still a big victory for Hokori there. However, the initiation, the cookie's done in. The tombstone's put down immediately, though. And as we've seen before, RNG is not the biggest fans of taking a fight in Hokori, especially when they're all ready to go at the base. And that's exactly what's happening here once again. This time, they do not have the counter push happening other than a creep wave that's pushing the bottom lane a little bit. So they might get a range racks down there. But the range racks into the middle lane, dissimulate in. Here we go. Tidehunter going to be pulled in. But back in line, Snapfire. Rolling Thunder through from Analog. Snapfire being heavily assaulted to the eye of Scotty. Oh, the Nightmare saves him, and it's going to save him in the end. With the cookie away as well. Some way, somehow, Snapfire stays alive.
Oh man, the spinner snare is baiting them in because they keep ruining them on the exits. They're looking to fish for a kill, but they're unable to do so. And they're taking way too long to even try. I think they just need to let them leave. Vitaly's going to have the Ravage in 45 seconds. You just have to accept you're fighting into that. And you know, back to that Roche pit, one key detail is like when you still pick up the Aegis, the Mana Void is gone. That's what allowed them to go into the base. That threat was no longer there. But this anti-mage is still threatening to other beings. Gardic will at least keep them from chasing further as he retreats. And looks like the rest of Hokori will get out.
Well, we saw eventually when Hokori went back, and another big reason was because that creep wave was becoming a factor. You look at the tier 4 tower in the Hokori's base, and it's at half-life just about. It's just before it. So that's how much that creep wave was able to do. Hokori is going to constantly have to pay attention to that. Now, I will say we saw when Medusa got there, you know, she cleaned it up pretty quickly and easily, and you know, got plenty of efficient farm out of it, sure, but Anti-Mage, he is the next in line in the net worth. He has definitely recovered as RNG needed him to. And he is working now towards his own Eye of Scotty next. So he does continue to be an item or even two behind the Medusa. But RNG, it's been now for pretty much all this game. They're needing to play the longer game because Hokori got that early lead. And that's just where it is at this point for RNG.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, if they didn't contest the Roche and it come out the way it did, like, this is not just one lane, this is probably game. So they kept themselves alive. RNG, like, they got a very limited time to get Ghost fully online. The Skadi, I think, is the go point. Once he has Skadi plus the Mana Void, Lumiere can't get away. It's very difficult. You can see, actually, Lumiere, he's playing for aggression, which I do respect, but it's a dangerous game he's playing. He went Blink Dagger instead of Hurricane Pike, so doesn't have a way of disengaging from this anti-mage, but definitely has a strong way of engaging with his intent being to get that Swift Link.
We did see in the previous fight, and noticing here, Hoodwink does have a Force Staff. He also has a Ghost Scepter himself, but yeah, the Force Staff is, of course, going to be one of those tools that it's where, you know, in these coordinated games, you're relying on your support to, you know, play that role of Force Staffing if need be, but yeah, I certainly see what you're saying there. More aggressive playstyle himself. They're smoked up, by the way, going into the Radiant jungle.
I wonder if it's like the idea that the anti-mages often get nullifiers in late game as well. So like, if I put a Hurricane Pike, like my spot's kind of wasted there, right? So like, let supports do it. If it's good, it's good. If not, what to do? I do like this idea on Tide though. I don't know if he changed it. He was heading towards the Tendrils of the Deep. I think he changed his mind. It's still a good game for it because RNG only have one hero in their lineup that has a BKB.
Yeah, he's not doing it right now, as you mentioned that, but the pipe is also some pretty good value here, so understandable.
Yeah, a lot of magical damage from RNG. I think especially if your goal is to win with Roche, then the kisses have been annoying the pit. Oh, Looks like Void Spirit's going to try to be annoying. Has to instantly leave. Already used both of the Astral Steps, though. Will be clipped onto. Nice follow-up damage to Sharpshooter. Italy. He has got the Ravage and Anti-Mage. He jumps into it, but he's saved with the fact they didn't get the pushback. They cut the trees with the Tombstone, so Ghost gets out.
Vitaly's like, yeah, I meant to do that. Oh boy. I mean, they kill Sapphire as well. We already see the buyback on Bay, but yeah, he was trying to hit the Void Spirit clearly, who just simulated away, but instead he happened to catch the Anti-Mage right as he blinked in before the BKB. Or you know what, maybe we'll just give him the benefit of the doubt. Well played, Vitaly, as far as the timing goes. Now, they don't kill him no matter what, but still, they made it damn close because of that. But yeah, that was crazy.
And you can feel the shock and the surprise in that moment. What ends up happening there is that the Bushwhack gets thrown out by the Hoodwink, but as soon as that happens, the Tombstones drop. The Tombstone deletes the trees, which means you don't have the follow-up stun. That's why Ghost is alive. He BKBs, gets out at about 400 HP. This man has no right to be living.
That would have been a hell of a way to go if it actually was successful, but uh-oh. Catch on an Analog, and Analog's dead. He has buyback at least for the side of Hokori, but he's out for 80 seconds, and now it's RNG's turn to capitalize on finding a hero that was somewhat isolated.
Yeah, Pango, a decent one, right? He's been, I'd say, the best initiation. He's been the initiation. You see how confident he is in the way he's rolling in. Definitely expecting the roll and fun to come in, or the cooldown rather, when he gets to level 25, if he gets there before this ends.
Heaven's Halberd on Broodmother. Go with that Wraith Pact. We talked about the Ags a bit with the Spinner Snare. Playing very utility heavy on the Brood. And it's Vitaly doing what he can to push this back.
I love the idea of cooking in the catapult, like, it's done firing, let's just throw it at the structure. Let's see if that does any damage. Obviously doesn't, but comedial thought there. Minute and 20 seconds away from Roche potentially being up. Everyone will be available for this fight. I think the key detail that's going to matter is having buybacks. And you can see the Ghost is not saving for it whatsoever. He's fully committing to each item as it comes.
Yeah, and this would be the time, obviously, for Hokori to hope for a fight and get the kill on him, but easier said than done now with that Eye of Scotty, as you're pointing in. I think that's, if anything, why he's, confident to get that, of course, especially knowing Roshan could potentially be up, but it's still a little bit longer, so maybe Figures has enough time to farm the buyback before a Roshan is up, and naturally the next fight would take place, so. And for what it's looking like, about 35 seconds on the red timer, we'll see what happens once it turns yellow there. But yeah, level 20 on Anti-Mage as well, the decent one there. It's a 250 blink cast range going around. See who's picking up what, but...
That's very good. It means he can blink into a Ravage from further away.
Jeez.
There's no way it happens twice, right? That was so unlucky, the timing. Like, you don't want to BKB straight away, but you definitely got to feel for him. Like, you don't expect things to erupt.
His heart
like
skipped a little bit there for sure. He's, oh no, not like this. But no,
he's like smashing his keyboard, like BKB, BKB. Okay, it's gone off, thank God. And it's crazy as well, because if he died there, I think he was like 50 gold away from buyback. That would have been the end of the game.
Definitely could have been. So Roshan, about a minute and a half more remaining. Tier 4 items are starting to come out as well. Both teams postured around the Roshan pit for the time being. The Swift Blink.
It's like you get Havoc Hammer, but I don't feel like you have any hero you necessarily want to have the Havoc Hammer, which is annoying, because I've always rated that item highly. Basically since its inception. Like, it's such a good item to have when you have this bulky strength offlaner. Like, heroes like Centaur can just insta-clear creep waves. But no hero on RNG that wants it.
It's not even my birthday.
Somnus positioned towards the mid lane, but Hokori's sitting on their jungle currently. And again, obviously waiting for that Roshan spawn, the vision inside. But it's not happening for another 40 seconds. Both teams understand how much of a priority that needs to be, if anything, to force out the fight.
There's an air of confidence about RNG's positioning here. It's like off the side, but it's pretty wide and out of position. They are playing around their vision, but that means they've got limited vision around Roche. And the reason they get away with this is that they have this Ags Broodmother. The Spinner Snare, like, it's just signaling. So there you go, it roots. Like, okay, well, they're at Roche. Why are they at Roche right now? Is Roche up? Spiders instantly go into check. And a new line gets built.
bottom lane, you cannot forget about this. Now, Medusa did a good job of setting the illusions down there as mid lane to dissimulate away from Void Spirit. But yeah, she set her illusions down there for the Manta style to push out the lane because Anti-Mage was pushing it in. And eventually it did get him to fall back. Now another creep wave is coming in, but Roshan is up. So this is the timing now. Hokori's in. You look at this positioning that we've been referring to from RNG. It's been much more on the right side of the map. But they need to start running over now, yeah.
The spinner and snares are actually getting them in position quick enough. That's a DD on the Medusa, but she got slowed down. RNG are hesitant, however. They've got the level 2 kisses, but no entry, no info right now. They'll try to get it, but nice use of the Stone Gaze. Lumiere will secure the Aegis, and Analog will push back any attempt to RNG from responding.
Yeah, not only the Stone, it was really the Rolling Thunder coming out from Pango, especially with that action, the shield crash effect. If you fight into that with the Tombstone down, the Stone Gaze, etc., you are losing that fight if you're RNG, and of course they completely understood that, so goes to show you that how much of a priority that was certainly for Hokori, but understandable. As, yeah, the Aegis and the cheese in the hands of Medusa now. And she's going to start making her way bottom lane to push this out, and understandable because that's the one set of racks, of course, that's been destroyed on your side.
Ah, and it looks like Vitaly does now have the wonderful Tendrils of the Deep. Like a mini Ravage. It's quite a impactful spell in this type of game as well when you consider what I said before, that there's still only one BKB in play. There are now, however, 2 Aeon discs. Or will be soon. Somnus is holding on to buyback, but heading towards it, and Snapfire does already have one.
Might come into play here soon if he's not careful. He's going to turn around. But, yeah, that was close, but turns around, going to be fine. But you see Lumi, again, we mentioned at the base, pushing out the bottom lane. Look at where they are now. They're pushing towards RNG's base down here, and can RNG actually defend this time? Well, Anti-Mage is going to cut the creep wave way over there. We'll see.
Still a second wave, though. And yeah, that Wraith Pact Aura stopped them instantly killing the first wave. So Lumiere's just going to park here. Tier 1 tower, Tier 3 tower will be gone. Just a matter of whether we can get more of these remnants.
I love the Tombstone right on top of him, too. It's like if you want to jump, you're going to have to deal with this right away. Oh, Anti-Mage in.
So they do jump. Ooh, Analog on the backside does get the Magic Community just in time. Ghost able to blink out. They do find Hoodwink, but now pursuing deeper, looking for more control into the Void Spirit. Nice Ravage follow-up. Somnus now dead for 85. Hoodwink will commit the buyback. Anti-Mage now without BKB. The only thing he can do is cut the wave.
Yeah, there's no way you can fight this now. With your Void Spirit dead for 70 more seconds, you just have to cut the wave and go for a counter push yourself. But Medusa's in. She's going to be nightmared up. They're just trying to stay alive on the side of RNG. Make this take as long as possible is all that you can do. Anti-Mage coming back in. No Mana Void even either. That's on cooldown for another 30 seconds for him. So the rack's certainly falling, but Lumi trying to catch that pain. Continuing to be a little bit distracted by it. The Wraith Pack going away. There's fortification. I will say RNG is doing a hell of a job at preventing this push from actually happening, but eventually the damage is going to be enough. And down goes the melee racks. So mid lane, it's just this. This is mega creeps at this point. Can they actually hold it? Still 30 seconds. The cookie stun in. They're going in as Anti-Mage in the back lines is going for the kill onto the Hoodwink, but you can't even kill him. He's got a Ghost Scepter. He's going to stay alive. Broodmother, she's broken. Lumi just standing here, great as you'd expect. There's a Mana Void. Doesn't necessarily do enough damage, though. Now Anti-Mage trying to run buybacks on both Brood and Bane. The Rax is still up, but the heroes are dying on the side of RNG.
Just wipe them out now. Karka's in too deep. Charles can't assist him. You do at least keep the Anti-Mage alive, but what can you do with this BKB? It's a big question mark. Mana Void's still on cooldown for 50 seconds, and that's the only way you're getting through the Medusa once, let alone twice. Stone Gaze will be committed. Mega creeps will be achieved, and they will back off for the time being, but it looks like Somnus wants to commit. He needs to find value here. Silencers are going to be spread out across the team. Cookie in deep. They do connect on the Tide Hunter. Buyback forced out the Undying, but the Bushwhack does connect. Ghost controlled up, and you see Lumiere is just going to push back the rest of RNG so they can separate Ghost and maybe take him out together.
I mean, Lumi still has the Aegis, by the way, so yeah. He's just fine. Gonna pop the BKB, and Brood will be able to kite away, and I think Hokori is realizing now they're just gonna go for the TP play out, and they are successful on Medusa at least. Now Hoodwink left behind, he's out for 90, no buyback, and neither does Undying, as that is a dieback for him.
Yeah, it's double dieback support, but like, the more I think about it, it doesn't matter. How does RNG get down a lane quick enough? especially those cooldowns. Like, you look at the cooldowns for dieback at this stage, you're like, how's that not over 100 seconds? You know, these are supports, so they will be back in a relatively decent time. And man, the tough part for RNG is in these type of situations when you see a fight like this happen, your upside is like, oh, maybe we can take Roche. No, that was already taken before this engagement. The Aegis is about to expire. There's still tier 2 towers to worry about, which means you have to contest with Glyph. RNG now have to contest with Mega Creeps, and it has to be said, the push isn't that strong. It's more or less anti-mage. Even Somnus is going to struggle to push out these lanes consistently.
Oh, they are doing so for now. They see that double damage rune, by the way, up at top. I'm assuming they're eventually waiting for Anti-Mage to go pick it up or something, but they are going to get the tier 2 mid, and that is not the last Adder Tower. There is still the top tier 2 that is in favor of Hokori up there, so certainly want to address that. But yeah, Ghost is going towards the double damage. We mentioned the supports, the diebacks, but Undying's up in 5, and Hoodwink's up in 15. Pango's up in 5 as well, so no buyback will be needed for him. They might get tier 3, but I can't see them getting more than that.
No, it's annoying for them as well, because Pangley had buyback, but they couldn't force it. Instead, Tendrils are deep, Arca can connect with the Chalice. You can see they were thinking about going for that kill, but they're not tempted.
And look at RNG's base, by the way.
Oh, good lord. They have to go, they have to fight right now, they're going to jump in. Ghost gets bashed though. Lumiere is out of mana, but he has the magic immunity. Anti-Mage has to leave. The attempt to get Medusa is going to be a fail. Somnus is brought down. Snapfire will also fall. Reinitiation from Ghost, but it's not good enough. He gets caught out. The Ravage is on point. Ghost will look to retreat, but even if he gets away, Hokori are now coming for your base. They get the vision. They get the big bad kill. No buyback, insta GG, and it will be a 2-0 for South America.
Yeah, RNG, they had to make the play, so certainly not going to fault them for that moment as far as engaging when they did, because as I was pointing out, right as that engagement happened, their base was just being annihilated by the Mega Creeps. They had to go, they went for it, the Olin strategy. At that point, though, Hokori was just too big. And obviously, Medusa was the biggest factor there, but the ravages of Tidehunter is certainly massive, and Analog on that Pango doing what he needed to do throughout the fight too. So what a team effort though from Hokori across the board. And how about this result, KP? This is a team we've gotten the chance to watch a bit, especially here on Streamy, and I couldn't be happier. I mean, they are looking great. They've split a lot of their series, but they 2-0 RNG. Did not see this one coming, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, my heartbreaking. There's something magical about watching these guys play. Like, that was an impressive series, you know. Like, anything to do with RNG aside, like Hokori, vicious, relentless. Like, you see how they're non-stop going. One big thing I think that makes them very unique is their approach to Medusa. I think there's plenty of teams that would just think, how do I bulk up? How do I prevent myself dying? But instead, we saw time and time again, Lumiere was leading the charge on a hero that's usually seen as static and immobile. You can see he went for that Swift Blink that enabled him further, didn't need the boots anymore. It's just always, how do I make fights happen? And at the end there, you know, my heart was skipping a beat, as I'm sure everyone watching that was, because you know it's an anti-mage on the other side. You know it can turn around. You saw how clutch that BKB from Lumiere came. He had no mana. If that pop goes off before Somnus and the rest of the team die, there's a realm of possibility where Hokori ends up wiped there. But just great patience coming out, especially from Vitaly, to close out that final fight with a beautiful Ravage, just as he almost closed out the game much earlier with that Ravage onto anti-mage near the base of RNG.
Yeah, and this is one where I'm certainly fine giving that position 1 carry the MVP. Lumi deserves it on that Medusa positioning, the way he played, the way he was able to get his farm, etc. was phenomenal and a big reason. But this is, to be fair, I think the MVP could certainly be kind of the team-wide MVP with that in mind as well. And they like I said, they got to be feeling so good about this one. I know overall this has actually been a pretty good run for them. A lot of these splits that we talked about going into this series and going into they were 5-7, but guess what? They're now 7-7, and they're in a prime spot to potentially finish in the top 4 of the group, which is the important part because that means you're going to the winner bracket. There is still work to be done for them, but they are one step closer now to that being a reality and representing South America proud, KP. That is something.
And South America has plenty to stand up and be proud about. You know, China has always been seen as the demon, the gods waiting to slay everyone's dreams. But you know what? Stand tall, Hokori fans. They deliver a 2-0 over RNG. But South America, stand tall, stand proud, and stand still, because we've got more SA action coming up next. Short break, and when we return, we're going to see if Thunder Awaken can slay another Chinese god, because they're going up against Asta.
pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Let's go. That's right. Welcome back to the South America Funhouse, folks. We've just seen series number 3, and a banger it was, but we're not done with CN versus SA Dota. That's right. It's back-to-back madness in that regard, because up next we've got Thunder Awaken versus Asta.
Thunder Awaken, we saw them earlier today, of course, splitting, I should say, the series against Tundra. So they have that going for them. Overall, they sit at a 7-5 record. Again, really in the middle of the pack, as we've been saying, with them and Hokori as well, representing South America very proudly. And the possibility of finishing in the top 4 is very, very real. Well, to get there, you need to beat some really good teams, and Aster is certainly one of those really good teams. Aster at top of Group B, representing China.
Yeah, and there we go. The South America fans can get cheering because there's their boys from Thunder Awaken. Beast Coast may have not been able to deliver to expectations so far, although they still hold on. But on the other end of the spectrum, Hokori now moving up in the upper bracket, and these mad lads could also match that. If they win this series, they will be comfortably towards the top of Group B. Right now, they are drawn with Team Spirit, Team Secret, and Fnatic. Only people ahead of them are Tundra and Asta.
Yeah, no, this is a great team here, and definitely one that has capability and the ability to at least split the series against Aster. Dare I say it, 2-0. It is certainly possible, and especially when you factor in Aster is coming out with a loss earlier today. They looked very, very good, extra good, in fact, coming into day number 3, but they started off, like I said, a loss to Fnatic of 0-2. Both of them really hour-plus games from what I saw, so it was quite the grind of games right there. I'm sure they're happy to be back and playing some more and kind of getting that out of their head, but speaking of the roster of Aster, Baboka, certainly one of the more recognizable players. But this is a top-tier squad, and a squad that a lot of people probably, I assume, including myself, predicted to top 4 at the very least. You know, is certainly something that this team is capable of.
Absolutely, yeah. I was right there with you. I thought Asta, they looked on form. They've been consistent across the whole year, but signs of them slipping on the soap and breaking their neck here because, you know, you look at what just happened against Fnatic, an unexpected result, then you think about what's ahead of them. Thunder Awaken, in their eyes, maybe should be an easy pickings, but after that, it doesn't get easy. They're going to have to go up against the former, or reigning rather, champions in Team Spirit, and then also Team Secret. Neither team a pushover, but I can't help but feel people have been sleeping on SA. We can't sleep on the fact that Thunder Awaken are still in contest to make it into the upper bracket. It's not going to be an easy series, Asta.
No, this is not, and we continue to be... we can't even be surprised at this point, this deep into the group stages, that again, South America in general, let alone Thunder Awaken specifically, looking very, very good. So, yeah, looking forward to a hell of a series here. If you are tuning in, sit tight because we got a great one ahead of us here. Now, the draft, in fact, has already started. That we'll be able to show you here in a second. And I'm noticing, as you will all see, Thunder Awaken, and they got the Tiny Crystal Maiden opening. Now, this is an opening that we stressed previous series and the one before, but a very, very successful opening currently in the group stages.
And I call this a very successful opening as well. Asta whipping out both the Marcy and Visage. Both of these heroes are so damn popular. The Visage especially feels incredibly impactful. I know Marcy's had kind of a mixed win rate, but we can chalk that up to, you know, a mixture of teams losing, winning across the board because everyone wants it. Visage, on the other hand, just creates so much space. And one thing I love is these combos that you can get, like, say, Lich, Bane, any type of burst support. Undying is another one that comes to mind that allows you to just burst your opponents out the lane, because remember, Soul Assumption requires damage done back and forth. In fact, Team Asta did run a Bane yesterday at the end of the day, and I believe it was with a Visage on the lane, so keep an eye out for that in the second phase.
Yeah, if it doesn't get banned out at least, certainly a possibility. So, speaking of those bans, the Drought immediately taken away from Thunder Awaken. Talk about a good pairing with that Visage. And one that we saw earlier today and we also know about is Luna, another one of these cores that you got to be a little bit fearful of, that pairs well with the Visage. So wondering if that's something they're thinking about here with the 4th ban or not.
especially with Monet on their side. I think like Asta haven't lost with it yet from what I've seen so far. When they whip out the Luna, they've had it 2 or 3 times. So very, very spooky here in their hands. I think what Asta do better than most teams at utilizing Luna is they get a well-rounded draft that uses the Blessing for maximum aggression in the lane with things like the Visage, but they also are phenomenal at finding ways of getting Monet to participate earlier on than I've seen other teams Lunas do.
Deep thought going into this one with that 4th ban. Again, certainly on the list, but the directions they could be thinking as far as maybe that position 4 support to take away, but it's going to be a Death Prophet. Okay.
Yeah, both sides are actually removing the anti-regen / heal. So Drow gets taken out by Thunder Awaken. Then you see the ban of Pudge from Asta. I think they have ran Morphling once or twice here. Obviously, Morphling is kind of a mixed bag of results here in the groups, but Asta have looked good with in the past. So another possible hero to keep an eye out for.
Batrider, magic damage in general. Decent against Visage, and want to be able to catch, so we're moving him.
Yeah,
back
so
over Thunder Awaken before they go for their pick.
It starts to feel like something along the lines of Luna makes more sense. Like they're worried about this hero getting caught out that could just be smashed. Oh man, how did we forget about this guy? Nyx has been on the rise. Has been banned in most of our series so far. At the end of day number 2, had over a 70% win rate with about 20 picks. So pretty hot pick right now, and Thunder definitely boosting themselves with it.
You know, take this how you will. Obviously, you got to play the game in the end, and there's a player skill, etc., that comes into play. But Nyx Assassin, Crystal Maiden, Tiny, that has to be one of the highest win percentage trio opening you could have right now from the group stages. I mean, Tiny alone is 62%, Crystal Maiden is 72%, and Nyx Assassin is 74%. Like, these 3 heroes are all very successful, and they're all top 20 heroes on top of that. It's not like a niche pick by any means. So I think just alone from that perspective, this is looking very good. Now, this does mean Tiny is going to be more of the core, though.
Yeah, which I think Thunder Awaken do a decent amount of, so it's not a completely foreign concept to them. Actually, Mago plays a decent amount. In competitive, that of course being the mid of the side of Thunder, has played 8 games of Tiny in competitive since July, so probably going to be the POS 2. An immediate response is coming up from Asta. We are going to see the Shadow Fiend. How could we forget about this Leviathan in the current meta? Just somehow, every once in a while, we get a game like this, Breaky. It's almost like people turn up their keyboard, they haven't splashed water on their face. It's almost like it just slipped through because people forgot it existed.
I felt the same way with the Nyx Assassin when that came out, agreeing with you there. But yeah, Shadow Fiend is absolutely another one of these. Wait a second, there's a Shadow Fiend still on the board, and especially with the Visage in pairing. I mean, this is a very strong lineup now for Master. The Shadow Fiend has been the #1 picked hero, and with a 60% win percentage as a #1, you know that things are going very well, and it's still a possibility. I mean, this could be mid, this could be safe lane. You're not even really sure yet if you're Thunder Awaken.
I want it to be the safe lane, which, you know, it's a bit different because usually they like to give Monet the most padded game. He has a well-padded game here. You've got great support to open up with, an off lane that's going to create a lot of space. What they need now is something to bring it all together to push them forward. Maybe someone that's a little bit of a pseudo frontliner. Additional push could work as well. Leshrac would come to mind. Not sure I want to see that specifically here up against the Nyx, but something akin to that can take control of the game. I wouldn't even be against the idea of something along the lines of a Pangolier, just something that can start these fights off. And we have seen a lot of the Clockwork paired with the Pangolier so far.
Yeah. Or do you go, you probably don't want to go something like a Bloodseeker here to necessarily, I mean, it wouldn't be bad, but it would be obviously good against a Clockwork specifically, but they are dipping a lot of reserve time now.
Now, this should be another support. I think what they're debating now is whether they reveal their carry or keep it hidden that, like, you know, this is possibly a mid Tiny versus a support. Like, you know, basically the idea they don't want to give away the flexibility of the draft, but either way you look at it, Darkseer makes it very apparent now. You know, this isn't going to be some weird flexy Nyx in a core role or something like that. Tiny mid, Darkseer in the offlane. Leaves the final pick for the carry, thinking of things that Thunder like to run. I think something akin to a Sven definitely comes to mind for them.
For Thunder Awaken?
For Thunder Awaken, but it's like you have the issue of gap close, so it's like I'm more interested in heroes that can get on top of you. I know that SA loves the Monkey King, but that did of course get banned in the early phase. Pudge would have been just a no-brainer, but Asta have been so on top of it. Looking at what Thunder Awaken really need to round it out. They need that ceiling we talked about before. They also need some push. They have great mid-map presence, and this is a team that look to get their carry involved. So I just want maybe a carry that offers a stun and is willing to participate. Things like Chaos Knight come to mind.
Yeah, and well, I'm thinking more like a range potential, but I mean, Chaos Knight kind of is that hybrid where, sure, he's obviously not range, but he has that gap closer as you're getting at with the Reality Rift and the Chaos Bolt especially. So I could definitely see a Chaos Knight actually making a lot of sense here for Thunder Awaken on their side if that's where they want to go. But Team Master deciding that final ban, and perhaps certainly is thinking about the Chaos Knight amongst many others, and Lone Druid is what they end up settling with.
Yeah,
they are lacking building damage for Thunder Awaken. Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like that's more Asta's mentality and how they draft and also what they're used to playing regionally than what I'd expect Thunder Awaken to go for. I wouldn't necessarily put Lone Druid in their arsenal. I'd be surprised if they played it much at all recently. You know, we haven't seen any Wraith King. I don't think you necessarily go that way. You just need a hero that will get in is the most important detail, but we'll have to wait for that. Asta need to pick first. This is where we're going to find out if this is going to be the POS 1 SF, which I don't think they've ran so far. I would love to see it, though. I just think you need to get a hero on Ori that creates space. The Embers would be a decent shout, but I think this Nyx, man, the more I come up with ideas, the more this Nyx blocks out. He does so much in this draft.
He makes it difficult. Exactly. You got the Leshracs, the Spirits, and all these heroes are just not fans of that Nyx Assassin.
Okay.
Juggernaut doesn't care as much, and that does mean it is going to be a Shadow Fiend mid. And it's all said and done.
I think like that. I dreamed of this SF in the safe lane, but I really don't know how much Asta practiced it. Whereas this makes more sense. This is a Monet type hero. Gives you the way of getting involved as well. Like they have a lot of push power. They've got the SF and the Visage, and then the Juggernaut with 1 or 2 items shows up for healing ward. Also really good at controlling objectives. Would love to see Thunder Awaken get something that controls that element of gameplay. That's able to be a nuisance when Asta moves towards towers and towards the pit.
I think something like you kind of have a couple directions. Maybe like well, let's see where they go. Okay, well.
Okay, they can go towards the pit then.
Wasn't one.
Yeah.
So Templar Assassin. Okay.
It's decent on the lane. It's not directly counted out. I wouldn't say it's the most Omega lol gotcha pick. Like, what's your draft like now? You can't do anything with it. But I do like it to round out. I don't think Thunder needed to be too spicy. I think this Nyx done enough spice already. Like Asta's job in the second half of the draft felt very difficult because of that Nyx pick.
Yeah, I like the safe lane Templar Assassin, certainly. So you're pointing out, especially with the Desolator, we'll have a bit more objective hitting. So got that taken care of right there. But Aster, with that Juggernaut, he is going to have a pretty good game. I mean, it's a hero that doesn't really care about Darkseer in the laning phase. They don't necessarily have a piercing BKB stun, so that spin is going to be fantastic. The Juggernaut pickup feels very strong for Team Aster. Unlike, and again, Templar Assassin's good, but I lean more towards that final pick and giving the advantage to Team Aster. And overall, I where I am looking at it, the Shadow Fiend Visage combo is impairing as well. They have a strong composition on the side of Team Aster.
Well, I think Thunder Awaken done a really good job up until the end of the draft, and then they had a lot of boxes to tick, and Templar Assassin was actually a really respectable choice. It gives them the ability to contest on the lane. Shadow Fiend won't just brawl and beat any opponent, definitely not with TA. And then on top of that, you have the ability to move towards Roche, as well as the ability to take towers early with this TA. So I think Awaken got the right choice at the end. It's just the Juggernaut was a smart choice. Monet's game is usually secured intentionally by the side of Asta, and by going for the Juggernaut, you invalidate the effect of Nyx plus Darkseer, which is one of the most potent combos Darkseer can get on the laning phase. So it definitely makes sense. I still would have loved to have seen the SF. I think this fits more with what I see Asta do. Like, give something safe for Monet to play, something that can be folded into the mid-game aggression.
Juggernaut certainly checks those boxes, as you said. I mean, and he's going to make his way down with the team, and talking about they're going to delay this smoke, and usually means they're going to be looking for a kill earlier on. And there we go. They smoke up now, so we'll see if they're able to hunt somebody down. Templar Assassin is the one that's in the area. She's going to be on the high ground.
Have they done their research? Because Asta does this more frequently than any other team in the tournament right now. So they should have a suspicion that this is happening. By the way, remember, this is going to be a safe lane TA. We forgot to mention that because they had the tiny, of course. So yeah, TA is going to be caught out here. Will be dragged back. No chance. They can't get anything done there.
I believe I was having that conversation with Gaz the other day, where we had a Templar assassin and a Shadow Fiend even in the same game, where we're still talking about the idea. It's like these are just two iconic mid heroes throughout Dota's history. Yet recently, they're potentially, and even in some cases, seen more in the safe lane. It's just something about that feels odd. But this game, it is going to be the mid Shadow Fiend. But yeah, the safe lane Templar assassin coming out.
I feel like a little bit of a Muppet now, because it makes more sense, right? Like the TA. I mean, you could put him against the SF, but like, where was the Tiny then going to go? You don't want to stick the Tiny down there. This way, the way this works, by the way, like usually you think SF dominates melee heroes because raise, but the cool thing about a hero like Tiny is you just walk in, you throw out your stun, clears the wave, you club them once or twice and go. And what is this fight right now? Oh, good lord! Pandamu goes down, and Siamese lives.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Thunder Awaken was really stretching for that kill, and fighting into the Juggernaut, especially with a spin ready to go, that was risky. Marcy realized what was going on. She came over, and suddenly the turn was there. So it's going to be a 1-0 start for Team Master, and you got Pandamu now teleporting to the bottom lane after that death, but it's beneficial for them.
I didn't expect it to play out that way. Like, I was keeping an eye on it, but I was like, oh yeah, the Nyx missed his stun. They'll just walk away now. But
yeah,
got a Marcy. Gotta do what you gotta do. Goes in, just sets up a nice little turnaround there. Just the power of Marcy being felt not even a minute into the game.
Nyx Assassin gets the successful pull off as Clockwork is going to let him know he's not happy about it, at least. He has another battery assault in a couple seconds, but he'll just let him be. Oh, spin.
What?
Sacred. Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Clockwork? Clockwork's got him, though. No, he doesn't even need it.
That's a very long sword, you may notice. Kind of looked like he shouldn't have it, right? It's like, nah, he's definitely out of here. But the issue for Darks is he's 5 movement speed slower, so he'll always be chased down at this stage. And of course, you're in level 1, so no surge. I'm just keeping an eye on this bot lane, though, because I think this bot lane is not as comfortable as it apparently seems for a TA. The issue you have is, while Refraction should protect you against the burst, Baboka's able to instantly get on top of you, so they can easily whittle away at these early Refraction charges, and then you're just going to get burst down by Soul Assumption.
Ooh, you can tell Pandamu. Baboko's beelining right for him and freezes him in place, though, so manages to get away. But yeah, Marcy not going to be afraid to play aggressive, of course, as the lane will push back towards the Templar Assassin. Top lane, Clockwork is rotating back around as Juggernaut's taking some good harassment from Nyx Assassin.
So
now Clockwork's coming in. You got to be careful if you're Nyx now.
Yeah, I mean, Clock doesn't want to tank it either. It's just, he's only level 1 Iron Shell, but it still adds up. So he'll just push Mafia away. He won't try to, like, test towards a kill. Because Siamese C, the alternative is he could have stayed near to creeps and gotten a little bit of XP for level 2 and then go for a Cogs play. But your goal here is simply just to allow Monet to farm. As long as he's farming, you've done your job well.
Yeah, and so far, he's definitely farming, especially when you factor in that first blood that took place before the game even really started. So our mid lane matchup, Tiny versus Shadow Fiend. Tiny currently is 14-2 against 13-2 Shadow Fiend, so it's not that dominating Shadow Fiend performance that we've been seeing a lot of these SFs in the mid.
No, it's because of this. You just walk in, you avalanche. If you time it right, you don't just get your creeps, you also interrupt him from doing a Shadow Raise. So he might miss CS occasionally, which is why Tiny's now stepping a little bit in the lead.
Top lane.
I mean, they whiffed the stun again, right? Yeah, this keeps happening. Surge will at least save them, but someone's going on here. I mean, we saw that whiff stun deep in the jungle. It's happening again. So the Matthew needs to be careful about this, because if you miss the Impale, this combo will not hesitate to jump you. It's being jumped in this bot lane. Oh, Pekaz, I mean, he's going to experience the burst, but Boca tries to commit as much as he can. Pekaz is going to be brought down, though. The power of Soul Assumption, 4-second cooldown on this insane ability.
Well, power of Sidekick as well from Marcy. I mean, yes, she dies, but it took a good 2-3 auto attacks and more even from the Templar Assassin to secure that kill, and I think that's what was really the nail in the coffin for him as far as his death. So, play by XXS.
Marcy, she's looking to party. Nice read by Mago not to walk up for the creep, though. It's that typical rotation. You start to get a feel for it around the 4-minute mark, especially when Marcy's died, she's going to show up somewhere else. And make no mistake about it, if Mago had come forward for that creep, there would have been a rebound jump in and he would have been dead.
Comes forward now, but Marcy already heading back to the bottom lane as he'll just throw out an avalanche to help with some CS.
And this is so uncomfortable.
Control.
Like, it's actually, like, you'd think the Templar Assassin's a type of hero that would be very cozy in this type of lane until 6 on Visage, but Marcy just changes so much about many matchups. And you remember in the draft, I said the idea of something like a Bane because it gives you the burst. And the cool thing about Marcy is even though she's a melee hero, her combo contributes enough and it gets you in deep enough that you're always going to stack up a lot of soul assumption damage.
See right there, Templar Assassin using the side blades to at least farm some of the skeletons from the jungle of the Dark Troll Summoner, but minimal farm, of course, coming from that. Marcy and Visage make their way into the jungle now.
He's very calm in that moment as well, because he actually got disposed back into the creeps who lost refraction. He's like, no, actually, I hit really hard. And Visage, the one downside that hero causes is a slow old man, 285 movement speed. Doesn't arrive fast.
That's a close call on a Darkseer at the top lane. Again, he has that surge, so it feels like he always should be fine. And he probably was always fine, but he gets pretty low. He has a Vanguard now, though.
He's baiting them in. He has refraction. He's trying to... Yeah, there it is. He dodges it out. They wait long enough that Baboka's committed. What a play coming out from Pakaz.
I mean, you see the damage of that soul assumption once again. Templar Assassin more so getting low. Even Crystal Maiden has to respect it, but yeah, good bait. Turn around and get the kill on Marcy. And TA can open up a bit more for some farm. Top room.
He's literally just waiting with refraction. Oh, God. Oh, Nyx. Just trying to help. I don't know if I'd call this help if I was a mid, though. This is hurting.
Yeah.
Good rotation.
At least Dark Mago gets the Invis rune.
He does, but Simon C has been on point so far with the way he's opened this game. I feel like of the past 5s, this guy has probably consistently impressed me the most. There's just something very elegant about the way he flows around the map in the first 10 minutes.
You see Templar Assassin again, pulling back these jungle creeps and getting some farm efficiency out of them, trying to see about dueling for that one.
Yeah, you just see him pumping it. He's like, I'm ready to go, rebound now, rebound now. Oh, Panda move, brought low. Mago with the rotation though. They know that Tiny is coming, but they can't get out quick enough. They will find the Visage kill. Baboka also will not be able to get out alive.
The tree!
Casual tree. Catch.
Take this. Runs back to the middle lane as it's flying in the air. Double kill for Dark Mago, and he's going to make his way back to the middle to continue CS. Of course, Shadow Fiend is freely, as if he wasn't already, but freely doing that CS in the mid lane. His net worth is certainly reflecting that. And speaking of net worth, can't forget about the Juggernaut. Monet has his phase boots, and he is getting the farm secured, as you're talking about for Team Aster.
It's kind of funny when you just look at the CS, you're like, oh yeah, it's just TA, SF, mid lane. You know, this is how it goes. You're like, oh, wait a second. That's an out lane TA that's been heavily pressured by 2 heroes, but it's still farming up a storm. So good job to Kaz to recover. And it just comes down to the fact that he's not insta using refraction anymore. It's making it so much more difficult for Aster to find kills.
So tip back and forth coming out all right.
Yeah, and you notice that TA's now gone jungle. She can't show on lane now that Visage birds are up because you lose refraction instantly. Mago gets a mini ravage with his avalanche. But jump in from Marcy, will drag him back. He's stuck in the mix now. Ori doesn't have a point in the Requiem, so can't actually use the ultimate. Mago, pretty tanky, will eventually go down, but they do get the kill on clock first. Big one's still achieved for Aster. Baboka will not be able to walk away courtesy of Panda Bay.
Yeah, so at least a couple of support kills for Thunder Awaken, as you mentioned, but clearly the key of that mid, Tiny, going down. Ori still standing very strong. Maybe Nyx Assassin is hanging around, maybe trying to get a CS in here, so prevent Ori from being efficient, but not going to be really happening as the bottle trade comes out with Clockberg TPing back in. So, yeah, it's one of those, it feels like still that Aster's pretty happy with the outcome despite losing 2 against the 1.
It's one of those weird feelings where it's like, oh man, we lost the Tiny, but our TA's still farming. So it's like, you know, she mirrors the SF, but then there's always this looming threat of the Juggernaut. And I like that they tried to address it now. They moved up top. Monet, in quite the pickle, has got the Omni Slash, but no point in using it.
Yeah, make the best of the bad situation, exactly. You're dead, that sucks, but you know, get over it and TB top lane, get the kill.
Vengeance! Vengeance! Okay, that wasn't the way the gank was quite meant to go because... Oh my... No way!
No way.
He lives!
I thought that was just going to delay it for sure, but never mind. He is dead, or he's alive. I mean, wow. I'm even still thinking that he's dead, but no, he's not. He's alive.
Do you know what the painful part was? Is if he didn't kill Clockwork, he would be dead, because Clockwork would have rocket flared to finish.
Oh, sure.
Damn. The intent is beautiful.
Hell of a getaway. Well, again, back to the point that Tiny, after that death, he TP top lane, killed the Juggernaut. And we're going to say, oh, well, Templar Assassin's going to die, so 9 for 9. Well, never mind. TA lives, is going to have to heal up, but heading back into the jungle, going to continue his farm, and TA does have the top farm in the game right now, slightly, but it is there, and that's massive for Thunder Awaken, what they need to be happening right now.
I am a little bit scared about the Visage, though. They need a direct address in this area. Cool thing they'll have soon is Nyx. Once Nyx gets level 6, you get your hands on that Vendetta. You can set up kills pretty easy peasy on the Visage.
Good lane.
Speaking of Nyx, an even bigger kill. Oh, Baboka. Wait, careful, the splash damage. Okay, he turns around just in time. Ori will turn and burn. Matthew goes down first. Avalanche will at least set up the follow-up in favor of Thunder, though.
God, it's Shadow Fiend living a lot longer than it felt like he should have, but yeah, big picture. 2 for 1, especially with that Shadow Fiend kill is massive for Thunder Awaken again, and now they're going to push the tier 1 middle tower. So, speaking of that message, he is making his way to the middle, has those familiars, of course. Got the Rocket Flare from Clockwork nearby. Freezing Fill really for a zone to be created right here from Panamu. Not necessarily going to result in much, though. And now Marcy's in. Rebound. Do they catch Tiny? Yes, it dispose back in, but is Marcy the one in trouble? Yes, she is. Gets tossed up and dead. Dark Mago on the run. The familiar one's going to be killed, and the other stun's going to miss.
It's actually crazy to think how often these impales are not hitting, but it just doesn't matter. The way the Fun is playing this, they're just very confident. I like the fact that they're at a stage where they can afford to miss a few spells, but it doesn't cost them the fights. And it's hard to measure that. Like, there are teams in that situation like, oh, we missed our spell. We should just cut and run. We can all get out. But instead, they extract a kill where other people would probably not.
Look at TA, by the way. This massive ancient stack over here.
Glory be the TA. It's beauty. And you see the power of these side blades. Those side blades, by the way, I love the fact that Baboka adjusted that mid lane where SF eventually went down, because if he kept running back in conjunction with Ori, like, Ori would be dead. If that had originally happened, the tower mid would already be gone, which would inflate the TA further.
We talked about it in the first series we casted them today against Tundra. Thunder Awaken, this is a team that loves to fight, and more fights are set to happen. Top lane, Sacred, he puts the wall down. He's like, all right, let's do this. Any TPs? There's a TP coming in for Crystal Maiden, it looks like. Darkseer is very tanky. And the Surge is not going to be enough, though. But can they at least kill Clockwork? Probably not. Or maybe Nyx Assassin. That Impale will land. The mana burn, a couple of auto attacks. He does not do the most right click, though. Despite Carapace, it stuns a Shadow Fiend. Stun, it gets the kill on Clockwork, but Nyx Assassin does go down.
Siamese C is doing work again. Sets up the Darkseer kill, and then you see he knows he's dead. He traps in the Nyx, enables a kill that otherwise shouldn't be happening. And man, I'm starting to feel for Matthew. It happened again when you got that DD in the mid. He hit out the Vendetta, then whiffed on the Impale. It just, I don't know if it's the pressure, you know, but it's the rough part. The reason I highlight it is I know how this works. You know, we've all been there where we play a skill shot hero, and we do it in low pressure environments. You miss one or two, and you start to kind of doubt it. You start to hesitate, and you start missing more. And I just want to see him hit a few Impales of his own accord without the slows. Once he gets that back in, I feel like we're going to have a pretty hardcore Nyx game on our hands.
Well, he's got the Vendetta active now, and this is what you like to see out of your Nyx Assassin, leading the way. They want this kill on Monet. Can they actually get it? Matthew setting up.
Careful the tower.
The standoff. There's the jump. Careful the tower. They don't care. They got the blow up from Tiny. He has the Ion Shell on him. Guess what? He's got a blink.
They're going to counter-attack this. They find Mago. So they'll equal out with a similar kill. It's not the TA, but they'll definitely take it.
Stun.
Vacuum. Stun. On the
alive?
two. Mago lives! And now Shadow Fiend's in trouble. Requiem bomb to try and get away. Control comes out, and XXS is the hero of the moment.
Tiny.
He comes around to save the day and turn it into a fight win for the moment. But now that TA is tossed in, SF is gone, and all of a sudden, it is a Thunder-favored fight again.
Yeah, that's all because Tiny lived there from the beginning. He tosses in the TA, as you mentioned. They're going to kill Clockwork as well. And that's probably going to be the end. It looks like it is, unless, I mean, they're going back bottom. Are they really going to blow up the Juggernaut again? No, he's not hanging around.
honestly, like, watching these SA teams is so refreshing. It's not to say that the other teams are playing wrong or anything, but they're playing very defensive, right? Even when we watch Asta with the elegant approach, you know, they have a clear plan and they just execute their timings. The crazy part is the Thunder Predators play like madmen. Like they're just frothing their mouth, looking for more kills. Even when they start losing a fight, they'll still find a way to turn it. And what I love is by doing this type of style of Dota, they're forcing Asta out of their comfort zone. Asta don't get to wait around for their timings. They have to go now, now, now.
15 hero kills as we're just hitting 15 minutes into this game, and that is just for Thunder Awaken. By the way, there's 11 on the side of Aster. We certainly have the kills, but yeah, even further to that, but that's exactly what Thunder Awaken wants. This is their gameplay. This is their style. It's the constant brawls back and forth, and this Tiny is building now into that Echo Saber. We've already seen the blow up that he can do with just the blink alone. Now the Echo Saber on top's big. An item I want to also address is the Darkseer. Darkseer valuing this Crimson Guard basically as his first item. And it is big. It makes so much sense against this team, right? Yeah, all that physical damage with this lineup, and well, it's going to be a lot of mitigation now.
I mean, it counters not just all free cores, it also counters one of the sports. So, like, Marcy can't even whittle away at a target with the Unleash. It's just, it's such a god tier item pick by Sacred. I love to see it as well. You know, I feel like we don't get to see much Darkseer, and we don't get to see many Crimson Guards at the moment. So, good heads-up play by him. And there's a reason there's a bloodbath. Remember I told you about the stats with Thunder Raken. These guys were leading when it came to kills and assists into the event. They have the highest average damage per minute. I'm sure they're ticking that box still. And, of course, alongside that, plenty of deaths to go around. Bot lane.
But as long as they're getting kills.
Which they are.
There you go. There's another one. Not the Juggernaut, but they'll take the Clockwork, who basically tanks that gank. Yeah, but TA, she was in the jungle during all this, and she just cleared another stack, by the way. The Desolator's almost online.
She went Blink first. Yeah, like this isn't like, oh, she's only now getting a Desolator. She has Blink Dagger as well. Dragonlance Blink Dagger into Deso. So a delayed timing compared to mid-TA on getting control of the Roche Pit, but we come and XXS stays alive. Just about gets out of range here. Won't be any counter kill.
Nope.
Instead, Mago goes back in because XXS hung around. Tiny, incredibly confident. Maybe he should be, though. Hop on top of him with the Omni Slash, spin afterwards, but Mago able to get away, courtesy of the Surge and the Crimson Guard.
That Crimson Guard, we just talked about it prior, they highlighted it, and that's exactly why. That was a full Omni Slash on top of him, and it just tickled, it felt like. He lives, and they're going back in. Thunder Awaken understands that Astro used a lot right there to try to win that fight in excess, and that's going to be a landed stun on Juggernaut. And the blow from TA, not enough up front, though. Great job of the stun from Marcy to prevent it. Monet's able to spin away. Ori doing what he can, standing his ground, but guess who's back? It's Tiny. He jumps back and throws out the stun. Another Crimson Guard use, just in case. 3 more dead on the side of Aster. It's a 5,000 net worth lead right now for Thunder Awaken.
Look at the health as well. Look how low each of them are getting there. Dark Mago, also Picard. Like, the way they stretch these fights is so beneficial for their lineup. If you look at Aster's comp, they want a direct fight on the same screen, but they're never getting it. Thunder are just great at peeling this into a wide engagement. And in wide engagement, the Tiny can just go in and out with the burst potential. The TA gets time to recover the refractions. This is just phenomenal play out of Thunder Awaken. I mean, you know, we looked at the first day, we're like, you know, are they here to play? Are they going to be able to keep this up? SA has awoken in the final days. That's all I can say. Yes, it is the TLDR answer for sure.
The answer is yes, and again, I know what a lot of people are thinking, that the flukes, whatever. No, this is the parity in general. I know I've been using that word a lot, but I think it's worth stressing. This event, this TI, it is arguably some of the best parity we've had, dare I say, in any TI. And a lot of that is because of the South America representation, that they've had a couple here and there that sure they've had some runs into the playoffs, but as far as just multiple teams, not necessarily been the case, right? And representing very well right now, especially as we see here in Game 1.
Oh my, the hunt. XSS, he's not going to be safe here. Mago is going to move him the Surge. Toss back. What are you doing over here? Hook shot in from Siamese C to keep Tiny deep. Keep him honest. XSS is just going to stand his ground. They can't do anything to him. He's got Stonefall to work with, but it's not going to save him. Requiem on the side will push them back and interrupt move with his ult, but they're back in. They're overwhelmed. Mago with the triple avalanche. This is just out of control.
The Crimson Guard, honestly, the Crimson Guard is just phenomenal for Thunder Awaken. The fact that everyone is alive is solely because of that item. coming out from Sacred. Now, obviously, a lot was done there with the abilities, etc., including Darkseer, the vacuum wall combo. As you know, it doesn't get much better than that in terms of the use, right? But this Thunder Awakened team, 25 kills in 19 minutes. This is going to be first Roshan of the game, but the age is in the hands of Templar Assassin. She already has another 1,800 gold saved up. She's going towards that Hurricane Pike as well, and it feels like that can happen maybe one more time before this game is actually just over for Aster.
It's TA power, especially once she gets back-to-back Aegis, if that does occur. And you were saying that this feels like an amazing group stage, and this feels like an amazingly balanced one. I would say that this is the best TI group stage we've seen, at least based on the first 3 days so far. And it's that feeling, not just that the teams are incredibly well balanced, it's the play style matchups, Breaky. The way that Thunder are able to dismantle what has looked like an elegant and sophisticated team such as Aster is incredible. Their non-stop brawling attitude, their relentlessness, even in the face of imminent death down at 10% HP on the heroes, is what is allowing them to get the edge. Aster wants them to reset. Aster wants them to slow down, but they will not.
No, they aren't slowing down. Then the hook shot here is just not going to connect. He's doing his best to just try to get away.
SF's
gone.
They
do? Yeah, that's SF. That's the big one. Sitting here thinking that, okay, he tanked the gank. Never mind. Nick's Assassin with the Vendetta. He wanted more and he got more. That's 2 more dead. Templar Assassin, look at her.
It's also super spook because it's not just the tiny blink now. Matthew scored up with his own blink dagger, so this is just getting... BKB's maybe recovery point. SF's almost got that done. Marcy far away. Visage almost feels irrelevant in this game. It's got to be said. I haven't felt the impact of XSS since the laning phase.
No, it has. There is no if and buts around that. This has not been the Visage game, especially in combo with the Shadow Fiend. That's the thing we stressed. But they haven't really been able to find their spike. And I think BKB on Shadow Fiend is part of that. He almost has that finished. Mantistel and Juggernaut is coming. And yeah, I mean, the Visage, he has the Wraith Pact at least. So I think that's, in a sense, kind of good enough. But they're pushing tier 3. I mean, you're going to have to defend this somehow. TA still has that Aegis. And like I said, the BKB on Shadow Fiend, that could be the key to success for Aster. But how do they engage this?
With great difficulty. They don't have a clean initiation. It has to be the hook shot or nothing at all. Samizi has the burden of the entire game upon him. If his initiation is anything close to subpar, they'll get wiped. But luckily for them, Thunder are not going to rush this. They are going to back away. There's still multiple towers outside of the base to take.
Yeah, and that's one of those situations where you're kind of sitting back and definitely understand what Thunder Awakens. Obviously, you can hear it. Like we talk about, you have a massive lead right now. Just you don't need to rush yourself going into the base yet when there's other objectives to be done at least. And yeah, to your point, there is a tier 2 mid. There is one top lane as well, and they may want to pay a little bit of attention to that top lane in general with Juggernaut as he's pushing it out currently. But you see Monet now falling back, realizing they're missing, and yeah, they're going to TP in and now push this top lane in.
And like, thanks for reminding me, Breaky. There is another tower to take. There's more gold to be gained, but now an instant move out by Aster. Maybe a little bit of slip of the move by Thunder because they did split up, go hunting, and also TPing back. So the whole team isn't here right now. Soft underbelly may be exposed. Hook
I think he got scared. Did he want Dark Meg? I don't know.
Vacuum! Okay, well, good luck. Have fun. You're stuck here. Nice. Baboka with a save gets in the low ground. BKB now activated. Mago says that's good enough. I'm going to back off the moment, but turn around quickly. And the illusion from the wall will kill the savior of the SF. Dark Mago in, connects onto 2. SF with no BKB anymore. The follow-up stun out of Matthew is an absolute beaut here. Aster are crumbling fast in the face of SA dominance.
Omni Slash, again, the tickle damage. It feels like Monet just doesn't have enough up front. Visage is dead, and Juggernaut soon to follow. All 3 cores have no buyback. It is GG, well played. Thunder Awaken, a 24 not even minute victory over Aster in game 1. Well played.
Welcome to the lair of the SA Dragon. What a performance previously from Hokori, now following up, opening up in this series. SA are looking like the Chinese Slayers, a region that has historically been known for this sophisticated, elegant approach to the way they play and execute Dota, almost flawless in the eyes of the international community. Always a puzzling question mark. What's the answer coming into? And time again, what we're now seeing is the answer is lack of hesitation and full commitment. What a draft from Thunder Awaken, and what a way to execute to turn it into a brutally fast victory over one of the favorites here in the group stage. 24 minutes with a 17,000 net worth lead.
I was brushing off my shoulders, thinking that's what Thunder Awaken should be doing right now. I mean, they make it look so clean, so easy, honestly, against a team in Team Astros. You're absolutely right. And when I said a team that a lot of people maybe expected top 4 going into this event, I meant the whole tournament, not even necessarily the group stages in terms of Team Aster. And they still are a very good team, of course, but they've run into quite the formidable opponent, maybe even catching them off guard as Thunder Awaken has done to so many others. But it really just comes down to, again, this play style. They're not afraid to play their own game, and I think this meta it honestly feels like it fits that very well. And so Thunder Awaken, talk about peaking at the right time, you know, when TI is here, and that's obviously the perfect time to do so. But you know, what more else is there to say? Just across the board, the draft was fantastic. I talked about just from the beginning with the first 3 of Nyx Assassin, Crystal Maiden, and Tiny, just the overall win percentage, looking at it from that perspective. But yeah, Dark Mago, the mid Tiny. We see a lot of these support Tinies, but the core Tiny hasn't been as popular in this event. Didn't matter here. He made it work just beautifully.
He most definitely did. It's a very confident pick for him. Like I said, you know, he had 7 wins, 1 loss in competitive since July before. Well, and how that win rate goes up even higher, over 90%. So he's got to be feeling phenomenal after that game. What a performance. Definitely earned the MVP spot. But for me, I think the interesting detail about this region is, you know, we used to know it was a brawler region, but I think, especially Beast Coast and the way they played around K1, that there's started to be this evolution in our perspective. We saw them as a greedy region, right? One that farms incredibly efficiently and just gets unbeatable in their carry to win the game. But what I love is when we look at other teams, when we look at the performance of Hokori and now also Thunder Awaken, it's not about that at all. It's about a fast go time, an ability to play as 5, and an ability to pressure opponents before they get an opportunity to recover. And that's what secures game 1 for Thunder.
Yeah, and I go back to, I'll admit, and I don't think, like, thinking back, I was wrong to say. I mean, I liked Team Aster's lineup. That Juggernaut final pick did feel like on paper it was going to be really strong and everything. But that's why they always say, you know, you got to play the game still. The draft is just one aspect of it. And Thunder Awaken goes back to, they did what they needed to do. And I think that Darkseer could have easily been the MVP there as well. Absolutely. I mean, that's one of those games where you frankly could have picked anyone on Thunder Awaken's side and I wouldn't have been surprised. But yeah, him having a great game. Again, that early Crimson Guard was the best pickup he could have gone. Absolutely a successful game for Thunder Awaken, and they got to be feeling good about that one. But after a game like that, KP, we certainly need a break, as I'm sure the players do, but it's not going to be a long one because there's still more matches to be played. So we'll see. Thunder Awaken, 1-0 lead. Do they close it out 2-0, or will Team Aster split the series? Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. We'll be back with game number 2.
swords. We pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality. We're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Not so much shield as much as swords, judging by game 1 from Thunder Awaken. Relentless display to take the first game of this best of 2 up against Asta. We're about ready to see if Asta can strike back in the second game here. And oh my, maybe not the best of starts for them to do so, Breaky, because that Nick snuck through again.
Yeah, they give up the Nyx Assassin right off the bat, so not banned out initially. Now, again, Matthew, earlier on, there were a couple of those misses. You're pointing that out as far as, a little bit something to be concerned about. But overall, he certainly recovered there, and it is still the Nyx Assassin in the end. This hero feels really good right now against so many of the meta heroes. And is very viable for that first pick. So understandable that Thunder Awaken wants to go with that. Now, this does mean, heroes like Tiny is on the board still, so Aster will gladly pick him up, and we'll see. Do they go the Crystal Maiden Tiny opening? As we talked about, as we saw in the previous game, it's just such a strong pairing. No, they're going to go Visage.
It's Birdman again. I like this a little bit more than the previous opening. I don't think the Bird was the problem. Like, the more I think about it, I don't know, maybe I gave Aster a free pass on that Juggernaut pick because they have looked good. They've always found a way to bring it together. But the more I sat and kind of lulled with it and thought about it, it's like the SF in the safe lane feels a lot better than going for a Juggernaut. And then you get this kind of space creator in the mid instead. I hope this time around they don't kind of slip up in that regard, because I think that made their draft a bit too slow. And if there's anything that Aztec should learn from game 1, Thunder Awaken do not play slow. And this opening shows you exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, Nyx Assassin's one thing, but just a response of a Pudge coming out, that's another thing. But yeah, it kind of goes back to, as you're suggesting, the theme is this is a team that does not play slow, and Pudge is, well, he's great for that opposite idea of playing fast, certainly. Will he be a position 1 Pudge? That's what we expect to usually see, so Pac is perhaps his hero. But there is that flexibility, of course, that you never can be too certain, especially in the second spot here. But
And one thing I'll give credit to Asta for, like, if you look at the last game, Thunder Awaken played to their comfort. They played a lot of their signature heroes, some of their best. Matthew, despite how the start of that game looked, he show you why he gets nicked so often later on. Just down to the line, like things like Tiny as well. Just an absolute pleasure to watch Mago flex on that hero. They got what they wanted. Meanwhile, this game around, Asta opened up with a lot of comfort. This is by far Baboka's most played hero in competitive play this year. Since July, he's had 24 games in total with a 75% win rate. And they follow up with XXS's second most played hero, only behind Enigma in competitive.
yeah, that's a very, very fair point, because there is absolutely something to be said about just that comfortability, right? And certainly they got that opening here. Snapfire going to be their third pick. Great pairing in general. Does bring that cookie save as well against the likes of a Pudge, specifically even the Nyx Assassin opening. So I think Snapfire makes a lot of sense here. But now Thunder Awaken, intrigued where they go. Obviously, one of these is going to be their support themselves. Who do they go with now?
So Snap, likely they're going to have their supports in that. Baboka plus the POS 5. I haven't seen any Flexi with the Snapfire at all, and of course they already got the Visage. They have a decent amount of push and good damage saturation in fights right now. Would love to see maybe some scalability here for Asta. I think they're going to leave Monet's here until last, as it is the final part of the draft. And looking forward to Thunder Awaken's next 2 picks. They have good kill potential. They don't have any push opportunity right now. Usually when you pick Pudge, you're looking towards a mid that needs saving, but gets a lot in return. Things like Leshrac come to mind that would be really good to couple with this opening from Thunder Awaken. And the cool thing about Lesh here as well is because you picked the Nyx, you've already taken one of the best counters Lesh off the table.
Oh yeah, you do not need to be worried about a Leshrac if you're Thunder Awaken. Nyx Assassin in the game, and you can feel pretty comfortable that that hero's not coming out of the other side. They're going to go Brewmaster for now as an off lane. I'm sitting here thinking of a support still, and like a Jakiro maybe comes to mind as one we've seen a little bit of, but okay, they're going to go the Silencer route though instead, and obviously another option to be wary of. Certainly still going to be good this game, but of course it's not that, Silencer versus Enigma match that we've been seeing so much this event.
10 seconds.
No, and of course Enigma's banned out by Asta in the second phase, so it wouldn't make an appearance anyway. I'm just curious to see what they want to do with it. I know SA likes to do things differently occasionally. I don't think we're going to see a core Silencer per se, so this should just be final pick on the side of Awaken for Mago, but overall Asta do have the final pick. Likely we're going to see Ori's hero here. Or not. Okay. So I guess they flexed the option and went for Monet's hero because it feels safe enough with what you see. And now you make sure you get the favorable mid matchup, which makes a lot of sense because when you think about how last game went, we can talk about how impactful Picard was on that TA eventually, but really the person who dictated the entire pace was the mid. It was Dark Mago.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that Darkseer was, in my book, he was the MVP. I know we gave it technically to Picaz there, but
yeah, I mean, honestly, like Mago done everything to get them in that game. Yeah. That's not to say that the out lanes weren't brawling and doing a good job, but he was everywhere and anywhere. I was incredibly impressed. I kind of like sat there and I thought to myself, why haven't we been seeing more mid tiny? That's when you do an impressive job.
Yeah, no, that's very fair actually. Yeah. Oh wow, yeah, Shadow Fiend still left on the board, and sure enough, taken away by Team Aster. Did not want to give that one up for the final pick. Primal Beast is not there. Never mind. Okay, he was banned right off the bat, so never mind. Not an option. The Spirits, of course, always worth talking about as options for a mid lineup.
It gives us a poke to open up with, and once you have that vision, like Tiny Snapfire can follow up, but like you don't necessarily want to pick Spirits against a Silencer, because if you're in, great, now you're in, buddy. You can't leave. I've just pressed R and you'll go nowhere. So for Asta, maybe just something. They've got decent push, especially if Visage has a good start. I wouldn't mind seeing something that is just very gank oriented. I think that's why you went towards the Spirits, right? Like you look at this draft and you're like, who's going to make kills happen? So something alternative that ticks that box. Like I know it's a Silencer still, but even Puck feels a little bit better than the Spirits do against this hero. And, well, because you've got the Silencer, naturally you can just happily go for the Ember Spirit to round it out. And a nice draft actually for Thunder Awaken. It's not that be-all end-all mid that's going to push objectives that needs saving from a Pudge. But it plays to Thunder Awaken's strengths, which is to kill. There's a lot of focus around kills to unlock any type of objective here.
Yeah, and even for like when you have a Pudge position 1 on your team, a lot of teams would look to pick that mid that just can carry late. Obviously the Shadow Fiend comes to mind, whatever it may be. Ember Spirit, not necessarily that, but it fits Thunder Awaken's playstyle a bit more. But
yo,
yeah,
are we getting an Ori Tiny? We're getting an Ori Tiny. What did I just say? I said, if anything, that last game, we watched Mago. It's like, man, why haven't we seen more mid-Tiny? Apparently, Asta sat there and went, man, why haven't we been doing mid-Tiny a lot? We're going to get it. What a treat.
So, Omni Knight, though, final pick. That is going to just be a hard support Omni Knight, but it's one where they have a lot to dispel this game. So, yeah. I definitely see where they're coming from with the Omni Knight, not the most popular hero. 4 games, a 2-2 record. To be fair, 2 of those 4 games were in the hands of Aster for a 1-1 record, and 3 of the times it's been up against a Silencer specifically. So, there is that matchup in play too. But, yeah, the Ori Tiny, I think, is certainly the biggest thing to take for that, as you're pointing at. And the fact that we get back-to-back games where either team is running that mid-Tiny, taking back a little bit, and fun to see.
Yeah, that definitely should be a fun brawl, which I love that from Asta. It's like, if you actually look at every element of the lineup, they've said, okay, all right, Thunder, I see what you want. You are clearly awake. You've had 5 energy drinks. You're deep into the let's go momentum. Let's do it. Let's have a party. Let's turn this into the most bloodbathy game of Dota we're going to see in the group stage. Ursa, Visage, Tiny, and also that Tiny's going to get amped up by the Omni Knight, right? When you just buff him up the extra strength, that can guarantee most kills. And Thunder Awaken, no stranger to the brawls with heroes like Ember and Pudge as well as Nyx. So I'm just looking forward to maybe not a complete repeat of last game, but a repeat of the idea, Breaky. Everyone being forced to fight.
Yeah, and I will say this about this game, too, in comparison. Thunder Awaken, yes, they have a very aggressive team that's certainly capable of that once again, but Aster's lineup is much more prepared to not only just be tankier in general, but to respond, specifically with that Omni Knight pickup, as we talked about. So I do feel like that's certainly where Aster is going to fare better. I mean, hell, even with the Snapfire, again, being a strength hero herself, and then the cookie save, so... Yeah, this is a team that is much more prepared to go up against that high-octane offense, dare I say, of Thunder Awaken and what they're going to be bringing to the table. But it still means they're going to have to deal with it. Maybe just some better tools, but it's still easier said than done. We'll see. Game number 2 officially has begun.
Ding, ding, let's get going. I like that what you bring up, the whole idea of, you know, how much more survivable, how much more bulky they are. That was something that Thunder done really well in the last game. From the Tiny Pick to the Templar Assassin, there's a lot of effective HP in these fights. You're able to sustain for a long time. And Aster definitely answered that their own way. You know, Ursa will be able to sustain in longevity with Lifesteal eventually. You've got to consider Visage and how hard it is to initially get through the Gravekeeper Cloak. Even the Tiny, one of the most bulky boys, and Omni Knight plus Snapfire. I just love how there isn't a weak point, which is really impressive to come out looking with, like, you've got a respectable draft without compromise, when it felt like you're at a stage where you maybe need that flimsy hero, something that offers some big utility but can easily die, something like an SD, because you are up against the Nyx, you are up against an Ember Spirit. These are heroes that will find that backline.
Now, something to certainly reiterate here, more so point out even, I'm waiting to see if there's actually action that takes the mid lane there. Kind of
there's a Pudge, right? It could happen.
Yeah, it definitely can happen, so you got to be careful there. But no, Pudge is down here at the bottom, so probably not going to be the play. Omni Knight versus Brewmaster, right? This Primal Split, the Storm Brewing specifically, the Dispel. As speaking of Brewmaster, he's involved in this fight here, the clash for the Bounty Rune. Monet will pick it up, though, and apparently that's going to be the end of that. But the point being, Heavenly Grace and the Guardian Angel are both dispellable, and Brewmaster, you know, he's good at doing that. So I still feel like, obviously, Aster was still confident enough to go into the matchup because it's that initial use of the Heavenly Grace and that initial cast of the Guardian Angel that can help turn the tide in a fight. If it gets purged off eventually, you know, that sucks, but it's not enough of a deterrence to not pick the hero.
I love that point, actually, mate. You know, Heavenly Grace, you know, is busting the path. It's more Heavenly Disgrace these days because the fact it's so easily removable. I think it's a big part of why we haven't seen Omni Knight, but I like the way utilizing him here. Look at his starting items. He's got the Uve, so should be an easy pickings on the Sacred. No way that you can easily get away from this. So it will be a first blood. And Monet, keep in mind that was out Fury Swipes, by the way. Next time there will be Fury Swipes. It'll be even easier to kill.
Yeah, this Hammer of Purity, obviously a fairly newer ability on the hero of Omni Knight. Absolutely, it is a great ability, and right there you see, especially with a core like an Ursa who can sit on top, and that's without the Fury Swipes yet that are even in play. So the fact they're able to just run down the Brewmaster is already a great news for Aster. You also notice the Ooh, the Orb of Venom in hand for Omni Knight as well, and that's what helps allow them to make that kill happen. So yeah, that's going to be quite the bully lane up at the top.
Yeah, the Oov is smooth for this lane. Either one of them could have picked it up. I love the fact that Samius finds his way for it. You know, just to the idea that Hammer Purity, what makes it so good, usually when you're playing supports, you're looking for favorable trade-out spells. What's my investment of mana? What's my damage done? It's a lot of damage, which is what Panamu's about to discover. Monet, protected by the Heavenly Grace, so no silence coming through in the end, and they can just walk this off. Sacred, in fact, might have to walk away. He already used the clap. Monet does have the stick, so he's baiting him here. He'll stay alive, and he gets the kill as well.
And that's I mean, that's the other thing, right? It's like, yes, again, there's that purge eventually, but eventually, that's the key word. There's not even the threat of that until at least level 6 on Brewmaster, and that's even more value that you're getting in the Heavenly Grace in this laning phase. This is going to continue to be very difficult. In fact, you already see Brewmaster, he's going to use the Smoke of the Sea to just run back to the top lane faster because he doesn't have the TP yet.
It makes me wonder why they didn't want to stick the silencer bot. Like, maybe the Nyx is better because the Nyx can stop these claps coming out. Like, if he Earth Shocks forward, he's going to get stunned, and you can back away. You've also got a stun. The problem they've got in this lane is they're playing slows versus slows. But their slows aren't better because Monet has a built-in mobility to his slow, and they have that Hammer of Purity. And just to quickly round about onto that thought, what makes it so good, this idea of mana trade for damage done, at this stage, Hammer of Purity for 40 mana is doing double that in terms of damage. You're doing probably about 80 to 90 damage after you add in the base damage and then the bonus from your base damage.
God, yeah, Heavenly Grace is so good. I know that's, again, one of those abilities that's been reworked a bit over time. But yeah, certainly feels very strong right now, as we saw there. Anyways, all right, there's other lanes, KP. Let's take a look.
But I want to talk about the Omni now.
I know. The bottom lane, Pudge, he's
Mago.
13-1 down here.
Man, Mago is living life on the edge. Sorry, yeah, but it's your point, you want to talk about Pudge, right? Like, this lane, I think the reason they put Nyx here instead of Sansa is they want to get kills. We've seen how good some of these S8 boys are on their Pudge, right? So if Bakaz is no pushover, we could easily see a lane in which the support Baboka dies multiple times. Like that.
Speaking of. But that's why they went the Snapfire in response. One of the reasons.
Yep. Just get out of dodge. And I think one of the annoying parts about this type of lane, though, is because you naturally want to brawl, like your way to win is killing heroes, it naturally enables the Visage because he'll always get soul assumption charges.
Next Assassin, not afraid to play pretty aggressive here.
He's got the Spike Carapace.
Yeah, he's got the Carapace, so like I said, not afraid. And he'll be fine in the end. So mid lane, though, Tiny is slightly winning that one. 23-7 right now against a 19-3 Ember Spirit.
XSS, a little bit of trouble, but Boca will bodyguard, so Bakaz can't get the hook back. You just see how it ends up being a kind of even trade, even though you're this very bulky strength hero. The good news, at least, for Pudge fans, is he has already got the Ring of Health, so long term, he will be out the Visage.
Matthew going to stop that pull from being successful, at least for Baboka. Oh, mid lane. Okay, we're just tossing him up and...
Yeah, up you go, down you come. Yeah, so one cool thing, Tiny should be the type of hero that can actually break the Flame Guard, especially when you prioritize Sleight of Fist first. So that's at least one nice thing for Ori, is he should have a way of preventing this Ember from running up a Flame Guard, harassing, and then also farming. It is pricey, though. Like, you have to use 230 mana, rather, to get rid of it.
Well, Omni Knight kind of dueling with the two heroes up on the other side, up at the top lane, but, well, Ursa's just farming away in the lane bottom. There's the hook set up. The Impale hit. The hook comes out. XXS. He's going to get a cookie, though, and he'll be fine. So that's, yeah, this Snapfire is very clutch for Aster.
But so's this Nyx, and I'm starting to understand even more why they stuck the Nyx down here. If Sansa's down here, they keep soul assumptioning Sansa and he dies. If Nyx is here, if you soul assumption, he spike carapaces and you can't do anything. It's a genius move by the SA team. Thunder, pumping for that hook, but you see what it forces. Like, you have to keep using assumption on Bakaz, but he has a Ring of Health and the raindrops. You're not going to kill him.
Yeah, just kind of soften him up a little bit, but the regen kicks in and really not going to actually kill him in the end, as you're pointing out. So it does feel
it's like hitting a timber
for the Visage there.
Right? It's like that feeling when you hit a timber. You're like, why did I do this? He's just healing now. This is pointless.
There is a haste rune bottled up on Ori, by the way. He's level 6 currently. He's still in the mid lane, but look for that to potentially be used.
He has got the mana. Good save from XSS there. The Grave Chill is going to allow a turnaround. Ori now TPing to the bot lane with the haste rune. Spike Carapace is going to slow down the pursuit, but not stop him. It'll toss them back on top of each other. Nice stun through from Matthew. Should get them safely away, but Ori, he wants to commit. He will finish off the kill with the tree and get out in time.
Yeah, Ember Spirit. Is he going to be able? I mean, he's got remnants.
He's got no chains. He's... Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, man, this doesn't feel good. Please tell me he's got a remnant in the mid lane. No. So,
oh, wow, he doesn't.
No, yeah, usually, like, this type of rotation is the last thing you want to do when you don't have a chains skill in your build. So, really unfortunate for Mago, because now he's just kind of stuck here. He'll at least get the bottle refill courtesy of Bakaz, but now you have to make the walk of shame.
Yeah, heading all the way back to the mid lane, so clearly the rotation better, as I mentioned. I mean, the Ori having the haste rune bottled up, coming into play, able to take out Pudge. Mentioned he's very tanky, but Pudge at least able to help finish the job, and it's a 4-0 lead for Aster. So by this time, I want to say there's like 10 hero kills for Thunder Awaken last game.
Yeah.
This time, they're at 0 on the board, and that just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it feels especially bad for them, because this kind of tells you how the script's playing out in Aster's favor, because this is the order I talked about that Aster play with. They get to do what they want. They're the ones hunting. They're the only ones finding kills. And you know what Thunder would like to be doing. Not dying would be step one, but also finding kills themselves instead of just feeding more over.
Mid-tiny continues to be the factor, this time in the hands of Aster, and Ori is making it work. He is now 2-0 himself, bottom lane.
Get out, get out, get out.
Turning.
Oh, man, that damage is felt.
They're trying.
Cookie's good as well. They just get him. I mean, that was their aggression as well. They dove the tower for that. Aster is so on point this game. It's like a completely different team between game 1 and 2.
Can they at least kill Snapfire? No.
Nope.
Again, it like I talked, go back to, no, the mid-tiny is certainly a factor, but this is just a much more difficult team to kill, even in this early laning phase. They have the tools, they are just beefier in general, and speaking of that top lane, they can also play aggressive. It's not going to be a kill on Brewmaster, but they're kind of botting him out of the lane. There are TPs coming in, though, including Pudge, and you see Omni Knight realizing that. And
wait, what's Ursa doing?
He's, okay, well, he's
they don't have 6.
Going ham.
They don't have 6 on Pudge. Monet, he doesn't commit to the fight, though. Reinforcements have arrived for the side of Thunder, so they will clean up the bear in the end. Now, to make it worthwhile, they're going to have to find a way to push this tower.
Yeah, that was a little odd. I don't know if you just didn't realize that all 3 of those heroes were there or what, but I mean, no dismember, but still, that was very greedy, especially with Omni Knight and his positioning. They just were not on the same page. So, hey, a freebie there for Thunder Awaken, but one that they will gladly take and absolutely needed, considering the state of this game right now.
Yeah, it's one of those crazy ones where maybe if he just keeps clicking, he gets one of the heroes, and then they possibly don't even have the control to deal with the bear anymore. But a little bit of panic sets in when you're rotated on by that many heroes. Rotation's coming the other way now. Bot side, nice pick onto Pandamu. Should enable a push into the tower, especially considering this lane does belong to the Visage.
Back to the top, though. Monet, this time he has Omni Knight nearby. The hook on in. He has the Heavenly Grace up, but it's still plenty of lockdown, and 4 heroes are here. Now, the Heavenly Grace is helping. Pakaz has to be careful not to die himself, and he does just that. Buys time for Doc Mago to get the kill on Ember Spirit.
Oh, man. And, you know, that tip is appropriate there because Matthew realizes what this all means. You know, he's a great counter to the Earth shock, so Ursa's always going to stun himself due to the Spike Carapace. And why that feels good is you can keep making these ganks happen, and you notice what the build is. Look at what Ursa was building into. With that great start, Mono wanted nothing but a Battle Fury. Every time he gets caught out like this, it slows down Aster's timing and unlocks Thunder's. Thunder's draft is designed to go fast. And now, with this choice by Aster, theirs is going to be slowed down.
Yeah, and those are 2 very preventable deaths. I mean, both of them were the case of Monet's the one going in very aggressive. Obviously, that's kind of Ursa really summed up, to be fair. But, yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out because when you're building that Battle Fury, the last thing you want to be doing is dying and going pretty ham for those kills, knowing that it is a bit greedy. So, a couple of deaths, but now this is more appropriate. He's off over in his Ancient side. Just kind of jungling a little bit, realizing that, yeah, it's getting a little bit out of hand. Let me go ahead and calm things down and hit some creeps over here instead.
Yeah, it's like, you know, if you're playing that confidently 3 minutes from now, even when you've only just completed the Battle Fury, it at least makes sense because Ori has a blink, but he's not there yet. You know, he's still 1,000 gold away. I think Aster just had a phenomenal start to this game, and I think Monet felt himself a little bit too much. And you can kind of understand why you'd feel that way with the frustration of the previous game. You know, you felt like, haha, we addressed their draft and we play their game now, and we win. But it's not that simple, my friend.
No.
Matthew really wants to. Yeah, he's thinking about it. The problem is, like, you need the Vendetta damage, and oh, Monet isn't looking!
Nope. You're not getting away.
He's got the mana burn. It's going to be tight, but while that's happening, bot lane, Global Stance is going to be forced out. Rotation onto Pakaz here will be a success. Ursa also living.
Yeah, that's big. That Monet's, I mean, Matthew is such a good attempt to get that solo coming. It would have been absolutely massive, but yeah, unable to get it, and great job by Aster, capitalizing on the fact that Nyx Assassin not nearby. They take out Pudge, and Ori bottles up a double damager, and you know that there's potential danger ahead. Continuing for Thunder Awaken from this Tiny now. You gotta be careful about that. He has 1750 gold saved up too, by the way, so Blink is coming. But here we go with Matthew roaming in. But they got the vision. The double stun's coming out. The Spike Carapace delaying this a little bit, but the Mortimer's Kisses right on top. Matthew's dead. Dark Mago doing what he can. He's gonna remnant away.
Yeah, man, that's crazy that works out so well. So naturally, like when Snapfire first came into the meta, when she was first released, Nyx was one of the natural counters because you could just Spike Carapace, disrupt the ultimate from afar. But you see what the issue is, like these Spike Carapaces are having to come out too soon. And once that happens, Maboka's free to let loose with the regurgitation of hot molten lava. Man, that honestly just,
Well, no, that was... They were not on the same page. Ori had the kill, but he did not expect the familiar stun, so he just turned around and ran away. The familiar stuns came out, and suddenly he's like, wait a second, I can kill him. And it was just too late at that point. So, yeah, pretty unfortunate that they were on different pages there.
I'm still just thinking back to that solo attempt kill by Matthew. Like, oh man, you run it through in your head, right? Because I think there was a little bit of hesitation. If he'd gone straight away, the Ring of Health wouldn't have got Ursa high enough that he survives, as long as you connect to the mana burn. But, you know, Monet, like, just to re-emphasize how close to death he was, if he Earth shocks in the wrong direction, Spike Carapace comes out and he dies. But let's talk about other things, like the fact that there is a brawl underway in the mid lane.
Yeah, but with the Heavenly Grace, that immediately is stopped, and you also now have the Guardian Angel threat from Omni Knight.
That added 1,100 health to him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's massive.
What a fun hero.
That's what I was saying. Like, this Heavenly Grace, I mean, again, it's been changed so much. Like, from the very original, what it used to be was just, like, literally a BKB straight up. Obviously, that was a long time ago, but...
Oh, yeah, Repel.
Yeah, the Repel, basically, yeah. But into what it is now, I mean, that's massive. And speaking of Omni Knight, though, that Guardian Angel could come into play unless they kill him quickly. The Guardian Silence is going to happen. The Global Silence, that is. Omni Knight is dead. And you do see the Primal Split as well off to the side. So Thunder Awaken, this is a good chance to get more. Lift up on Sapphire, Visage rooted in place. Do they have the burn damage enough? Darkmango has to be a little careful himself. The Impale connects though, and Matthew with the double kill, but now he's in trouble himself. Spike Carapace on cooldown for 10 seconds, but the lift once again for the Brewmaster. He comes back together, and now Baboka, he's gonna end up dying. So great save, Matthew survives, and Thunder Awaken. Now this is more like it for them. They're starting to come online a bit.
Man, Matthew is feeling himself this game. The start of the first game looked shaky. I had my doubts. But then he impressed me later on, right? Didn't want to do my boy dirty. He came through. Brilliant stuns in the second half of the first game. And that confidence has carried through. Sometimes you get this kind of double-edged sword of that, right? When you play the same hero back-to-back, you either misfeel where you're at, or there's certain confidence level that carries across on these skill shot type heroes. And with Impale being the way it is, it does play a little bit like a skill shot. And so far, Matthew has been on point in his positioning through the first 50 minutes of this game.
It's opened up a lot of space for the Pudge as well. And the Aghanim Scepter, it's coming. He's going to take out a nice stack right here, so he'll be about 1,000 gold away or so from finishing that. And of course, that's a big item for him. Ember Spirit is going right into a BKB, so some decent timings now coming out for Thunder Awaken. On the other side, though, you cannot forget, you got Ursa with the Battle Fury, and so expect to see that farm even more accelerated as we move on. And by the way, his teammates also wrapping around bottom.
Yeah, Sacred doesn't have the split for 45, so should be an easy enough kill for them to find. I say as he forces out the kisses, and oh my, what, how, what, Stormtrooper aim alert! Stormtrooper aim alert! Okay, no. Oh god. I would not want to be Baboka in that moment, like, guys, I don't think I've got this one, but luckily they're able to connect in the end. Just amazing how the Brew miraculously still somehow gets out of that, despite the fact he's half HP without the split. Oh god.
About a lot of time, I suppose. Meanwhile, that's a big snipe on the Courier. Coming out from Nyx Assassin. That's what he's going to be able to do more of as well. So the Ogre-Axe destroyed, or at least for the time being. And Ursa will have to wait a bit longer. It's not like that would have completed his BKB by any means, but a little frustrating still, having to deal with that.
So let's talk about this upcoming Axe. It's about to be completed by Picard. He's actually TVing back for it now. It's pretty impactful up against the Omni Knight because of that regen factor. It's not just the extra strength he gives, it's also the regen. It's 20 regen you're going to be stripping down a low. Not to mention the fact that the Omni Knight isn't the only element, rather. This Ursa wants to eventually get lifesteal, and that's also going to be deprived away from him by the Axe effect.
So that, the BKB on Ember Spirit, and speaking of BKB on Ember Spirit, it's not there yet. He's in trouble, but is he in trouble or is Tiny in trouble? Baboka trying to finish the job. Not going to happen, though. Pandamu doing a good job of, kind of just being there. The Arcane's Curse came out and made it, Aster realize that they weren't going to get that kill. But that, and then Brewmaster picking up the Wraith Pact, he actually just finishes it. This seems like the time now for Thunder Awaken to actually make some big plays here, right? Because they have spiked ahead of Aster in terms of their overall team fight potential, and look at what they're doing. They're going to smoke up, and they're hunting now.
Yeah, it's because of the greedy nature of a Visage in this situation. XSS stopped off for a Falcon Blade, so wasn't as fast to his Wraith Pact as he maybe could have been. That's why I don't want to fight now. XSS, of course, does his own Wraith Pact. Avalanche is going to come out from Ori. Very tanky boy wants the front line. Pakaz is going to be stunned up. Hook was used, so Thunder will have to reset.
Familiar is probably dead. He has resummoned. Dark Mago. Now, Dark Mago doesn't have his BKB yet. Global Silence need to be used defensively. Side effects coming out, and the Poland as well on a Snapfire from Pakaz. Gets one kill. Finally, the Guardian Angel after the silence wears off, but Omni Knight, he's just going to get dismembered and killed off. Purge also happening from the Brewmaster, thanks to the splitters we were talking about earlier. The big tiny stun, not going to be nearly enough, though. He's just dead. Omni Knight buys back, but is it going to be enough? They're diving deep. Dark Mago going all the way for the Visage. Not going to kill him, but showing that they're not afraid.
Well, a little bit of a misclick there from Pakaz. He didn't quite hit the hook correctly onto the tornado to Ursa. If he grabs that as well, that's the biggest kill. Monet, at this point, so close to the BKB, that would have crippled him. Forces the buyback up the Omni Knight. And one key detail is that is one of the most impactful Brewmaster splits I've seen pre-20 minutes. The tornado kept Ori out of the fight after he got heavily graced. He could do nothing in this engagement. And then the fall from the Ursa makes sure there's no counterattack. Brilliant plays coming out from Sacred. Love to see him get an opportunity to pop off, considering last game, we couldn't help but just stare at Mago every second of it.
Yeah. And we talked about, again, it wasn't enough of intimidation as actually Ember Spirit. He is caught at half-life, but he's fine. Yeah, Spike Carapace also helping. He gets away. The pull-in, that's actually Tiny. Going to be locked down by the Dismember. The Heavenly Grace is not going to be enough. He's tanky, but not tanky enough.
Monet.
He's dead, so a Snapfire. Monet, yeah, he went deep.
Yeah, what are you doing here, buddy? You need to get out.
He doesn't have
Get
his
out
BKB.
fast. Hook's coming off cooldown. It's going to be tight. He's actually going to have to dodge it now. Kaz?
Nope.
No, okay. I wanted him to, though. It's the type of thing you might as well throw it out, but maybe they're a little bit paranoid because they don't know what's behind him there, even though they've killed two. So Thunder will just show a little bit of restraint. Not something I'm used to saying with these guys because usually they are incredibly relentless.
Yeah. A Tiny dead, and he's still trying to work on that Echo Saber. But yeah, as I was saying, some key items. Prior to that fight, it was Ember Spirit not having the BKB, but he does have it now, and he actually gets another Arcane Rune, by the way. He had that in the previous fight, too, so that's a pretty viable rune for him to be using here. But the BKB on Ursa is very crucial, and I think he has it being delivered now. So that's definitely an opening for Aster to be a lot more confident, obviously, in fighting. And the Echo Saber, of course, and Ari will be big as well, but he still needs a couple more creeps.
Speaking of big creeps, they're trying to farm the birds, but XSS won't give over that easily. XSS is at least doing a good job of finding some presence in a game that should be incredibly dangerous for him. As you notice in details like this, just to hop straight on top of him. Looks like he wants to play with the chains, but XSS just gets out of range before they come off cooldown. Or not.
Hook.
The hook drag back's going to be there. XSS is going to be cookied out, but the double stun connects. Omni Knight cannot even react. Global Silence will prevent any sort of counterattack. Cyclone keeps the Tiny out of the equation, but Boca now reacting with the kisses coming through. Spike Carapace disruption is not going to be there. Ori stops him before he can intercept. After that, Thunder just have to walk away, limping away, in fact. Heavy couches on their side. Ori going even deeper. Mago playing a dangerous game with fire here. Ori will look to throw the tree and toss a teammate in. They'll find the Ember as well. Good counterattack out of Asta.
It's understandable why you're feeling confident for your Thunder Awaken, but they were diving a tier 2 tower, and that certainly came into play as well for Aster's favor. Yes, they killed Omni Knight as well as they did, and the Primal Split was great once again for the Brewmaster, but Ursa was able to go off, and it goes back to the BKB pickup. As we talked about, the biggest difference in this fight in comparison to the previous one, Visage able to live throughout as well. The Wraith Pact, I'm sure, being a big part of that. And they also kill Roshan now from here as well. So Aster, they take back that lead themselves. And they now are the ones that are feeling like they're in a bit more control. Again, the BKB on Monet, the absolute clutch there. Because the fact that Omni Knight was basically useless that fight, that should tell you something.
Yeah, I mean, he got double stunned up. That was a beautiful play by Matthew, by the way. He's been so on point in this game so far as this Nyx. He almost saves the day again. When Baboka tried to react with the kisses on the backside, there was a poor little Nyx slowly limping towards the initial kisses that would have allowed a Spike Carapace intercept. But credit where credit is due. Ori, after he came down from the mess, he was able to intercept that. He prevents Matthew from turning fire tool. And I love to see this impact now at Matthew. And what I'm going to love to see is the next item. BKB is what he's targeting. Why this is important is look at at Sacred's build, he's going towards the Aghanims, a high-impact item, and has been effective with the Cyclones earlier on. But now, with the BKB on the Ursa and one to come on the Tiny, his options become limited.
I think sticking with the Brewmaster real quick, something else I did want to point out was that he did die during the Primal Split. I mean, that is ideally that's something that shouldn't happen, right? You know, you have the one that's pulled back for safety to then come back together. Eventually, I don't know if he just lost track or what, but the Earth Brewling, the last one standing, it just was a little bit too far in front and got killed.
Yeah, it's a tough one because you just have to keep frontlining. If you look at the lineup, it's kind of weird. Like, Brewmaster goes in, and the idea is Pudge is meant to drag the enemy out. So Brew is always going to be the last one left to leave on the side of Thunder.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Aegis, though, up for Ursa, and obviously he's got that Battle Fury, so a lot more farm. Tiny catches, or he tosses him back. Sacred has a split, but he's just going to get a 4-staff away. But Monet says, no, you aren't going anywhere. The bash right off the bat. He just got the basher. He did commit a BKB for that, but they make the kill happen on the Brewmaster.
Yeah, interesting little bit of paranoia there out of Monet, but a lot of respect being shown in that regards. Realizes there's an opportunity for turnaround if he doesn't have quick enough burst and doesn't want to actually play games with the side of Thunder. They came to do business, and with that tier 1 now gone, they start to take some serious map control. Feels like Thunder can't easily access their own jungle, especially with this deep ward that Asta got very early on. It even prevents the Ember from coming out too far because they can notice him rotating from the safety of the tier 2 early on and then get in position for a kill.
Taking over the bottom portion of the map is Aster for now. You have pretty much, everyone down here. Are they going to push the tier 2? It doesn't look like it. I want to open up the outpost just yet. They still have the Aegis for another 2 minutes, though.
Yeah, it's very restrained by Asta, but then we're used to seeing this, right? Like, they understand the timings, and they don't want to be pushed off them. So instead, they're just going to try to maintain a tempo here. The Thunder are going to try to break it.
They got vision, though, and as soon as those smokes break, they can be jumped. There's...
Lost the vision. Oh, hook back. Monet's in deep here. No BKB for 5 seconds, so Cyclone kind of helps him in a way. He's ready to go as soon as he comes down. Dark Mago not finding targets quick enough. Ori is going to stand his ground. XSS dodging out the death that Picard wants to give him. Guardian Angel on the side. Aegis already gone. Ursa's still not involved, and XSS already taken out the equation. Monet now looking for vengeance. Kiss's follow-up is going to be there. Global Silence to intercept it, but they've already lost the Nyx, and Ursa wants more. He has got that BKB to play with. It's just ran out, but now he's going to look to rely upon his Omni Knight to allow him to go deeper. After all is said and done, it's a 2-for-1 exchange, but realistically a 2-for-2 considering you did lose the Aegis for it.
Yeah, they did, and the Visage kill is big for Thunder Awaken, but this Ursa is going to be an issue. Now, the reason why he was able to be killed was you talked about the isolation, and it started with it getting thrown in there, you know, having some issues. But he was able to then do his work after the Aegis brought him back up, and of course the rest of the team there to support, even despite that Visage being killed. So this Ursa will still prove to be an issue. I will say, Ember Spirit, I was almost a little bit worried for Dark Mago there. He held on to his BKB for a while as he jumped in initially. It was about half life before he finally popped it. Fairly risky play in itself, but he did survive in the long run, as we saw. But yeah, this Ursa is going to continue to be an issue. The Heavenly Grace on him, yeah, he had something like 3,400 life as well. So.
Yeah, it's like that's the type of situation. BKB's gone, you're like, well, you should be dead, but it's almost like a second BKB. It won't protect you from magical damage or stuns, but it gives you that confidence to never die. And you know that's with I'd say a subpar Guardian Angel. Siamese C wasn't in a good position to save many heroes. He just tried to use it for XSS on his own. And although it buys a few seconds, it's not the fundamental detail that maybe evens up the fight. It's just the fact that once you get that Heavenly Grace out, Monet is going to be unstoppable, as is Ori in this type of game. So definitely something that Thunder needs to still address.
The Silencer, speaking of that too, the Global Silence was actually pretty late in that fight, but I think a lot of that came down to he wanted to use it after the Aegis Resurrection of Ursa. So when an Aegis isn't in play, then you could expect perhaps the Global Silence to come out a bit earlier from him, that being Panda move, of course. But yeah, when the Aegis was in play, a different story. You want to use it after the fact.
And something to speak about these silencers is very interesting and quite reinvigorating to see the way that the South American region utilizes silencer compared to other regions. This is another game where the silencer is given a little bit more farm priority than the alternative. Makes sense to a certain extent as Nyx is a hunter-killer type support, but we saw the impact this had in the last series, right? It allows you to get to these key items that give impact to an otherwise irrelevant hero. Sure, you're always this global silence as the game goes on, but you know, it's similar to the logic of AA and how that hero evolved. If all you are is an ultimate, you know, are you fully maximizing the hero? And the answer is often no.
Ember Spirit has Akaya. Gonna get smoked up with his teammates as they're heading top currently. Brewmaster leading the charge. The scan comes out. They find Visage off the bat. Do they have to blow up? The global silence is used very early as expected. Pakaz in as well, and he's gonna dismember right on top. So the global silence secures the easy kill. The lift. They get the lift onto the Ursa. He's gonna be KB, and here we go in the back lines. Yes, I see. He's trying to get in position for his ultimate, if anything. Puts the Heavenly Grace up, and Monet running after Pakaz, but Pakaz cutting well. Oh, the hook it actually misses because he got lifted up right there. A little bit awkward as far as, but look at the backlines. Dark Mago. The Guardian Angel comes out, though, so he's going to have trouble getting through that. Omni Knight may be dead soon, but he's kind of already done his job, I suppose. Monet is lower, but the beatdown on the Ember Spirit not going to be enough, though, with the lockdown, and Ursa will fall. They also kill Snapfire, and now Aster, it's their turn to retreat. You can tell Omni Knight doing everything he can to stay alive and put the Heavenly Graces, especially the Purification, up, but it doesn't matter.
They're slipping fast as well. I know it seems exaggerative because you see it and you say, oh, there's less than a 1k net worth lead for Asta, but that fight right there sets a kind of pace for this game now. The way that Thunder are fighting, they're very good at disengaging. They bought so much time. The issue I see in this game is one that you often see in Ursa drafts. He's getting kited. He has no way of clearly engaging and no way of clearly just cleaning up a kill straight away. And part of that is due to how tanky the frontliners of the Pudge and the Brewmaster is, but also it comes down to the Brewmaster's utility in the Nyx as well. This CC, the stuns, the Cyclones, they're removing him from the equation for long enough that even a hero like Ember that can sometimes be reluctant to go in is able to snipe at the back line and almost find multiple kills on his own. Asta need a solution, and they need it fast to this problem.
Yeah, it really is the case of similar to last game with Sacred, you know, playing the Darks here that time around, and this one beyond the Brewmaster. He is the one that's creating the room, creating the space, and allowing the team to be so successful in these fights, going back to the lift-ups specifically with that Storm Brewing. And also continue to look at the progress of the Ags, speaking of that, and he is very close now. Yeah, 600 more gold needed, and he will have the Ags. So he's going to have that permanent Brewing with him, which is even that much bigger. So
is that a DD? Should we fight over this?
Yes, it is.
Already gets it. Yeah. And Roche is up. Asta, they can do this fast. Thunder haven't got all their heroes here. Pakaz is slowly walking across. Pudge not exactly the quickest hero to move. This is going to be tight, actually, on the timing. Nyx might be able to scout it out, though. The sentry is down, so they'll know when Matthew comes nearby. Hook drags out the Ursa, though. And he will be forced to use the BKB. Dismember, the patience from Pakaz, and the global silence follow-up. Ursa just needs to leave. Ember is gone, though. Matthew in deep. Spike Carapace is going to be used, but they force out the Enrage, and Monet now just needs to lead as quickly as possible. However, the Cyclone will prevent him from getting out fast.
That was so well played by Tiny specifically. Speaking of that, he's going to be able to toss back in Sacred, and now Sacred's likely dead as well. Yeah, he's just dead, and they're going to go back into the Roshan pit and finish the job. But what I was going to say, Ursa got hooked in, but, I mean, he was fine. He's not going to die. He got the BKB off. Instead, he focused his attention on blowing up the Ember Spirit and not necessarily responding to the Ursa that was in quote-unquote trouble. So fantastic decision-making on his part. The Ember Spirit with no buyback, as we saw immediately as he died there. That fight was not going to go the way of Thunder Awaken, and it absolutely goes the way of Aster. And they now get the Aegis again, and it would go back to what we were discussing earlier. With the Aegis in play, it really changes how these fights are to work for Thunder Awaken going up against it, and it's an issue. So they're once again in the back foot, but this game just continues to be a pendulum swing.
Yeah, I like Thunder was very focused on that Ursa. I mean, they even delayed the Dismember until he BKB to try and get the most value, but now Ursa's going to be forced to fight. Nyx in a bit too deep. Dismember's going to be there, but nice clutch save coming out from the Ursa. Will have to turn around. Ghost Scepter forced out of Pakaz. Guardian Angel will be committed by Asta, but Nyx down first. Mago in with the BKB. He gets it off this time, but he doesn't do anything with it. Thunder need to leave fast.
Yeah, no primal split means your success chance in this fight is not nearly as high for Thunder Awaken. You just have to accept the fact that that tower is dead and retreat as they do. But yeah, Matthew dead for 50 seconds on the Nyx Assassin. And Aster, I mean, I don't know if they're necessarily going to stop. They still got a BKB in hands of Ursa. He's actually very close to a Satanic. He just needs about 400 more gold or so. and he'll have that to pick up as well as they continue to push here. Ooh, interesting pickup there, by the way. Ethereal Blade on Pudge, so kind of that mixed up offense and defense across.
Yeah, exactly. It allows him to get away from the Ursa. They don't have a nullifier. They don't have an answer to it right now, and unlikely to get one too soon here. But man, all I can do is think back to that Roche and how Dark Mago, if he had that BKB, how different that fight would look and how different this game would look right now. I mean, we could be talking about Thunder taking control of the map, taking 2 tier 2s at least, but Asta, such a brilliant way to recover what should have been a dicey fight. And now, in a very dominant position, Thunder only have 1 remaining outer tower. And if you think about Asta and how quickly they can clean up these fights, and with the heroes they've got, it's not just the fights they can clean up quickly, it's also the buildings.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They can definitely shred those. Led by Tiny, of course, and Visage certainly great for that as well. Do they have like an Assault Curios or anything? Visage? No, he's not even going that, but still, even without that, there's still plenty. Yeah, he's got the hand disc, so yeah, exactly. The jumps on him aren't going to be nearly as effective now. Instead, there's going to be some outpost control at the bottom side of the map. Thunder Awaken, they have everything ready though. The big one being the Primal Split, and of course the Global Silence. They're looking for an engagement. Omniknight, that'd be a big pick. They're going to get it off the bat, but a Tiny in the back. Let's Global Silence goes off. Trying to save his teammate. Brewmaster able to get the split off because of it. BKB from Dark Mago going up Visage, but we talked about the Aeon Disc. That proc could be coming out soon. Tiny, he is still standing strong though, but look at Ursa. He's in the air doing nothing for the time being. BKB on Pakaz is going to be wearing off soon, however, and Pudge is just dead. The Kisses are chasing, and Aster even losing Omniknight right off the bat. It's not going to matter.
Yeah, they take a good fight there, and it looked good at the start. Thunder, they find the prime target. The Global looks like it's going to be a good follow-up, but they can't get a good timing. Ursa, he waits for the patient of the BKB, uses it afterwards, instantly is involved in the fight again, and even though you've got the Storm Panda to throw him up in the air afterwards, these fights are just lasting too long. What you're seeing is a lack of burst on Thunder. They've really reached their peak. They don't kill these cores fast enough, and that's just been inflated by the fact that XSS is going towards this Aeon Disc. Once he's at that territory, none of these cores die in time. At which stage, Thunder Printer, they aren't designed to take long engagements. You can think about it, rather see it rather just by looking at their heroes. Pudge, Nyx, Ember. You know, Ember can at least poke, but overall what you're looking for is 5 seconds in, someone on Asta needs to be dead.
Well, speaking of being dead, Matthew will be dead, as there's the get over there from Tiny. Smashes his face into the ground, so he's out for 40 more seconds. Pudge is still dead for 20. I mean, this is potentially another set of racks. It likely is. The lift on Ursa will delay it slightly as Ori. Oh, he almost caught the Ember Spirit. Very close right there. Hiding just at the right angle, though. That Aegis still has 55 seconds. Ranged racks will be alive, but I mean, Aster definitely got what they came for with the melee.
Yeah, they got resetting melees, so they're pretty happy. And they're going to go back in. Mago, what? It's off cooldown again. That's the second time he's got caught by the Tiny like that. Ursa's going to be dragged in. He's still got the Aegis, though. This is the wrong time to do this. Buyback forced out from Mago. He's once again in on the backside. Global Silence used, but Mago can't stand his ground. Guardian Angel will protect Asta, and Thunder are quickly falling apart.
I'm pretty sure Monet took that hook on purpose. Like, he didn't even attempt to dodge. He's like, all right, yes, please, hook me in. I want to fight. And yeah, that did not seem like that was going to go the way of Thunder Awaken. The good news for them is they are able to kind of reset. Dark Mago was in trouble there initially, but no, he gets out, and yeah, the dieback would pretty much end this game at this point. So staying alive after that buyback, but the Aegis has now been reclaimed. And Ursa going back to farming. It looks like, yeah, he's going to go with the Swift Blink next as well. Another massive item for him to have. But we really can't overlook this Tiny. By the way, he has a double damage room bottled up. But the Daedalus is also coming for him. And he's doing so much damage in these fights as well, especially the upfront burst.
Yeah, this is a big Monk-esque moment. I mean, DT, he already does close to 600 damage, and he's going to try to party with it now. Stun comes out in the Pudge. He's already used the E-Blade, has got the BKB, might have to use it. Tiny being brought low, BKB activated. Oh my god! Where did the Pudge go?
Into the grave. Yeah, he's dead. And Dark Mago! Oh, he gets out. Kisses?
Kisses 100. No, they're just off the mark. If he went left side, he actually would have found him, but good god. That Pudge, he's not squishy, Reiki. That's 3.1k HP, but 9 armor is something that Tiny will shrug at. He disappeared.
I mean, yeah, he wasn't able to use either the BKB or the Ghost Scepter either, so certainly not helping his cause, but it's just too much firepower from Astra now. The lead is just insurmountable, and it's like this is going to be a split series at this point. The Mega creeps are coming,
Radiant's top barracks.
as Aster will finish off the last set of racks there. And now they're just going to fall back and kind of let the creeps do their job for the time being while they clean up a bit. I mean, tier 4 items are available if they want to farm those. Not that saying
No,
that
they
they
want
need
to farm
to, but no,
heroes.
they want to farm
my-
heroes.
Well, we'll use. They have to get a kill out of this. They can't let them leave for free. But Monet's in. The bash is going to come out. Mago able to back away. Andamu might not be so lucky, though. Monet will show some restraint. Needs to get out of his team. They are overextending.
That Brew lifting up again, but it doesn't matter. Nyx Assassin once again falls. I mean, we see this before, though, where they kind of, quote-unquote, fall back, and then they just kind of reset, and now they're looking to go back in. Yeah, it's exactly what Aster is going to do again. The cookie, it hits the Storm Brewling, at least. Going for another lift up on the Ursa. The hook, it's going to miss, though.
And this Omni Knight has been such an amazing pick for them. Every time they think they're set up, like, there's meant to be a natural little synergy there, right? You sear and chains, you hook them. Doesn't work. Omni Knight is just always there to save, so they haven't even had that element going from a very early point in the game. Asta refused to leave. Instead, they go in and they will find the Panda, dead for 50, a buyback out of Nyx, and a buyback that will do nothing.
Yeah, they're just playing with their food right now. Thunder Awaken, of course, doing what they can to hold on to this one, but Aster, you see even Ori, he's just dancing, spinning in circles, knowing that this one is all but over. And yeah, Omni Knight with the Lotus Orb to go with all that utility he's already bringing to the table. He is a savior. Indeed punch, that's a swing and a miss, puts himself in an exposed spot. The Ghost Scepter goes off to dismember, but as soon as that wears off, he's likely dead himself. And there we go, the big red numbers coming out from Ori. Thanks to that Daedalus, Sleight of Fist, get away for Ember Spirit, but now the tier 4s are focused. There's the GG, it is over.
And Monet's like, do we need to pine the fountain? Okay, you guys have caught it. Good job, good game. You took game 1, but Asta are not going to make it simple. They draw it out in the end, 1-1 apiece in this SA Chinese showdown.
I mean, that was Aster. It starts with the idea that they if they didn't really understand it going into the series, which is understandable, you know, China versus South America, it's not a lot of times these teams going to play against each other. That Thunder Awaken is a very aggressive team. In Game 1, they certainly realized that if they didn't already. Game 2, I do think they adjusted very appropriately, right? We talked about it. Just the tankiness overall with their whole lineup. The Snapfire specifically was huge. An Ursa hero that could brawl more efficiently with them earlier on in the game. And then the Omni Knight. The last pick Omni Knight, not a hero we're seeing often in this event at all, but it makes sense. 1, in the Silencer matchup, and 2, in this idea of a lot of fights to be taken, a lot of jumps on you, it's a hero that certainly can react efficiently.
Yeah, it's especially impactful just throughout the entire game, right? Like on the lane, we saw how it helped a lot just with the slows, but another detail to not underrate is the Purge. Remember the way that Heavenly Grace works is for every debuff on you, you get additional HP regen and strength. And what's a great hero to use that against on the lane? It's Panda Boo's choice here. Silencer, you're going to have the curse out. You're going to be looking for the last word. All you're doing is inflating your opponent more. And the knock-on effect is even if they don't turn it into your death, what ends up happening is they get more HP regen. So any damage you've done is even further offset. Just really good opening start to this game from Asta. And I love to see them back on course. You know, I'm always a fan for some SA Bloodbath, but I love to see that Asta have that flexibility to match it. This is a team that I expect high things from. And what you saw in Game 1 was them maybe thinking that they could just dictate the game their way. They could play their style, but they definitely were sleeping on the presence of Thunder Awaken and the SA region when it comes to fighting non-stop. And speaking of fighters, the fighter of the series, the one that has mattered most, love to see it coming out. Tiny mid in the first game was the highlight, and once again, the second the highlight. Especially that final fight, or the one before it, where he somehow takes down a 3.1k HP carry hero like it's nothing as the Tiny.
Yeah, the mid Tiny, how about that, really? It's we've seen this hero a lot this event. He usually is in that support role, but this series was the battle of the mid Tinies. And in both games, of course, happened to be on the victory side and looks good doing so. So absolutely deserving of that MVP with Ori picking it up right there with the stats provided. But yeah, Team Aster, this is a team that we said, again, even going into this matchup especially, that a lot of expectations on them, understandably so. And when they lost that first game, it goes back more to the fact that, hey, South America has shown up to this tournament from Thunder Awaken to Hokori especially. But Team Aster kind of, you know, step back a little bit, and I go back to the adjustment, right? And especially in those best-of-3 series later on in the playoff stage, that's where that really matters the most. And Team Master is showing that they can absolutely do that here in this 2-game series, and thus they split it. So very, very well played by them and deserving of the victory here in Game 2, certainly.
Hell yeah, preach, brother, preach. I mean, Asta, like I said, they are one of my desirable teams. They're the ones I expect to go deep. And, you know, while we're seeing this spice of South American aggression that is so enjoyable to watch, there's no denying that in these longer series, you're going to have a way of either overwhelming your opponents to an impossible degree with that type of strategy, or you're going to have to flex to whatever they're doing. And Asta definitely show their capability to flex in these best of twos, something that's usually quite difficult to do. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. The difference in a best of 3 is like you're still playing towards a win, and it kind of changes that mentality a little. But Asta clearly switched on here. They take the second game, they turn it into a draw, and that means we're going to be moving on to our final series. That's right, the action ain't done yet, folks, because when we return, South American fans can still be appeased. We know you know them. We know you love them. Up next, we've got an American showdown, Hokori versus Sonics, after a short break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Our
our swords. We pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality. We're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Time for an American derby, which is why we had to remove the American from the equation. We had to bring in a totally unbiased person who doesn't have a chicken in the race. I'm joined by Danog. How's it going, Danog? How have the games been so far today?
Oh, they have been back and forth. There has been a lot of drama going on today, not just on one stream, but on all of them. But this has been a little bit of the Hokori victory stream, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they have been igniting some fuel under the fire. They've been getting people cheering. It's been impressive to see. I mean, this has kind of been a roundhouse cheer house for the SA side of things, right? We just watched Thunder able to take a game from Asta. Before that, Hiroki were able to 2-0 RNG. And now we move forward to a series that, I'm not going to lie, at the start of this day, Danog, I thought this was like easy points for Sonics. Like, this was maybe their redemption. Because when you look at their journey, when you look at their journey, yeah, well, think about it like this, right? They've been up against who should be the hardest teams. So you're like, if Sonics can still make it, second half, right? When you look at the remaining teams they've got to face off against. But
have you seen who Hokori have beaten, though? That's the thing. Like, they have not looked like easy beats at all throughout today, even before the game started. So I'm super impressed with what they've been able to put forward. And, you know, what a great way to be able to say, you know, have that pride to be able to back up a lot of your love for the SA scene as we see the teams starting to get gone through here. Theolacor, at least for me, from what I've seen, he's been the star player for them, right? He's got the TI experience, having played on SG Esports last year. And, I mean, he's really been backed up by Lumiere and Analog as well. The thing I've been most impressed by Analog, actually, is just that typically he was like a Spirits hero or bust. And he's actually expanded his hero pool to include the likes of the Shadow Fiend now.
Yeah, most definitely. And they've had a few games that's been impactful. I mean, one notable detail for me, someone I was impressed by today when we watched them up against RNG, was the impact that Gardic had. From the hard support role, playing things like Clockwork and the Undying, got so much done in the games. I just love the fact that we've got these comparables where they've got a round roster of people that are all able to do what they need to get across the finish line. And this is a team that for a long time, people have wanted to see them cross the finish line. It feels like ever since the Quincy Crew days, in one form or another, they've appeared at every TI, but never able to get too deep. And at risk of the same here, Sonics need to make a turnaround fast, finding themselves scraping by at the bottom of the groups. They need to get themselves a few wins.
It is a little bit of that race for the last spot, right? Yeah, they've got Boom and Bet Boom and Sonics as well, really clawing their way back into things. You can argue that Sonics probably do have that easier run home, but I mean, this is TI, and this is the closest TI I think I've ever seen. You know, going from start to finish, teams taking games like Talon beat Spirit earlier, and they're at the bottom of their group, right? So there's no easy wins. There's no free wins coming through. Everyone can beat you on their day. I'm super excited to see how this one turns out as well. And I kind of have to wonder, are these two teams that have actually scrimmed together in the past, you know, back home when they were playing, you know, just in their natural environment when it wasn't necessarily the lead up to TI? Because, you know, I know the general attitude from NA sometimes is that, you know, we don't really scrim SA. There's not really too much quality to be able to play against. But, I mean, you have a look at this TI. Thunder Awaken, really solid results. Hokori, really solid results. And even Beast Coast, they're getting a few surprising wins in there too. So I think you got to give all due respect to every single team that you come up against.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like it was going to be a sad day for SA, one way or the other, either SEA or SA. And now as the day goes on, as we get towards the end of day number 3, it's starting to look like SEA might be the ones brunting the losses, losing some teams at the beginning in this group stage. Meanwhile, SA looking like not only can they hold on in those lower brackets, but one or two of these teams could easily crack a finish in the upper. I mean, Thunder Awaken, they reached up into second place early today, and I think they are stabilizing around that area. And Hokori on the precipice of making it. I think they were contesting the likes of Liquid to move up into the top 4 spots of Group A.
Yeah, Liquid and OG were on the same thing. 7 wins, 5 losses, and Liquid just 2-0'd OG. So now Liquid have opened up a little bit of a gap for themselves, but it leaves that 4th spot wide open.
It's crazy to just think of the teams that we could see in the upper brackets, and especially when you look at just how stacked this TI is, right? Some people will just be rubbing their eyes together and go, wait, Team Spirit and Team Secret could be lower bracket? Oh, well, that can't be right. Well, who are these Tundra guys? Thunder Awake, I haven't seen them before. You got to splash some water across your face. I mean, this is TI-11, and every region has turned up to fight.
Yeah, that does seem like a bit of the meme, you know, the wash your face, splash your face. You know, we need to realize that every single team is worthy of being here. It was such a hard journey for a lot of these ones to get here, and well, unfortunately, 2 of them from each group, it's going to be cut short just as soon as tomorrow, and you don't want to come down to the last day. You don't want the nerves to potentially take over, so especially in one of these series where, you know, again, it's the easier matchup for Sonics than what they've come up against in the past, but we've just seen Hokori taking a game off LGD, taking games off of the likes of, you know, RNG as well. They are not to be trifled with at all.
And they are cutthroat when they get their hands on these type of heroes, opening up the Shadow Fiend, one of the most popular heroes without a doubt. I think at the start of the day, he was the 2nd most picked hero here with a 60% win rate, and I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the day, he's the most picked hero.
I mean, this is what EG have been doing to pretty good success a lot of the time. They just first pick the Shadow Fiend, realizing that they've got the flexibility to throw it into multiple lanes. Sonic seems like they just want to start taking the pressure to them. Primal Beast, I've seen the most success come out of it from Sonics when Quinn's played it, but I think, well, I suppose they've got 2nd pick, right? So they're in the situation where if they really don't want this to be the lane against the Shadow Fiend, they don't have to. Of course, Lumiere, he's capable of playing the SF as well as Analog, so they've got that flexibility there from Hokori as well.
Yeah, I'd love to see them flex this into the past one. I think most of the time Hokori's been leaning towards that role, and it's interesting you bring up the idea of Quinn on the Primal Beast. I think this is the type of hero they want to give him, because usually when Sonics are drafting, they give priority to your Waz hero, and they just look to give Quinn something that can outskill his opponent. And we've seen Primal Beast is capable of outplaying a lot of different popular mid matchups right now.
We have, but in Sonic's last series, to be fair, Quinn was falling a fair way behind as well. You know, going up against some very skilled mid laners. As you see Analog there on our screens. I mean, he is going to be one of those ones that's looking to try and put Quinn in his place. And, I mean, with the Shadow Fiend being picked up, paired together with the Undying, realistically, the only place that you're probably going to be wanting to put the Primal Beast, if you're not throwing it mid, is going to be in that off lane. And, well, we know how good Undying is against these strength heroes. So, seems like this is a very good start to the draft by Hokori.
Yeah, especially if you stick the clockwork down there as well. I mean, double strength hero, Undying's going to have a field day. Maybe we see Sonics flex that clockwork to a POS 5. Hokori, for example, were able to do that to great effect earlier today.
Yep, I think that should be the go. I saw that that Gardic clockwork. He was very, very solid onto it. And just on Gardic as well, I mean, how much must this mean their success going through for Gardic and Vitali especially, right? They are 2 of the members that... well, the only 2 members that have been with Hokori since its inception, since the start of 2020. So for them to stick with the organization that gave them their chance, and now they're at TI doing a really good job and almost guaranteeing themselves a spot, at least in the lower bracket, and still fighting for the upper bracket.
I love that you bring that up. I mean, the crazy thing about the SA is you see these players usually hop around in groups of 2 or 3, moving from roster to roster. But for 2 years, in a region that I'd say is typically seen as unstable, right? You almost feel like there's a rotation every half a year. To stick with it for 2 years plus and now find themselves here at TI, contesting with the best and actually taking games away from them, it's got to feel amazing.
To be fair, they did rotate 3 of their other players, so you know,
yeah, but they kept
there
2,
is a little bit of instability.
You know?
Yeah. I understand that as well, for sure. I'm just thinking what Sonics might look to pair together with this. Maybe something like a Mirana wouldn't be the worst. A good way to be able to deal with a Tombstone. It's not a strength hero, so a lot of the times people like to pick the Snapfire in combination, not only with the Clockwork, but against the Undying, just to quickly deal with that Tombstone. But if you've got a Primal Beast and a Mirana as a pairing, you do have a few easy setups for the Sacred Arrows, so I really wouldn't hate to see them go down that route.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because I feel like we haven't seen much Mirana at all. I saw 1 or 2 teams experiment with it to counter out the Primal Beast, but that fails once he gets a BKB, which he does fast anyway. And it was kind of surprising to me because when you looked at the like pre-TI stats, at least from a high-level pub game perspective, Mirana was one of the most picked and successful heroes being picked.
Mostly as a core, though, right? Not as Not as a support. And that's where I'm wanting to see it this time around, right? Where the fact that Primal Beast has the BKB, it's not as big of an issue because you could still look to go down other avenues where physical damage is the output that's needed to be able to deal with him. But anyway, it's not going to be relevant this game because Primal Beast is, I want the pairing with the Mirana, not against the Primal Beast. So I think it'd just be a pretty solid response. Anyone that's able to go for these rotations onto the SF as well, maybe just allow Quinn to perhaps have something that provides a little bit of stun. You know, they've already given him the respect ban with the Leshrac, but he's super capable on some of these other heroes that are able to provide that lockdown.
That's a respectful ban across the board. I mean, Leshrac quickly becoming the wacky disco pony of TI11, 4th most pick at the start of the day, and every time I see it, I'm just screaming about how broken the Bloodstone is.
Oh, yeah. It's such an early timing as well. You get a pre-BKB because it just provides enough healing that you don't care about it. And, well, really wanting to dodge out this Primal Beast lane as much as possible, stick at range on the Lina. I understand it. You just don't want to potentially lose a Shadow Fiend lane that hard. And you've also got a bit of a response to the Undying Tombstone as well, with all the attack speed that you've got coming out. I'm still a little worried about what they're going to do with this Primal Beast, though. It's going to be going into the Undying lane, and it's not going to have a good time.
No, maybe if they do just flex that clockwork so they avoid the double strength issue. And it's quite interesting to see the Lina come out. Outside 1 or 2 games of it being banned, I've yet to see a Lina being played at here. Does this feel like something more specific to the NA region?
Not necessarily. I mean, Quinn is very heavily around, I need to win my lane and then we'll win the game off the back of that, right? And you've got 2 heroes as well that are wanting to go in first, and that's really where Lina's big weak point is. You don't want to get jumped on, so if you're the ones that are playing on the front foot, then it's going to give you a bit of an easier time, but you just see what they do in response to this on Hokori, right? Yeah, they've got the potential to put this puck into the off lane. It's a bit of an SA special, but I would say much more likely they're like, all right, well, you just want to try and outrange us. Puck doesn't really care. You're able to dodge out a lot of those spells and still just shove the lane back very, very easily in the laning stage.
Just a very comfortable pick for the side of Hokori as well. Analog, this is his most played hero in competitive. 17 games since July, 64% win rate. I actually think he got an additional win today with it. So definitely a comfort pick, and also one that Quinn's very familiar with because it's actually also his most played hero in competitive since July.
Yeah, good pairing together with the Tiny as well, right? You land the Dream Coil, toss back, instant snap, just gives you the additional stun and damage that you might need to be able to provide that burst, because that's the big thing that a puck is lacking, especially early into the game, is that way to convert onto the Dream Coil with damage. Venomancer, okay. Makes it a little bit harder for the Undying to come up and bully the Primal Beast in lane, so maybe this is going to be a 5 Clockwork, a 4 Primal Beast, and a 3 Venomancer, or yeah, you can just look to flip the script there and just put the Primal Beast 3 Veno 4 as T1 were doing during the last chance qualifiers on Zephyr.
Yeah, I mean, Leslau definitely has a lot of flexibility to him. I think he came into this event as the most diverse player at TI, more or less can flex to any hero you give him. You know, looking at this stage, we're starting to get a picture of the drafts. Like, what are we missing here? What boxes still need to be ticked? We're going to be looking towards Hokori first. You know, they've got decent initiation, decent jump. What else do you want to see to round out this draft?
Good question. So what do they need? They need their offlaner, right? Sustain is decent. Pickoff is pretty good. I still think they might be lacking a tiny bit of that early game damage, or rather just someone that can just stick in the lane and start to put a bit of pressure onto towers, because Shadow Fiend still wants to sit back and be farming for at least a decent portion of the game until he gets into, let's say, 2 items. And for Sonics, excuse me, they still need their position 1, and they need some more lockdown as well. Like, this puck might just end up having a field day. Of course, like you mentioned, Analog super comfortable on it, and there's no real reliable lockdown outside of the Clockwork hookshot, and you're going to need to really be on point with the follow-up coming through with the Light Strike Array if you're going to take him out.
You know, to that idea of push, some things that come to mind, Visage is still there, Beastmaster is still there. The one that wouldn't necessarily give push, but I could kind of see working for Hokori's playstyle is the Dawnbreaker.
Could work. Could work. I feel like you're one of those heroes that you don't want to be spaced out of the team fight, though, and I think that's what Clockwork and Venomancer do quite effectively. So I think they're going to be trying to keep her away as much as possible. I'm a little more hesitant about going for something like the Beastmaster. Yeah, Vision is great, especially if you're trying to take out this Lina at the start of these team fights, but I'm always hesitant about having dual melee lanes, just because I feel like you could be abused pretty effectively, especially by someone, even like a position 5 Clockwork, right? He's going to have a fantastic time. So someone like that Visage feels a little better, but again, it's probably going to be into the Primal Beast and the Venomancer, two heroes with a lot of damage over time that deal very well with the Gravekeeper's Cloak.
That's true. I mean, this is one of the more impressive Venomancer picks I've seen. It kind of limits you. And instead, Hokori, it looks like it's going to be...
okay,
yeah,
off lane.
So we are running off lane. We're not going to, like, flex the puck at all.
Nah, I wouldn't say so. I really don't think you want this Weaver going into the Lina. I think this is something that Vitaly does fairly comfortably for himself, and it also doubles down on that aspect that I thought was lacking on Sonic's draft, right? No reliable, well, minimal reliable lockdown for the puck, so why not just double down? Get the Weaver as well. So you're going to have to choose which one you're looking to initiate onto, and whichever one doesn't get hit is just going to be able to have a huge part in these team fights for Hokori.
And this definitely takes one of the...
as well for the Weaver.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to hit onto, is this ticks the box I'm looking for. Whenever I see SF drafts, I'm like, how do we get an element of minus armor into this strategy? Like, attack speed is one way with the Beastmasters, but definitely minus armor. I think Tidehunter has been a pretty popular pairing with the SF, but Weaver, you tick the box. It definitely fits a similar role. And Sonic's, their reaction, well, they're going to get a point stun. You like it, yeah?
I think it's okay. Now, do you look to change this lane up a little bit? It's like, what do you view as more important? Do you think that your Shadow Fiend is going to be able to get out of his lane in a good enough spot that you don't really care about the Sven and his turnaround potential? Because for me, the thing that you're most worried about is the Blink Dagger and the BKB on the Sven. Once you hit those timings plus another farming accelerant like the Echo Saber, you can fight. But if you just look to move the Undying to that lane, then maybe Lumiere doesn't get as good of a time in your lane, even though you're denying up what the Sven's able to do. So it's this real balancing act that you have to play as to what's more important in your eyes. And well, it is going to be that 3 Venomancer as well, trying to reduce the amount of farm that Lumiere has so that Yawar gets that extra 5 minutes or so that you need to be able to farm. So a much more passive game coming through from Sonics, I would imagine. Of course, making rotations probably towards mid, securing the power runes for Quinn, and allowing him to get some of these pickoffs against Analog. That's going to be the game plan for Sonics.
Yeah, I like that idea of the Veno. Like, the Veno is the most impressive pick to me. Most of the drafts I've looked, I'm like, I'm not sure I'm feeling this, but if you think about Hokori's playstyle and how aggressive they want to be, you hit it on the head. This is the type of hero that's going to slow down the game, and then it's a question mark of what Hokori do next, because so far they've looked most comfortable when they're able to turn the screws on their opponents.
For sure, and even the Veno going against, let's say, 2 pretty beefy heroes, even the Puck. If you land that poison over onto them, then suddenly you can't use Blink Dagger anymore. You've got that % damage against these high max HP heroes as well, which makes life a little bit more challenging. I honestly don't know where to put my chips. I'm slightly favoring Hokori, because I feel like if they make some of these rotations and they secure the mid lane for the Puck, make sure to deny some of those power runes away from Quinn, you're just not going to be able to have that early impact that you need to try and open up the map a little bit more to enable Yawar to get that farm that he needs to have his own Blink Dagger, to have his own Echo Saber, his own BKB, so that he's ready to fight.
Oh, let's see who's going to be ready to fight. Let's hop into game 1 between Hokori and Sonics. And I feel where you're coming from. I think another thing that makes me lean Hokori slightly is their draft looks more familiar to what we've seen working so far. You know, Sonics with the Lina and the Venomancer, as well as the Sven round out, it's a little bit more out of left field.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the sprays in the mid lane being placed down there by Leslau, of course. Coming from the SA scene years and years ago, and of course he's got a bunch of friends there. Lots of tips coming through in the early stages of this game.
It should be a fun one. Just a nice little American derby. And you mentioned in the draft the idea that, you know, a lot of these NA teams don't see it worthwhile scrimming with these SA teams, but maybe that's going to come back to bite you, because I wonder if Sonics are going to be ready for the level of aggression that we've seen SA play with today.
Oh, I'm sure they will be. You know, NA has a good amount of aggression itself, so I think that's not going to be too big of an issue for them there. And of course, you just come up against such a wide variety of strategies all throughout TI group stage. We're almost towards the end of day 3. Let's see if Sonics are able to close it out with a win, or if Hokori can keep their winning strategy going. Well, that helps. Vitaly able to snipe away the bounty rune.
Yeah, and also Hokori, he went in very deep, pushed the Veno back and away, so was able to skew a rune up there. So 3 runes going the way of Hokori. Nice start for the SA.
And they're switching up their lanes a little bit as well, so... You know, I mentioned during the draft that you have to kind of pick your poison, right? Do you want to shut down this Primal Beast, or do you want to make sure that the Sven doesn't have as good as a game? With the Venomancer being played as the position 3, the core, and the Primal Beast relegated to pos 4, you're not as worried about shutting him down in the laning stage. Undying's great at doing it if he's a core, but they're putting a lot more priority onto making sure that this double strength lane, but more importantly, Yuar doesn't have a good time.
Yeah,
Well,
and
just
it's
being able
also
to have a ranged hero as well against this double melee.
It's true. And, you know, if you're having a stun on the Undying, if you have to chase him, it doesn't feel good. It feels like usually the lane that gets ahead is the one that can prioritize the other core.
I could die here on Fada.
Yeah, one more tap is all needed. And
Right click. He's kind of slow. Those Shadow
He's got it.
Razors.
well, that escalated quickly. You know, I was about to make this interesting talk, Danog, about how a lot of the supports have been focusing on their opponent's cores because you can't offer up regen much anymore due to the nerfs to salves a while back, but scrap that. Kill the clockwork, I guess.
Yeah, and that's one of the big benefits of the Undying as well, right? You don't need to use as much of your gold on tangos. You can just go heavily into the mango route, because as long as you're landing these double decays, you just get the free HP back once it expires and get free HP, essentially. It was such a big change to really bring it into the meta during this TI.
Yeah, a Vile hero to experience is a good reason why it's one of the most contested heroes of TI so far. I think it's third in terms of most picked at the start of the day.
I've got one eye on how this mid lane's going, right? Quinn,
yeah,
so important for him to secure that initial start, and, well, he's done a pretty good job so far against Analog. Lots of denies coming through. 4 denies, 12 and 5 actually against the 3 and 0 from Analog, and it means that he's going to get this super late bottle as well. Won't be able to still get the refill, but it's been going to be at the cost of losing so many creeps.
It's a huge lead already. I mean, 4 CS to 14 as well as 6 denies. Quinn is on fire literally and figuratively in this game.
Having a very solid start. You want him to get into the groove, you know? That's when Quinn is playing at his best, when he's feeling himself, when he's showing why he's #1 for the Americas region.
Does it feel like this matchup should go this way, or do you think a big part of this is on the recent change to Illusory Orb with the really big increase to mana cost?
No, I don't think so. I think Quinn, obviously Alina has a good time against like 99% of mid heroes, but I think maybe he's just able to get a few of those key last hits. It means that Analog doesn't get the bottle quite so early. You just can't go back into the lane because Quinn's going to harass you every single time.
No, yeah, the plus side is at least if you get some XP, there's a type of hero that can do some rotations. Does it feel like an easy game to rotate to the outer lanes in? I'll pause that for MSS. A little bit ambitious with the onslaught, will be brought down by the combo from Hokori.
You talking about the puck making the rotations?
Yeah.
I would say top much more as a priority, just because, yeah, it's important to make sure that Lumiere's having a good time on his Shadow Fiend, but I feel like he is right now. He's got a little bit of that net worth lead. He's got the Undying, giving him a hand. But if you rotate up top, you're going to have that toss back once you've got the Dream Coil available, and that should set you up for a pretty easy kill.
There's always the choice that Theo starts to rotate early on as well, right? Because one of the beautiful things about picking Weaver, especially against a hero like the Venomancer, is he does become independent very quickly.
Top side, MSS, even just using his body to create a little bit more space there. I think this could be enough, and, well, Analog is actually going to make a beeline towards the water rune down bottom, so it's going to be 2 claim for Hokori here, and for a team like Sonics that emphasize, never mind, actually.
Scrap that.
Nicely done by Fada. I mean, this is a team that emphasizes this so much, right? You've got to give Quinn a good start to the game, not just for the net worth aspect, but for the mental aspect, right? Again, he is a player that plays on feeling a lot of the time, and if he's feeling good, so are Sonics.
Yeah, it's definitely the type of hero that can set the pace. Lena, just the spike damage she's going to have in that mid game. So good start for her. Plenty of heroes that could die. You know, if you look at the lineup of Hokori, you just realize quickly that all 3 of these cores, while 2 of them are very elusive, they're not very tanky. So if they do get caught out, almost always going to die to this Lena.
That's one area where Sonics might have a little bit of the edge, right? Lena, one of the big weaknesses is if you can get in on top of her, if she doesn't have the BKB, then pretty vulnerable at getting burst down. But you're playing with a Primal Beast, again, a Clockwork that's wanting to put themselves up forward, a Venomancer that makes it very hard pre-BKB to move in, and then even on top of that, the Warcry on Yuar is going to provide just that little bit of extra tankiness to allow Quinn, even though a Sven is super capable of being that late game carry, doesn't necessarily need to be. Lena is very capable of fulfilling that role as well.
it's quite interesting to see the different approach that Sonics have to the drafts. A lot of the time we're seeing these kind of glass cannon type mids that can be high impact but need to be protected. And it's funny when you look at Sonics and you realize that they don't have many clear reset tools that can save the day. You know, outside of a hook shot in to maybe give you a little bit of space, you haven't got, you know, your Oracle type heroes, your Omni Knights, or a Tiny, anything that has some sort of pseudo save for this glass cannon.
Yeah, even the Chen, just with, you know, the Hand of God and the mechanism that he likes to naturally go, is going to be pretty effective at that. Again, Quinn is just having a fantastic time in this mid lane, protecting the bottom rune, but unfortunately it's top, so Analog is going to be able to pick that one up.
Get a kill though. Gardic, he came to the bot side. Fado was once again waiting, and looks like Gardic's going to try to walk this one off. Quinn, of course, without boots, means that Gardic will survive and even yoink the bounty rune.
Noir's gone for the chase as well. They're even using the courier potentially to try and scout him out. Looks like they might be able to claim it here. It's a double strength decay off, and actually he doesn't even get the kill. It's the tower that does it, so the gold is split through. I'm sure they would have loved to give that one over to UR, but not going to be the case.
That's a really nice little play coming out of Gardic as well. Typically when you step in that tree line, you know they're going to be trying for a TP, but he just doubles back and heads straight into the tower. So a lot of time wasted, nicely done by him. And, you know, now that we've looked at UR, we can look at how this bot lane is going. Lumiere is dominating it, 41 and 20.
I mean, that's the thing, right? If you've got a ranged into a melee, especially one that's set up by this Undying for success, like the Shadow Fiends is, you just can't come back into the lane on the Sven. That's why UR made that big rotation, just to try and claim that kill onto an Undying because of how poorly the lane had gone so far. The one saving grace for Sonics right now is this mid lane with Quinn. As Lau, he's doing a decent enough job on the top side, and he's going to try and start to put some pressure in onto this tower sooner rather than later, but he's going to need to wait until those Plague Wards have started to level up a bit.
Mr. Fat A, what are you doing here? Oh god, that's too many zombies. Fodder. What a move out of Gardic. Just frustrating the Sven and then also enabling a kill. That also might lead him to push. Lumiere hits pretty hard, and this is a free lane to push.
Quinn hits harder.
Pop. Whoa! And Quinn, he lives! 25 HP. The tower can't even get him.
Yeah, just those little things, right? He tried switching the aggro to the tower, didn't quite land it, but the bottle into the TP with the infused raindrops enables him to get back to safety.
We're not done yet. Yeah, we're hunting Vitaly. He sees us a bit too ambitious. Leslau had a fat one there, 18 charges, so Vitaly never able to really get that kill.
Wonder if they're going to try and bait him to go for another one of these moves. It's nighttime, so Fada hasn't revealed that he's up here, so I think with Leslau playing so close to death, might be able to force him to come in, but I think Leslau's saying, I just want my experience. I want to build up more. I want to have this damage output against this aggressive lineup. Just a question of, does he go into the Poison Nova? Does he start leveling up the Plague Wards for a little bit more of that tower-taking potential?
Yeah, it feels appropriate for a Venom to be this low. You know, usually you feel like you want to die when you're playing this hero. You see the one, he's like, oh, I don't care. Bot lane, in the meantime, MSS will discover a giant rock, stopping him from leaving. It's going to toss him back towards Gardic, and there's going to be a charge free straight on top of the Shadow Fiend. Trample as well with the follow-up stun. Lumiere in trouble. LSA does about clip, but in the end, it's just going to be SF going down. Great rotation from Sonic, just overwhelming the side of Hokori with raw numbers.
And then just that movement speed coming through from Gardic as well, able to get away, and they've caught out Lina.
What?
Are they going to be able to get the toss back? Snap the coil. Oh, nice.
Just in time. And Quinn will now turn around, though. They'll find a kill onto the Tiny. An ambitious attempt by Hokori. Not enough respect being shown to just how big Quinn is right now.
Oh, yeah. He's having a really good time, and you know, as soon as that Shadow Fiend's not up and available, you got to back off a little bit, because this was the issue I was talking about. They are kind of lacking in damage. The tossback does provide you that little bit, but with the infused raindrops, Quinn was just able to tank through a ton of that damage.
Lina definitely looking like the queen in this game. Heading to the booster travel build, so omnipresent in this game. Makes a lot of sense, right? You just want to be the hero creating space so that UR can soak in the gold.
A lot of the time you do want to be creating the space, but just with the way that Sonics have drafted this game, they want to make sure that they can effectively have two cores, like two solid cores that are going to be able to carry this game for you. And that's what the Venomancer enables, right? He started leveling up the Plague Wards, and he's going to block off these areas that Hokori are going to try and get a little bit more aggressive in being able to obtain those towers. So I think Sonics are happy the later this game goes. Obviously, they want to keep the pressure up early so that the Shadow Fiend doesn't get out of control, but they're happy if this one starts to go late.
Yeah, things will get very spooky soon. Level 6 is almost online for the Primal Beast, and we know at that stage, you know, almost any hero can die, especially with the combination, the damage coming out from Quinn at the stage. So, gotta keep an eye out for that rotation.
Wonder when MSS is going to prioritize the Aghanim Shard as well on the Primal Beast. We see when it's played as a support, this is much higher priority, obviously, because you're not getting into that earlier BKB. You don't quite have that same level of tankiness, both from levels and items, and so you might want to go for the initial dive, but then you want to skirt back and be playing a lot more on the outer regions of these team fights.
Yeah, I think the thing I love about the Ag Shard, that rock throw, the way I kind of describe it, it's the same kind of impact a Mirana arrow has. Like, you're never sure just how deep it's going to go, so you have to sidestep it anyway. It's a really big distraction to your formations when you're trying to set up for a fight.
It's just a question of how much Ag's Labyrinth did the Hokori boys play, because you know, the Pulverize and the Rock Throw, both aspects coming through from that. Even just the new Aghanim Scepter, right? With the break mechanics.
Yeah, once the Axe comes into play, you better finish your Ag's Labyrinth, or you're doomed from the get-go with this hero. Such a pesky one as well, just so many kills.
Oh yeah, putting a lot more pressure onto the bottom side, playing around that siege creep, looking to open up the map by taking this tower, but it's not going to be for free. MSS pushed in the mid lane, making sure that the towers are taking away a wave for free, and Quinn's just going to be able to respond to this as well. So I would say that Sonics are going to be happy with this trade if you're able to get this without it being contested and you don't lose a second tower.
Yeah, they got 7 wards down, so they'll know if any, or Plague Wars rather, they'll know if someone tries to come in. Already in position on the mid lane, Hokori. I'm going to start poking and prodding. It's going to force the TP reactions as Venomancer tries to set up. A lot more heroes for Hokori here. 2 cores of Sonics have yet to arrive in the mid lane, but the Venomancer alone is enough to spook Hokori away.
Yeah, they don't have the right click damage.
Quinn, in his room. There's the Dream Core. It's going to snap straight away. Quinn is going to try to run for the high heels. Swarm will just about clip him. Now, it's a question of whether they have the maneuverability to stay on top of him here, because this is a very speedy Lina. Turns around with LSA. Charge through. MSS not able to connect. Lumiere, he even shot for this. I mean, this is so much space for the side of Sonics. They're taking the mid tower.
Oh yeah, they're taking that. You just lose the one. You've already got the tier 1 tower. Not in a really dangerous position, but yeah, Lina just able to get back all the way to base. Was thinking that Quinn might have gone for that TP all the way down towards the bottom side just to continue accelerating that farm, because he's already picked up those boots of travel. But yeah, as soon as he gets into the BKB, I feel like that's where Sonics might go for a few more of these aggressive movements. Already getting the drums built up by Fata. And, of course, the Primal Beast able to stick out on the map quite frequently with the Tranquil Boots, the Infused Raindrops. Never going to be too low in the mana pool there.
Yeah, and you have to kill him quickly, because, you know, when he charged in like that, it looked like a mishap. Give him a few seconds, he'll onslaught his way back out of danger. Looks like they do just about scrape together the tier 1 tower, but nice hook shot in, the charge through control good, but no Analog able to dodge out and move away. Requiem will zone the rest of Sonic's out of here. MSS is going to be dropped, both of Sonic's supports are gone. Just like that, Hokori will be able to hold that tier 1 tower.
That's exactly what I was talking about with the chain lockdown, right? It's a great initiation. They get the perfect hook shot into the pushback, but where's the damage after the fact? Where's the Light Strike Array, or even just the Laguna Blade to be able to finish off the Puck? It's not there. Good. I was about to say good heals coming through from Gardic, because I thought that Puck lived for a bit longer, but not a single point in the Soul Rip just yet.
From the same cloth.
Yeah, it's actually impressive how they're surviving the situations with this more aggressive build on Gardic. And it's kind of nice the way he's unable to do this when you consider that he's got 2 elusive cores that shouldn't really be dying, right? It's very rare that we should see the Weaver or the Puck going down these early phases, as we just witnessed in that mid lane.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, the positive is they still were able to remove the mid-tier 1 tower. Yes, it got denied, so obviously would have loved to get a little bit more of that gold injection coming through, but it's going to enable them to go for a lot more of these smokes. That's what Sonics love to play around. They're going to do it in the mid lane.
Sure. Italy, they pushed it out to safety. Luckily, look at the Pulverize straight away. Guard it, of course, no points to Soul Rip, so easy pick on the Weaver. And a nice little follow-up on the Undying. Even with a 4-man Decay Rava is not going to be good enough.
They were actually there with each other. I'm sure that was all of what the comms were talking about after that previous failed attempt to kill the Puck. We got to make sure that we chain our spells together. I'm not sure why they were looking to rotate previously, but with that, Quinn starts farming on the enemy side of the map, and you know, even though Lumiere is still continuing to pick up a lot of that own net worth for himself, you can feel confident that, again, the dual core is going to eventually come online for Sonics.
It's going to be a big pressure on Analog to get some sick dream calls here because, of course, one of the issues with this type of build for Lumiere is going to be getting into the fight until we're deep into the build and we're talking about Swift Blink territory.
Oh, that's going to be a fair bit later into the game, though.
Yeah.
We're still a mile away from that. And he's picked up the Echo Saber, so a little bit more team fight impact, and perhaps even if they use the next God Strength and find a pick-off, they could look to convert that into Roshan. Of course, you can disassemble the Echo Saber if you want to get that BKB as your next available item, or are they going to want the extra burst from the Blink Dagger from Yuar after this one?
Whoops. Sentry down here in Sonic's own area, so they know where Vitaly is perfectly. Ham's going to come out. It's Fodder. I want a way out of this. Reinforcements are arriving though. MSS not able to connect. Nice time lapse with the hook shot follow up. Will allow him to get in range, but no, the cogs keep him away. Vitaly's just going to stand his ground and fight here with the Spirit Vessel. Unable to get the kill first though. Fodder will die after the fact. And on the backside, looks like Quinn has found a nice little bonus. Guardic gets picked off as well.
Things gone fairly well for Sonics. I mean, they're finding, of course, core targets, especially elusive ones. But things are going to come a little bit more difficult because, again, your lineup can be squishy. You know, the Venomancer, the Lina, if you toss them out of position, they can still be vulnerable to fall down, or even just getting a BKB charge out of Quinn is going to be vital. And you're almost reaching that period for sure, but so is the Core. Only 700 gold away from the Blink Dagger. Going to enable a few more of those pickoffs to start to come out, and I think it's going to be at that period that they're going to look to play with Lumiere a little bit more, start to use that big net worth that the Shadow Fiend's been able to pick up. He just wants his BKB himself.
And that's when it's a lot harder for Fodder to do this bodyguarding job he's been doing so well. 4 deaths on the board, but important ones, the way he's kind of just soaking the initial initiation. Once that Blink Dagger's online for the Tiny, all of a sudden things like Yelena may be a little bit more exposed. Of course, the plus side is she does have that BKB complete, so you'd have to find some raw physical damage follow up fast before she's able to get that magic medium online.
I still think you're typically okay with, you know, kill attempts that might not necessarily kill Quinn. Obviously, that's the ideal, but just forcing out that BKB makes Lina so much squishier.
And it sets up for a nice late game state where, you know, or quicker state where the BKB is short charge, which will enable the SF to come back in. And to that point, they have heroes that can force BKB charges and survive with that Weevil, with that buck.
Roche, perhaps. I mean, even prior to the pickoff, I think they're a little bit uneasy with how much time Theolacor has been able to spend down on that bottom side, farming up a couple of creep waves for free. So they're going to move on forward, look to de-ward this high ground. Gardic, of course, the tankiest hero on the team.
Team's down the high ground.
Fully away Fada. How quickly is Roche falling? Pretty damn fast.
Yeah, but Yoa is incredibly low. If they spot this out perfectly, he might just fall. He has to TP away. The stun comes out to Quinn. He will be able to get it just in time. So Aegis claimed by Sonics, but a lot tighter than you'd like if you're a fan of NA.
Oh, yeah. You can have SA fans for Sonics as well. And they got the Leslau presence coming through.
It's for a little bit of representation from both. Of course, you know, a fan favorite from the SA region for a long time. But definitely been a favorite for this squad. Been with him for a very, very long time.
Yeah. Through previous iterations as well. VGJ Storm and the like.
Quincy crew for a very long time. Glad to see they finally got picked up. Definitely a talented team that deserved to have an org to represent.
Oh, even just having a boot camp, you know, that's been the main issue. Placed all across the country. Very difficult to be able to find that cohesion without. We just saw what happened to Virtus Pro. They weren't able to boot camp before the last chance qualifiers, and maybe that was the difference between them being able to make it to TI and not.
It's crazy to think it can come down to that type of detail, but it gives you a soft feeling of, you know, having the money leads to the wins. But then again, just look at the underdogs that are starting to come through in these group stage stories. It's not always just having the biggest wallet that gets you the dub.
This is the initial reveal of the Blink Dagger. Will it result in much, though?
Dream Call might allow him to get a big one with the Venomancer here. Not enough mana. He finally gets him for the Poison Over to be popped. But Quinn can't follow this up on his own. Lumiere does arrive, and that's enough to spook the Lina away.
Oh, they were really considering going in there on MSS. Just pretty tanky right now with the Specialist's Array being picked up. But I think the main priority right now for Leslau is just to become as tanky as possible. All his job is right now is just... Ooh.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Gardic was literally one tick from death there. That was...
The
it actually looked like he might go.
So it's fine.
No, oh no, he had the poison sting on him still. He was genuinely Yeah, it was that close. He had to initially walk to the mid wave to soul rip to get enough to even think of surviving.
But
Fun
yeah, the main priority for Veno is just live, essentially. Like, just don't die, forehead. But, you know, that's the reality of the situation. You got to make sure you're there to layer down the Plague Wards because, again, this is a Sven that's able to play around these ancient camps safely because you've been able to maintain your tier 1 mid and tier 1 top. That's what's going to accelerate Yua's farm. That's what's going to keep him up with the rest of the team. That's what's going to allow you to have that true dual core lineup that you've drafted for.
They've done a good job of keeping those towers out. The tier 1 mid especially very important. Smoke now, because they know Hokori must want this objective with Lumiere being parked in the mid lane. Not an easy kill with the BKB online. Hookshot's going to be a whiff because he walks up to farm a creep. And now the turnaround! They found Lina. First life gone. Charge through from MSS to intercept. BKB activated. Lumiere is going to stand and fight. And Lina might be forced to as well. They've already lost the Primal Beast. Quinn could not match this. Lumiere strikes like a god on this Fiend.
They're going to be able to defend this tier 1 tower, though. I'm not sure they will without the hook shot available, without the Sven with that instant gap close. Yua might look to go for the backstab here or wait to see if they go just that little bit too deep. No detection, though, which is where Vitaly might be looking to play around. So one inopportune use of an ultimate leads to losing so much. And I mentioned how important it was to maintain that tower just so that you're protecting Yua's farm. Now he's going to have to feel a little bit more uneasy about being able to just stick up here inside of the ancient camp area. It's even been warded up, so Gardic, the ward's got about 20 seconds left on it to the left-hand side of the Radiant Ancient area. Oh, another dodge out there, but it's a DD for Yua. Have to be pretty happy with that. Probably going to give it over to Quinn now just because of how far ahead he is in terms of that right-click damage. It really does feel like Yua wants to sit back a little bit further. Just continue to farm. Again, you're happy with this situation overall, but you need the Blink Dagger. You need to convert on a few more of these kill attempts.
Yeah, I think what happened there is Yua, he looked at the occurrences mid, and he's like, I'm happy for you to have these DDs. You go make things happen. I'm not ready for the Fiend yet. I mean, that was vicious. We've been talking about how dominant Lena's been, but just a casual answer in this right-click Shadow Fiend. Something that is really snuck up on people in the build-up to TI.
Shadowblade's going to do Quinn a lot of good, though. Obviously, the attack speed, not the greatest for the Lina, but the damage, and more importantly, the mobility that it's going to be able to provide, right? Just letting you create that gap between yourself and the Shadow Fiend, or even just the puck, right? The Dream Coil piercing spell immunity isn't going to be an issue for another 10 levels on the puck, so that's going to be the main issue. Do you get jumped by Theolacore and get that burst damage through? That's basically the only way that Lina's going to die this stage. Theolacore getting that toss back into the Shadow Fiend, just right-clicking him down because he's got the Daedalus now on Lumiere as well.
Oof. I think it's also a pseudo-initiation tool for Quinn. Like, there is an argument that if you Shadowblade in LSA to start off with on the SF, the follow-up hook shot, with the type of right clicks you're dishing out, might be enough to kill Lumiere before he can react.
You gotta be careful with that one, though. I mean, if you get caught out of position, if you're going for these deeper gank attempts, if they just turn around onto you again, get the toss back, you're probably gonna be away from the rest of the team, and they don't have that saving support that we were mentioning during the draft.
No, it's a tough one. When you pick these last cannon types, when you have momentum, you feel great, but the moment you slip and break your neck. And Smoke.
Play carefully here.
If he can get the ult off, there's a smoke coming from Sonics, but it only connects onto one, and it looks like Sonics are still moving in for a fight here. Yuara's in the jungle, Blink comes out onto Vitaly, follow up, looks good. Soul Rip can't save him. A bonus kill maybe to be had, but MSS cannot even throw out the Pulverize. He's just gone.
It's just these team fights, neither of them going perfect for either team, to be honest, right? Like, the Dream Coil was used onto the Venomancer, and so that's why Sonics felt a little bit more confident in continuing to push on forward. You had that Blink Dagger reveal as well, coming out from Yua, but he pops the God Strength, and all they really get out of it is a single hero in the Tombstone. Not what you're wanting to be using that first reveal for. It needs to be much more of the surprise factor.
Yeah, it felt like the in for a penny, in for a pound type feeling, right? You spent so much time on that smoke. You were hoping for 2 to 3 heroes to poison over, but in the end, just getting one and it being Lumiere is not good enough. And, well, good enough for a tower push would be a kill on a clockwork like this. Lumiere will inflate his goal further. What's the intent, though?
Detection there, they do.
BKB forced. And just like that, Quinn has to run for the high heels. Rock throw at least zone away, but you just see how impossible it is for Lina to take on this Shadow Fiend.
Yep, and it's just going to get worse and worse, right? You've got 7 seconds left on the BKB. I think they're very happy on Hokori just to expend that one there. Didn't really commit all that much for it, right? Just the Flesh Golem on the Undying, making sure that he didn't die super early on. And now without the BKB, without the Poison Nova, how do you defend this?
Stun on 2, Dream Core as well. BKB from Yawar, you don't defend it. That's the answer, Danog. You run as far and as fast as you can.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Just see how quickly the buildings melt too. It's gone. The Presence Aura affects buildings talent on Lumiere, even picking up the level 18. Just see how quickly they're able to claim that tier 2, and suddenly that last bastion of safety that Yawar was looking to play around suddenly isn't the case anymore. They may be thinking to shove out this bottom lane, but maybe Yawar's going to have to get creative with his farming patterns.
Quinn doesn't have BKB. Mistakes have just been made here. Blink Initiation comes in, Avatos back, and that is your mid laner, ladies and gentlemen. Gone in the blink of the eyes.
Just stone cold faced as well on the player cams coming through. It's like, yep, just a standard day at work for the boys.
I know this feeling of pain. I gotta give Hokori credit though. Like, they are relentless. As soon as these BKBs go on cooldown, they're hunting every time, and it almost feels like it's the bane of Sonic's existence. When they had the BKBs, they at least get out, but afterwards, they risk death every time they try to farm.
Yeah, and that's the thing for Sonics as well. Like, everything needs to be perfect, essentially, with the initiation, right? You've got to find the right hero, use your spells correctly, have everyone grouped up around the right area so that you are able to get that Blink Dagger in to assist, and you need to have your BKBs available. Whereas it feels like Hokori, there's a few more avenues, right? Because of how elusive their heroes are and how few matters for lockdown that Sonics have.
It's just tough to see the Sven's impact. I've seen this a few games now where it almost feels too greedy. Well, instead, they'll take the Clockwork. They didn't know exactly where the Sven was, but Clock was kind enough to reveal himself. Stun does connect on the 2. The Rock Throw. Even the hook shot being used. They're going to look for the Pulverize, but the Avalanche is going to interrupt, so Analog will be able to walk it off. MSS is just left looking angry, stampeding through the neighborhood.
Sal's got enough gold to buy up that Wraith Pact, which will provide them with a little bit of that safety coming through. But yeah, it just does still feel like they're taking away more and more of that map control. Could we potentially get some items up here for Sonics in the next little bit that's going to provide them a little bit of that gap close? The Ogre Seal Totem's really not that bad if you're wanting to give it over to, I would say the Primal Beast would be my prime target to get that one too. Just get in on the front lines, even more tankiness from the extra 10 strength. He does pick that up on MSS.
Usually this is the type of hero that can onslaught in and last 16 seconds and onslaught out if he has to, but I agree, the Seal Club would be just a nice way of him disengaging. I mean, right now he's stuck with a pretty useless specialist array.
I think for Leslau, I mean, he's got the Wraith Pack finished up. I want to see him get into... They're using Quinn as bait right now. Can they look to get that quick pick off? Someone does choose to try and commit in onto him. That's what Yua's positioning himself for. They're just going to look to follow him around the map.
Yeah, they have to be careful as well. Look at the sentry layout from Hokori. They see everything.
It's obvious too as well. Like, the top lane's pushing in. Normally you would defend this with how farm-centric Sonics like to play. They are going to be at least able to deal with this Observer Ward inside the lane. So nice little benefit there, but you just see Hokori. They've waited out the smoke. Maybe they go for one of their own.
Yeah. Hokori don't necessarily know Roche is up just yet, but Sonics get the info first via the Serpent. Keep on that Plague Ward in the pit.
It's a snake. Understandable.
It's filthy serpents, lizards.
Filthy lizard. So yeah, BKB. Oh, I will. The BKB is coming through next for Venomancer as well. Again, just about surviving right now, you know. The Hooded Defiance, the Power Treads, the Magic Wand, all these just little things that add up to become just that bit more sustainable. He still does need a little bit of the armor aspect for sure on the Veno, and wouldn't hate seeing him go into maybe a Shivas after he finishes this one up, but certainly for now, just to make sure that you're not getting full chain stun before being able to get off your ult and your Wraith Pact, BKB is #1 priority.
Maybe a Heaven's Harbour would have been nice in this type of game. It would address the Lumiere threat that nobody else seems to be able to deal with right now.
I just don't think you're going to be able to get close enough to be able to affect that one, right? As long as you can press R and drop your Wraith Pact, I think job well done by Leslau. He's more about setting up before the team fights than having the mid-fight impact outside of that ulti.
That's fair. Good lord.
That rock throw nearly landing onto the puck. That would have been huge, and they've got the Silver Edge as well on Lena, so some intense damage output coming through. Once the vision. Like, they don't see the puck illusion, and he sees everything.
And they're rotating in right now. Lose your up through, forces the BKB a little bit early. They're not finished with it just yet. Tiny's going to jump in. Quinn does get the Aegis, though. Hook shot on the backside. Fada will keep Lumiere out of the equation. Sonics will get out scot-free. Even Fada will make it out.
Nicely done. Clean in and out there, being able to claim that Aegis and the Aghanim Shard. Who did they give that one over to? Sven's holding on to it right now just for the additional amount of armor from the Warcry, and I actually really like this. You know, going up against the Shadow Fiends, some of the other aspects that are providing the minus armor in the Weaver, just that passive 7 armor is going to do so much for people like Leslau, for example, that just needs to survive that little bit longer.
Most definitely. And it's nice to find ways to start to bring UI into the equation. They do still get the Aegis over the Lina, but it's just more logical, right? I think at this stage, the amount of extra raw HP and armor is more likely that Lina's going to die before the Sven. If Sven's in, he's committed either way. But she can at least skirt the fights.
And I still feel like you're going to need this MKB on Quinn before you're able to effectively fight into the Shadow Fiends. You're going to have the Aegis to be able to give you the freedom to do so. Just sit back and farm for this next little bit. He's not that far away, about 1.5k. And he'll get his level 20 as well, so the extra Fiery Soul per stack. It's about to be a big damage increase coming through for Sonics, but they got to try and withstand and not lose too many objectives in the meantime while they're going for this more farm-centric style of play. So I like this sort of play coming through from Quinn, right? Pushing in the top lane, forcing some sort of response out of Hokori. They're going to be able to get a glyph out of it, even if no one TPs back outside of Theolacor.
Yeah, he's prepping for a setup. Maybe they can bring a second hero. Weaver and Shadowfiend now on the way. The stun's going to be there. Quinn forced to use the BKB. Theolacor tanking a lot here, and now they're a little bit hesitant. Bit off more than they could chew. Unless they can get a follow-up here, but seems difficult to achieve. Leslau in a good position for a Poison Nova. He's forced to fight.
Oh, this is a big win for Sonics. They just need to get out. Yeah, they don't get anything. They get the tower. They don't lose the tier 2, and they see that the tombstone's dropped. So maybe they just look to back off a little bit. Of course, you've got the Boots of Travel available, but this is giving you that bit of extra space to be able to farm up that MKB. Again, level 20, hit now, so extra Fiery Soul, attack speed, movement speed, and just about 500 or so gold away before you pick up that huge item for Quinn in his scaling.
But yeah, it just feels like he's quite a bit ahead still. It'll definitely address the evasion element, but you can see he's pumping his way towards a Hurricane Pike. So suddenly we're going to start to see that mobility. I talked about the idea of a Swift Blink later. Maybe that comes after this pickup.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it really feels like he's trying to play around the outer parts of these team fights right now, right? You're going up against a Lina, which most of the time you don't want to try and outrange, but you've got a Dragon Lance, you're playing around the Enchanted Quiver as well, which can provide that.
She hasn't got BKB for 20.
She's got
ambitious attempt. Yeah, Pulverize is going to come out to Theolacor. They can at least expend that Aegis quite quickly if they just get one tap. And there it is, Lumiere. Nice interception by MSS. If they clip her with the Requiem, she's going to be a goner. Invis to try and break away, but no luck there. BKB still on cooldown for 5 seconds.
Oh, so close. And it's the power of a single Sentry Ward as well. He would have been able to get back to safety under the cover of that Silver Edge, and no buyback for Quinn. He bought the components except for the rest of them.
Oh, God. I mean, well, luckily for them, they've got a tier 2 mid, so it's not going to translate into 2 lanes.
Well,
at least it shouldn't.
Tier 4s, maybe? They might start to hit up onto it. You never know. This is presence affects buildings.
It's TI. It feels dangerous. They'll just go all the way top. Okay, yeah, I thought that was maybe the other option. Some teams get hesitant to go through the base like this, but you can see the air of confidence around Hokori.
Yeah, they're feeling themselves. They're going to pop that glyph again, but it's not really going to provide any backdoor protection because the creeps on the bottom side are still in the base.
Yeah, and Analog is on the right side here. He's fishing for a straggler. Stun's going to count 2 though. Undying gone. Hookshot going to be intercepted. Not able to get it. Vitally able to use the time lapse to get away. Leslau will throw out the Poison Nova, but Lumiere just middle fingers and says, why do I even care?
He does, and he's still got the Satanic available. Might need it. Might even just use the Requiem to create that extra couple of seconds of space to create, to claim the tower.
Stun return. Tight, but they'll get him out.
Quinn's committing here.
Squeaky bum time. Lumiere trying to dodge. Rock throw will connect onto him, but they can't find the follow-up. Vada whiffed on that hook shot, so they haven't got any way of connecting.
Lose 2 racks off of a single death onto the Lina. This is the power of the Shadow Fiend. Just being able to convert so heavily off of a single mistake coming through. So Quinn is going to be smarting as a result of that. Still only about 140 gold away from being able to pick up that MKB.
Quick, Quinn, they just spotted him. They have a deep ward in the base. They rotated intentionally here. Lumiere's going to move in. They'll find the right clicks. Quinn, he's gone. He's just gone. And I don't think no buyback still. That could easily be game.
They're going to try and shove out this this mid lane as quickly as possible, but Gardek's not going to let it happen. Put his body on the line. Make sure that he's in position to be able to prevent this movement coming through. And, I mean, Leslau, he's going to need to set up the biggest army of Plague Wars you've ever seen to try and keep them away from this base. They've still got a Tiny, of course, roaming around the area with the Blink Dagger available, so if they could find this pick off onto Leslau, there really isn't anything stopping them from just invading into the base after taking the tier 2.
And that ward bot is the MVP. That's what gave them the info so early. It gave them the prep time to set up the TP on an outpost, and now it's setting them up to look for a win here. Dreamcore comes in, they'll look for the snap, they'll drag him back into a prime Poison Nova location, but 1 is on cooldown, and 2, he's stunned and dead. That's going to be mega creeps, and with 20 seconds left until Lina is up, I get this feeling that Hokori maybe don't want to leave.
Oh no, definitely not. I mean, you might need to expand the buyback here on the Venomancer. He's waited until the Poison Nova is available, but and now with the Sven, with the Lina, they pop the Aeon Disc. That's a nice little win if they're able to get in onto Analog, but Lumiere just doesn't care.
Untying's gone, but Yawar just used the BKB and the God Strength, and he can't go anywhere near Lumiere. They're in trouble. Fado with a buyback. That's a free tap to death. They just can't stand against it. She's gone. They're gone. Hokori strike fast to close out this second game. What started off even will end in great despair for Sonics. 1 game on the board for the SA team.
Man, that win probability just fell off a cliff coming through there for Sonics. Just death after death after death, unfortunately, for Quinn and the Sonics. But, man, it just goes to show what a big portion of that damage output was coming out through him. If they're able to find him, if they're able to get that gap closed, even with the Aghanim Shard and the Aegis, he's still going to go down. He's still not having that same defensive capabilities. He is that glass cannon that we were talking about, and Lumiere showing up once again.
Yeah, I mean, Lumiere, he looks like a god in this here. It almost feels like you just can't ever let Lumiere get the SF. But, you know, let's talk a little bit specifically about, maybe not Quinn, we don't want to roast that dude. It's more the pick, the Lina. We mentioned they didn't have any types of saves, and maybe now we're starting to see why the Lina isn't necessarily seen as a top-tier pick here. It seems like it's very easy to just instantly lose that big lead that you build up early on.
Yeah, but also there's the aspect of they went for a few kills, and on the clockwork, Fado was just off the mark slightly by his hook. Basically 3-4 times that I thought at big turning points of the game, right? You would have been able to open up the map even further. You probably wouldn't have lost your tier 1 top, your tier 1 mid off the back of that just connecting through, enabling a few of those extra kills. I mean, Yawar didn't die a single time that game. He was just sitting back farming, but you're not able to accelerate your farm at the same speed as the Shadow Fiend is, and it's not really something that we see come through from these Svens these days. You know, a K1 Sven probably would have been up towards the SF's net worth, but not when you've got a Lina in the game. She is also one of those heroes that requires so heavily to be able to pick up that early farm, and if you're going to go down this double core route, someone's going to be left lacking, and, well, it was Yawar this time around.
Yeah, it's that feeling that whenever you make this type of draft, you need something in the offlane at least that's going to push, give a lot of space for multiple cores. And speaking of a draft that only had 1 core to worry about, this was always going to be the Lumiere show. No surprise that he gets the MVP. A godly performance in Shadow Fiend. It didn't feel like at any point in this game they could go anywhere near him.
Oh, no. And I didn't highlight it on the previous screen, but I'm just going to go through Vitali's items on his Weaver, right? He was going, of course, maxing out the Swarm early on to provide that little bit of extra minus armor, but he also had the Wraith Pact, the Lotus Orb, the Drums, just things that are going to amp up Lumiere even further, because he knew he didn't necessarily need to rely too much on saving himself because of the weaknesses in the Sonics draft. They didn't have that lockdown to be able to kill both him and Analog, and by the end of that game, Analog had the Aeon Disc as well, so good luck killing both of these.
You know, just looking back at this, I think we had 2 differing play styles, but now that you think about it a little bit, does it feel like going into game 2, was this at its core a draft issue or more an execution in this game?
I think it was a great last pick Weaver coming through here, just exploiting again the holes that Sonic hadn't addressed in the draft, and it was enough to give space for Lumiere to be able to come into these team fights and have the impact, because you commit so much on trying to kill a Puck and a Weaver, and there were a couple of times where they were just so close yet so far to get that core kill that would have enabled them to go for that next objective. They didn't land it because a lot of these stuns aren't super reliable, right? They're not instant, and if you miss on the hook shot, the one thing that you've got that is instant, then things just don't work out heavily in your favor. So just a couple of small things for Sonics that looked much worse than they really were. A valuable win for Hokori as well, who are looking to try and solidify themselves in the upper bracket, and Sonics, they're still trying to fight for their tournament lives right now.
Yeah, two differing tales. Hokori rising up to the top, Sonics at risk of going all the way to the bottom, and this SA Devil will not let up. Now, he is a fiend in the wrist sights of Sonic's mirror, and then we're going to have to see if they can get away from it. If Sonics can find a way of clutching this up, getting a 1-1 draw, one that would be desperately needed, because although BetBoom and Boom are suffering, Sonics is pittering on the edge as well. We're going to find out all that, though, after a short break. Don't go anywhere, because when we return, final game here, another SA-NA showdown.
our swords. We pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
When I look at a map, NA might be on top, but it's not looking that way in Dota 2 here. SA is rising up fast. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Hokori versus Sonics. We're almost ready for game number 2. And Danog, what a turnaround. What a showing out of Hokori in that first game to get some delicious points on the board for SA.
Yeah, I'm just having a look back at the win probability to see if I was about to call him Quincy Sonics were ever in a position to be in a winning spot. And around that Aegis timing, sure, but again, the 3 deaths back to back to back on Quinn just shows how key he is to the fate of Sonics and being able to advance to the next stage of this tournament. I mean, even a single win for Sonics would be super valuable here. I believe they've got a series going up against Game and Gladiators later on, which you know, if they even get a 1-1 in that, actually might end up saving them from relegation. So every single map counts, and even 2 across their remaining games might be enough to give them that safety.
Yeah, it's a little bit dangerous to them, right? Because you've got Bet Boom Boom, who are below you with 2 less wins, but they've still got, I believe, 2 series apiece to play. So spooky times for Sonics. You know, you can't rely on the results of others. You need to find a way of forging your own path, and it would definitely be a big statement to do it here, because while looking at the groups on paper, right before we even began group stage, Hokori later on would have seemed like a cruise mode win for Sonics. It's been anything but when we look at the results of Hokori through this group stage.
Yeah, I would have to say so. Even just Sonics as well, like this game, they're going to be in a rough spot, right? Because they almost certainly have to ban out the Shadow Fiend. Hokori had the priority, they chose first pick, and yeah, there we go. I mean, it's just a given that you have to get rid of this hero. Going up against them, Lumiere's shown that he's totally comfortable with picking it mid. Analog has shown that he's totally capable of playing it in the mid lane as well. So we'll see how they choose to modify their draft a little bit. I forget what the first phase bans were otherwise, but I mean, kind of just with the Lich ban forcing Sonic's hand a little bit. Lich, one of the best heroes at being able to counter that strong right-clicking damage coming through with the Frost Shield.
Yeah, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure Marcy, of course, would have been in there.
Yeah. Maybe Enigma.
We've seen some. Yeah, Enigma is definitely one of them. We've seen some unorthodox bans in the first phase, or at least things switching up. Like, I've noticed a lot of teams giving priority to Nyx. The funny thing is, usually, I noticed that especially in the Chinese versus SA games, the SA teams were specifically banning out the Nyx and would usually let through the more meta heroes, at least based on the first few days, such as things like Marcy or Primal Beast.
He's an absolute beast on the Nyx, so
definitely.
That gives a good reason why. I mean, Hokori is kind of forcing Sonic's hand here, right? They're banning the Silencer, saying, hey, you gotta ban the Enigma, otherwise we're gonna pick it. We don't care. First pick, try and counter it many ways. We have comfort of being able to throw it anywhere, and you know, good luck being able to try and respond to it.
We'll just have to see what way they might go. I'm trying to think, like, what else we've been seeing out of SA, because they have some interesting openings. I know Beast Coast especially leaned towards the Snapfire a lot because they could flex it. I don't think we've seen Hokori do anything but support Snap so far.
They can. I mean, Vitaly can play it in the off lane. I don't believe Analog does it too much in the mid lane. It's not like Chris Luck style where you're able to flex it into, what, 4 different positions, but it's still reasonable tool to be able to A, do a decent time in lane, B, take team fights, 3, roam around the map, and be hard-ish to be able to kill. But yeah, there we go. They're just forcing their hand again, the Enigma getting removed. So now, what do Hokori go to? What is their plan A? Not necessarily just for Sonics, but for everyone else, this is going to be a valuable piece of info. And, hold on a minute. I'm just thinking, not just the Marcy pick, but what they can look to pair with it, because I still think, even though it hasn't had the greatest picks or win rates so far, I think Marcy Visage is a busted combination. And we haven't seen it too much at this tournament. It's not really something that Vitaly likes to pick too much, though. So I wonder what he's going to look to go into this game, or if he just does feel confident enough to be able to go down that Visage route.
Yeah, no, Vitaly, he barely touches the Visage from what I'm seeing on the stats. It's actually interesting to bring that up because we have had a decent amount of the Visage appearing with the Marcy. Other heroes I love to see it with are the burst type supports, things like the Undying. We've seen how effective that can be, but I've also seen it be very impactful with Banes and Liches.
Yeah, just providing that little bit of extra movement speed, or just being, again, typically what you want with your supports is one active one on the front lines, one more on the back lines, just to be that spellcaster. There's a few teams that buck that trend, trying to go either double melee, double in your face, or double range, but you need your cores to be able to make up for that. So different styles for different teams, that's what makes TI great.
Exactly, and it's just that coming together by the end of the group stage, having that feeling who's the meta setter, who's dictating the flow, but the crazy part to me is, I don't know about you, Danog, but so far for this group stage, I don't feel like one region has said, this is the meta, this is how we have to play the game.
Oh, not a region, but EG are drafting incredibly similar in a lot of their games. That's the only exception that I might have to that. And wouldn't you know it, they're the only team that's locked in to the upper bracket right now. So clearly it's working for them, whatever mindset they've gone towards. It is really around this offlaner that's able to provide a heavy amount of push. But even when they specifically ban it out, we've seen Nightfall be able to make the offlane Primal Beast work and just play an entirely different role.
Yeah, it just feels nuts. This hero is so impactful in the support role, but when you give it a core role, like the Primal Beast, there's not many heroes we've seen able to address it, especially whether it's mid or offlane. I think either one is just as beneficial. The mid matchups we've seen, a lot of people testing things like the Pangolier, they get ran down. Any melee hero in general gets ran down. And if you do stick on the outer lanes, there's just more distance to essentially run down these poor helpless supports across.
I wonder if they're trying to go for a mid-Primal Beast here, and the Bane is kind of preemptive to not want to pick the Pango for the mid lane. Instead, it's going to be something else, maybe just covering the side lanes. Again, Morphling kind of busted in the right kind of drafts, and with a Marcy, that certainly is the case. You have the flexibility of making this Marcy 3, 4, or 5, still have a lot of maneuverability with your draft here. And, I mean, even if they wanted to run it mid, I guess you could. Against the Primal, you're going to be able to outrange him, and then if he goes for the trample, you can just waveform away. The thing is, as well, you've got this Bane draft, right? So I feel like they're going to look to ban out the Ancient Apparition, because, again, Morphling. But they're just going to look to get rid of a lot of stuff that's going to be able to pick up the pace of this game, and most notably around the towers, because Bane provides nothing with regards to that, and Primal Beast, it doesn't do it directly, he just does it through being able to get rid of the lanes really quickly and then let the creeps do the work.
Yeah, it feels like Sonic's draft so far is prioritized around this idea of relentlessness. Just go find kills, go find kills. Spain and Primal Beast definitely enable that. And just that Morphling idea is kind of interesting because we saw a lot of prioritization of it in the last chance qualifiers and it looked dominant. But so far here in the TI group stage, looking a bit rough. 12 wins and 18 losses.
I think that's a draft issue, though. A lot of teams are picking it really improperly. It's something that Fear was talking about it on the draft panel, and I share his sentiments entirely. Every single time that I see this Morphling picked up either without heroes that have the ability to slow down the game to get to the Aghanim Scepter timing, or you don't ban out these fast heroes, you know, your Beastmaster, your Visage, your Broodmother, and you're just able to swarm over him, he feels super impactful, but unimpactful. But if you're able to get up to that Aghanim Scepter timing, if you're able to link it up with your level 18 as well, even level 15 is probably enough if you're having a good enough game, then you feel much more impactful. What Hokori have done with that ban as well is not necessarily the pushing side of things, but they're just looking to get rid of some of these agi heroes that don't necessarily need to rely on their own right-click damage to be able to have a significant impact, right? Naga Siren, a lot of her damage comes out of the illusions and the Riptide that comes from them. So even though you're able to, you know, maybe morph into them with the Aghanim Scepter, with the Stolen Agi and attack speed, doesn't really matter because the illusions are the ones that do the majority of the work.
Yeah, and it's also that type of hero that can build a Skadi in the later games. The Morphling really starts to suffer against that. Just feels like all these bans are focused on making sure if that late game does arrive, Morphling can still be, you know, the God King in that 50, 60-minute state.
Kind of helping him out a little bit with the Brood ban, I would say, on Sonics. Really, like, of course, it's something that Zali can play. Actually, the Slark, huh? I mean, I know the Slark is decent against the Morphling, but I think Morph, once you get into the Ags, you love that because Slark, almost entirely reliant on right-clicking, you get the double pounce as well as your waveforms to be able to just maneuver around these team fights. So a little surprising to me, to be honest, but again, it's must just be a comfort thing for Lumiere.
Yeah, I think it's that thought that right now Sonics are going towards this draft that wants to just play very fast, be in your face, and maybe the argument for Hokori is, will we even get to that timing? Will we feel strong with the Morphling before the map is closed and we've lost control?
Yeah, I suppose, but I mean, I suppose Bane Slark is kind of a strong lane, but you can look to influence it in ways like, you know, pulling the waves, make sure you get those first few early levels, and then you're not quite so concerned. So a few, not enough fast stuff banned out, if you're, in my opinion. Actually, they're still looking to ban out from Hokori more of the, Sonics are banning out more of the fast stuff for Hokori to potentially pick up, and even just taking out the Visage. I know it's not really a Vitaly hero that much, but Visage Marcy is just way too busted, so I understand it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Hokori drafts to get this Morphling involved, because one thing that has to be stated is they are an incredibly aggressive team. You know, very high when it comes to the average kills and assists. In fact, the highest going into this event, and they usually pick carries that are able to participate at very early points. The only team I've been impressed with in the way that they fold the Morphling into their aggression so far has been Asta. So quite curious to see what the SA region can do with this.
I think they might not necessarily have done it. I'm not sure I'm 100%, but I think Team Spirit have a really good understanding as well about how you need to play the Morphling, what you need to play it with, and when it's strong in a lot of these team fights, right? Because you need to pick, for the Morphling to be truly impactful, a lot of stuns to be able to set up for your stuff. You can't just afford to waveform in and then be looking around left and right like John Travolta, you know? You need to make sure that you're actually able to instantly burst down a hero with your waveform, with the adaptive strike on top of whatever stuns that you've got. And that's why Hokori, these are both two lanes that can look to pair together with a Morphling, and they've also got two stuns now, with the hook shot and with the rebound coming in. This still could be Vitaly playing the Marcy. It's not 100% confirmed yet.
Yeah, because the thing is that Hokori like to run a POS 5 Clockwork. Gardic has performed like a god already today on this hero, and you know, it's interesting because I've seen a lot of teams maybe kind of misplay the Clockwork or misdraft it, and you can see that in the stats. I think it was around a 35 to 40% win rate with quite a few picks, but Hokori is definitely one of the teams that seem to make it work.
I still think Clockwork's incredibly strong. You just got to make sure you're playing it correctly, and like you're saying, they're playing it quite well so far. Again, this slows down the game, so I like how Hokori are doing it, right? Sonics have kind of done them a favor with getting rid of these two pushing style of heroes themselves, so they're not having to worry against it. And then the Venomancer is just going to be able to, again, set up the Plague Wards, protect the Marcy. Bob's your uncle. Very, very easy. I wonder if they're going to look to go into something like the Legion Commander for Hokori. It's, sorry, for Sonics. It's something that they've run in the past before. It's a decent enough pairing with the Skywrath Mage, and you're able to convert on these pickoffs, but it allows you to scale, right? It's not just a pick for nothing, for a little bit of net worth, without the capability to get into the late game and contend against this Morphling.
Yeah, I can see where the Legion Commander idea comes from, right? You definitely can't pick on Hokori because of the Bane, but with the Skywrath combo, the ability to blow up, my only fear is it's a small sample group. I think we saw it 5 games the last chance qualifiers, it lost every single one, and we've seen it 4 times so far, and it's also failed to get a single win.
All right. I know Kezu's a Legion Commander believer. He made a whole video about it, you know, praising the different aspects, and, well, clearly not.
So what you're saying is the teams can blame Kezu. There you go. That's how it works. Guys, we lost because Kezu said it was a good pick. And,
exactly. They don't have great jump now, by the way, on Sonics outside of this Primal Beast, right? So you got to make sure, like, if they can get away with a Zeus here, I think Hokori are going to be incredibly happy. Again, it doesn't really do too much in the early game, but responds great to the Terrorblade, no jump, and you're going to be able to shove those lanes out as well, provided that you've got decent enough vision.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Sonic switch Haru a little bit here. Instead of using the Primal Beast, maybe like the offlane role, they just decide to make it the mid if they see the Zeus. On the lane, Zeus does really well because of the Heavenly Jump, but once that BKB comes online, you feel helpless.
It's going to be quite some time until he gets into that, though, right? That's the other issue that they've got. Again, like with the Pangolier being banned out now, again, it's just something where they may be trying to force a good hero for the Primal Beast to be able to be put into the mid lane. I think right now I'm favoring Hokori's draft quite heavily, but it is an NA Terrorblade, which, you know, they've shown that they're pretty confident with. And I think if they don't get the matchup right and they're able to flex this Primal Beast to be mid instead of offlane, I'm still giving them a chance here. You know, they banned the Zeus, nicely done. Now, if it's something that the Primal Beast is able to take advantage of where you don't have that ability to either stay at range or run away, essentially, effectively, then maybe you could look to put this Primal Beast mid, and then, who knows, maybe then it's the Legion Commander that actually does work in the offlane.
Yeah, I think Hokori needs something that can kind of survive on its own merit. Like, the idea of now these more squishy heroes, we've seen Stormspirit not bad against Primal Beast, they kind of get stuck. I like this. Independence. So now it's very difficult for the Skywrath and Bane without good positioning to address the mid threat.
Do you still LC? Beastmaster.
No,
okay.
Stop it.
I mean, it provides the similar thing, right? It provides you that quick lockdown that you're going to be able to use together with a Mystic Flare, and they're still going to run the Primal Beast mid. Okay, yeah, I don't hate it. And it gives them a little bit of that faster tempo that I was asking for as well, right? So it's not looking too bad for Sonics this draft. I think they've certainly recovered it a little bit, and they needed more of that insta-lockdown, right? To be able to catch out the puck, to be able to burst down the Morphling before he's able to shift into strength. So I don't hate it, but Hokori, just with the way that they're playing and with this Venomancer, I think that's going to be such a key component of their success this game. It's going to be a core Venomancer. So against the Terrorblade, does a decent amount in lane, and you're going to be able to level up those Plague Wards and set up for the Sonics roster to not look to just invade into your side of the map and deny away a lot of the farm that Lumiere's going to want to do. Because again, this is a Morphling that's going to be pretty damn passive for the first 20 or so minutes.
Yeah, and I think that's why the Beastmaster is maybe one of the better picks, and not the best pick to fit what Sonics need to do. It's a hero that's going to put that pressure in, it's going to shrink the map a little, and I think what I always love with these ways of rounding out drafts is when you see a more kind of greedy, slower hero like the Terrorblade, it's nice to have some amplification in that offlane role that gets you involved, gets you participating with the creep push as well as the aura.
Yeah, I mean, Terrorblade, he can go back into the jungle, and you can look to accelerate your farm quite quickly. Of course, that's the benefit of the illusions with really high armor values, but I think you can still look to get reasonably active early on. You know, all you really need is the treads, the Yasha, maybe a wand, just to ensure your survivability, and then you can really look to play around the map with the rest of your team, because like you said, it's enabled pretty heavily with the Beastmaster, not just from the pushing in general, but the Inner Beast aura as well, right, to give you that little bit of a right-click buffer. But again, Morphling, if it gets to the late game, be worried, because you can just look to steal away a ton of that right-click damage coming through from the TB. At least for him, some of the damage comes from the illusions as well, so... but it's certainly not to the same extent as something like the Phantom Lancer or the Naga Siren. You still need the main TB to do a big portion of the damage.
So be on point, or the Water Boy may become your downfall. We're going to hop into the final game here. Hokori versus Sonics, game number 2, that's right. Almost done with the downstreamy, but a very important game here. Sonics, if they cannot get a dub here, they're going to feel like their fate maybe just isn't in their hands anymore. Sure, it won't be absolutely over for them until tomorrow, but you need something confident to go into day number 4 with, and a loss is not that.
No, indeed, especially considering a win means that I think if they get even a single win against Gaming Gladiators, they can feel very safe. You know, that might push them ahead of Gaming, actually, on the leaderboards, and then you start considering stuff about, like, seeding for the lower bracket for Sonics. So a few of those surprise 2-0s that they were able to pick up against the teams that they are fighting against being relegated for, showing their true value here.
Hey, Marcy, what a reasonable hero. Where did you come from? Oh, God, fighter. No way he's getting out of this. TV will just have to walk away and say, I do not know you.
They were trying for the denies coming through there on Yuwa, but just against that magic damage from the battery assault with how low his HP pool is so early on, choosing to back up instead. Actually doesn't have any regen as well. I'm assuming that Fada's picked up, yep, the tangos from the base, so, you know, some reasoning behind the death, right? Just ferrying him out a little bit of regen to start the game with.
Yeah, glorified courier. It's always what you want to hear you are. Throw away the Metamorphosis, so should at least be able to get some decent CS at the beginning. But does this actually feel like a lane where the TB should feel somewhat content, or do you see him going to the jungle very early on in this one?
Oh, they're actually putting so much emphasis on Tafada here. He's stuck inside the trees, and you just died. So you don't want to have to waste that TP and that walk of shame all the way back from base. Luckily enough, not going to be the case.
Very fortunate for him as well, because Vitali, of course, already used the Gale out onto Yuwa, and that was coming off cooldown 2 seconds away when he got back towards the tower. So.
Gardic wasn't quite able to get the body block off though onto that small camp, so it spawned up on the top side of the map, but it's probably the worst camp that you could possibly want if you're a Sonics fan. Just so little damage coming through from all those kobolds that you don't really influence the lane equilibrium at all.
It does seem appropriate that your team's called Sonics and you get the creep that gives speed though, you know? Got that going for you. And mid lane is fairly even. Is this the type of matchup you want to see against the Primal Beast? I feel like we've seen plenty of typical mids at the moment fall flat fast against this Leviathan of a hero. Oh,
well, surprise kill. That's not really what's supposed to happen with a Morphling lane, especially early on. But I mean, Narcy kind of breaks the mold when it comes to what's supposed to happen, as Theolacor, I'm sure, would just be the one to land that initiation coming through. I mean, what I see Primal Beast being super strong into is when you're able to push out the lane and then make a rotation really early on, right? But against a puck, you're just going to be able to push the lane right back because you've got two abilities that are able to provide that quick nuke in the lane. So I don't think Quinn's going to be enabled quite as much to be able to make that sort of play happen.
Oh, yeah, the good news is at least his supports can maybe find time to stack, and definitely one of the best heroes at taking stacks early on that I've seen out of the mid. Just get that trample up to at least 3 points and you're laughing to the bank.
Denies once again maintained in the mid lane by Quinn, but all three lanes slightly Hokori favored, to be expected with those first couple of kills both on top and bottom.
Skywrath, it feels like every time I see a Sky, it's some sort of frustration hero like the Marcy. It just feels almost impossible to play your game when you are a walking glass cannon.
You just see Lumiere here, like Theolacor is doing a great job of making sure to bully away the Skywrath Mage, make sure that you're able to stay in that Agi form for as long as possible and secure these last hits. And he needs to be very cautious about his positioning on MSS as well, because we saw what happened last time. Even without the adaptive strike, Lumiere is able to just come in, still fully Agi shifted, and then pick up that quick kill.
Yeah, and although you'd think maybe need to show some respect a bit later, but that's only going to come once Primal Beast starts to rotate. Up until that point, just a typical bully lane with a Marcy is they're going to be able to enable another one here. SVG, or MSS Robert can't get out. No escape there. I mean, this, you see how easily they die now. That's just disgusting.
Yeah, and I would understand, like, a lot of the time if you're wanting to be out of position for a stun, but again, Marcy breaks what is balanced. You're just able to leap off half the lane, essentially, to be able to find that gap close, and even a speedy hero like the Skywrath, who, by the way, TPing top, not wanting to come back into this lane, at least they'll get a kill here for Yuar, so nice little change up coming through there by MSS.
Yeah, Gardic was tempting fate for quite a while there. He kept being a nuisance for Fada, so nice rotation. I like this idea of just shifting away from the Marcy, though. Typically, around this point, she's the one rotating to a new lane and finding a free kill.
Still stuck bottom for the next little bit, but it's not like Leslau's going to have the easiest time down here solo as well. At least the lane was in a relatively decent spot. He's making sure to just pull it that little bit deeper underneath the tower. Enough to kill him, though.
He'll live.
Yeah, he's got the Helm of Iron Will, right? So he's got that extra 6 armor. He was standing underneath the tower, so the extra 3 on top of that. So, lane pretty well positioned for Leslau to still get a lot out of this. More importantly, in terms of the experience, because that's what's going to enable the kills onto the puck, onto the Morphling, is having that Primal Roar available. So Lumiere's going to need to keep an eye on that and make sure he makes that rotation out of the lane once that does start to become a factor for these kills.
MSS, when life gives you lemons, you sell the lemons and buy something nice for your core. He's starting to stack camps for Quinn, so we'll be able to escalate his mid least, considering he can't do too much in this bot lane.
Oh, you just saw Theolacor just kind of looking at him, saying, "You sure you want to do that, bro?" After the last couple of times. And even the boar providing that little bit of information. Got to make sure that you're not giving up those boars for free as well. They give a surprising amount of experience over if you're able to take them down, but right now, Hokori, they're just farming kills, not necessarily creeps.
But Theolacor being so low is kind of a liability to that idea right now. Just having to play full defensive. Good choice by MSS to come back on full regen with the Basti and the double mango. At least find that pressure. Be cool to see if he can make some sort of rotation happen onto mid, but to achieve that analog, he's going to have to probably overstep.
Mine actually is looking at build up one of those stacks for Quinn that we were talking about, and well, Quinn's lucky enough anyway, where he's able to get the illusion runes. So nice little thing to be able to dispel off the slow from the dispose, the slow from the Venomancer, and just slamming this puck into the ground as well. We'll be able to get rid of the silence as well if they look to make an aggressive attempt onto him.
He's like, dragons aren't real. And I was like, okay, bro, it's fine. I just want to farm anyway. A little bit harder to farm on puck these days due to the illusory orb costing so much more.
The small camp does mean that you don't get the double value out of the illusory orb anymore. They've certainly equalized these lanes a little bit now on Sonics, right? With that rotation up top, with the kill, taking some of the pressure off of Yuar, means that you can more easily get a few of these pulls happening. You can farm underneath your tower, you've reached level 6, and you also have the potential to rotate back towards the jungle if you really do need to. The downside is not too many heroes that you've got are going to be able to defend this tower if Hokori decides to put a little bit more emphasis onto it if Yuar doesn't stay in this lane.
Yeah, it's one of those frustrating situations where, you know, you probably do better just moving away, going to the jungle, but the knock-on effect once that tower is gone, you know they're going to be partying in your jungle. And when you look at Hokori's heroes, they definitely have plenty that can do that as they're partying in the bot lane. MSS gets caught out. Helicore not showing the appropriate respect to Leslau though. This is a level 5 Beastmaster. You're a level 4, know your place beyond.
Yeah, I wonder now with this mid lane shoving in, I mean Quinn, he's probably wanting to get rid of this siege creep first. Actually the illusion rune pops, might just be using that to be able to push out the next wave, be able to camp up some of these power runes, but he's going to make the movement down bot. Wasn't scouted out by the, actually it was. There's a little gap in the trees there, so they see that Quinn's hanging around the bottom side, wanting to make that movement happen.
MSS is going to start moving towards mid. Pulverize going to come out, but they did use the Dream Call. And they will tug him out of it. Nice use to dispose, and no easy escape now for Quinn. Illusory Orb through. Hasn't got enough damage. This hero just so tanky. Reinitiates with the onslaught. Through on the other side. Silence will come out. Feel the core at least able to dodge it out long enough. The Arcane Bolt won't be enough.
That Ancient Seal, increased magic damage, might have been enough to do him in, but well, they're just going to look to make another move. That's the advantage of the Primal Beast.
Okay. Yeah, he actually was going for a cheeky Sunder play there. Did end up leveling it at 6 in the end. Not something the TBs do often.
Primal Roar, ready to go. Not wanting to reveal too much. It's about the power of behavior as well. And as he looks to make this more aggressive push forward, he doesn't get the strength morph.
He's gone. Nice pick coming out from Sonics. Will definitely lead into the tower as well. Best build that they could have gotten the map as well. Look at that Morphling's net worth. He was so far ahead of everyone else.
Killing spree given over to Leslau as well. Very important for them to look to get into that Helm of the Overlord as quickly as possible. No real ways to quickly deal with that as any of these heroes outside of the Morphling, so it'll force him to go into a more vulnerable position to be able to defend some of this tower siege that's coming from Sonics. And mentioned that is the big way to be able to deal with this Morphling, is play fast and play with these instant pick-off tools. And you've got that with the Fiend's Grip, with the Primal Roar, with the Ancient Seal.
Hokori say, I don't like what you're doing with the map right now, so I'm going to have to even it up again. So they will shift Lumiere top and take out the tier 1. So as soon as they lose some map on the bot side, they at least rebalance it on the top.
You would have to say that the Terrorblade's going to be able to pick up this farm just that little bit quicker though. Popping the Metamorphosis just for the purposes of being able to secure this hard camp. They're going to look to get a free kill though on Vada. He's looking to get some deep wards up, potentially scout out some movements. Yeah.
Pulverize. They've got the Arcane Seal as well. That is a dead Fairy Dragon. Good strike in by the side of Sonics to now start taking control of the primary Radiant jungle.
Lumiere's doing exactly what he needs to though. He's happy to set himself up inside of the Dire jungle. He's playing around an Observer ward. He's keeping the lane pushed in. And I mean, you can make this rotation back on Fada. I just really want to see the location of Lumiere, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to connect through onto him to be able to get a kill. Right now, he's just trying to play the distraction plays, but Lumiere doesn't care. He's got the vision. He knows when these rotations are coming.
Biggest permanent from clearing the whole stack, and then also in the meantime, Radiant stacks were being taken away by Quinn, so just accelerating this Primal Beast, getting him close to that BKB. And meanwhile, Hokori getting closer to clear map control, shifting in to take the tier 2 tower, tier 1 tower rather. With Vidley in the mid lane, nobody wants to walk forward and deal with this lad.
Yeah. Quinn would have loved to be able to pick up that haste rune, but instead, Puck grabbing it would have enabled the Primal Beast to damage heavily. They've got the Tome of Knowledge. Yeah, they've got a bunch of items actually coming out from MSS that'll enable his survivability. Just the Tome to level up, the full Magic Wand as well. Doesn't get the deny off, but at least he'll get that capability to have this burst damage now, and I would imagine he's going to look to start playing even more with Leslau. Primal Roar at the ready.
Definitely want to target. Gardix needs to desperately get some XP as well. Just level 5 still on this clockwork. Seems like Marcy got a little bit of XP priority. Really would love to have that hook shot so that you have a cheaper form of initiation than just needing Dream Call every time on the side of Hokori.
This is all under vision, though. They've just been walking underneath Hokori Observer Walls for quite some time.
Fada. The party in the tree lines. Felico's dying to the tower. Oh, mistakes made.
Still 11 minutes with the support. Tried to turn around for the adaptive strike there.
Lumiere, he's just gone. He's dead. They'll throw everything but the kitchen sink at him. And Poison Nova comes out on the bot side. Leslar will use the Prime Roar, though. It didn't clip on a Yuar. However, he lacks the mana to fight. Meta on cooldown for 4 more seconds. Just doesn't matter, though. It's too late.
Try and connect onto one more, and they do.
Got it. The Cogs off the mark, though. They've at least got the Dream Call. He has got the wand, so he could go for the Sun to play, and we'll switch Uru with Gardic, but nobody's coming to help you, son.
They all
Sonic's
TP.
committed so many TPs to top.
Actually coming, might try and bully him away. Oh, the Olakor gone for just that one more.
He's like, no towers, I hate these things.
Yeah. Tier 2 towers. Tier 1, I think he's still fine with diving that one.
Speed of diving. Quinn's back in. Where are you going? Through the other side, Gardic trying to make a nice exit. Feels like one more tap is going to be coming his way. Quinn just needs that slap, but the slow animation will get it.
Longest swipe I've ever seen come through there. Of course, you don't want to be forced
He has
to
very
use the
big
pulverize.
fists.
Yeah, with the battery assault going. Yeah, but why was he able to get the right click after he got the movement speed bonus on the clockwork, you know?
Because it's dumb.
Yeah.
It's weird as well, because it almost feels like that extra movement speed, I don't know if it affected the battery assault at all. It's almost like he kept clocking him with the battery assault, and that's why he couldn't. But the moment he's out of range, it's like, oh, I'm not stunned anymore. No, this is definitely going through. So, just classic Marcy. I'm helping. It's almost like you're just saying that while throwing your teammate into the enemy team.
Vitaly just wants to play around with anyone right now. That extra little bit of movement speed that's going to come from the phase boots, and they want to find this pick-off to enable the Spirit Vessel to come through. Really going to do a lot to be able to deal with Quinn, who's still a little bit away from that BKB, just about 1,600 or so gold. And he's going to look to avoid the lane for the next little bit, at least until the Fiend's Grip is back up and available. They're always going to be on the hunt for Lumiere on the Morphling, who, by the way, again, what is it with these SA cores and just being able to find the farm?
He's damn good at it, and he's damn good at finding a way to participate quickly, so look out for that in the next 2 to 3 minutes. You will start partying with the other 4. For the time being, Hokori have to make do less. Win. Baits it all out. They do commit a lot here and get nothing for it. So they're going to try to back out. Nightmare's going to be used, and there's going to be the commitment. The Fiend's Grip interrupted by Gardic. The charge through the onslaught. Quinn now on top of the clockwork. At least slow them down from pursuing, but he can't stop them from finding a secondary kill on the Felico. And the Primal Roar through. Follow-up silence is good enough, and that's going to be a dead puck.
All right, this is what you do. You pick up the pace. Quinn's even going for the dive behind the tower, realizing that the Morphling isn't ready to be able to join in onto this one just yet. Kind of wanted to see Lumiere perhaps play a little bit more aggressive around the top side. That's what this Observer Ward's been inside the Dire jungle. It's to be able to protect his farm, but maybe just having seen Fada previously, thinks that maybe he's got some counter vision up. He's correct, by the way. And wants to have that Manta style available just in case they go for the kill attempt onto him, like what happened previously with the Mystic Flare and the Ancient Seal. So Manta's going to be able to prevent at least those sorts of deaths.
Just to see when he's ready to fight. I mean, it's still that problematic issue. You know, the TB hasn't been forced to show up to too many engagements either, so while he's a little bit behind Lumiere, he's still doing pretty damn well. And you start to think, like, who's going to be better in that late game, TB or Morphling?
I think Morphling still, but again, if you can find the pick-off, doesn't matter if you got the Aghanim Scepter if you're never able to use it. And you've got the vision from the Beastmaster Hawk, you've got multiple initial lockdowns coming through. After the BKB, you can even afford to go like a Blink Dagger on Quinn just to be able to find that quick burst.
I love that idea, you know, maybe like a Swift Blink down the line as well. Especially if we end up going real deep. Hey, if we're that deep,
love
right?
the Swift Blink.
Yeah, I'm not saying quick here, right? But like you mentioned the Blink Dagger, the idea of it scaling into Swift Blink is quite nice, especially if you eventually go for, you know, let's say we get that late, we're probably looking at Ags territory because you're so fat you bother to go for a Swift Blink.
It's a possibility.
I'm dreaming of those late games now.
I like the overwhelming Blink for the Primal Beast. I mean, you're already so tanky, right? You build into the strength, and a lot of the time, it's more about just slowing down the enemy, forcing out things like the BKB. You're pretty happy if you could do that with how low all of your cooldowns are, right? You just retreat because of how tanky you are, and then you look to re-engage when they don't have those tools available.
Oh yeah, I meant like the late game for the TB is like an answer to the Morphling's mobility, right? So anything you do to get better. And oh, the clip with the onslaught and the Hawk! It blocked out the counterattack. Now, luckily for Analog, Gardic's still going to be able to be a nuisance, but it does mean he's going to have to die for it. I say
on
that.
Top. They want to find this big pickoff.
He TP'd out. He got out.
Oh no. Just able to miss.
Oh my god, and Quinn's dead. No way. No way he gets away from this. He has to leave. Analog wasn't able to do enough damage in the end with the Witchblade.
Be careful with those creeps. You're sitting pretty low, Quinn.
Oh my god. Ball farm. That's what he's angry about. I need more gold. Buddy, you need to leave.
Oh, the rocket flare was on point as well, but I actually looked at that. It was just level 1. If that was maxed out, that is a dead Primal Beast.
He's playing with fire, man. This Queen's like, I can't pull out this game, guys. You're both richer than me. I want gold too. But Lesnar says, dream on, buddy. I'm getting way too much for free kills like this.
Gonna be able to pick up the BKB, at least for Quinn, though. All the way back to base. He'll be able to TP through with the Tumbler's toy as well. So again, just that little bit of extra gap close and immediately looking to join in onto the rest of the team, fight around that Roche.
Fair enough. Mystic Flare comes out, and that means he has to walk towards Yawar. He was looking for a Poison Nova, but he will be denied it. And now, outside that Roche pit, with meta used, Sonics know what they want next.
Yeah. Will they go for the hero play, though? That's the question. Gardic, he's smoked. He's a solo smoke coming through. Gonna be considering it. Still 8 seconds until that rocket flare is available.
Yeah, but he's spotted by the Hawk.
No, he's under smoke.
Oh, true, yeah. If he comes close, though.
3, 2, 1.
Hook shot in. No way. No way! He gets the kill and the Aegis. What is it with Gargod today?
Oh, my man. Oh, they found the puck, though. Puck kill on the top side would be huge, but they don't have the Mystic Flare available.
Bye. Thanks for the Aegis and also the dodge of death here. Analog walks the other way. Calm and cool. He'll get out eventually. It's going to be a long trek, though, because he doesn't have a TP.
I'll tell you what that is. That's Gardic coming through there, being able to make the big plays happen, and all the SA fans be losing their mind.
Absolute lord of clockwork in my eyes. Honestly, it's been stand-up performance after stand-up performance. You know, this one's a little bit rougher for him, but just moments like that. Biggest Aegis yoinker in TI, it feels like. Filico, in the meantime, will be found out in the bot lane. Lumiere is in the neighborhood. Might want to get out quickly, seeing as the Beastmaster is wrapping around. Oh, they pinged it as well. He's going to move in. Lumiere, Bramoro's going to be there, and he didn't morph. They've got the Nightmare, and they will use it before he can waveform away, and they have got the silence. This is going to be a dead water boy. Quinn even hops in to join the party. Lumiere somehow dodges death. Manta in the waveform will get him out of what looked like a guaranteed timeout.
I mean, this is just the thing, right? Like, you went for that previous kill onto the puck up top, didn't have the Fiend's Grip and the Mystic Flare in combination. That time around, good initiation through with the Primal Roar, but you just don't have the damage. You didn't have the Fiend's Grip. The Skywrath Mage wasn't there, so it just feels like Sonic's not quite on the same page, playing around each other.
You see that they have the tools to just take him out as well. If they're in sync, if they're in time, but yeah, just a few seconds can be the difference here. And I'm starting to get a little bit paranoid about Lumiere. You know, you can talk about this net worth lead all you want, but realistically, Lumiere, despite the 2 deaths, he's still leading ahead of the TB. And especially thanks to Gardic, they don't have to worry.
Ags, man. He's one component away from Ags, and he's nearly level 15 as well for that extra duration.
Deep breaths. Commitment deep by Quinn. Snaps the Dream Call. Has got the BKB still. A nice timing on the Ancient Seal. No chance for the hook shot.
Yeah, Tumbler's toys away as well, making sure he's back to safety. MSS was starting to deny the Ancient Granite Golem. I'm not sure if that's the best play for Sonic's chances, but you've got a Siege Creep now, in addition to the Helm of the Overlord. And they're probably going to need to expend the Glyph, although Hokori are going to do everything to make sure that they don't. And they're even able to just keep this one shoved out. That's the impact of having the Venomancer, right? Just drop down those Plague Wards in front of the tower. He's about to hit his own power spike, hitting up onto the level 12.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And so much free play around top as well. Like the priority on vision in this dire jungle. They just know when Sonics are committing as 5, and that's what makes it even more difficult. There's no dangled fruit from Hokori for Sonics to try and munch at the bot. So they will keep that tower alive, and Granite Golem is limping around at this stage, so it might be difficult for them to even try and recommit.
There we go. That big timing exactly syncing up together with the level 15 as well. So, you know, it's not like the 95% uptime that you get once Morphling hits level 18, but it still feels pretty damn good.
Yeah, and at that point he's only 3 levels away, which can come very quick.
The question is, do they smoke underneath this Hawk? And they do. So they see that he's got it, and they're going to be able to set up accordingly. So playing around their vision, that's where they're pinging right now on the map on Sonics. Can they look to get the jump? Leslie can't afford to die first. They're using the creeps as that initial scout, and they're going to go for their own smoke. I don't think that was caught out.
River. Hook shot connects on the Bane. Perfect target to take out the start, but nice control. Quinn interrupts. We'll get the Pulverize out. The Mystic Flare as well, doing a lot of damage to Lumiere. And now with TB in the party as well, Morphling's gank attempt is going to turn into a fail. 2 going down on each side, but they do take out the Venom, which is a bigger deal in favor of Sonics.
It was, but again, Mystic Flare, Metamorphosis committed. Primal Roar, even to a lesser extent. I think that fight goes horribly if Sonics don't have Quinn literally charging through 3 heroes, interrupting that initial kill onto the Bane, just so that they need to commit that little bit further, you know?
It's a godly hero. We've seen plenty of times when you're playing around these choke points, Primal Beast just seems to be the new generation of Pangolier. Ruins everything that you intended.
I have a question about Quinn. What do you think, we just have a highlight over him, what do you think that suffix to his name means, tree number 4? Is that just like back at the school plays where you're able to, you know, say, oh, my kid's tree number 4 in the play?
That's what's got him kind of bummed out half the time, you know, just having flashbacks to that. Why do you have to bring it up, Danog? He's like, I'm having a great game on the Primal Beast. I'm not even getting that much net worth. Don't remind me of those terrible school plays.
He's named himself that, all right? He did this to himself. I'm just assuming. Maybe it's some inside joke as well. But
maybe it's next level. Maybe he thinks that enemy's going to try to use tangos on him.
He's caught out a little bit solo as well.
Or is he? Bye. He's still got the trample. You can leave for the trees. Prime Beast is going to be in. Pulverize the Fiend's Grip, and that is a dead Fairy Dragon. They even find the follow-up on the Clockwork, and too late for them to really try and turn the fight around. They'll at least pluck the chicken. Lumiere has partied into Terror Blade, but the real TB is too quick to stand up and leave.
I mean, they're still just going to be wanting to rinse and repeat this one. They're going to have the Metamorphosis up in 40 seconds. The Morph is going to expire, so all of that attack speed is going to come back. And again, Morphling isn't quite level 18 just yet, so you're going to have this small window where you're able to make that gank attempt happen. Still have the Primal Roar, you'll have the Mystic Flare back up and available. You just got to make that move quickly on Sonics if you want to make it happen. And well, this is something I was a little bit worried about because people can get caught out by this. So he's going into the Lincoln Sphere on you, Warren. I'm sure he's thinking, well, that's going to stop the Morphling from going into me, but you can actually use it on the illusions as well, and it still provides the same benefit. So, of course, the Lincoln's not going to be able to block that.
It's going to be a rough one for him. I like what I'm seeing out of Analog. He realizes what his role is in this game. Has queued up the Aeon Disc next, so next time that happens, he should survive long enough that he can maybe commit Dream Coil, and that'll give enough time for that Morphling to plow through Sonic's lineup.
Even just, you can see what they're itemizing for, right? Live for as long as possible, make yourself the target, allow Morphling to get into position to influence this team fight. And, well, he almost certainly is going to get to that stage. I think they've gone back, they haven't said, all right, let's take these next few team fights, let's get our level 18 on Lumiere, and more importantly, let's get this Skadi, such an effective tool against ranged carries to be able to slow down that attack damage and just the speed as well that they're able to contribute. Already taking away all of that attack speed as well just by walking.
Hold on, Marcy. Actually, no, you know what, screw you pick Marcy. This is deserved. But still, he almost looked like he'll get away, but the newer hero prevails. Nice little rotation there. I didn't even need to use a Fiend Script, just a casual Nightmare leads into a nice kill.
One thing for Sonics, I mean, they've got the net worth lead, they've got the win probability of about 2-1, but are they going to be able to close this one out? We saw that they were in a pretty good spot in game number 1 and then just Lumiere popped off on his Shadow Fiend. Obviously, no Shadow Fiend this time around. Made sure it was a first phase ban priority. Lumiere is closing in on that 18. Closing in on the Skadi as well, just about 1,500 gold away. So if they can make the space so that they don't lose too much more out of this, they'll be ready to fight by the time that second Roshan's respawn.
Yeah, and when you compare to what you are getting, it's almost a man to complete. It's not really the same level of impact. So when it comes to that Roche fight, you definitely start to favor what Hokori are going to be cooking for it more so than Sonics.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be nice to be able to get out of the silence for sure. That's eventually going to be coming through from the puck, but yeah, certainly not on the same level of what it does for your team's potential in a lot of these team fights.
And looking to make sure those silences are on point. You'll notice the MSS is doing something I feel like we don't see too often on Skyraf. He's going towards a Blink Dagger.
Okay, yeah, you really just want to be able to close in and be able to connect through. I mean, if Quinn's got a Blink Dagger and MSS has a Blink Dagger, you don't need to necessarily rely on Leslau to be able to get that initiation through. He's going for a BKB for himself, I believe.
Smoke now coming in. Roche, of course, isn't up yet. Songs don't know that. Instead, they want to fight. BKB. Poison Nova does come out in time. There's going to be commitment in by Feel the Core, jumping right on top of the Skyraf and a charge through by Quinn. It would connect for a second. 2 members of Hokori down. The rest in full retreat.
Gonna check Roche. Not going to be available just yet, and they want to try and catch Garda because he's on the retreat. Underneath the Observer Ward, they'll be able to do it, but will that be able to slow him down enough? Still 4 staff available. He's got the cogs as well if need be. Be able to get away though. The nighttime.
Calm. So calm. See ya.
Slippery little metal man.
Yeah, they didn't hear his armor dangling in the trees. They can hear the what's the word I'm looking for? The clanking. There you go.
You got there eventually.
Words are hard for me. You know how it is.
Yeah, British. I understand.
In it.
So doing their best to push the lanes out, cut behind the tier 2 on analog, delay out the potential for Sonics to go into this Roche, and they're the ones with the first understanding that it's respawned with that Aghanim Shard available. Would be a big benefit for Lumiere to get this one, because of course he's got the Skadi now, he's going into the BKB for himself, but if you could just look to make sure that you're not getting stunned, and you're going to have the Aghanim Shard, right, to be able to make that turnaround. That's the big thing. You can start morphing while stunned, so it's going to be all on the back of the silence coming out from MSS.
Yeah, but you know, to get the Axe Shard for free, you have to take the Roche. And right now, it looks like Sonics have more interest in
Gardic. They're not wanting to let him do it again.
He's like, we've been here before. We don't want you getting the Axe Shard as well. So they will clean up Clockwork, and instantly you see Hokori. They cut him around. They were coming towards the pit. They say, "There's no reason anymore. This is done. Let them have it." Oh, okay. I will hunt for a second, because I was just wondering, like, maybe just give the Ag Shot across to the Primal Beast, but no. TB says that belongs to me now. I wonder if Demon Seal is really that impactful compared to Rockthrow this game. Oh, pause that. Leslau. BKB. We thought about it. Primal will be thrown out. It says screw it. I'm a SingStar fan.
I think Quinn is not standing around in team fights throwing rocks. He's wanting to get up in your face. And I believe he's got the Kyra and Sanj finished up now as well. So just that little bit of a damage boost as well coming through. Of course, what's the BKB situation look like? He's been able to pick one up for Viola, of course, so that's nice. But it's just him right now, so you're still going to get a lot of value coming out of this Primal Beast when he makes those engagements, especially now with the double damage as well. You pop that and your trample damage just gets amplified even further.
God. Yeah, you know, Analog, he went the other way, right? He went for that on disc that he's always holding on to. It's still locked, ready to just be combined if he gets jumped, but does mean you're still very exposed in these fights. Oh, knowing that, Sonics are hunting for targets. Take anything they could find right now. Pretty much everything available. Primal only on cooldown for 25 more seconds.
And they find instant blink.
All right. No hesitation. They even force out the hook shot, which achieves a grand total of nothing. And the Fiend's grip has caught him. Morphling is gone. Lumiere now gone for 75 seconds. Full control of the map, falling now to Sonics.
Got a little bit greedy there on Lumiere. They're able to get in and just burst him down. So all that Aghanim Scepter, all of that survivability, all that net worth doesn't mean jack if you just get burst from 100 to 0.
If you think about the way that he's itemized, it's all about how I slowly whittle away at my opponents, how I run them down. This itemization doesn't work too well when 5 heroes are converging upon you.
And that was with the double damage as well, just providing that extra bonus damage coming through from the Quinn Primal Beast. And he's just going to look to amplify this even further. They push up into the base, no buyback for the Morphling. Have this this fortification, but plenty of units to be able to soak up this damage. Quinn especially. They're even able to maintain their Helm of the Overlord. Still got the siege creep. They can't fight into this on Hokori.
They can try to slow it down, but you need to be careful not to come too far forward either, especially when a hero like Vitali.
This is big though.
Poor little Venno.
They committed the glyph there. They've still got a good 2.5 minutes on the Aegis as well, so they'll be able to claim this lane of Rax, but means that if they lose another team fight and the lanes are in a bad spot, then Sonics are just going to be able to go back and take an entire extra lane, maybe even 2. They're going to need to fix these other lanes first. Mid lane, top lane, both pushing in. Means that Hokori are going to try and get them on the retreat.
Credit where credit is due. Analog instantly, as soon as they lost Lumiere in the jungle, he's pushing out that mid to cause this problem.
Especially
go hunting.
Quinn's away from the team, so they want to try and catch him out where they don't have this team fight control, but it's a good full retreat. Let's say that you are. He's not going to put himself on the front lines. Oh, it doesn't pop the Manta Style with the adaptive strike. So
he can go in. There it is. He gets the pulverize straight away. Hook shot to intercept. Onto the back line. Fada's going to be targeted out, and Quinn just causing anarchy in the middle of the mess. Guardit will be traded out in the end. Front row has been committed. Poisoned over as well, and Yawar has to stand and fight. Pushes the Marcy away. In the meantime, Lumiere will hunt on the side. Quinn is going to be taken out. A buyback committed by the Bane, because everything, all hands must be on deck to protect the Yawar.
Where's the Sunder target?
Can't get it. Nice move away. Lumiere snipes another one. Looks to pluck the chicken. We'll look to move away now. We'll turn and fight for the moment of mistakes made maybe for Yawar. He hasn't got the meta for 5 more seconds. He hasn't got any way to protect himself. Leslau is going to be hunted. It's just all falling apart. He has to go for the Metamorphosis, but they can commit in now. Lumiere's going to stand his ground. There's no protection for him. No Sunder, no BKB. No way out for Sonics. They are dead.
Just see what a Morphling's able to do, right? The survivability, as long as you're the ones that get the initiation, all on the back of that lockdown. Lumiere doing an insane amount of damage in that team fight. 8.8 thousand. More than the rest of his team combined. And well, they're able to even chunk through this Terrorblade, who had a 4 or 5k net worth lead at the time. And the second line.
And you saw how they just took their time with him as well. They realized when he was or wasn't a threat. Didn't even give him the prime opportunity for a great Sunder in the end. Just great flexibility around the fight from Hokori, and now just shriveling up Sonic's lead that they worked so hard to build.
And it's even going to get to the stage where Theolacor might feel a little bit more confident in jumping in onto the front lines, right? You don't want to be using that Primal Roar onto a BKB to support Marcy, but you might get to the stage where with the Basher being picked up, he could just look to delete someone solo.
It's difficult as well, right? Like, but before we've seen fights where Leslau's army especially is in good position, so you can't even hook shot to try and interrupt the pulverize. But now it just feels like Gardic is finding ways to weave in and intercept you. And as you just mentioned, the follow-up of Marcy is going to make this game feel almost impossible for Quinn to play. Smoke coming out though. Corey don't want to rest on the laurels. They want to try and take map control. It's just over 2.5 minutes until Roche is potentially up. So they want to try to get some good vision down and take away the dire jungle.
It's not underneath any sort of vision that they've got right now on Sonics. Of course, you're playing with the Beastmaster, so you're always going to be able to send that Hawk out. But they are playing around this small area of safety that they've got right now. The entire army of Beastmaster creeps just
everywhere.
A little bit of a safety net, but well, they might actually spot out Yawar playing on the back lines. I think with that observer ward, he's going to back off to the safety of the rest of the team.
Yeah, and the birds are snitching, so they spot Hokori coming in. Nice little utilization of the Beastmaster. Always an upside you have, even when you're behind. Take every little advantage you can get. Hokori looking to get an advantage in terms of towers here, moving in onto the tier 2 mid. Lumiere unlikely to be contested in this endeavor. They are smoked. Sonic showing signs. Want to fight, a desire for it, but no opportunity arising.
This is an all-in play by Quinn. I mean, he's gone and bought all of the components. Never mind.
Wow.
Fine.
BKB, he gets in, controls up, but the Poison Nova is going to come out. Nice interception and interruption. You are on the low ground, not able to even fight here. They're going to split and run. Quinn is going to be gunned down by Lumiere. Primal committed and nothing achieved. Sonics are falling into pieces here. TB will try to run away, but Meta already committed, low HP. Even if he somehow gets out, there's nothing left to do. Lumiere will run him through as well. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Morphling Show.
He's here, and he's not going to stop. And I mean, like I was saying before, Quinn, he actually bought out 2 components of the Refresher Shard. So Orb, rather. So he's not going to have this buyback for the defense. Even if you bought back on the TB, Demon Zeal doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to deal with Lumiere with the stage that he's gotten to. He's overtaken the Terrorblade. He's got that advantage. He's got ways to be able to pop that Lincoln Sphere, even if they only find out the real TB.
And the beautiful thing is Roche could be up in 15 seconds. Hokori won't just take a great fight and take a lane. They're likely to now take another objective. If Roche comes up fast, Sonics have to be crossing their fingers and their legs, praying that it's a long spawn.
It's not that long. 40 seconds away, and it's still going to be about 30 or so seconds where that Metamorphosis isn't available. Like, he's just getting silenced and chain stunned way too much. Going into the BKB next on the Terrorblade. Question is, will he be able to pick it up fast enough before they're having to deal with 2 lives on this Morphling? Because right now, 1 seems enough to wipe them out, and now he's level 25. 2 waveform charges going into the Satanic as well, so as long as he's able to pop that, don't even need to commit the BKB if he gets silenced. So you can just use that waveform through an entire creep wave or an entire team fight. You're back at full HP.
Yeah, it's like one of those moments where you just want to actually quick VoIP a TB Pro just to have him look at your Waz items and try not to cry. It's not a good feeling when you have to go both Lincolns and BKB, especially in this type of game where you're already being outscaled by the Morphling.
Man, there's also the other aspect of you're playing with a freaking Marcy, so he's just going to sidekick Lumiere as well when he goes for these waveforms through people. Remember, it attacks all targets, and he's got 2 of them. So people will probably just die in 2 waveforms. Honestly, I would say 3 of Sonic's roster is going to die instantly if that happens.
And, it starts to feel like choke points that previously worked for Sonics with this Primal Beast are now going to start working against them because of those details like the Marcy and the Clockwork. There we go. Aegis is going to be picked up, and a delicious Axe now for Fatali. Big boost to the Poison Nova.
Oh, that max HP as damage is just ridiculous. I mean, when you think about it, 20-second duration, 4.5%. Let's do some quick maths. That is 90% of your HP done as damage without even taking into account the other magic damage that comes out that isn't percentage-based.
The fudge?
Yeah.
How's that reasonable? Especially with TB. He's bulked himself up to 3.5k HP, and that's not even going to matter anymore.
Yeah, say goodbye to 3k of that.
Oh, look at the plus side. MSS isn't going to lose that much. He doesn't have that much.
Well, not anymore.
Case in point.
Maybe just with that Aegis not feeling like he needs the Satanic on Lumiere. It's just about being able to continue to man fight against the Terrorblade, going down the damage route instead. Don't hate this option either. Just adapting for the different stages that the game is at. I love the way that Lumiere looks to itemize.
Yeah, he's brilliant at this. He's really on point. In fact, all the SA carries I've seen so far really on point at like just doubling down on the win condition. You know, there's so many times where you're ahead and you see carries try to protect that lead, but if you have this type of upside, why play to survive when you can play to win?
I just don't know how they kill Lumiere twice. You know, they've got even little things like the telescope being held onto by the Clockwork, providing more scans, but he's oftentimes going to be in there with Lumiere in the thick of it, so providing more attack range. He's holding onto the Enchanted Quiver as well for that instant burst. The supports aren't going to be able to live through this. And you've even got the Lotus Orb, you've got the Lincoln Sphere, you've got the BKB, you've got the Aegis, you've got the Cheese. How is this man going to die? It's going to need some picture-perfect coordination coming through from Sonics to be able to make this one happen. It might even be to the extent that you need to kill everyone else before you even consider Lumiere.
Maybe Lumiere plays with like an old Windows 98 mouse and keyboard. Maybe they break halfway through a fight. You can't activate BKB. That could be a way.
The old trackball or whatever it is. It's on the top.
Yeah.
Of it. It's just a little bit slow, but
he's just in the middle of the fight. He has to unscrew it, pull the ball out, and just blow it clean. You know, just get the dust out.
Yeah.
I agree. It's definitely a mountain they have to climb. Even more so when it's just Yawar versus the world. I mean, it doesn't matter. They're stun controlling. I feel like the Primal Beast and the Beastmaster are like puppies at this stage.
It's just a similar sort of strategy from what we saw last time as well, right? Vitaly makes himself hard to kill. He's got the Wraith Pact, he's got the Lotus Orb. He's going back and forth between holding the Ogre Seal Totem, but you've got to park with the Aeon Disc.
Hook shot in. Bane's just gone. Primal Roar already committed. Leslau did use the BKB. Everything under the Morphling. That's only going to be the first life. Control's going to be there on the TB as well, and he's already down to half HP. Lumia just won't let it be. He's going to hunt deeper. Buyback was committed by the Bane. Analog in pretty deep, will get away, but before he does, he ensures it's a die back for Fada, and all they get is a mere Marcy.
Back at the base, they're forced to use the Glyph to potentially provide a little bit of respite from these creeps hitting into the base, allow the Brackle protection to kick in, but mid lane's pushing in as well, so Lumiere just pops the meta and starting to siege down these towers.
Hello base, goodbye base. You used everything and you didn't even get one life out of me. Still a minute and a half on the Aegis for Lumiere. Likely that they are going to hang about. No rush to leave the base of Sonics as they'll start to move towards top. Slow him down a bit, but still hesitation to go in. Waveform is going to dodge out Quinn, and he can't get in range for Pulverize. He has to run, but he's not quick enough for Hokori. Will snipe him out with the Dagon. Follow-up hookshot comes into the Skywrath. Another one dead, and Sonics are out of firepower to gun into Hokori. The SA Devils continue to go deep. They're in the fountain. They won't stop. He gets it all.
What a well-deserved win. Hokori, another 2-0 that they're able to claim. The surprise packet coming through from this TI, moving themselves to 9 wins and 7 losses. A positive kill score, a positive game score. Everything about this team is positive except for the overall kill score. You know, 27-32. You would think that Sonics had this one, but these heroes, this Morphling, this Shadow Fiend, these heroes with the variability of when you're able to pick them up and not respond to them effectively enough. They did almost everything right in the early game on Sonics. They had the, what was that, 90% win probability, I think, at about 35 minutes into the game, but they flick the switch. They don't make a couple of those rotations happen. They don't connect together with the Primal Roar and the Mystic Flare. They don't connect with the Fiend's Grip and the Mystic Flare. Pulverize Mystic Flare. They were just lacking in the damage needed. Whenever they took the fights, they just needed to commit so heavily with their cooldowns, right? Not just with the supporting cast, but with Yawar as well, who still needed to farm to be able to keep up with Lumiere. So another fantastic performance coming out from Hokori.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant the way they came together as a team. And I think that's the key to it. You kind of hit on the head. Is, you know, we looked at the draft that Sonics were running, and you know, maybe in some ways it seems simple the way they can run across the field, but you highlighted in that game multiple times. If you are just 1 or 2 seconds out of sync, that's all Lumiere needs to survive. And that was the key detail, is the way that Hokori were willing to throw away heroes to get to this late game phase. And you know, I definitely think Lumiere is probably going to be given MVP here, but I'd make an argument for Vitaly as well. I think the way itemized and position made this game even harder for Sonics to play.
I love 4 Protect 1 Dota. I've been yearning for like different styles of Dota to come back, where previously it was like, okay, we want a mid that farms a lot, and we want an offlaner that farms a lot, and then we want a safe laner that farms a lot. That was the meta for the biggest part. This is the best patch that we've had in Dota for quite some time. So much variability, so much able to work. You could go late game with someone like the Morphling or the Shadow Fiend. You can go early with these Death Ball style of strategies with the Lone Druid. Your Brood Mothers come back into the pool. They're lacking a little bit of team fight maybe with the likes of, you know, the Mars and the Tide Hunter, and we don't see those huge Echo Slams to be super impactful, but who cares? We've got something new, and we've needed it for quite some time, so love to see it, love to see different regions bring their style, and SA style is doing well for them.
Yeah, I had to mention my Shaker and how much he sucks. There's a tear in my eye,
Yours
but I appreciate it. Wow, I mean, I can't disagree with that. It's been a while, it's a bit rusty. But no, like looking back at this series, especially down on Vin, I think the thing that impressed me most is so far, a lot of these games we watched is Hokori playing their Dota, Hokori playing their style of aggressive, fast, tempo type Dota. But this game felt different. It almost felt like they were mirroring what Sonics wanted. They're like, oh, you just tried like a farm draft, a slow draft? let's educate you on how to do that. I think that's impressive because there's games where you can choose your playstyle and say, this is the Dota that's going to happen. But you've also got to respect that some people are better at that. If you can flex your playstyle, you can change the script completely.
Yep, they didn't reinvent the wheel, though, on Hokori, right? Like I was saying towards the end of it, before that final team fight broke out, you had a Puck who, again, very heavy on the magic damage, kind of hard to kill unless you're committing these big ultimates that are needed in order to kill the Morphling, right? So if you're expanding it onto the Puck, and you've got the Aeon Disc and the E-Blade on top of everything else, how are you going to kill him? Same sort of thing with Vitali, holding onto the Trickster's Cloak, having the Lotus Orb, the Wraith Pack, just for all of that damage reduction, not just for himself, but for the entire team as well, and we can see what this means for the standings across the board. RNG, obviously not having the greatest day, coming off the back of some medical issues, but Hokori, they're going to be the ones to capitalize the most. And some surprising wins coming out across the board as well, with Talent getting that 2-0 victory against Fnatic, bringing them up into potential contention if you're able to get a 2-0 against Entity tomorrow. Tundra solidifying themselves up towards the top of the board. It really is anyone's game.
Yeah, and the Boom team's about as popular as Techies, ironically, at this event. Not doing well at the bottom there. And I don't know what the collective song for South America would be, but they've got to have something right now. This has got to be reinvigorating. Two teams on the cusp of locking in upper bracket slots, and also Beast Coast still clawing away, refusing to go out early. What a day, especially for South America.
Yeah, I think Beast Coast, I'm just checking one of the teams that they play tomorrow. So they play Thunder and they play Spirits. So again, not the easiest way, but if they're able to get even the singular win against those two teams, then that can, you're going to need to have a pretty damn good day on TSM and Talon if you're going to be able to bring your way back into this. And it might even change some results with seeding. You might push yourself up against some of those other teams that you've been able to be able to get favorable results in with how even it is, especially in Group B.
Absolutely. I think the beautiful thing to think about at the end of this day is the stories aren't fully told yet, Dano. There's still a possibility for a scrape by even the likes of Bet Boom and Boom, depending on the results. Maybe a way that they can force some tiebreakers and give us just a little bit extra dirt on the end of the group stage. But I think what we'll do now is we'll round this out. I believe there's still a series happening on Stream B. So what we're going to do now, folks, we're going to send you their way. Enjoy the Dota action, but make sure that you return tomorrow for more Dota action. All right, apparently there's Dota in a lot of places.
Every other stream is
every other stream.
Not B, A, C,
except B. There we go.
Right. There's plenty.
Thank
There's
you,
a squad
producer.
stream. Go look at it.
Exactly. Go check out the Dots. You know, we're not part of the squad here. We're low key, but make sure you follow the channel because plenty of action here, plenty of action across the board, plenty still to be decided. But all that will continue here tomorrow. In the meantime, go enjoy Dota elsewhere.